Alejandro Mayorkas toured border facilities on Tuesday. The visit just days before a federal judge is expected to rule if the Biden administration can end Title 42.
Based on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's decision that it will end on May 23rd, that does not mean that the border is open beginning on May 23rd.
The end of pandemic-era policy put in place by the Trump administration that blocked migrants from claiming asylum in the United States.
We are surging resources to the southwest border.
Meanwhile, the border's immediate future lies in Louisiana, where a federal judge is expected to rule on a lawsuit filed by more than 20 Republican-led states, fighting to keep Title 42 in place.
Our thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report.
Still to come, Marvel brings in the big guns. Our first look at She-Hulk, attorney at law.
And don't miss the one and only Harry Styles. He's coming up on the Today Show. The pop icon is performing his new songs on the plaza and coming into work. I saw the fans. They're all lined up. Did you see them?
For the past 24 hours, they've been there.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And a frustrating family.
Because you didn't ask for this, but you still got to deal with it. Your transformations are triggered by anger and fear. Yes, yes, yes. No, no.
Just want to be a normal.
Jennifer Walters becomes a superhero in the first trailer for She-Hulk, Attorney at Law. Tatiana Maslany and Mark Ruffalo star in the latest addition to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, stopping on a Disney Plus in August.
Queer Eye culture expert Karamo Brown is releasing a new children's book about navigating emotions. The book, titled I Am Okay to Feel, is a collaboration with son Jason Rachel Brown and invites children to explore and embrace their emotions. The plot centers around a father and son who are caught in an actual storm and must learn to weather the uncertainty together. I Am Okay to Feel is set to be released November 8th. Brown is also preparing for another big project, the launch of his daytime talk show. It is set to premiere this September.
All right, what a great message that it's okay to feel for kids and adults, too. All right, she may have married Tom Cruise for more than a decade and appeared in 3 films with him, but Nicole Kidman was nowhere to be found in the lengthy montage honoring Cruise's career at the Cannes Film Festival. Days of Thunder, Far and Away, and Eyes Wide Shut were all highlighted, but no clips of the ex-couple were shown. Cruise did, though, talk about scenes the two worked together at the master class. I forget, right? They've gone in such separate directions.
But they were like such a power couple, right? Now I think of her as Keith Urban's wife.
Right, and then there are 2 kids, too, that you rarely hear about or talk about together. So.
Up ahead, Selena Gomez breaking down the barriers against mental health.
And still ahead, the Fire Festival fraudster sprung from prison early.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Watching more widespread heat today, 90s and 100s, record-breaking heat once again. We're on the 12th day in Texas of 90s and 100s. So Memphis today, 92 degrees. Dallas into the mid-90s. 97 in Austin. Atlanta, you're at 93. And this is going to move to the northeast as we head towards the later part of tomorrow into the weekend. So Cleveland, 93 tomorrow. Your record is 91. You could most possibly break a record there. DC, Saturday, 97 degrees. Almost 100 degrees to start out your weekend. 93 on Sunday, and then we're going to be cooler on Monday, 75. Back to you guys.
Okay. Michelle, thanks. When we return, why Taylor Swift is telling the class of 2022 to embrace the cringe.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
First Lady Dr. Jill Biden teamed up with singer Selena Gomez to bring awareness to mental health.
I want to ensure that everyone, no matter their age, their race, religion, sexual orientation, have access to services that support their mental health. And I want to challenge other businesses and individuals to make a difference in the world by taking action to destigmatize mental health. We need as much help as we can possibly get.
Gomez suffered from anxiety and depression before being diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
The man responsible for the failed Fire Festival is getting out of prison. Billy McFarland was released 2 years early from his 6-year sentence, according to his attorney. McFarland pled guilty to wire fraud and other charges in connection to the notorious 2017 concert promoted as a luxury Caribbean music festival.
New York University grads are feeling 22. Taylor Swift praised the class of 22 and earned an honorary degree herself. NBC New York's Erica Byfield has more.
I'm 90% sure the main reason I'm here is because I have a song called 22.
Singer-songwriter-entrepreneur Taylor Swift packed Yankee Stadium for a different reason on Wednesday, serving as the commencement speaker for the class of 2022. NYU, in return, giving her an honor. She's now a doctor of fine arts.
I'd like to thank NYU for making me, technically, on paper at least, a doctor.
The 11-time Grammy winner sharing a video of herself getting ready on the stage, telling graduates about her journey, sharing painful details before celebrating them for graduating in the middle of a pandemic. It meant something.
What she was saying really resonated with me, and facing the difficulties ahead.
Swift told 19,000 students in this class about times that she made a mistake, saying that they will too, and what she's learned from them. King Alfred told us he wasn't a fan until today.
And it is now up to us and what we wanted to do and to make a great difference in the world.
As long as we are fortunate enough to be breathing, we will breathe in, breathe through, breathe deep, and breathe out. And I am a doctor now, so I know how breathing works. I hope you know how proud I am to share this day with you. We're doing this together, so let's just keep dancing like we're the class of 22.
That was Erica Byfield reporting. She is a fantastic songwriter and a great speechwriter, too.
And lots of nuggets in there. It's worth reading that whole speech. Yeah. All right, thanks for waking up with Early today. I'm Vanita Nair.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Friday, and don't miss Harry Styles Live in the Plaza today. The race to ease the baby formula crisis. The House fast-tracking $28 million in aid, while the White House invokes the Defense Production Act. We're live in D.C. with when parents could see relief.
New details on the days leading up to the Buffalo supermarket shooting. The employee who kicked the suspect out of the store the day before, plus the new bill to fight domestic terrorism.
Market mayhem. The Dow plummets over 1,000 points. Its worst day since 2020. What's fueling this sell-off?
Leveling the field, the U.S. women's soccer team scores a massive win for equality in the sports world. It is Thursday, May 19th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Vanita Nair.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with breaking news and the urgent push to get more baby formula into the hands of desperate parents. The House has passed a bill that would allow for more brands of formula to be purchased through WIC, the federal assistance program for low-income families, and another bill providing $28 million in funding to the FDA. They now move on to the Senate. The lack of formula is leading to hospitalizations, including 11-week-old Chloe, who was born with allergies to dairy and soy. Our Kate Snow spoke to her mom.
We had tried everything for her. We need to have her on the most hypoallergenic formula to see if this will indeed help her.
The White House has taken a major step to get more formula on shelves, with President Biden invoking the Defense Production Act. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now from D.C. And Chris, what does this mean for the families who badly need formula this morning?
Well, Francis, it means that things should start to get better, but probably not fast enough for many parents. By invoking the Defense Production Act, the government will compel suppliers to send key baby formula ingredients to formula manufacturers before fulfilling other orders. President Biden has also ordered that Defense Department commercial airplanes be used to pick up formula that meets U.S. health standards from overseas and bring it back here. The White House insists it is pursuing every avenue to get formula back on shelves, but even members of its own party are criticizing the response.
From the president on down, everyone is laser focused on addressing this issue and pulling every lever possible to do so. That's why we are working now to import formula from abroad, to get manufacturers to increase production here, to get the plant that was actually shut down back online.
I give everybody an F on the entire spectrum of this, from the company itself, to the FDA oversight, to the interagencies who didn't talk to each other, to the entire problem. Nobody focused on this like they needed to.
Capitol Hill, FDA Commissioner Dr. Robert Califf will be on the hot seat testifying before the House Appropriations Subcommittee on the FDA budget for the year. You can expect that the baby formula shortage will absolutely be on that agenda, Francis.
Every day is so crucial for these families. Chris, thank you.
The House of Representatives has passed the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act in response to the Buffalo mass shooting. Every Democrat and one Republican voted for it. If passed into law, it would, quote, require the federal government to take steps to prevent domestic terrorism. The bill, however, faces an uncertain future in the Senate. And in Buffalo, a top store employee shares her story of her encounter with the gunman the day before. Olivia Eugenio with our Buffalo affiliate WGRZ reports.
Yes. Just a matter of seconds.
A matter of seconds to ask a question.
It's like, well, before you take us home, we want to get some snacks, and we had snacks at home because they didn't want to cook.
A few seconds on Saturday that leaves Shawnell Harris Teague with a what if.
So we went back into the store, and right before we went into the store, the first lady who got shot was coming across the parking lot.
But Shawnell's what if goes much deeper.
A lot of ifs, if and what ifs key hit my mind. What if he was angry? He could have probably did what he could have did it Friday night.
What if he had been angry when she asked him to leave the same top store Friday night after two customers complained?
And I had met him in the meat department area and asked him could he leave the store, that he can't be soliciting in the store, asking people for change, and because he's making the customers feel uncomfortable. And I asked him, can he please leave the store? He said, okay. And I noticed when he was leaving the store, his eyes was wandering. He was wondering, looking around as he was leaving.
Chanel says the shooter was wearing the exact same clothes on Friday as he was Saturday when she saw him again. So now, along with what if, Chanel is left with what now?
I can't sleep. I still playing. I can still see it with my eyes closed, hearing any loud noises make me just jump because I can still hear the gun shooting, people screaming, people crying.
And her painful memories just won't stop.
It's just still hard.
Our thanks to Olivia Eugenio for that report.
And there's been another mass shooting in Philadelphia with 5 people injured just a few blocks from the Temple University campus. A woman and 2 men are in the hospital in critical condition. 2 young women are both in stable condition. One of the men was shot 14 times. A man spotted fleeing the scene after the shooting was arrested. Authorities say police found a gun on him. It is, however, unclear if he is the shooter involved.
2 people close to the first family have tested positive for COVID-19. The White House says President Joe Biden's daughter, Ashley, along with Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra, have both tested positive for the virus. Neither are considered a close contact to President or the First Lady. Their diagnosis comes as COVID cases and hospitalizations nationwide continue to see a significant jump. According to the latest data, daily COVID cases have tripled in the last month, and hospitalizations are up nearly 20% in the last week. The CDC says a third of Americans live in high-risk areas. The agency is also urging people to mask up indoors regardless of the local rules.
Soaring inflation is sending shockwaves down Wall Street. The Dow lost more than 1,100 points, its worst day in nearly 2 years. The S&P was down 4%, while the Nasdaq tumbled nearly 5%. Disappointing earnings from retailers spurred the sell-off, and one of the hardest hit was Target, which tanked 25%. It was the worst day for the company in 35 years. Profits were pinched by inflation. Target said it would rather absorb higher costs than raise prices for shoppers.
Money, inflation, war, and the pandemic has Americans stressed like never before. According to a study by the American Psychological Association, 87% of those polled say inflation is a significant source of stress. That is followed by 81% who said supply chain issues stress them. Meanwhile, 81% of respondents say global uncertainty is the cause of their stress. This, as a separate study by Bankrate found that more than 40% of U.S. adults say money is negatively impacting their mental health.
Pharma bro Martin Shkreli was released early from prison yesterday, federal prison. In a Facebook post, he wrote, "Getting out of real prison is easier than getting out of Twitter prison." He was banned back in 2017, the same year he was convicted of fraud. Shkreli got his nickname after defending the price hike of the drug Daraprim by more than 4,000% back in 2015. He was released into a halfway house in New York.
And the man responsible for the failed Fire Festival is also getting out of prison early. Billy McFarland was released 2 years early from his 6-year sentence, according to his attorney. McFarland pled guilty to wire fraud and other charges in connection to the notorious 2017 concert promoted as a celebrity-filled luxury Caribbean music festival. As part of his sentencing, he was ordered to pay $26 million in restitution.
Let's turn on to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who's here tracking some severe weather for us. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we're tracking some storms later on this afternoon, tracking some rain this morning, moderate in some spots where you see the yellow. So through the Northeast, also the New England, Mid-Atlantic, that's going to be out of here pretty quickly, at least through the later part of this morning. And then we're tracking some storms, 22 million people at risk. We're going to see winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail, even a few tornadoes. So we have 2 spots, one in the upper Midwest, one stretching to the Carolinas. We have an enhanced risk. That's where we're likely to see some storms. And then tomorrow, 25 million at risk, stretching from the Great Lakes all the way to parts of Texas, where we're looking at the chance for some gusty winds. Also some hail and a few tornadoes are possible too. Could see some localized flooding as well. Heavy rain where you see the darker colors, so yellows and oranges. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at that rain through parts of New England and the Northeast. That will be out of here low, though, later on this morning into the early afternoon. And we are hot through the Central Plains. Temperatures in the 90s, 92 right now, or 92 this afternoon, excuse me, in Omaha, 92 in Wichita. It's cool with rain in the Northern Plains. All right, we'll take a look at your weekend forecast coming up.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. The UK is honoring its LGBTQ plus community in a big way as a tribute to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the first UK Pride event. The Britain's Royal Mint unveiled a new commemorative rainbow-colored 50-pence coin. The coin, designed by an East London artist and LGBTQ+ activist, features colors of the Pride Progress flag. The Royal Mint says it will be released online only this summer.
I've never seen a coin with color on it. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
Cool.
All right, a breakthrough moment in the George Floyd case brings the Floyd family one step closer to justice.
And the U.S. confirms its first Ukraine ambassador since the Trump administration. We're back in 60 seconds.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Leading the news, a guilty plea from one of the former Minneapolis police officers involved in the death of George Floyd. Former officer Thomas Lane entered a guilty plea to aiding and abetting manslaughter. A spokesperson for the Minnesota Attorney General's office says lawyers recommended a 3-year sentence for Lane as part of the plea. 2 other officers charged in connection with Floyd's death will face trial on state charges next month.
After nearly 3 years without a Senate-confirmed envoy in Ukraine, the position has been filled. The Senate has unanimously confirmed veteran Foreign Service officer Bridget Brink as the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. This comes as the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv reopened after closing its doors and relocating staffers 3 months ago when Russia's war in the country began. Now to Richard Engel for the latest from Ukraine, and a warning, some of the images you're about to see are disturbing.
Ukrainian rescue crews saved a 9-year-old boy after a Russian strike on an apartment building in the eastern region known as the Donbass. Russia is now concentrating its military efforts there after taking over Mariupol this week. But elsewhere, Russia's war is faltering again. The U.S. reopened its embassy in Kyiv, where Ukrainian troops drove Russian forces back 2 months ago. Now, Ukraine is pushing the Russians back from the eastern capital, Kharkiv. In the nearby village of Olhovka, all that's left of the Russian troops is the devastation they brought. Shockingly, some Ukrainians stayed here throughout the battles, including Nikolai, living in the wreck of his home, having survived on canned food and pickles. What happened here? The Russians came and said they were liberating us, he says. Next door, Tatiana, a teacher, stayed, but not her husband. He took up the Russians' offer to go to Russia to escape the shelling. Tatiana chose her country over her husband, and she's unsure if she'll ever see him again.
Do you think you made the right choice?
I love my husband, but I also love my land and my country, so I stayed. And now investigators have a whole new region to search for evidence of Russian war crimes.
Thanks to Richard Engel for that report.
Still to come on this busy Thursday morning, the groundbreaking 90s gay sitcom gets a reboot, heading to a TV near you.
And damaging testimony. Amber Heard's makeup artist goes on the stand, saying he covered up bruises and a split lip on the actress.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
If you're watching NBC News Now, here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Who are you? You don't remember what happened?
Since that night, this entire part of myself that made me feel okay is gone.
We cannot do this without you.
Beloved series Queer as Folk is returning to our streaming screens. The remake follows a group of friends in the wake of a shooting targeting the LGBTQ community, similar to the 2016 tragedy at Pulse nightclub. The series premieres June 7th on Peacock, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal.
The jury in the Amber Heard-Johnny Depp trial heard chilling testimony, with the Pirates of the Caribbean star being accused of excess drug use, misogynistic rants, and domestic violence. Steve Patterson has the latest, and we should warn you there is graphic content in his report.
Amber Heard's contentious time on the stand, followed by fresh bombshells from friends and family.
He called her a used up trash bag, slimy, saggy, was thrown out a bunch.
Heard's younger sister, Whitney Henriquez, giving graphic testimony saying Depp was constantly high, drunk, and violent, including one incident where she says he hit her.
He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my sister." She smacks him, lands one.
Depp previously denied striking Henriquez. Heard admitted to hitting Depp as a way to defend her sister. Henriquez testifying along with a procession of witnesses called by Heard's lawyers to paint Depp as a paranoid abuser who would often launch into blind rages.
He ran into the unit and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming.
I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
Heard's former friend Raquel Pennington, who took several pictures of Heard following alleged abuse, getting emotional in pre-recorded testimony while describing injuries she saw on Heard's face and body.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Heard's makeup artist testifying she concealed bruises.
We covered, you know, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer.
It's the latest chapter in the $50 million defamation suit brought by Johnny Depp after a 2018 op-ed published in the Washington Post where Heard described herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Heard countersuing for $100 million. Earlier in the trial, Depp's legal team called witnesses they believed would poke holes in the claims made by Heard.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
So far, no one has testified they saw Depp hit Heard, but Heard's attorneys highlighting specific incidents where witnesses testified they had to intervene in fights.
She was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. And I went up to him, and he was yelling and yelling, and I put my hands up on his chest, and I was like, stop. Just stop.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report.
All right, Michelle will have an early look at your weekend forecast. That's next.
And the Warriors roll past the Mavs in the first round of the Western Conference Finals.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday. Well, the summer sizzle or summer-like weather continues in the south. We're looking at 90s, 100s, looking at the chance for severe weather in the upper Midwest, parts of the Carolinas, too. Now, as we start out our weekend here on Friday, a severe risk from the Great Lakes all the way to Texas at record heat does continue. Mountain snow in the Rockies. Looking towards Saturday, it's a wet one for people in the Ohio Valley, also parts of the upper Midwest. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Michelle. When we return, the U.S. women's soccer scores a win in their fight for equal pay when we come back.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now we are back with a Game 1 showdown in the Bay Area in the NBA Western Conference Finals.
Doncic took it in, stripped to the ball, the galloping Green ahead. Thompson, who's it?
The Mavericks had the momentum coming off a Game 7 win against Phoenix, but the Warriors had Steph Curry and a massive third quarter to put Golden State over the top. The Warriors take Game 1 in style, 112-87. From the hardwood to the ice, the Flames and Oilers lit the lamp early and often in the Game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals. Both teams combined to net 15 goals, tied for fifth most in NHL playoff history. Matthew Tkachuk had himself a hat trick, though, and the Flames heated up in the third. Calgary takes Game 1 from the Oilers, 9-6. In the East, the Rangers and Hurricanes battled into overtime where Ian Cole called the game on the turnaround. Carolina takes it 2-1.
Now to a landmark goal in U.S. soccer, giving equal pay to the women's and men's national teams for the first time. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the details.
Equal pay for making the team, for games and events, and for playing in the World Cup, which, by the way, the U.S. women's soccer team has won 4 times.
To be able to say finally equal pay for equal work feels very, very good.
The men and women national soccer players unions and U.S. Soccer announced the new historic bargaining agreement. It is a victory years in the making, led by some of the sport's biggest stars. A federal wage complaint was filed back in 2016.
The pay disparity between the men and women is just too large.
28 players filed a lawsuit in 2019 against U.S. Soccer. 2 years later, Megan Rapinoe appeared in front of Congress.
We're still paid less than our male counterparts. For each trophy, of which there are many, for each win, for each tie, for each time we play, less.
Earlier this year, a settlement was reached in the lawsuit that included $22 million in back pay. And now with this new agreement, U.S. Soccer will do something no other soccer federation in any country does. World Cup prize money will be pooled and split between the men and women's teams.
But we also believe so much in the women's team. We believe in the whole premise of equal pay.
The men's team was a big part of final negotiations.
It does mean that the men are giving up a little bit of money, though, potentially, right?
Not potentially, for sure. And I think we need to give the men a lot of credit.
After years of frustration and pounding the table, now this playing field has been leveled. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
And we thank you for waking up with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Vanita Nair. Have a great Tuesday, and we will see you back here tomorrow for Friday.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Operation Fly Formula. The White House says it now has a plan to end the baby formula shortage as more manufacturers issue a warning about how long the crisis could last. The president taking action to ramp up production and even going overseas to get more supplies for American families.
And I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
This comes as the House passes bills aimed at combating the shortage. We'll tell you why they faced a partisan split. Plus, when parents could finally see more formula on the shelves. Wall Street woes. The Dow suffers its worst drop in nearly 2 years, with big retail names like Target and Walmart reporting stunning drops in profit for the first part of the year. What this means for your wallet and if the Dow can rebound by the end of the day. Setbacks. Vladimir Putin's wider goals in the war in Ukraine have faltered, with Ukrainian troops pushing back in the eastern part of the country despite Russians gaining control of Mariupol. The other factors that could slow the Russians' plans in the war. Plus, supersized order. A woman gets a surprise delivery of 31 cheeseburgers, and she didn't have to look far to see who was behind it. How her toddler was able to make that order later this hour. And also, whenever we start the day, 7 a.m. talking McDonald's cheeseburgers, it just sets me off.
Do you want 31 of them is the question.
I do love that little cheeseburger. I couldn't quite eat 31, but I could eat maybe a handful.
3. Okay. Okay.
All
right.
All right, though. We'll get to that later. It's really funny. You want to stick around. We begin, though, this morning with the latest on the baby formula shortage impacting families across the country. And now Washington is taking action to try to ease the crisis.
Later today, FDA Commissioner Robert Califf will testify before Congress to discuss his agency's response to the shortage. The FDA says it will take weeks to replenish baby formula stock in stores that have been seen mostly empty shelves recently. In response on Wednesday, President Biden invoked the Defense Production Act to boost the supply of formula.
The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good.
Overnight, the House passed 2 bills to cut red tape for parents buying formula with government assistance and to provide more funding to the FDA, which oversees safety at the plants that make formula. We have team coverage of this crisis. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. Good morning to both of you. Ali, we'll start with you. And those votes in the House, what was in both of those bills and what can we expect going forward?
Yeah, Joe. Well, Congress and the White House, as you mentioned, have been under a lot of pressure to act quicker to help alleviate this crisis. And Congress actually acted quicker than we thought. We thought these 2 votes would happen today. They happened late last night. The first of these bills passed almost unanimously, and it would expand access to formula during shortages like this. So more formula can be purchased with money from the WIC program. That's that program for low-income women, infant, and children. The other bill to send $28 million in emergency aid to the FDA to, as you mentioned, essentially cut government red tape to make it easier for companies to manufacture this formula, to get it on shelves. This bill was much more divided. All House Democrats voted for this, but only about a dozen Republicans voted for it. So both of these bills now head to the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he's hoping to get this passed today. as with so much legislation that we see in this 50-50 Senate, we're already hearing of some roadblocks with Republicans. Actually, Senator Marco Rubio just tweeted a couple minutes ago, the Democrat $28 million baby formula bill is a joke. We don't have a baby formula demand crisis. We have a baby formula supply crisis. So if that is a preview of what's to come on the Senate floor when this is voted on, this is just really a preview of that, Joe.
Yeah, so Josh, let's talk about the source of this. It was a contamination incident that forced an Abbott baby formula plant to shut down, really creating this situation. What's the latest on that, and what else beyond the Defense Production Act is the president doing to try and ramp up supply?
Well, earlier this week, the FDA reached a legally binding agreement with Abbott, that company that runs that plant in Michigan, to get it back up and running once the factory has undergone essentially a checklist that the government has set out for what they need to do, including inspections, testing of their equipment and ingredients, as well as bringing in a third party to monitor to make sure they're doing everything by the book. Once that's in place, the factory says it could be back up and running in about 2 weeks, and it would take about 6 to 8 weeks for product from that factory to reach store shelves. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy explaining that this is an all-hands-on-deck effort. Take a listen.
What people should also know is that from the president on down, everyone is laser focused on addressing this issue and pulling every lever possible to do so. That's why we are working now to import formula from abroad, to get manufacturers to increase production here, to get the plant that was actually shut down back online quickly, and to actually redistribute product within the United States.
And in addition to getting that plant back up and running, Joe, the president also last night announcing Operation Fly Formula, in which the government is going to use U.S. military aircraft.
Looks like we might be having technical issues with Josh's shot there. Allie, I'll bring you back in here. Allie, we mentioned the FDA commissioner is going to be testifying today. Are other hearings in the works? And help us understand just how much pressure lawmakers are putting on the FDA to try and address this shortage.
Well, this is just the latest of several hearings that several committees have called for in response to this nationwide shortage. And this hearing will really give lawmakers the biggest window, the biggest insight into what caused this problem up until this point, and give the lawmakers as much information as possible as to how this crisis got so bad, why it took so long to sound the alarm, and really what could be put into place so that it never gets this bad again. We know that FDA Commissioner Robert Califf is expected to come back also next week on May 25th before the Energy and Commerce Committee. He's expected to appear with other FDA officials as well as the top heads of the 4 major formula manufacturing companies. That's after several committees asked last week for documentation and just evidence of really what's going on and how this crisis got so bad. So this is really just a reflection of this all hands on deck effort from Congress. We've seen some disagreement as to how to help alleviate this crisis, but for the most part, just bipartisan agreement over the fact that something needs to be done, and it needs to be done very quickly, Joe.
Allie Raffar, thanks to you and to Josh Letterman for kicking us off this hour.
Now, Wall Street is looking to rebound today after suffering its worst drop in 2 years. Yesterday, the Dow Jones dropped more than 1,100 points to finish at its lowest close since March 2021. And it wasn't just the Dow, though. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ also suffered in a miserable day of trading, slipping by more than 4%. Joining us now for more on this is Caleb Silver. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, good morning. Thanks for joining us. I mean, I know we all know we've been on a roller coaster with the market. In fact, just yesterday we were reporting how there'd been a better day, but there's been a lot of bad days, and now this. So why was there such a big sell-off yesterday? And also, do you think we're in for a repeat performance today, or could we see a rebound?
Yeah, we're looking at stock futures pointing much lower again this morning, about 1.5% down. The trading in Asia was terrible. Europe's not looking much better. So we're probably going to get another sell-off to start today. We'll see if buyers come in the afternoon. We have not seen that lately. We've seen these really big pronounced down days, followed by a couple percent up the next day, followed by 2 or 3% down. That's what you get in a mixed volatility, uncertain environment, and that's what we're in right now. Yesterday, it was the retailers driving down markets. Target reporting very soft earnings. Walmart the day before Shares of Target fell 25% yesterday, the worst drop since 1987, Black Monday, when the stock market crashed. Investors don't want any part of this uncertainty, and that uncertainty is about inflation, rising interest rates, and the worries that we're going to head into a recession and consumers are not going to continue spending.
And Caleb, what do those big name earning reports really tell us about the American consumer? How are we feeling? How are we spending? And what does that mean?
Well, consumers have been pretty resilient for the past year and a half, 2 years. A part of that was because the personal savings rate hit an all-time high amid the pandemic due to those government distributions. But lately, we're seeing consumer spending back off a little bit. What Target was telling us and Walmart the other day is that consumers are now bargain shopping. They're spending less when they go into their stores, and they're going into their stores less frequently. Plus, these retailers are dealing with their own input costs and inflation. Producer prices are up 10%. Consumer inflation's up 8.5%. So they're worried that consumers are not going to keep spending at the pace that they were. Meanwhile, their own costs are rising, including wages.
Right. Now, Caleb, this is actually the 5th time this year the Dow Jones has finished down more than 800 points in a day. Obviously, that can lead to a lot of stress and nerves for a lot of people who are watching their investments, thinking about their retirement. But what's your take on the overall market and where it's headed? What's your advice for people listening at home who are waking up stressed about this?
Yeah, everyone's stressed about it. And if you need the money you have in the stock market in the next year or two, the stock market was probably in the worst place for it to be right now. But you know what? Markets usually revert to the mean. And the mean is a rise of between 8 and 10% a year on average, going back 80 years. It's not going to happen in 2022. We're in a bear market. We're going to open the day with the S&P 500 down 20% from all-time highs. That said, at some point, stocks revert. Investors come back in, and we're going to get some sort of a rebound, but it's not going to be anytime soon. We could be in this slow, volatile environment for many months to come. For younger investors, great opportunity to pick up new stocks at a bargain price. For older investors, you want to pare back a little bit and think about maybe putting your money in cash or into value stocks, because that's where the action is. Super choppy, and it's going to be this way for a while.
All right, Caleb, we always appreciate the good, practical advice. Thank you so much.
Let's turn now to the war in Ukraine, where more soldiers who were trapped inside a Mariupol steel plant are surrendering to Russian forces. Russia's defense ministry now says since Monday, more than 1,700 fighters have surrendered. The soldiers have been taken to Russian-held territory, but there's uncertainty over what comes next. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray has more from Lviv.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. And look, the focus continues to be on Mariupol and specifically the Azovstal steel plant, where the evacuation of Ukraine fighters does continue. Russian media now saying that there are more than 1,000 Ukraine troops that have surrendered their arms and have been taken into custody by Russian troops on the ground there. Amnesty International very concerned about the safety and well-being of those soldiers now in Russian custody, and has asked that the UN get involved to try and make sure that they are being treated properly. This is a situation that will continue to unfold over the next several days. As we've talked about, they are hoping here in Ukraine for a prisoner swap to bring those soldiers back into friendly territory. They call them heroes. Let's talk a little bit about the first war crime in this country. A 21-year-old Russian soldier pleading guilty to killing a 62-year-old man while he was riding his bike, said he did that after a command from his superior. He now faces a sentence of either 10 to 15 years in jail or life in prison. A 3-judge panel is determining that. The Kremlin, though, they haven't been real engaged in this, haven't said anything specifically about this trial. And when it comes to the issue of war crimes by Russian troops, they say the reports are, quoting here, obvious fakes. That's the latest here in Ukraine. Back to you now.
Jay Gray, thank you so much.
For more on this, we want to bring in John Herbst. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and a senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. So I want to start with news that you are specifically uniquely qualified to talk about, which is the fact that the Senate has confirmed Bridget Brink as the new U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Of course, a position that you held, as I just mentioned. And this comes as the U.S. officially reopened its embassy in Kyiv. So talk to us about the kind of challenges she's going to face taking over this job in the middle of this war.
Correct. This is a really tough assignment, and I am as jealous as hell. This is what Foreign Service officers live for. She's a tough, strong, smart professional who will do an outstanding job, but she's going to have to provide Washington with very clear information about what's going on in Ukraine as Ukraine fights this massive Kremlin invasion and as Washington gears up unprecedented but absolutely necessary support to stop Russia, to beat Russia in Ukraine.
Absolutely. It's good to hear you say something like that, actually, because it just proves the type of people that are in these jobs want to be doing this work and are there to make it better to get through. So now we're almost 3 months into a war that really, I'm surprised to hear you say you're jealous that she's having to deal with this. But I mean, I think it proves your point that this is the type of thing that you live for. Now I want to ask you about sort of what we're seeing happening on the ground and the fact that a lot of this seems to be backfiring on Vladimir Putin and his plans. I mean, let's tick some of these reasons off. Russian troops are being forced back from positions in eastern Ukraine, including the second largest city, Kharkiv. The country's also been totally isolated, hammered with these sanctions. And then also we're now seeing formerly historically neutral Sweden and Finland set to join NATO. What is Putin's endgame at this point? And all of this stacking up, I mean, what does this mean for the Russian people?
You're exactly right that this new invasion of Ukraine, or 3-month-old invasion of Ukraine, is a strategic disaster for Russia and for Putin. Unfortunately, he's the guy who makes the decisions in Moscow, and he still seems to think he can subjugate Ukraine. He has not given up his goals, although he's adjusted them to focus on the East right now, although not very successfully. Until he's persuaded that he cannot win this on the ground militarily in Ukraine, this war is going to continue. And that's very sad for Ukraine especially, but also for Russian soldiers.
Oh, absolutely. Now, since the beginning of the war, many experts have noted the fact that the UN and EU have put forward this united front NATO, but strongman leaders from within those groups are pushing back. The president of Turkey blocked a vote to quickly move ahead with NATO membership for Finland and Sweden. The president of Hungary has rallied against an embargo of Russian oil. How much of an impact can these leaders have on the Western response? Or what does that mean, for example, as we're looking at Sweden potentially joining NATO?
First, I would distinguish between Erdogan in Turkey and Orban in Hungary. Orban has essentially been an agent of Putin over the last several years, I'm sorry to say. Erdogan is just a difficult and mercurial strongman. Erdogan wants to use Finland and Sweden as members of NATO as a way to get something from the West. So he's going to bargain for something. I'm sure that we'll make a deal. But I believe that we can manage the problems that Orban and Erdogan create as long as U.S. leadership is strong and active. So I'm confident that we'll be able to move policy the right way within NATO, and for that matter, the help with the EU.
Ambassador John Herbst, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Still too close to call this morning in Pennsylvania's Republican Senate primary. A little more than 1,200 votes separate Dr. Mehmet Oz from former Wall Street executive David McCormick. With 98% of the vote counted, the winner will face Democrat John Fetterman in November in what is expected to be one of the most competitive and expensive races this cycle. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from a ballot counting facility in Delaware County. Dasha, good morning to you. So before that big general election matchup, we need a GOP nominee. So how many votes are left to count? Where are they coming from? And does the where tell us who those votes might go to?
All great questions, Joe. Good morning. I'm having some flashbacks to 2020, the last time we were talking about this and explaining the process here in Pennsylvania. So the vast majority of ballots left to count are mail-in ballots. Here in Pennsylvania, it's one of the few states that does not allow what's called pre-canvassing, which basically means preparing those mail-in ballots to be counted, opening up the envelopes, unfolding the ballots, getting them ready to get scanned. They can't start doing that here in Pennsylvania until 7 a.m. on Election Day. So those are the ballots that we're still waiting for. From what we know, about 15,000 or so mail-in ballots are still left to be counted. There's also some same-day vote left in Allegheny County on the western part of Pennsylvania and here in the Philadelphia area. Those day of votes are coming from some memory sticks that weren't necessarily taken out of the machines and delivered. Not anything to be concerned about. Just again, it's a human process. People take some time to get these things done. And there are also some provisional ballots left as well. To your question of what does this mean for who might get the lead, we really don't know. Look, McCormick has been leading in mail-in ballots, but will that be enough for him to actually overtake Oz? It's really hard to say. What we do know from every election official, every election expert that I've spoken with, it is very, very, very likely that this is headed into recount territory, Joe.
Thankfully, we have you, our human memory stick, who knows exactly how things work in Pennsylvania from the 2000 race. So I want to ask you, former President Trump is actually calling on his pick, Dr. Oz, to declare victory right now, even though, as you say, a recount's possible. Of course, Trump prematurely declared victory hours after the polls closed in 2020. So what are we actually hearing from the campaigns right now?
Yeah, again, deja vu. We're in Pennsylvania. We're waiting for mail-in ballots to be counted, and President Trump is trying to sow doubt in the process here again. Look, Oz has not yet declared victory in the way that Trump is telling him he should do, but both campaigns have certainly been signaling optimism. Take a listen to what both Oz and McCormick said on Fox News last night.
We have covered all counties to ensure that the ballots are correctly counted. This election is ours. We have done well. What I want to do today, though, is to talk about unifying our party, because those three front runners and their other candidates as well all work their tails off. But we need to unite to take on Fetterman, who you mentioned earlier. And I am praying that he makes a full recovery.
And our campaign had put a lot of energy and time into focusing on these absentee voters and focusing on our ground game. And so that has paid off big dividends. And there's a huge number of absentee ballots, which we're winning disproportionately. And that's why I have a lot of confidence I'm going to win this.
So, yeah, both signaling optimism, but no doubt both campaigns are preparing for a recount, Joe.
And Dasha, quickly, if this does go to a recount, what should we expect? How long does that take?
That's a great question. It could take a while. Both of these campaigns have spent millions and millions of dollars here, so they are not going to go down without a fight. And some election experts I've been speaking with say, look, because this is the most high-profile recount Pennsylvania will have ever had, things could get ugly, things could get contentious, and that could draw out the process. And election officials are always frustrated by recounts because it is using taxpayer money. It's rare that a recount actually turns up a different result. But in this case, we could be looking at potentially a couple hundred votes difference between these two candidates. And that's kind of in the territory where a recount could make a difference. Everything is up in the air right now, just as this race has been full of twists and turns from the start. The twists and turns continue even after Election Day. We could be looking at a couple more weeks potentially before we have a final outcome here.
I feel like it'll be a year of twists and turns. All right, Dasha Burns. Dasha, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Certainly. All right, now it's time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we're looking at that heat continuing once again in the south. I know, 90s and 100s.
Look at you, look like sunshine. It's perfect for it.
Well, can I tell a little secret? I just spilled my entire cup of coffee on my dress.
Your secret's safe with us.
Yeah, and the entire cup of coffee on the dress. So
okay, well, it's on the back. We would have never known, but we love the honesty.
Felt like I had to tell you.
I love it.
It smells.
That's what I would have done.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at the map today, because we are looking at severe storms in the upper Midwest. We're going to see the chance of some hail, some damaging winds, also a few tornadoes. Record highs continue, 90s and 100s once again. We're going to see that through the early part of the weekend, and then we get a little bit of a break. A storm off to the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at higher elevation snow. That's going to move into the Rockies. We could see a lot of snow in the Rockies this weekend. And the morning rain in the Northeast, that's going to be moving out. Could be lingering too around lunchtime in some spots. So near record highs once again, 10 to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 92 in Memphis, 99 in Dodge City, 103 in Midland. So this is a wide swath of really warm air in place. Atlanta, we're looking at 93 and 90 degrees in Myrtle Beach. Certainly many of records are going to be broken today. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, this expands to the Ohio Valley. So Cleveland, you're looking at 93. Your record is 91 tomorrow. Nashville, you're in the 90s. Atlanta, Charleston, also Richmond. And then by the weekend, Friday into Saturday, we are looking at really warm conditions in the Northeast. So as we look at New York City, temperatures in the mid-80s Saturday and Sunday. A cold front comes through. That's going to bring more comfortable conditions. Hot to not. I like that. Producer put that on there. 71 on Monday. And Raleigh, we're looking at temperatures into the 90s, 81 by Sunday. So here's your severe weather threat for today. 29 million people at risk. We have two areas where we're going to see the chance for severe weather. One is in the upper Midwest. We do have an enhanced risk. That's where it's likely to see severe weather. La Crosse, Des Moines, you are included in that. Then we have a pretty large swath from St. Louis all the way to Nashville, Knoxville, Charlotte into Raleigh. Tomorrow we're going to see 22 million people at risk. Again, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, and also the chance for an isolated tornado. So this is a setup. We have a pair of cold fronts that are going to move through. First, we're going to see that first one bringing the storms in the southeast. That secondary cold front kind of takes hold tomorrow. It's going to be the more active one tomorrow, bringing a more dominant, bringing storms erupting from Michigan all the way to Texas. And then we'll see showers and storms, you guys, into the Ohio Valley on Saturday.
Wow. Oh, there's always a lot going on.
Yeah,
exactly. I like that, from hot to not.
Yeah, I love it too. I was like, that's so cute. I just noticed it now. Worried about the cost.
Your producers always have the cool stuff on the
They're
graphic.
good.
Yeah. All right, Michelle, thanks. See you in a bit.
Sure. Coming up, the alleged gunman in the Buffalo supermarket shooting will be back in a courtroom today. The new information we're expecting to learn this morning at the hearing. Plus, the new steps lawmakers in New York are taking, hoping to prevent another tragedy.
And health officials are saying if COVID rates are high in your area, now's the time to mask up again. So could more control measures be coming? What doctors are expecting from this COVID surge? That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Back now with the latest on the Buffalo shooting. The man accused of the deadly racially motivated attack is due in court this morning. He's charged with 1 count of first-degree murder in the shooting, which killed 10 people.
And now New York's Governor Kathy Hochul is taking steps to help put a stop to acts of domestic terrorism.
I'm signing an executive order to establish a unit within the Office of Counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, focusing exclusively on domestic terrorism. First time ever. They'll develop the best practices for law enforcement, for mental health professionals, for school officials to address the rise in homegrown extremism.
NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us from Buffalo.
So, Maura, what can we expect, first of all, from today's hearing?
Good morning, Joe. Today is the felony hearing for the suspected shooter. He will be in court today, though we don't expect to see him on camera right now. Basically, this is the first step in the court process here in Erie County, where the judge will review whether or not there is enough evidence to go to trial. As you mentioned, there is that one charge of first-degree murder, but once it goes to the next step, if passed through today, they will go to a grand jury where the county DA says he expects more charges to be brought. We're also expecting potential charges from the federal side as well. But as it stands right now, if it goes to trial with this one count, he's facing a maximum sentence of life in prison with no option of parole.
So, Maura, the House just passed a domestic terrorism bill last night, and the Senate is expected to vote next week on that. I also just mentioned the fact that New York Governor Kathy Hochul introduced her own plan yesterday here in the state to address the growing threat of white supremacist groups and domestic terrorism. Break down some of the key points of that plan.
Right, so Governor Hochul actually signed in 2 executive orders yesterday, one dealing with reporting about red flag laws, making it mandatory for police to report any suspected people who might be a threat, because that's not what we saw go into effect with the shooter here with the New York red flag laws, right? So that's something that police say that they're anticipating being a really effective step. But the other thing that Hochul wanted to focus on was the white supremacy aspect and domestic terrorism. She's saying that's actually the most serious threat compared to guns. I want you to hear a little bit about what she said to press yesterday.
The truth is, the most serious threat we face as a nation is from within. It's not from the Russians. It's not from people elsewhere. It's white supremacism. It's white nationalism. And it's time we confronted it head on.
So this domestic terrorism task force will be a further step to prevent against what we saw happen here this weekend. Like you heard earlier, it will focus on the proper training to alert to when someone might be planning something like this, as well as training for mental and social emotional resources. It is important to note, though, that New York did already have a domestic terrorism committee in place that was put into place by Governor Cuomo. They were required to meet 4 times a year, but had not met at all prior to this. And so Governor Hochul trying to prevent something like this from happening again and making it a more serious priority.
And more, investigators say the suspect posted his plans on an online service called Discord 30 minutes before the shooting. We know it was live streamed on Twitch. Governor Hochul now having State Attorney General Letitia James probe social media's role in the Buffalo shooting. Very quickly here, how extensive could this probe be?
We expect it to be very extensive, right? Because it wasn't just that video that invited users to watch the live stream on Twitch. It was months and months of reported planning on websites like 4chan, 8chan, Twitch, and Discord. And so Letitia James saying she's going to be probing very seriously, as she said in a release, the fact that an individual can post detailed plans to commit such an act of hate without consequence and then stream it for the world to see is bone-chilling and unfathomable. Discord releasing a statement overnight saying that they are cooperating with this investigation. Now, Joe and Savannah, this all comes right as the funerals are set to start for victims tomorrow.
Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Now to some new guidance from the CDC. It probably sounds like old guidance from the CDC. They say anyone living in areas with high COVID transmissibility should start wearing masks indoors again as cases and hospitalization rates continue to rise. Now, 32% of the country is currently living in medium to high risk COVID areas. That number is up from 24% just a week ago. But CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says stopping the spread is possible.
We've seen with prior increases in infections in different waves of infection have demonstrated that this travels across the country and has the potential to travel across the country. So I think the important thing to recognize is that we actually have the tools to prevent it. And so we would ask you to wisely use these tools.
The CDC is also set to meet later today to discuss the future of COVID booster shots for kids 5 to 11 years old. The agency is expected to recommend the dose following the FDA's authorization earlier this week. Dr. Anand Swaminathan joins us now for more on the latest COVID headlines. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital. Doctor, always good to have you with us. So did you expect COVID protocols like masking to return while dealing with these Omicron subvariants? And how much worse could this wave get?
I think what we hoped was that these kind of mandates or recommendations would have returned a while ago. We've seen rising cases for weeks now. And the problem of starting masking when you already have high transmission is you've kind of missed the boat already. And so in the Northeast, where high transmission is kind of the norm across that Northeast area, it's a little too late. I mean, it doesn't mean that we can't benefit by masking in public, but we've missed the boat a little bit. And what I would recommend is all of the other parts of the country that aren't facing those huge numbers, start indoor masking now to prevent getting into that area. That's really what we should be pushing for. I think this recommendation is just far too late, and many public health experts have been calling for a return to indoor masking for weeks to help to stem the tide.
Now, doctor, as more people test positive, it might be helpful to do a little reminder on what exactly that means that you should be doing, because unfortunately, some of the rules here are still confusing. We've talked about this. Is it 10 days at home? Is it 5 days at home? Do you have to have a negative test to test out of quarantine? So even 2 years into the pandemic, I think this is helpful. Tell us what you should be doing if you test positive. What do we need to remember?
I think the first thing to do is to try as much as you can to isolate at home, to not go out into public, to spread this to others. Within the home as well, I think people think once one family member gets it, everybody else is going to get it. That's not a foregone conclusion. The data tells us only about 50% of household contacts will get COVID. So you can still do things to prevent your family members from getting it, like masking indoors, having windows open to increase ventilation. And then as far as returning, the CDC has recommendations here. They don't completely make sense, though. What we should be doing is a test to return. If you're positive, test yourself on day 4 or 5. Your test is negative, you can probably go back to your usual things. Even better is to do 2 tests in a row, but don't expect that you're going to be negative at 5 days and you don't need to do that test. That test to return to normal life or to get back out into the world is really important to help to stem the tide, because we're seeing more and more people who are positive up to day 8, 9, and even 10.
And quickly, doctor, we want to ask you about a new report which found more than 3/4 of patients who suffered from long COVID, they weren't initially hospitalized after they got infected. So what does that tell you about the virus?
What it tells us is that long COVID is not only real, but it's common even if you didn't have a severe case. And we're seeing that up to 50% of people who had COVID are continuing to have long COVID symptoms up to 6 months later. This is just another reason that we should be trying to avoid getting infection at all. That the idea of, well, you know, Omicron doesn't seem so bad, let it rip, let's see what happens, doesn't really take into account the risks of developing long COVID symptoms. And I will tell you that many of the friends and family that I have still are reporting, even 12 months, 18 months later, changes in their taste, changes in fatigue. These are real things that we are only going to learn more about in the coming years. Seeing that so many people are suffering from it, even when they had mild cases, is really concerning.
Important message there. All right, Dr. Swaminathan, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, now that Amber Heard is off the stand, we're hearing from friends and family in the defamation trial brought on by ex-husband Johnny Depp.
We're going to tell you what people close to Heard revealed about the allegations of abuse next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're back with new developments in the ongoing federal criminal probe into Hunter Biden's finances. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the details of how the president's son paid off a nearly $2 million IRS bill in this NBC News Investigates report.
The president's son under growing scrutiny over his finances, with federal prosecutors in Delaware investigating Hunter Biden and whether he broke federal tax law. Now, a representative for Mr. Biden tells NBC News his bill from the IRS, about $2 million, has been paid off. Two people familiar with the matter say the money was arranged by one of the younger Biden's new attorneys, Hollywood lawyer Kevin Morris, best known for brokering a deal for the South Park TV show.
Does paying that tax bill wash away any liability that Hunter Biden may have now?
Paying the tax bill, if in fact that's what he did, doesn't undo the crime. It would be like returning money to a bank that you robbed. You still robbed the bank.
The president's son and his company brought in about $11 million between 2013 and 2018, including some years in which his father was vice president, working as an attorney, a board member to a Ukrainian gas company accused of bribing a prosecutor, and for a joint venture involving a Chinese businessman now accused of fraud, according to an NBC News analysis of a copy of Biden's hard drive and iCloud account, as well as documents released by a Senate committee. During the campaign, then-candidate Joe Biden denied his son profited off a China connection.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China.
The records show Hunter Biden's company received nearly $5 million in consulting contracts from that joint venture funded by a Chinese energy company. A snapshot of Hunter Biden's spending shows that for about 5 months in late 2017 and early 2018, he spent more than $200,000 a month on things like luxury hotel rooms, cash withdrawals, dental work, and payments on a Porsche, according to documents on the hard drive, a time period in which Hunter Biden has acknowledged struggling with drug addiction.
The immediate focus appears to be for both the president and Hunter Biden is whether or not there'll be any charges as a result of this federal criminal investigation.
Hunter Biden's laptop, a subject of controversy after documents recovered from it were brought to light by the Biden's political opponents, with some cybersecurity experts at one point in 2020 suggesting it bore hallmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. Since then, several news organizations have authenticated many emails from the laptop, and NBC News obtained a copy of the hard drive from a representative for Rudy Giuliani. The president has defended his son.
Are you confident that Hunter did nothing wrong?
I'm confident.
And Hunter Biden has denied any illegal business dealings.
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
Experts point out family members of a president who hold no official job in the administration are not bound by any government ethics rules.
Hunter Biden seems a lot like somebody whose primary profession is being Joe Biden's son. But unless there's a direct connection to Joe Biden, that's really more of a criticism of one private citizen rather than a government official or an administration.
Hunter Biden's attorney did not comment on the record, and the White House has not responded to our request for comment.
Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Now, it was another long day of testimony in the defamation trial involving actor Johnny Depp and ex-wife Amber Heard. On Wednesday, the jury heard from friends and family. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest as the trial nears an end.
Amber Heard's contentious time on the stand, followed by fresh bombshells from friends and family.
He called her a used up trash bag, slimy, saggy, was thrown out a bunch.
Heard's younger sister, Whitney Henriquez, giving graphic testimony saying Depp was constantly high, drunk, and violent, including one incident where she says he hit her.
He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my sister." She smacks him, lands one.
Depp previously denied striking Henriquez. Heard admitted to hitting Depp as a way to defend her sister. Henriquez testifying along with a procession of witnesses called by Heard's lawyers to paint Depp as a paranoid abuser who would often launch into blind rages.
He ran into the unit, and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming.
I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
Heard's former friend Raquel Pennington, who took several pictures of Heard following alleged abuse, getting emotional in pre-recorded testimony while describing injuries she saw on Heard's face and body.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Also today, Heard's makeup artist testifying she concealed bruises.
We covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer.
It's the latest chapter in the $50 million defamation suit brought by Johnny Depp after a 2018 op-ed published in the Washington Post where Heard described herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Heard countersuing for $100 million. Earlier in the trial, Depp's legal team called witnesses they believed would poke holes in the claims made by Heard.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
So far, no one has testified they saw Depp hit Heard, but Heard's attorneys highlighting specific incidents where witnesses testified they had to intervene in fights.
She was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. And I went up to him, and he was yelling and yelling, and I put my hands up on his chest, and I was like, stop, just stop.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Now, Johnny Depp is listed as a potential witness for the defense, and he may take the stand again in the coming days. Closing arguments are scheduled for next week.
Up next, 6 months ago, world leaders gathered in Scotland to find ways to combat climate change.
Yeah, they came up with ambitious green energy goals, but have they followed through with them? We'll take a look at how they're doing. That's up next in Climate Control.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Hey, who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Back now with financial headlines, and Wall Street feeling the pressure today following yesterday's sell-off.
That's right. Bertha Coombs joins us now with the latest on that. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It looks like we're going to start the day in the red again, although here's the glass half full. Right now, it looks like the Dow could open down about 280 points. It looked earlier like it was going to be down 450, so it's gotten a little bit better. Yesterday, we saw the Dow fall more than 1,100 points for its worst day in nearly 2 years. Shares of Target is really why they're down again today after they lost 25% yesterday following disappointing earnings from the retailer. It was the worst day for the company since the Black Monday stock market crash back in October of 1987. This morning, we're going to be watching for a couple of important economic gauges. We'll get jobless claims at 8:30 Eastern, along with existing home sales. Plus, we are watching more earnings from retailers. We just got results from Kohl's. They were disappointing as well. It's a tough time right now in retail. Less than 20% of Americans, though, with retirement or investment accounts say that they plan to increase their stock holdings this year. According to a new survey from Bankrate, roughly 70% say that they're just going to maintain or maybe decrease their stock investments. More than half of investors have taken no action at all in response to all of the market volatility we've seen so far. Just 14% bought more stocks, while 16% moved money out of stocks. And inflation apparently hasn't affected their actions either, with nearly 2/3 making no moves in response to higher prices. But one positive note to leave you on this morning: we might have seen a peak of inflation when it comes to chicken wings. The CEO of Wingstop says there's been a meaningful decrease in the price of chicken wings. He tells our CNBC Jim Cramer wings hit $3.22 a pound last year. A skyrocketing cost for ingredients forced a lot of restaurants to raise menu prices. They're now at about $1.60 a pound, about half. The Wingstop CEO credits demand for chicken breasts in helping to tamp down prices. Of course, wings are connected to chicken breasts.
Yeah, we hope. My
That's
goodness.
why more people
all right.
trading.
I don't eat the
down
wing,
from
though,
beef to chicken.
but I do eat the breast.
There you go. We'll take the good news.
Oh my God,
Bertha.
I love the both. I'm actually thinking of having wings for breakfast instead of my meals.
I'm thinking of having a McDonald's cheeseburger, so I'll see you after the show, Bertha.
It's a health show.
Yeah.
It's a health show this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thank you.
All right, this morning in our climate control segment, it has been 6 months since the COP26 climate conference. That's where world leaders made ambitious pledges to limit global warming. But are they on track to meet those goals now that war and inflation dominate the headlines?
Yeah, we're also going to take a look at a tree with inedible fruit that scientists believe could help solve world hunger. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has more in climate control.
We start today's climate control tour with a timely new tool that allows you to check your home's wildfire risk. The First Street Foundation has released a one-of-a-kind nationwide wildfire risk model. You just enter your address and you'll get a fire risk assessment over the next 30 years. The scale goes from 1 to 10, with a 10 being extreme fire risk and a 1 minimal fire risk. Now, the obvious risks are there for all the western states. But how about a 91% risk for all the homes in Mississippi over the next 30 years? And what about Florida? 83% chance in Florida over the next 30 years. That shouldn't be much of a surprise. But how about my home state of New Jersey, with a 63% risk of homes? As for the total number of homes at risk, the site says in the U.S. there are 72 million of us with homes at some level of wildfire risk. In the next 30 years, because of climate change, that number jumps 11% to 80 million. Well, we are now 6 months past COP26, where 121 world leaders met in Glasgow to tackle climate change. Pledges were made, but the world has changed significantly since then. War in Ukraine, cost of living crisis, and product scarcity. All the while, the climate threat increases. Let's go over what was pledged and the status of the pledge. Well, number one, to phase down coal use. Right now, there are 2,400 coal plants operating worldwide, and another almost 200 coal plants are under construction. Number two, significant increase of money for poor countries to help them switch to clean energy. Well, $100 billion a year was promised to these nations. Not going to happen this year. The UN is hoping it will be met in 2023. Well, how about phasing out subsidies that lower fossil fuel prices? Well, with fuel prices as high as anyone has seen, there is zero talk of making them even higher by cutting subsidies. And the U.S. and China, we are the biggest two emitters, have vowed to cooperate. And I have crickets on that one. I haven't seen anything about that happening. And how about number five, to cut methane by 30% in 2030? Global monthly mean of methane right now is at a record level high and climbing fast. Well, and the failed progress hasn't gone unnoticed. The COP26 president recently said, we need every nation to pick up the pace. We need every leader to show that their words were not hollow and their commitments were made with integrity. The next conference of parties, COP27, will be in November in Egypt. Well, for climate solutions, we often turn to technology, or in this case, nature itself. Ethiopia's false banana plant could be a game changer in Africa. It is similar to a banana tree, but its fruit is inedible. Instead, the food comes from the starchy pulp inside the trunk and roots. It makes porridge and bread. The key is the plant is drought resistant and grows all year in multiple climates. 60 trees can feed a family of 5 for a year. Even better, the leaves feed animals, and the twines used for roofing. Scientists want to modernize the cultivation technique and think, if done properly, the tree could feed 100 million people within the next 40 years. The false banana plant. Who knew?
False banana. Love it. Thanks, Bill.
All right, we know young kids like to play on phones.
Yeah, well, one toddler ended up ordering more than 24 cheeseburgers. We'll tell you how he did it. That's next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tom Cruise had quite the night as he made a long-awaited return to the 75th annual Cannes Film Festival. And while he didn't arrive by helicopter like he did at the San Diego premiere of his movie Top Gun Maverick, he walked the red carpet, received a surprise Palme d'Or, the highest prize awarded at the festival, and watched 8 fighter jets fly over the European premiere of his movie. During a talk about his career at the festival, Cruise made his opinion about sending movies to streaming services clear, saying that's not going to happen ever. When asked about why he does his own stunts, Cruise responded by saying, "No one asked Gene Kelly, why do you dance?" This was Cruise's first time at Cannes in 3 decades. He does nothing subtly, Savannah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a fair comparison. I mean, dancing, stunts, he is a dancer. Tom's an actor, you know, whatever. But cool, good for him. It's always been impressive to me.
Exactly.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, a Texas toddler gave his mom quite the surprise after pushing a few buttons while he was playing with her iPhone. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas shows us the doorbell ring that will make you laugh.
Hello. Hello. It's for you.
Texas mom Kelsey Golden was working from home with her 2-year-old son Barrett when she got a confusing message from DoorDash on her phone.
When they asked me, hey, your order is going to be a little bit longer because it's quite a big order.
Kelsey had used the app to order lunch for her 2 older kids in the past, but she didn't remember placing an order earlier that day.
I heard a door knock and I came out and it turns out they were at our house and she was like, "Sure, 31 burgers?" Like, oh, wow, no, I didn't order these.
That DoorDash delivery?
15, 16.
A supersized order of cheeseburgers from McDonald's.
31.
Kelsey didn't have to look far to find out who placed that order.
Is that worth the... You gonna eat all 31?
Sharing this image of Barrett on Facebook with the caption, "Apparently my 2-year-old knows how to order DoorDash."
You gonna share? You gonna ask if anybody wants some? I thought I locked the phone, but apparently I didn't because then DoorDash came with 31 cheeseburgers. So
the family says 2-year-old Barrett will not be put in timeout.
I don't even think he realizes he did it. He just does this with the phones.
Mom describing it as a happy accident, leading to one unforgettable Happy Meal.
What do you think about all this, kiddo? You gonna eat all this?
Thanks to Tom Yamas for that report and for making us hungry. The family tells our NBC station KRIS they were able to share the cheeseburgers with others in the community.
The kid's like, excellent. She thinks it was a mistake. Ha 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 ha.
Exactly.
All right.
Hey, the neighbors benefit.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, formula for success. This morning, the strongest and most direct response from the Biden administration addressing that ongoing nationwide baby formula shortage. We'll bring you the latest actions from both the White House and Congress, hoping to keep those store shelves stocked. Also this morning, strengthening ties. Diplomacy on display in Washington today. President Biden preparing to host the leaders of Finland and Sweden after the 2 nations submitted historic bids to join NATO. But we'll tell you why one member nation is not fully on board with the idea. Plus, Ukrainian troops gaining ground against Russia in the east. But do they have the momentum to take back losses in the south? Our Richard Engel has it covered. Plus, wave after wave, a concerning rise in COVID cases now causing some of the nation's top health officials to sound the alarm. Mask requirements being put back in place at major companies across the country. And now new recommendations from the CDC on your next summer getaway. We'll bring you the state of COVID in America on this Thursday morning. Also, history at soaring heights. Excitement is in the thin air as the first all-black team of fearless climbers summits Mount Everest. They joined our friends at Today's Show just moments ago for an exclusive first interview since their trek. We've got that for you later in the hour. Looking forward to hearing that. I've been following that story for months now, and it's always good to hear from someone who went through that experience because I never will.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. And last week we heard from a somebody just graduating high school who did it. It's crazy. Like,
amazing.
people are just amazing.
Good
So
for them. We're going to begin this morning, though, with the White House taking action to combat that baby formula shortage impacting millions of Americans.
Yeah, President Biden actually invoked the Defense Production Act, which is usually used in times of war, to increase the nation's supply of formula. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Walker has the latest.
Good morning to you. President Biden has been on defense over what critics say has been a slow response to the baby formula shortage. But now he's taking his strongest action to date, pushing private industry to ramp up production. Adding urgency, the head of the FDA testifying on Capitol Hill today as families nationwide desperately await relief. Under growing pressure, President Biden now taking dramatic action to address the nationwide baby formula shortage. On Tuesday, he invoked the Defense Production Act, requiring suppliers of key formula ingredients to prioritize delivery to formula manufacturers.
I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
The president also launching Operation Fly Formula, ordering the military to direct planes to transport formula to the U.S. from other countries. These drastic measures, usually reserved for wartime, coming after the crisis had been going on for months, leading to anger from voters and desperation from parents.
That is the one goal, and as a parent, is to make sure our child has what they need.
Even some Democrats say the administration should have acted sooner.
I give everybody an F on the entire spectrum of this. Nobody focused on this like they needed to.
The formula shortage so severe, it's now leading to new hospitalizations. 11-week-old baby Chloe is one of at least 4 new cases linked to the shortage at the Medical University of South Carolina. Chloe had gastrointestinal surgery on Monday, but with allergies to dairy and soy, she needs a special formula that has been nearly impossible for her parents to find. Chloe's mother telling our Kate Snow.
We had tried everything for her. We need to have her on the most hypoallergenic formula to see if this will indeed help her to keep us out of the hospital.
Administration officials say the order for private industry to ramp up production has gone out effective immediately, and those flights could take off within days. And overnight, the House passed 2 bills aimed at addressing the shortage, and it now heads to the Senate.
So important to see these real impacts. Kristen Walker, thank you.
Turning now to the growing inflation crisis, U.S. stocks tumbled again yesterday after major retailers reported big quarterly losses. The Dow down 3.6%. NASDAQ dropped 4.7%. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with a closer look. Tom, good morning.
Yeah, hey, Joe, and we're poised for more losses today on Wall Street. By the way, the NASDAQ down 27% year to date. So from Wall Street to Main Street, retailers report they're really struggling right now. Profits are dropping. We saw that with Target. We saw that with Walmart. Costs are soaring. Fuel costs are soaring. The supply chain issue is still a big problem, and that means Americans are now cutting back on their spending. On Wall Street, inflation alarm bells are ringing, sending stocks on Wednesday into a dramatic nosedive.
The Dow closing lower, more than 1,100 points.
The Dow suffering its biggest loss since 2020 after poor quarterly earnings from major retailers deepened concern of a looming recession. Target reporting a nearly 50% drop in profits from just a year ago. Walmart down more than 20%. Both companies blame rising costs on everything from fuel to labor.
Their cost to do business was just much higher than they had originally anticipated.
And consumers are feeling the pinch, especially at the grocery store, forcing some to ask, can I live without it? Ruth Simpson says she had to turn to a food pantry for help.
The prices have been going up so high, and I can't keep up with this.
Other saving tactics Americans are using: grocery store hopping, coupon clipping, and cutting back on expensive items like meat.
Say I buy a whole chicken instead of, I might break it down and make chicken salad or some type of barbecue.
Walmart says its shoppers are switching to its cheaper store brands too, and opting for smaller sizes like half a gallon of milk.
This is $73.55 for a full tank of gas.
Meanwhile, little relief at the gas pump, with the national average now more than $4.50 a gallon and climbing.
But experts say people are still willing to fill up, especially heading into the summer travel season.
Americans appear very resilient and eager to hit the road ahead of Memorial Day, with gasoline consumption continuing to rally.
And retailers say Americans are still spending, just prioritizing different items.
We're seeing a shift in what they shop and how they're shopping right now.
Target's CEO says shoppers are now skipping pandemic staples like TVs and bikes, and instead buying things like kids' toys, apparel, and luggage. As birthday parties, social events like weddings, and summer vacations start to make a comeback.
You know, everybody is feeling this at the pump. You heard that guy talking about $73 to fill up. In fact, the average household will spend $5,000 on gas this year, up from $2,800 last year. And oh, by the way, diesel prices, they're surging. That means it costs more to ship your item from point A to point B to your store. Therefore, you pay more for that item. Joe, back to you.
So many impacts. Tom Costello. Thank you, Tom.
Now to the war in Ukraine and the situation at that Mariupol steel plant. This morning, Russia's defense ministry says more than 1,700 fighters who had been trapped inside for months have surrendered since Monday. This comes as the first Russian soldier to stand trial for killing an unarmed civilian pleaded guilty in court yesterday. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports from eastern Ukraine.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. The fighting continues out here in eastern Ukraine. The U.S. Embassy is back up and running, and the Ukrainian government says it is doing all that it can to secure the release of hundreds of Ukrainian fighters who turned themselves in to Russian forces in the city of Mariupol. But Russia is now using them for propaganda purposes to try to portray Ukraine's resistance as extremist.
Russia has been parading surrendering Ukrainian fighters through the streets of Mariupol. Russia, describing them as neo-Nazis, says it will interrogate each one for possible crimes against civilians. Moscow seems to be sending a message after Ukraine put the first Russian soldier on trial for a war crime. The 21-year-old Russian sergeant pleaded guilty to shooting a Ukrainian civilian outside Kyiv and is potentially facing life in prison. His lawyer says he was ordered to shoot by his commander, who thought the Ukrainian would give away the Russians' position. In Kyiv, the United States is now back in business officially, raising the flag over the American embassy there. Diplomats were ordered out of the country in the early days of the war, when it seemed Russia might quickly take over the entire country. Instead, Russian troops were first driven back from Kyiv, and now from around the eastern city of Kharkiv, where Ukrainian forces have been blowing up bridges to stop Russian advances. But while Russian troops are struggling to hold territory, their grip on the port city of Mariupol and a naval blockade in the Black Sea are strangling Ukraine, cutting off many imports and the export of the country's most important commodity, grain. The head of the World Food Program made a direct appeal to President Putin to let Ukraine export its grain for the sake of global food security.
It is absolutely essential that we allow these ports to open, because this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the poorest of the poor around the world who are on the brink of starvation as we speak. So I ask President Putin, if you have any heart at all, to please open these ports.
President Biden meets later today with leaders from Finland and Sweden after the two nations submitted their bids to join NATO. And the Senate approved a new U.S. ambassador to this country after the last U.S. ambassador to Ukraine was forced out under the Trump administration. Joe, Savannah.
Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. He is the former deputy commander of the United States European Command. Lieutenant General, good to have you with us. So the Russians are claiming a strategic victory in Mariupol after those fighters in the steel plant did finally surrender. But President Zelensky says Ukraine is determined to regain control of captured southern cities like Kherson and Mariupol. Ukraine has had success, but do they have the capability to reclaim lost territory in the south?
Well, what I will tell you, they certainly have the will and resolve to retake the territory in the south. But what they will need, one of the things we do not know because they're not reporting, is their combat power losses, both with equipment and people. And so we'll have to see where they are in terms of equipment and people. So that's the first thing we'll have to see. The second thing, if we want them to continue to take the South, then the West will have to continue to provide them equipment and arms. So there's two things: combat power losses, assessment there, and the other one, continued support by the West.
So later today, President Biden is going to host the leaders of Finland and Sweden after they applied to join NATO. The president appears to support their bids. That's despite opposition from NATO member Turkey. Yesterday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken met his Turkish counterpart, who brought up Turkey's objections. Let's hear what he said.
You know, we have also legitimate security concerns that they have been supporting terrorist organizations, and there are also export restrictions on defense products. So what I'm trying to say, we understand their security concerns, but Turkey's security concerns should be also met.
So two questions here. First, what do you make of Turkey's security concerns? And do you think this move by Finland and Sweden could have an impact on the war in Ukraine?
Well, I'll take the one on Turkey first. What I will tell you is what Turkey is really concerned about is both of these countries harboring PKK and Kurdish separatists in their countries. I think we'll be able to get there. Of course, there are going to be some negotiations. Within NATO, the 30 countries, all 30 countries must agree once they're invited in. So we'll see. It's going to take continued negotiations, and it may take some negotiations between the two countries, along with Turkey sitting down together to be able to resolve this. But I think eventually they'll get in. In terms of these two countries and impact on NATO, these two countries have two of the most modernized militaries and advanced economies in Europe. So they're going to make a huge impact with the security of NATO.
Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Now it's time for another check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman and her hopefully now dried coffee stain are back with us.
It's dry, but the stain's still here. Okay. It's a little damp. It's fine. It's getting much better. It doesn't look better.
Look good.
It does not look good. This is my last hit of the day. Okay, I'm going to be changing in just a few minutes. All right, let's take a look at what's happening today, because we have some really wild weather in Denver. But first, we're going to look at a really dry conditions in the Southwest once again. 16 million people impacted by a red flag warning. That is in the hot pink. So notice Denver here. We're going to look at the temperature for today, because we're going to be warm. Temperatures near 90 degrees today with a high risk for fire danger. Tomorrow, 49 degrees. A cold front sweeps through. It's going to drop the temperatures by 40 degrees. Rain turning to snow, and they're going to have accumulating snow as we head throughout Friday and also Saturday. Also really gusty winds. We're looking at winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour in some spots. So high wind warnings, that's in your purple here. Wind advisories in your blue. It's from the northern plains all the way to parts of the Southwest. But winds gusting to 54 miles per hour in some spots. So a really gusty day today. Also watching the chance for severe storms. We have two spots where we could see severe weather today. One is in the upper Midwest. Notice the orange. That's the enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on your scales. That's where severe weather is likely today. 29 million people at risk. Really large hail up to 2 inches. A few strong tornadoes are possible. We'll be watching that throughout the day. And winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Your second spot here is from the mid-Mississippi Valley all the way to parts of the Carolinas. A slight risk for St. Louis and also Nashville. By tomorrow, 22 million people at risk, stretching from the Great Lakes all the way to Texas. We have the same concerns with hail, gusty winds, also a few tornadoes. Rainfall forecast, notice it's a lot, and we're looking at really wet grounds already. So rounds of rain today could bring some flooding conditions up to 2 inches in some spots. That's a darker red. 1.5 inches is where you see that orange color. So today's forecast, we're going to see more May storms. We're looking at that heat really heating up in the south with temperatures in the 90s and 100s. And it's a really wide area, too, seeing this really high heat.
Oh, wow. Gosh. That's a lot of hot. You're going to need iced coffee.
Yeah. We might drink that year round.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit. Yeah. Coming up, new developments out of upstate New York, where the man accused of killing 10 people in a Buffalo grocery store heads to court today.
New York's Attorney General now set to launch an investigation into those social media sites the suspected gunman allegedly frequented. We're live outside the courthouse next.
still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on the mass shooting in Buffalo. New York's governor is taking action, hoping to keep guns out of dangerous hands. Well, the accused killer is due back in court today. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is outside the courthouse with the latest. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. The suspected shooter is expected to appear in court in just over an hour now. He's facing a first-degree murder charge, but legal experts say that list is likely going to get longer in the coming days. This morning, the 18-year-old accused of gunning down 10 people at the Top supermarket in Buffalo, New York, set to appear in court.
A shooter, a mass shooter type.
The hearing comes as more store employees are sharing their chilling encounters with the suspect in the days leading up to the shooting.
I asked him could he leave the store because he making the customers feel uncomfortable. I noticed when he was leaving the store, his eyes was wandering, he was wondering, looking around as he was leaving.
Investigators now believe the suspect had been planning his hate-fueled rampage for months, zeroing in on a racist rant that the chat forum Discord says he made public to a small group 30 minutes before the shooting spree. Now, the New York Attorney General will investigate those social media sites authorities say the suspect frequented.
These social media platforms have to take responsibility. They must be more vigilant in monitoring the content, and they must be held accountable.
A spokesperson for the app Discord tells NBC in a statement they will cooperate with the AG's investigation and says in part, hate has no place on Discord and we are committed to combating violence and extremism. The atrocious attack hit the heart of this community, the only supermarket within walking distance for many people here. How critical Tops is in this neighborhood.
It's very critical. There's nowhere else to shop at. You have to go to the other side of town.
This Tops was our food source, our source to healthy foods.
or sourced to foods with valuable nutrition, and now it's been taken from us.
To help fill that void, an outpouring of help.
I'm still behind y'all.
Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come down.
From donations from the Buffalo Bills to food giveaways through World Central Kitchen and the Red Cross.
You get one of each.
A glimmer of hope in the darkest of times. In addition to Discord, we've also reached out to 4chan, 8chan, and Twitch for comment in response to the Attorney General's investigation. We have not heard back yet. Separately, while the top supermarket remains closed, there are opportunities and assistance out there for locals, including ride-sharing companies offering to transport locals to nearby grocery stores for free. It's not clear when the top supermarket will reopen its doors, but Joe, its temporary closure is certainly another devastating blow to this community.
Huge blow, but good to see people trying to help however they can. Emily, thanks so much.
Now to international headlines. China's beginning to relax some of its COVID test rules.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with more on that and the latest headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, this new easing of restrictions means that starting from tomorrow, people traveling to China from the United States will no longer be required to take that PCR test a week before they travel. They still need to take a PCR test 24 hours or 48 hours before they board the flight, depending on which airport they use. The same rule will apply now to Canada as well, but starting from Sunday instead. And let's move to Israel, where authorities have given permission to Jewish nationalists to march through Jerusalem later this month. The annual event, which celebrates Israel's capture of East Jerusalem in 1967, usually ignites tension and violence with Palestinians who claim East Jerusalem as the capital of a future state. And let's end this short tour of the world in Germany, where the small town of Waldorf ordered cat owners to keep their pets indoors until the end of August in order to protect the crested lark, a rare bird who is in town for the breeding season. Well, if you hear yowling in the town of Waldorf in Germany, guys, I don't think it's the cats, it's the owners who are pretty upset about this.
Oh.
Cats are like, free housing, yeah.
Well, so I like how you just said they're just visiting the town like they're tourists.
Thank you, Claudio.
Thank you. Now, with just days to go before the planned end of the Title 42 COVID ban at the southern border, there's been a spike in migrants looking to cross into the U.S. As NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains, with more resources needed at the border, the system may be reaching a tipping point.
On the U.S.-Mexico border, one surge, getting in position and preparing for another. The Rio Grande near Eagle Pass, flanked by National Guardsmen, Texas State Troopers, and across the river, Mexican State Police, all working to back up U.S. Border Patrol, stretched thin by record migrant crossings, more than 200,000 encounters in April alone. Many shedding their wet clothing immediately before facing a different journey. Authorities say these stretches of razor wire put in just the last few weeks are supposed to direct or funnel migrants as they come across the river to where they can be safely taken into custody by Border Patrol agents or other law enforcement.
We want to protect everyone, but we want for them to come over here to the United States legally.
DPS Sergeant Juan Maldonado says the danger for migrants is constant, from human trafficking to the 25 drownings that have taken place during crossings in just the last month.
And right in front of people, you know, they think it's safe to cross, but they don't see the undercurrent, and that's very dangerous.
Has DPS or Border Patrol ever faced a potential immigration challenge like the one you're anticipating?
I don't believe we have in a long time, sir.
To the south in the Rio Grande Valley,
this is by far the busiest zone.
The Department of Homeland Security stressing coming days could bring historic levels of migration.
Right now we've had 68 large groups of over 100.
The department secretary Alejandro Mayorkas toured border facilities on Tuesday. The visit just days before a federal judge is expected to rule if the Biden administration can end Title 42.
Based on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's decision that it will end on May 23rd, that does not mean that the border is open beginning on May 23rd.
The end of pandemic-era policy put in place by the Trump administration that blocked migrants from claiming asylum in the United States.
we are surging resources to the southwest border.
Meanwhile, the border's immediate future lies in Louisiana, where a federal judge is expected to rule on a lawsuit filed by more than 20 Republican-led states, fighting to keep Title 42 in place.
Thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. Now, while we don't know what the future will hold, the federal judge did previously promise to make a decision by May 23rd, the same day that Title 42 is set to expire.
Coming up, a new COVID precaution from the CDC just as you're getting ready for that summer vacation.
Yeah, the latest testing recommendations for those of you planning a getaway as cases surge across the country. That's up next.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
COVID cases are on the rise across the country, prompting top health officials to call on people to return to indoor masking.
There may be a silver lining, though, to the ongoing COVID wave. Hospitalization rates and deaths have remained low, suggesting COVID subvariants may be less severe than previous COVID strains.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now for the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning to you guys. That's correct. According to the CDC, the latest wave of COVID cases has risen nationally by around 26% over the previous week. That's a threefold increase over last month as many workers return to office settings and they get ready for those summer vacations. A new wave of COVID infections is sweeping the nation. Federal officials calling the national uptick very substantial, with a third of the country experiencing high transmission rates.
In areas where community levels are high, everyone should be using prevention measures and wearing a mask in public indoor settings.
But the number of severe illnesses and deaths is lagging behind cases, thanks to the effectiveness of vaccines and Pfizer's antiviral medication Paxlovid.
The rate of ICU hospital admissions is much lower than what one would expect with infections. And then death numbers continue to be low. Obviously, want to continue to drive that lower.
Some workplaces are reinstating mask requirements, including the big 3 auto plants in Michigan.
It's to protect all of us. It really is. So I don't mind.
While some had hoped the U.S. would be close to herd immunity by now, experts say that idea has been complicated by the unfortunate reality of reinfections.
If you've just recovered from COVID-19, you can assume that you will have some short-term immunity against the strain that you got infected with, as well as the new strains. But for how long that immunity lasts, we really don't know.
And with the traditional summer travel season around the corner, the CDC is recommending all Americans test within 3 days of departure, even for fully vaccinated people traveling within the U.S.
It's tough. It can be a huge inconvenience, but it will prevent further spread. I think the safer, the better.
A new precaution to prevent a summer surge. On the vaccine front, the FDA has approved a Pfizer booster shot for children ages 5 to 11. Kids who've been vaccinated would be eligible for a third shot at least 5 months after completing their initial 2-dose vaccine. CDC advisors are scheduled to meet today and are expected to recommend that booster, but there's still no word on when a vaccine for very young children might be approved. Guys, back to you.
Stephanie Gosks, thank you.
Now let's bring in Harvard Medical School physician, Dr. Aditi Narukar. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So let's start right there with what Stephanie was talking about, children and the vaccine, because here's the thing. We're talking about this booster shot. Good news for a lot of parents, of course, but we also know vaccine rates among kids are low. So really for most parents, I'm not sure they're even at the point of the booster yet. So is there anything that can be done to bring those numbers up? What would you say to that?
That's right, Savannah. You know, what's interesting is that the booster has a 36-fold increase in antibodies. But of the 28 million children in this age group, 70% are still unvaccinated. So the challenge is going to be about getting kids boosted, yes, but also vaccinated in the first place. We know that the single most important thing parents can do is talk to their pediatrician. And like Stephanie suggested, we also really need to push for vaccinating kids under 5.
Let's talk about some global headlines here and the COVID outbreak. Let's talk about some global headlines here in the global COVID outbreak in North Korea. The country there has nearly 2 million suspected COVID cases. They call them fever cases, but it's refused help from abroad, turning down offers of vaccines from the UN's COVAX program and from South Korea. What worries you about this outbreak? And without outside help, can this country really battle COVID?
The situation in North Korea is likely to be dire, but Joe, like you said, these are secondhand accounts by state-run media. We know that North Korea has refused vaccinations from the COVAX program and China. They also don't have the medical infrastructure to support large outbreaks like medical supplies and ventilators. So we really don't know the true extent of what's happening on the ground, which makes it that much more worrisome.
Doctor, I also want to ask you about something else that seems pretty worrisome. It's this new report from the World Health Organization. It shows that the world is no better prepared for a new pandemic than it was before COVID-19. A big reason for that, it says, is vaccination efforts. But what did this study find? What needs to change? Were you surprised to hear this, that us dealing with this for 2+ years now didn't help us in this regard?
You know, Savannah, unfortunately, I wasn't surprised, and I was quite appreciated their strong language. The report starts by saying that COVID has really shown us how fragile and vulnerable our world is. And the pandemic has really shown us that there are many inequalities in the world, and they have been exacerbated. Here in the U.S., we had a 1 million death toll from COVID, and that's in spite of having vaccines early. In low and middle income countries, we're not going to see vaccines there until 2023. So think about that level of inequality. In spite of our pandemic burnout, which I know is deep for all of us, we do need to think about preparing for the next pandemic.
Doctor, I want to ask you, we're starting to see graduations, which means summer is upon us, and a lot of families are going to be heading out for summer travel, which we know is going to be huge this year. But we have these COVID cases going up. I was at the airport just the other day, not a lot of mask wearing in the airport, not a lot of mask wearing on the planes. What's the best advice you have for families that want to travel, they want to get out, but they are worried about these rising numbers?
You know, Joe, I was on a flight just a few days ago, too, and I was shocked that people, you know, the large amount of people who weren't wearing masks. As we approach the summer months, graduations, and warmer weather, try to engage as much as you can outdoors. If you are indoors, wear a well-fitted mask, an N95, KN95, and avoid cloth and surgical masks. The key is to wear masks, and I would love for us to have more masking policies nationally to mitigate the surge that's ahead.
Dr. Aditi Narukar, as always, we so appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us this morning.
We're getting a look inside a major drug bust in Southern California. Federal agents discovered an intricate tunnel running between Mexico and a small town in San Diego County.
That's right. Now 6 people are behind bars accused of trafficking millions of dollars in drugs. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist joins us with more. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning to you. This was a pretty bold operation. You think about it, above ground, you see a warehouse that's just a few hundred yards from a port of entry, the U.S.-Mexico border. Below ground, what you don't see is a really well-developed drug smuggling operation, meaning millions of dollars in drugs being moved between the two countries. You're looking at the end of a massive drug smuggling operation in Southern California. This hole leading to a well-developed tunnel system running nearly the length of 6 football fields. The weekend bust in Otay Mesa netting more than 1,700 pounds of cocaine, along with meth and heroin.
In the span of a few hours, agents watched 5 vehicles come and go from the stash house and this warehouse.
The U.S. Attorney for Southern California says federal agents started watching suspects Friday morning, and by day's end were able to grab $25 million in drugs.
We allege that our defendants were driving into the garage and loading or dropping off cardboard boxes full of drugs to further the movement and distribution of drugs throughout the United States. But federal agents were watching the whole time. When the time was right, cars were stopped and they were searched.
They also found a sophisticated cross-border tunnel system.
You stay on the rails, it's okay.
The passageway complete with reinforced walls, a rail system, even electricity and ventilation. That tunnel stretching more than 1,700 feet into Tijuana, Mexico. On the Mexican side, soldiers posted outside a cluster of houses believed to be the starting point of the drug operation.
I came back from a stroll, and now they aren't letting me back into my house. What happened?
A homeowner there saying he had no clue anything illegal was going on.
Nothing. That's why I find it very strange that in 12 years, I've never seen any suspicious activity. Nothing.
The feds say this warehouse was the operation's endpoint, only 300 feet from the U.S.-Mexico border fence. 6 people now in jail to face drug conspiracy charges.
The tunnel was discovered because of good old-fashioned police work. Good old-fashioned detective work.
Now, the U.S. Attorney says there have been 90 of these underground passages discovered in Southern California since 1993. The last time was in March of 2020, right before the pandemic really started in this country. And, Joe, each of the 6 people arrested in this case are looking at 10 years to life in prison.
Aaron, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, an offbeat Pittsburgh museum that shows us times are definitely changing.
Yeah, the art and history of tattooing, a creative medium that goes so much more than skin deep. That's next.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some breaking news out of Wall Street. We're getting a fresh snapshot of the state of both the economy and the labor market this morning.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs joins us now to break down this week's unemployment claims and more. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. So unemployment claims coming in a little hotter than expected at 218,000, up more than 20,000. But bear in mind, that's still better than a 50-year low. And if you think about it, back in the 60s and 70s, the population was a lot lower. So we're still not seeing employers laying a lot of people off. Meantime, inflation top of mind in households and in Washington. Congress is going after alleged price gouging at the gas pump. House Democrats plan to vote on a bill today that would give the Federal Trade Commission the authority to go after price gouging by big oil companies. Despite skepticism from more moderate members, progressives claim the industry is reaping too much in profits. But the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is warning that the bill could actually result in shortages, which could lead to gas lines, higher prices, and rationing. Melvin Capital, that was a one-time high-flying Wall Street hedge fund, says now that it plans to close its funds and return cash to investors. This caps a stunning reversal of fortune for a firm that lost big on the surge in meme stocks like GameStop and AMC back in the early days of the pandemic. Melvin Capital suffered billions in further losses this year during the market slump. Its flagship fund reportedly losing 23% since January. In a letter to investors, Melvin's founder, Gabe Plotkin, says, quote, "The past 17 months has been an incredibly trying time." Right. That probably underestimates what he has experienced.
Yeah, no kidding.
A stunning reversal of fortune.
Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, New Jersey legislators are considering a bill that would permanently ban smoking cigarettes inside casinos. The state temporarily banned smoking during the pandemic, and now workers are pushing to keep that in place. CNBC's Contessa Brewer has the story.
Slots and smoking seemingly have gone hand in hand for decades.
That's the first thing that confronts me is cigarette smoke.
But COVID changed that.
COVID, they banned smoking. Customers had to go outside. It was great.
Tammy Brady has worked in casinos for 37 years.
It's horrible. It's just you have to sit there and just take it.
Currently, Tammy's on medical leave.
I have stage 2 breast cancer.
She's joined 2,500 other casino workers in Atlantic City demanding the state ban smoking in their workplace.
When you're on a smoking game, it's torture.
Research shows casino workers are at greater risk for heart and lung disease because of secondhand smoke. But the casino industry has long insisted smoking bans hurt the bottom line.
The majority of our employees do not want to see a complete smoking ban because, unfortunately, they know it's going to have a direct impact on their gratuities.
A study by Spectrum Gaming, commissioned by Atlantic City Casinos, says eliminating smoking could cost as many as 2,500 jobs. Another report estimates it could decrease gaming revenue by up to 25%. Why? Smoking sections in casinos traditionally produce higher profits. Smokers sit longer and spend more at the slots. But some casino consultants believe those ideas and the data are outdated. COVID changed a lot of expectations.
What basically happened was smoking prohibitions were implemented at no economic cost. Consumers didn't react negatively. They kept coming in because, well, they enjoy gambling.
2 hours away from Atlantic City, Parks Casino outside Philadelphia decided to stay smoke-free, even when the state lifted COVID smoking restrictions. Parks says it hasn't affected revenue and, in fact, is attracting more guests who prefer a smoke-free environment. But for casino workers, this is a life or death fight.
This is not a business issue. What's the number of jobs that you put on human lives and families?
All right, thanks to Contessa Brewer for that report.
As the summer travel season approaches, museums are usually high on the tourist to-do list. And in the U.S., there's no shortage to visit, whether it's the Met in New York or the Mustard Museum in Wisconsin. Yes, I've been to both. Now there's a new one in Western Pennsylvania that just might get under your skin. In a nondescript alley on the eastern side of Pittsburgh is a small museum dedicated to the history and art of tattooing. It's a topic curator Nick Ackman needled into after a dining room experiment.
At first I tattooed myself. I used a needle and some sewing thread and wrapped it around it and dipped it in drawing ink and then just made a dot.
Not a safe way to get started, but from that small, dangerous dot on his knee, Nick knew he needed to follow his new passion.
I'd been collecting antique tattoo memorabilia since 2005 or 6. A lot of different people wanted to see parts of my collection, and you wouldn't want to invite everybody over to your house.
It's more than just photos of tattoos. Artifacts dating back more than 100 years are on display.
There's lots of different items as far as old business cards, photographs from shops, different publications that they put out to sell supplies. There's stencils that they used to do the tattoos.
You'll even find permission slips from parents letting their kids get ink. And however entertaining it might be to see, Nick is hoping you'll realize that tattooing is more than skin deep.
I think that the main goal of this place for me was to be able to educate people about tattooing and tattoo history and to show them how it connects to American history, military history, folk art.
A connection more Americans are starting to accept. A 2019 survey found about 44% of Americans have at least one tattoo and 22% are considering it.
In the 80s, a lot of times tattoos were associated with bikers or different things like that, so people thought of them as being unfavorable. But really, mostly it was focused on military, that tattooing was a way for them to express their individuality.
And no museum visit is complete without a visit to the gift shop. On top of the usual books and stickers, Nick and his partner Jill also run a tattoo parlor, creating pieces today that just might become exhibits tomorrow. So if you're suddenly inspired while you're at the museum, there you go. You can get one right there. And like any other museum, Nick is planning to have rotating exhibitions and says he's always on the hunt for new artifacts.
Very cool. I'm not in the 44% who has one.
I'm not either.
But I'm maybe in the 22 considering.
There you go. Oh, great. You know? There you go.
I don't know. I think it's
how
cool.
long will you stay in the 22%?
Probably forever.
The rest of your life.
I'll consider forever. It's cool if you have something you know that you're good with forever.
Exactly.
I don't know what that is yet. All right. Thanks. Cool story, though, Joe. All right. Coming up, it's a mile-high miracle.
A surprise delivery at 25,000 feet. We're going to have more on that and the quick-thinking team of flight attendants who jumped in to help. That story's up next.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
to look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Taylor Swift is feeling 22. The class of 22, that is. Yesterday, she gave the commencement speech at NYU's graduation, something hardcore Swifties could have only imagined in their wildest dreams. After thanking her family for their support, she gave us another one of her own quotes, telling the grads' families, "Welcome to New York. It's been waiting for you." I don't know if you know the song, Joe. Let's take a listen first to some of the advice from her address.
Decide what is yours to hold and let the rest go. Oftentimes, the good things in your life are lighter anyway, so there's more room for them. One toxic relationship can outweigh so many wonderful, simple joys. You get to pick what your life has time and room for. Be discerning. Learn to live alongside cringe. No matter how hard you try to avoid being cringe, you will look back on your life and cringe retrospectively.
Isn't that so true? Now, in addition to giving that speech, Taylor received an honorary doctorate of fine arts. She joked that she wasn't the sort of doctor you'd want in an emergency unless your specific emergency was that you desperately needed to hear a song with a catchy hook and an intensely cathartic bridge section. So congratulations to Dr. Taylor and all those grads. So cool. So much good advice in there. Obviously, you know, I'm a fan. Just cool to see her. I actually saw some NYU grads on the street yesterday. I said, "Congratulations. Did you see Taylor?" And they said, "Yeah, it was great," but they wish she sang, which is a good point.
I feel like they she was giving us lyrics to like her next album.
Yeah, I know, right? Some of that is always good advice in there, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Savannah.
Thanks.
All right, now to history made at 29,000 feet. They're called the Full Circle Everest Expedition, and they recently became the first all-black climbing group to summit the world's tallest mountain. 3 of the members joined the Today Show this morning to share their remarkable story and how they hope it will inspire future generations.
We know it's evening time there, and you guys are celebrating a successful summit. I'll start with you, Manoa. You're a professional climber, but this was your first time at the top of Everest. Did it meet your expectations?
Yeah, exceeded. Yeah, it's really amazing here. Up there, yeah, it's a little cold. So. There's a little thin, but you know, down here and you know, on the journey through, to the top of the world. Every place is amazing. Everyone is amazing. So, yeah, it's all good.
Rosemary, this is like a huge personal accomplishment for you, but it's also a big accomplishment for African Americans in general. We were talking about how only 10 African Americans have ever done this, what you guys did. What does it mean to you, and what does it mean in a greater sense?
Absolutely. And I'd say it's even bigger, as you said, only 10 African Americans. I think that's 10 Black folks globally, so not even necessarily, even fewer than that African Americans have made it to the summit. But yeah, this is a huge accomplishment just for each of us on our team, for the Full Circle team, for our Sherpa team, for all of the support that we've had. And now we're able to take this experience and take it back to our communities and tell the stories, share what we've learned of this beautiful place and culture, and hopefully inspire a future generation of outdoor enthusiasts.
No doubt you will. Phil, this is your group. You're the team leader. Explain to folks why this was so important for you. Why were you so hell-bent on getting folks to the top of Everest?
Well, there's a number of reasons, but one, you know, I mean, I've been working in the industry now, for almost 3 decades, and when I came into it, you know, there weren't folks like myself that I had to look to, you know, for guidance and mentorship and so on. And not that I haven't had mentors, but you know, after 3 decades, I kind of found myself in that place to mentor, you know, different members of this team and so on. And so that's a part of it. But the other part is that, you know, I've had a relationship with people in Nepal and the Sherpa community, and I've helped train a lot of them in their craft of working as high altitude workers. And I just wanted to really share my love and my community with the Sherpa people, with the community that I have at home as well. So it was really important in a lot of ways. Yeah.
I want to congratulate all of you. You're on top of the world in every way, and thank you so much for inspiring others.
That's so cool. I also love how they represent different generations, too.
Yeah, absolutely. But representation is just so important in general. If you can see it, you can be it.
Exactly.
They've helped do that.
And inspire the future.
Yeah, very, very cool. All right, now flight attendants on a Frontier plane sprang into action when a passenger went into labor in mid-air, even though none of them had had formal childbirth training.
We're doing a whole block on stories high above the surface of the earth here. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us from Miami with more on what happened next. Hey, Sam.
I'm sensing a theme here, guys, and they're both feats. There's no question about that. Look, Shakiria Martin was 37 weeks pregnant. She said her baby came a couple of weeks early. She was on the second leg of a flight, the first one from California to Denver, no problem. She was asleep on the flight to Orlando when the contractions actually woke her up. Luckily, her now 4-month-old baby was in very good hands.
Jada Lynn Sky was airborne, but not yet born, on a Frontier flight from Denver to Orlando when she surprised her mom-to-be, Shakiria Martin.
I was feeling fine and everything, and so I went to sleep, and I woke up, and my contractions was, yeah.
So your contractions woke you up in the middle of that flight?
Yes, yep.
And the first thought that runs through your mind is what?
Just cannot be, there's no way I could just have this baby on the plane.
But Mother Nature had her own plans. Shakiria, now a mother of 4, says it all happened quickly. She was guided to the back of the plane and shortly after went into the bathroom where she gave birth.
I go into the bathroom and like 2 big pushes and the baby comes out.
You went into the bathroom pregnant and you came out of the bathroom with the baby.
Yeah. Yep.
While none of the crew had formal childbirth training, a team of people well-versed in emergency response all pitched in throughout the plane. The pilot turned over flying duties to the first officer and coordinated an emergency landing in Pensacola. Several flight attendants gathered medical equipment while shielding Shakiria in the back of the plane. One of them, Diana Giraldo, a calming presence, helped with the delivery.
I'm an older sister, so to me it's like, I saw this young woman, she was frightened, she was uncomfortable. There was no space inside of me for any doubt. I just had to make sure that I was there for her.
For Giraldo, the scariest part came after delivery, when the baby had trouble breathing. So Giraldo wrapped her in a blanket and held the newborn at an incline in an effort to clear away any fluid.
After a while, she started reacting, getting color back, and she started kind of like gargling a little bit and moving, which was a happy moment for all of us. It's a beautiful thing to bring life into the world.
The flight's captain called Giraldo's actions exemplary. Shakiria Martin, thankful for her baby's perfect landing.
I do want to give like a big shout out to the whole crew because they made me feel so much more comfortable.
Now, this wasn't exactly unprecedented for Shakiria, who also gave birth to her 3rd child on the side of the road, guys. She was racing to the hospital to try to get there. A sheriff's deputy saw her speeding and stopped her 90 miles an hour. Then the sheriff's deputy had to help deliver the child on the side of the road. No ticket assessed, so they let that one slide.
Wow, my goodness. Up next, a train.
Yeah, what? That's wild. Oh,
Yeah,
my
exactly.
gosh. Also, how beautiful is that baby? Oh, it's such a sweet story. Sam Brock, thank you so much.
Does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, Operation Fly Formula. The White House says it now has a plan to end the baby formula shortage as more manufacturers issue a warning about how long the crisis could last. The president taking action to ramp up production and even going overseas to get more supplies for American families.
And I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
This comes as the House passes bills aimed at combating the shortage. We'll tell you why they faced a partisan split. Plus, when parents could finally see more formula on the shelves. Wall Street woes. The Dow suffers its worst drop in nearly 2 years, with big retail names like Target and Walmart reporting stunning drops in profit for the first part of the year. What this means for your wallet and if the Dow can rebound by the end of the day. Setbacks. Vladimir Putin's wider goals in the war in Ukraine have faltered, with Ukrainian troops pushing back in the eastern part of the country, despite Russians gaining control of Mariupol. The other factors that could slow the Russians' plans in the war. Plus, supersized order. A woman gets a surprise delivery of 31 cheeseburgers, and she didn't have to look far to see who was behind it. How her toddler was able to make that order later this hour. And also, whenever we start the day, 7 a.m. talking McDonald's cheeseburgers, it just sets me off.
Do you want 31 of them is the question.
I do love that little cheeseburger. I couldn't quite eat 31, but I could eat maybe a handful.
3. Okay. Okay.
All
right.
All right, though. We'll get to that later. It's really funny. You want to stick around. We begin, though, this morning with the latest on the baby formula shortage impacting families across the country. And now Washington is taking action to try to ease the crisis.
Later today, FDA Commissioner Robert Califf will testify before Congress to discuss his agency's response to the shortage. The FDA says it will take weeks to replenish baby formula stock in stores that have been seen mostly empty shelves recently. In response on Wednesday, President Biden invoked the Defense Production Act to boost the supply of formula.
The Defense Production Act gives the government the ability to require suppliers to direct needed resources to infant formula manufacturers before any other customer who may have ordered that good.
Overnight, the House passed 2 bills to cut red tape for parents buying formula with government assistance and to provide more funding to the FDA, which oversees safety at the plants that make formula. We have team coverage of this crisis. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa and NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman. Good morning to both of you. Ali, we'll start with you. And those votes in the House, what was in both of those bills and what can we expect going forward?
Yeah, Joe. Well, Congress and the White House, as you mentioned, have been under a lot of pressure to act quicker to help alleviate this crisis. And Congress actually acted quicker than we thought. We thought these 2 votes would happen today. They happened late last night. The first of these bills passed almost unanimously, and it would expand access to formula during shortages like this. So more formula can be purchased with money from the WIC program. That's that program for low-income women, infant, and children. The other bill to send $28 million in emergency aid to the FDA to, as you mentioned, essentially cut government red tape to make it easier for companies to manufacture this formula, to get it on shelves. This bill was much more divided. All House Democrats voted for this, but only about a dozen Republicans voted for it. So both of these bills now head to the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he's hoping to get this passed today. As with so much legislation that we see in this 50-50 Senate, we're already hearing of some roadblocks with Republicans. Actually, Senator Marco Rubio just tweeted a couple minutes ago, the Democrat $28 million baby formula bill is a joke. We don't have a baby formula demand crisis. We have a baby formula supply crisis. So if that is a preview of what's to come on the Senate floor when this is voted on, this is just really a preview of that, Joe.
Yeah, so Josh, let's talk about the source of this. It was a contamination incident that forced an Abbott baby formula plant to shut down, really creating this situation. What's the latest on that, and what else beyond the Defense Production Act is the president doing to try and ramp up supply?
Well, earlier this week, the FDA reached a legally binding agreement with Abbott, that company that runs that plant in Michigan, to get it back up and running once the factory has undergone essentially a checklist that the government has set out for what they need to do, including inspections, testing of their equipment and ingredients, as well as bringing in a third party to monitor to make sure they're doing everything by the book. Once that's in place, the factory says it could be back up and running in about 2 weeks, and it would take about 6 to 8 weeks for product from that factory to reach store shelves. Surgeon General Vivek Murthy explaining that this is an all-hands-on-deck effort. Take a listen.
What people should also know is that
From the president on down, everyone is laser focused on addressing this issue and pulling every lever possible to do so. That's why we are working now to import formula from abroad, to get manufacturers to increase production here, to get the plant that was actually shut down back online quickly, and to actually redistribute product within the United States.
Allie, we mentioned the FDA commissioner is going to be testifying today. Are other hearings in the works? And help us understand just how much pressure lawmakers are putting on the FDA to try and address this shortage.
Well, this is just the latest of several hearings that several committees have called for in response to this nationwide shortage. And this hearing will really give lawmakers the biggest window, the biggest insight into what caused this problem up until this point, and give the lawmakers as much information as possible as to how this crisis got so bad, why it took so long to sound the alarm, and really what could be put into place so that it never gets this bad again. We know that FDA Commissioner Robert Califf is expected to come back also next week on May 25th before the Energy and Commerce Committee. He's expected to appear with other FDA officials as well as the top heads of the 4 major formula manufacturing companies. That's after several committees asked last week for documentation and just evidence of really what's going on and how this crisis got so bad. So this is really just a reflection of this all hands on deck effort from Congress. We've seen some disagreement as to how to help alleviate this crisis, but for the most part, just bipartisan agreement over the fact that something needs to be done, and it needs to be done very quickly, Joe.
Allie Raffar, thanks to you and to Josh Letterman for kicking us off this hour.
Now, Wall Street is looking to rebound today after suffering its worst drop in 2 years. Yesterday, the Dow Jones dropped more than 1,100 points to finish at its lowest close since March 2021. And it wasn't just the Dow, though. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ also suffered in a miserable day of trading, slipping by more than 4%. Joining us now for more on this is Caleb Silver. He's the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, good morning. Thanks for joining us. I mean, I know we all know we've been on a roller coaster with the market. In fact, just yesterday we were reporting how there'd been a better day, but there's been a lot of bad days and now this. So why was there such a big sell-off yesterday? And also, do you think we're in for a repeat performance today, or could we see a rebound?
Yeah, we're looking at stock futures pointing much lower again this morning, about 1.5% down. The trading in Asia was terrible. Europe's not looking much better. So we're probably going to get another sell-off to start the day. We'll see if buyers come in the afternoon. We have not seen that lately. We've seen these really big pronounced down days, followed by a couple percent up the next day, followed by 2 or 3% down. That's what you get in a mixed volatility, uncertain environment. And that's what we're in right now. Yesterday, it was the retailers driving down markets. Target reporting very soft earnings. Walmart the day before. Shares of Target fell 25% yesterday, the worst drop since 1987, Black Monday, when the stock market crashed. So investors don't want any part of this uncertainty, and that uncertainty is about inflation, rising interest rates, and the worries that we're going to head into a recession and consumers are not going to continue spending.
And Caleb, what do those big name earning reports really tell us about the American consumer? How are we feeling? How are we spending? And what does that mean?
Well, consumers have been pretty resilient for the past year and a half, 2 years. A part of that was because the personal savings rate hit an all-time high amid the pandemic due to those government distributions. But lately, we're seeing consumer spending back off a little bit. What Target was telling us and Walmart the other day is that consumers are now bargain shopping. They're spending less when they go into their stores, and they're going into their stores less frequently. Plus, these retailers are dealing with their own input costs and inflation. Producer prices are up 10%. Consumer inflation's up 8.5%. So they're worried that consumers are not going to keep spending at the pace that they were. Meanwhile, their own costs are rising, including wages.
Right. Now, Caleb, this is actually the 5th time this year the Dow Jones has finished down more than 800 points in a day. Obviously, that can lead to a lot of stress and nerves for a lot of people who are watching their investments, thinking about their retirement. But what's your take on the overall market and where it's headed? What's your advice for people listening at home who are waking up stressed about this?
Yeah, everyone's stressed about it. And if you need the money you have in the stock market in the next year or two, the stock market was probably in the worst place for it to be right now. But you know what? Markets usually revert to the mean. And the mean is a rise of between 8 and 10% a year on average, going back 80 years. It's not going to happen in 2022. We're in a bear market. We're going to open the day with the S&P 500 down 20% from all-time highs. That said, at some point, stocks revert investors come back in, and we're going to get some sort of a rebound, but it's not going to be anytime soon. We could be in this slow, volatile environment for many months to come. For younger investors, great opportunity to pick up new stocks at a bargain price. For older investors, you want to pare back a little bit and think about maybe putting your money in cash or into value stocks, because that's where the action is. Super choppy, and it's going to be this way for a while.
All right, Caleb, we always appreciate the good practical advice. Thank you so much.
Let's turn now to the war in Ukraine, where more soldiers who were trapped inside a Mariupol steel plant are surrendering to Russian forces. Russia's defense ministry now says since Monday, more than 1,700 fighters have surrendered. The soldiers have been taken to Russian-held territory, but there's uncertainty over what comes next. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray has more from Lviv.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. And look, the focus continues to be on Mariupol and specifically the Azovstal steel plant, where the evacuation of Ukraine fighters does continue. Russian media now saying that there are more than 1,000 Ukraine troops that have surrendered their arms and have been taken into custody by Russian troops on the ground there. Amnesty International very concerned about the safety and well-being of those soldiers now in Russian custody, and has asked that the UN get involved to try and make sure that they are being treated properly. This is a situation that will continue to unfold over the next several days. As we've talked about, they are hoping here in Ukraine for a prisoner swap to bring those soldiers back into friendly territory. They call them heroes. Let's talk a little bit about the first war crime in this country. A 21-year-old Russian soldier pleading guilty to killing a 62-year-old man while he was riding his bike, said he did that after a command from his superior. He now faces a sentence of either 10 to 15 years in jail or life in prison. A three-judge panel is determining that. The Kremlin, though, they haven't been real engaged in this, haven't said anything specifically about this trial. And when it comes to the issue of war crimes by Russian troops, they say the reports are, quoting here, obvious fakes. That's the latest here in Ukraine. Back to you now.
Jay Gray, thank you so much.
For more on this, we want to bring in John Herbst. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and a senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. So I want to start with news that you are specifically uniquely qualified to talk about, which is the fact that the Senate has confirmed Bridget Brink as the new U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, of course, a position that you held, as I just mentioned. And this comes as the U.S. officially reopened its embassy in Kyiv. So talk to us about the kind of challenges she's going to face taking over this job in the middle of this war.
Correct. This is a really tough assignment, and I am as jealous as hell. This is what Foreign Service officers live for. She's a tough, strong, smart professional who will do an outstanding job, but she's going to have to provide Washington with very clear information about what's going on in Ukraine as Ukraine fights this massive Kremlin invasion, and as Washington gears up unprecedented but absolutely necessary support to stop Russia, to beat Russia in Ukraine.
Absolutely. It's good to hear you say something like that, actually, because it just proves the type of people that are in these jobs want to be doing this work and are there to make it better to get through. So now we're almost 3 months into a war that really, I mean, I'm surprised to hear you say you're jealous that she's having to deal with this. But I mean, I think it proves your point that this is the type of thing that you live for. Now I want to ask you about sort of what we're seeing happening on the ground and the fact that a lot of this seems to be backfiring on Vladimir Putin and his plans. I mean, let's tick some of these reasons off. Russian troops are being forced back from positions in eastern Ukraine, including the second largest city, Kharkiv. The country's also been totally isolated, hammered with these sanctions. And then also we're now seeing formerly historically neutral Sweden and Finland set to join NATO. What is Putin's endgame at this point? And all of this stacking up, I mean, what does this mean for the Russian people?
You're exactly right that this new invasion of Ukraine, or 3-month-old invasion of Ukraine, is a strategic disaster for Russia and for Putin. Unfortunately, he is the guy who makes the decisions in Moscow, and he still seems to think he can subjugate Ukraine. He has not given up his goals, although he's adjusted them to focus on the East right now, although not very successfully. Until he's persuaded that he cannot win this on the ground militarily in Ukraine, this war is going to continue. And that's very sad for Ukraine especially, but also for Russian soldiers.
Oh, absolutely. Now, since the beginning of the war, many experts have noted the fact that the UN and EU have put forward this united front NATO, but strongman leaders from within those groups are pushing back. The president of Turkey blocked a vote to quickly move ahead with NATO membership for Finland and Sweden. The president of Hungary has rallied against an embargo of Russian oil. How much of an impact can these leaders have on the Western response? Or what does that mean, for example, as we're looking at Sweden potentially joining NATO?
First, I would distinguish between Erdogan in Turkey and Orban in Hungary. Orban has essentially been an agent of Putin over the last several years, I'm sorry to say. Erdogan is just a difficult and mercurial strongman. Erdogan wants to use Finland and Sweden as members of NATO as a way to get something from the West. So he's going to bargain for something. I'm sure that we'll make a deal. But I believe that we can manage the problems that Orban and Erdogan create as long as U.S. leadership is strong and active. So I'm confident that we'll be able to move policy the right way within NATO, and for that matter, the help with the EU.
Ambassador John Herbst, as always, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Still too close to call this morning in Pennsylvania's Republican Senate primary. A little more than 1,200 votes separate Dr. Mehmet Oz from former Wall Street executive David McCormick, with 98% of the vote counted. The winner will face Democrat John Fetterman in November in what is expected to be one of the most competitive and expensive races this cycle. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from a ballot counting facility in Delaware County. Dasha, good morning to you. So before that big general election matchup, we need a GOP nominee. So how many votes are left to count? Where are they coming from? And does the where tell us who those votes might go to?
All great questions, Joe. Good morning. I'm having some flashbacks to 2020, the last time we were talking about this and explaining the process here in Pennsylvania. So the vast majority of ballots left to count are mail-in ballots. Here in Pennsylvania, it's one of the few states that does not allow what's called pre-canvassing, which basically means preparing those mail-in ballots to be counted, opening up the envelopes, unfolding the ballots, getting them ready to get scanned. They can't start doing that here in Pennsylvania until 7 a.m. on Election Day. So those are the ballots that we're still waiting for. From what we know, about 15,000 or so mail-in ballots are still left to be counted. There's also some same-day vote left in Allegheny County on the western part of Pennsylvania and here in the Philadelphia area. Those day of votes are coming from some memory sticks that weren't necessarily taken out of the machines and delivered. Not anything to be concerned about. Just again, it's a human process. People take some time to get these things done. And there are also some provisional ballots left as well. To your question of what does this mean for who might get the lead, we really don't know. Look, McCormick has been leading in mail-in ballots, but will that be enough for him to actually overtake Oz? It's really hard to say. What we do know from every election official, every election expert that I've spoken with, it is very, very, very likely that this is headed into recount territory, Joe.
Thankfully, we have you, our human memory stick, who knows exactly how things work in Pennsylvania from the 2000 race. So I want to ask you, former President Trump is actually calling on his pick, Dr. Oz, to declare victory right now, even though, as you say, a recount's possible. Of course, Trump prematurely declared victory hours after the polls closed in 2020. So what are we actually hearing from the campaigns right now?
Yeah, again, deja vu. We're in Pennsylvania. We're waiting for mail-in ballots to be counted, and President Trump is trying to sow doubt in the process here again. Look, Oz has not yet declared victory in the way that Trump is telling him he should do, but both campaigns have certainly been signaling optimism. Take a listen to what both Oz and McCormick said on Fox News last night.
We have covered all counties to ensure that the ballots are correctly counted. This election is ours. We have done well. What I want to do today, though, is to talk about unifying our party, because those three front runners and their other candidates as well all work their tails off. But we need to unite to take on Fetterman, who you mentioned earlier. And I am praying that he makes a full recovery.
And our campaign had put a lot of energy and time into focusing on these absentee voters and focusing on our ground game. And so that has paid off big dividends. And there's a huge number of absentee ballots, which we're winning disproportionately. And that's why I have a lot of confidence I'm going to win this.
So, yeah, both signaling optimism, but no doubt both campaigns are preparing for a recount, Joe.
And Dasha, quickly, if this does go to a recount, what should we expect? How long does that take?
That's a great question. It could take a while. Both of these campaigns have spent millions and millions of dollars here, so they are not going to go down without a fight. And some election experts I've been speaking with say, look, because this is the most high-profile recount Pennsylvania will have ever had, things could get ugly, things could get contentious, and that could draw out the process. And election officials are always frustrated by recounts because it is using taxpayer money. It's rare that a recount actually turns up a different result. But in this case, we could be looking at potentially a couple hundred votes difference between these two candidates, and that's kind of in the territory where a recount could make a difference. Everything is up in the air right now, just as this race has been full of twists and turns from the start. The twists and turns continue even after Election Day. We could be looking at a couple more weeks potentially before we have a final outcome here.
I feel like it'll be a year of twists and turns. All right, Dasha Burns. Dasha, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Certainly. All right, now it's time for a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we're looking at that heat continuing once again in the south. I know, 90s and 100s.
Look at you, look like sunshine. It's perfect for it.
Well, can I tell a little secret? I just spilled my entire cup of coffee on my dress.
Your secret's safe with us.
Yeah, and the
entire cup of coffee on the dress. So
okay, well, it's on the back. We would have never known, but we love the honesty.
Felt like I had to tell you. You know,
I love it.
It smells.
That's what I would have done.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at the map today because we are looking at severe storms in the upper Midwest. We're going to see the chance of some hail, some damaging winds, also a few tornadoes. Record highs continue, 90s and 100s once again. We're going to see that through the early part of the weekend, and then we get a little bit of a break. A storm off to the Pacific Northwest. We're looking at higher elevation snow. That's going to move into the Rockies. We could see a lot of snow in the Rockies this weekend. And the morning rain in the Northeast, that's going to be moving out. Could be lingering to around lunchtime in some spots. So near record highs once again, 10 to 20 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 92 in Memphis, 99 in Dodge City, 103 in Midland. So this is a wide swath of really warm air in place. Atlanta, we're looking at 93 and 90 degrees in Myrtle Beach. Certainly many of records are going to be broken today. Now, as we go throughout tomorrow, this expands to the Ohio Valley. So Cleveland, you're looking at 93. Your record is 91 tomorrow. Nashville, you're in the 90s. Atlanta, Charleston, also Richmond. And then by the weekend, Friday into Saturday, we are looking at really warm conditions in the Northeast. So as we look at New York City, temperatures in the mid-80s Saturday and Sunday. A cold front comes through. That's going to bring more comfortable conditions. Hot to not. I like that. Producer put that on there. 71 on Monday. And Raleigh, we're looking at temperatures into the 90s, 81 by Sunday. So here's your severe weather threat for today. 29 million people at risk. We have two areas where we're going to see the chance for severe weather. One is in the upper Midwest. We do have an enhanced risk. That's where it's likely to see severe weather. La Crosse, Des Moines, you are included in that. Then we have a pretty large swath from St. Louis all the way to Nashville, Knoxville, Charlotte into Raleigh. Tomorrow we're going to see 22 million people at risk. Again, winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail, and also the chance for an isolated tornado. So this is a setup. We have a pair of cold fronts that are going to move through. First, we're going to see that first one bringing the storms in the southeast. That secondary cold front kind of takes hold tomorrow. It's going to be the more active one tomorrow, bringing a more dominant, bringing storms erupting from Michigan all the way to Texas. And then we'll see showers and storms, you guys, into the Ohio Valley on Saturday.
Wow. Oh, there's always a lot going on.
Yeah,
exactly. I like that from hot to not.
Yeah, I love it too. I was like, that's so cute. I just noticed it now.
Worried about the coffee. Your producers always have the cool stuff on the
They're
graphic.
good.
Yeah. All right, Michelle, thanks. See you in a bit.
So much. Coming up, the alleged gunman in the Buffalo supermarket shooting will be back in a courtroom today. The new information we're expecting to learn this morning at the hearing. Plus, the new steps lawmakers in New York are taking, hoping to prevent another tragedy.
And health officials are saying if COVID rates are high in your area, now's the time to mask up again. So could more control measures be coming? What doctors are expecting from this COVID surge? That's next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back now with the latest on the Buffalo shooting. The man accused of the deadly racially motivated attack is due in court this morning. He's charged with one count of first-degree murder in the shooting, which killed 10 people.
And now New York's Governor Kathy Hochul is taking steps to help put a stop to acts of domestic terrorism.
I'm signing an executive order to establish a unit within the Office of Counterterrorism at the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services, focusing exclusively on domestic terrorism, first time ever. They'll develop the best practices for law enforcement, for mental health professionals, for school officials to address the rise in homegrown extremism.
NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett joins us from Buffalo.
So, Maura, what can we expect, first of all, from today's hearing?
Good morning, Joe. Today is the felony hearing for the suspected shooter. He will be in court today, though we don't expect to see him on camera right now. Basically, this is the first step in the court process here in Erie County, where the judge will review whether or not there is enough evidence to go to trial. As you mentioned, there is that one charge of first-degree murder, but once it goes to the next step, if passed through today, they will go to a grand jury where the county DA says he expects more charges to be brought. We're also expecting potential charges from the federal side as well. But as it stands right now, if it goes to trial with this one count, he's facing a maximum sentence of life in prison with no option of parole.
So, Maura, the House just passed a domestic terrorism bill last night, and the Senate is expected to vote next week on that. I also just mentioned the fact that New York Governor Kathy Hochul introduced her own plan yesterday here in the state to address the growing threat of white supremacist groups and domestic terrorism. Break down some of the key points of that plan.
Right, so Governor Hochul actually signed in 2 executive orders yesterday, one dealing with reporting about red flag laws, making it mandatory for police to report any suspected people who might be a threat, because that's not what we saw go into effect with the shooter here with the New York red flag laws, right? So that's something that police say that they're anticipating being a really effective step. But the other thing that Hochul wanted to focus on was the white supremacy aspect and domestic terrorism. She's saying that's actually the most serious threat compared to guns. I wanted to hear a little bit about what she said to press yesterday.
The truth is, the most serious threat we face as a nation is from within. It's not from the Russians. It's not from people elsewhere. It's white supremacism, it's white nationalism. And it's time we confronted it head on.
So this domestic terrorism task force will be a further step to prevent against what we saw happen here this weekend. Like you heard earlier, it will focus on the proper training to alert to when someone might be planning something like this, as well as training for mental and social emotional resources. It is important to note, though, that New York did already have a domestic terrorism committee in place that was put into place by Governor Cuomo. They were required to meet 4 times a year, but had not met at all prior to this. And so Governor Hochul trying to prevent something like this from happening again and making it a more serious priority.
And more, investigators say the suspect posted his plans on an online service called Discord 30 minutes before the shooting. We know it was live streamed on Twitch. Governor Hochul now having State Attorney General Letitia James probe social media's role in the Buffalo shooting. Very quickly here, how extensive could this probe be?
We expect it to be very extensive, right? Because it wasn't just that video that invited users to watch the live stream on Twitch. It was months and months of reported planning on websites like 4chan, 8chan, Twitch, and Discord. And so Letitia James saying she's going to be probing very seriously, as she said in a release, the fact that an individual can post detailed plans to commit such an act of hate without consequence and then stream it for the world to see is bone-chilling and unfathomable. Discord releasing a statement overnight saying that they are cooperating with this investigation. Now, Joe and Savannah, this all comes right as the funerals are set to start for victims tomorrow.
Maura Barrett, thank you so much. Now to some new guidance from the CDC. It probably sounds like old guidance from the CDC. They say anyone living in areas with high COVID transmissibility should start wearing masks indoors again as cases and hospitalization rates continue to rise. Now, 32% of the country is currently living in medium to high risk COVID areas. That number is up from 24% just a week ago. But CDC Director Rochelle Walensky says stopping the spread is possible.
We've seen with prior increases in infections in different waves of infection have demonstrated that this travels across the country and has the potential to travel across the country. So I think the important thing to recognize is that we actually have the tools to prevent it. And so we would ask you to wisely use these tools.
The CDC is also set to meet later today to discuss the future of COVID booster shots for kids 5 to 11 years old. The agency is expected to recommend the dose following the FDA's authorization earlier this week. Dr. Anand Swaminathan joins us now for more on the latest COVID headlines. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital. Doctor, always good to have you with us. So did you expect COVID protocols like masking to return while dealing with these Omicron subvariants? And how much worse could this wave get?
I think what we hoped was that these kind of mandates or recommendations would have returned a while ago. We've seen rising cases for weeks now. And the problem of starting masking when you already have high transmission is you've kind of missed the boat already. And so in the Northeast, where high transmission is kind of the norm across that Northeast area, it's a little too late. I mean, it doesn't mean that we can't benefit by masking in public, but we've missed the boat a little bit. And what I would recommend is all of the other parts of the country that aren't facing those huge numbers, start indoor masking now to prevent getting into that area. That's really what we should be pushing for. I think this recommendation is just far too late, and many public health experts have been calling for a return to indoor masking for weeks to help to stem the tide.
Now, doctor, as more people test positive, it might be helpful to do a little reminder on what exactly that means that you should be doing, because unfortunately, some of the rules here are still confusing. We've talked about this. Is it 10 days at home? Is it 5 days at home? Do you have to have a negative test to test out of quarantine? So even 2 years into the pandemic, I think this is helpful. Tell us what you should be doing if you test positive. What do we need to remember?
I think the first thing to do is to try as much as you can to isolate at home, to not go out into public, to spread this to others. Within the home as well, I think people think once one family member gets it, everybody else is going to get it. That's not a foregone conclusion. The data tells us only about 50% of household contacts will get COVID. So you can still do things to prevent your family members from getting it, like masking indoors, having windows open to increase ventilation. And then as far as returning, the CDC has recommendations here. They don't completely make sense, though. What we should be doing is a test to return. If you're positive, test yourself on day 4 or 5. Your test is negative, you can probably go back to your usual things. Even better is to do 2 tests in a row, but don't expect that you're going to be negative at 5 days and you don't need to do that test. That test to return to normal life or to get back out into the world is really important to help to stem the tide, because we're seeing more and more people who are positive up to day 8, 9, and even 10.
And quickly, Doctor, we want to ask you about a new report which found more than 3/4 of patients who suffered from long COVID, they weren't initially hospitalized after they got infected. So what does that tell you about the virus?
What it tells us is that long COVID is not only real, but it's common even if you didn't have a severe case. And we're seeing that up to 50% of people who had COVID are continuing to have long COVID symptoms up to 6 months later. This is just another reason that we should be trying to avoid getting infection at all. That the idea of, well, you know, Omicron doesn't seem so bad, let it rip, let's see what happens, doesn't really take into account the risks of developing long COVID symptoms. And I will tell you that many of the friends and family that I have still are reporting, even 12 months, 18 months later, changes in their taste, changes in fatigue. These are real things that we are only going to learn more about in the coming years. Seeing that so many people are suffering from it even when they had mild cases is really concerning.
Important message there. All right, Dr. Swaminathan, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you. And coming up, now that Amber Heard is off the stand, we're hearing from friends and family in the defamation trial brought on by ex-husband Johnny Depp.
We're going to tell you what people close to Heard revealed about the allegations of abuse next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back with new developments in the ongoing federal criminal probe into Hunter Biden's finances. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the details of how the president's son paid off a nearly $2 million IRS bill in this NBC News Investigates report.
The president's son under growing scrutiny over his finances, with federal prosecutors in Delaware investigating Hunter Biden and whether he broke federal tax law. Now, a representative for Mr. Biden tells NBC News his bill from the IRS, about $2 million, has been paid off. Two people familiar with the matter say the money was arranged by one of the younger Biden's new attorneys, Hollywood lawyer Kevin Morris, best known for brokering a deal for the South Park TV show.
Does paying that tax bill wash away any liability that Hunter Biden may have now?
Paying the tax bill, if in fact that's what he did, doesn't undo the crime. It would be like returning money to a bank that you robbed. You still robbed the bank.
The president's son and his company brought in about $11 million between 2013 and 2018, including some years in which his father was vice president, working as an attorney, a board member to a Ukrainian gas company accused of bribing a prosecutor, and for a joint venture involving a Chinese businessman now accused of fraud, according to an NBC News analysis of a copy of Biden's hard drive and iCloud account, as well as documents released by a Senate committee. During the campaign, then-candidate Joe Biden denied his son profited off a China connection.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China?
The records show Hunter Biden's company received nearly $5 million in consulting contracts from that joint venture funded by a Chinese energy company. A snapshot of Hunter Biden's spending shows that for about 5 months in late 2017 and early 2018, he spent more than $200,000 a month on things like luxury hotel rooms, cash withdrawals, dental work, and payments on a Porsche, according to documents on the hard drive, a time period in which Hunter Biden has acknowledged struggling with drug addiction.
The immediate focus appears to be for both the president and Hunter Biden is whether or not there'll be any charges as a result of this federal criminal investigation.
Hunter Biden's laptop, a subject of controversy after documents recovered from it were brought to light by the Biden's political opponents, with some cybersecurity experts at one point in 2020 suggesting it bore hallmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. Since then, several news organizations have authenticated many emails from the laptop, and NBC News obtained a copy of the hard drive from a representative for Rudy Giuliani. The president has defended his son.
Are you confident that Hunter did nothing wrong?
I'm confident.
And Hunter Biden has denied any illegal business dealings.
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
Experts point out family members of a president who hold no official job in the administration are not bound by any government ethics rules.
Hunter Biden seems a lot like somebody whose primary profession is being Joe Biden's son. But unless there's a direct connection to Joe Biden, that's really more of a criticism of one private citizen rather than a government official or an administration.
Hunter Biden's attorney did not comment on the record, and the White House has not responded to our request for comment.
Hallie Jackson, thank you.
Now, it was another long day of testimony in the defamation trial involving actor Johnny Depp and ex-wife Amber Heard. On Wednesday, the jury heard from friends and family. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest as the trial nears an end.
Amber Heard's contentious time on the stand, followed by fresh bombshells from friends and family.
He called her a used up trash bag, slimy, saggy, just, you know, was thrown out a bunch.
Heard's younger sister, Whitney Henriquez, giving graphic testimony saying Depp was constantly high, drunk, and violent, including one incident where she says he hit her.
He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my sister." She smacks him, lands one.
Depp previously denied striking Henriquez. Heard admitted to hitting Depp as a way to defend her sister. Henriquez testifying along with a procession of witnesses called by Heard's lawyers to paint Depp as a paranoid abuser who would often launch into blind rages.
He ran into the unit, and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming.
I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
Heard's former friend Raquel Pennington, who took several pictures of Heard following alleged abuse, getting emotional in pre-recorded testimony while describing injuries she saw on Heard's face and body.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Also today, Heard's makeup artist testifying she concealed bruises.
We covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer.
It's the latest chapter in the $50 million defamation suit brought by Johnny Depp after a 2018 op-ed published in the Washington Post where Heard described herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Heard countersuing for $100 million. Earlier in the trial, Depp's legal team called witnesses they believed would poke holes in the claims made by Heard.
Are you able to testify
whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on May 21, 2016?
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
So far, no one has testified they saw Depp hit Heard, but Heard's attorneys highlighting specific incidents where witnesses testified they had to intervene in fights.
She was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. And I went up to him, and he was yelling and yelling, and I put my hands up on his chest, and I was like, stop, just stop.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Now, Johnny Depp is listed as a potential witness for the defense, and he may take the stand again in the coming days. Closing arguments are scheduled for next week.
Up next, 6 months ago, world leaders gathered in Scotland to find ways to combat climate change.
Yeah, they came up with ambitious green energy goals, but have they followed through with them? We'll take a look at how they're doing. That's up next in Climate Control.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back now with financial headlines, and Wall Street feeling the pressure today following yesterday's sell-off.
That's right. Bertha Coombs joins us now with the latest on that. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. It looks like we're going to start the day in the red again, although here's the glass half full. Right now, it looks like the Dow could open down about 280 points. It looked earlier like it was going to be down 450, so it's gotten a little bit better. Yesterday, we saw the Dow fall more than 1,100 points for its worst day in nearly 2 years. Shares of Target is really why they're down again today after they lost 25% yesterday following disappointing earnings from the retailer. It was the worst day for the company since the Black Monday stock market crash back in October of 1987. This morning, we're going to be watching for a couple of important economic gauges. We'll get jobless claims at 8:30 Eastern, along with existing home sales. Plus, we are watching more earnings from retailers. We just got results from Kohl's. They were disappointing as well. It's a tough time right now in retail. Less than 20% of Americans, though, with retirement or investment accounts say that they plan to increase their stock holdings this year. According to a new survey from Bankrate, roughly 70% say that they're just going to maintain or maybe decrease their stock investments. More than half of investors have taken no action at all in response to all of the market volatility we've seen so far. Just 14% bought more stocks, while 16% moved money out of stocks. And inflation apparently hasn't affected their actions either, with nearly 2/3 making no moves in response to higher prices. But one positive note to leave you on this morning: we might have seen a peak of inflation when it comes to chicken wings. The CEO of Wingstop says there's been a meaningful decrease in the price of chicken wings. He tells our CNBC Jim Cramer wings hit $3.22 a pound last year. A skyrocketing cost for ingredients forced a lot of restaurants to raise menu prices. They're now at about $1.60 a pound, about half. The Wingstop CEO credits demand for chicken breasts in helping to tamp down prices. Of course, wings are connected to chicken breasts.
Yeah, well, we hope. My
That's
goodness.
why more people
all right.
trading
I don't eat the
down
wing,
from
though,
beef to chicken.
but I do eat the breast.
There you go. We'll take the good news.
Oh my God,
Bertha.
I love the both. I'm actually thinking of having wings for breakfast instead of my meals.
I'm thinking of having a McDonald's cheeseburger, so I'll see you after the show, Bertha.
It's a health show.
Yeah.
It's a health show this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bertha.
Thank you.
All right, this morning in our climate control segment, it has been 6 months since the COP26 climate conference. That's where world leaders made ambitious pledges to limit global warming. But are they on track to meet those goals now that war and inflation dominate the headlines?
Yeah, we're also going to take a look at a tree with inedible fruit that scientists believe could help solve world hunger. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has more in climate control.
We start today's climate control tour with a timely new tool that allows you to check your home's wildfire risk. The First Street Foundation has released a one-of-a-kind nationwide wildfire risk model. You just enter your address and you'll get a fire risk assessment over the next 30 years. The scale goes from 1 to 10, with a 10 being extreme fire risk and a 1 minimal fire risk. Now, the obvious risks are there for all the western states. But how about a 91% risk for all the homes in Mississippi over the next 30 years? And what about Florida? 83% chance in Florida over the next 30 years. That shouldn't be much of a surprise. But how about my home state of New Jersey, with a 63% risk of homes? As for the total number of homes at risk, the site says in the U.S. there are 72 million of us with homes at some level of wildfire risk. In the next 30 years, because of climate change, that number jumps 11% to 80 million. Well, we are now 6 months past COP26, where 121 world leaders met in Glasgow to tackle climate change. Pledges were made, but the world has changed significantly since then. War in Ukraine, cost of living crisis, and product scarcity. All the while, the climate threat increases. Let's go over what was pledged and the status of the pledge. Well, number one, to phase down coal use. Right now, there are 2,400 coal plants operating worldwide, and another almost 200 coal plants are under construction. Number two, significant increase of money for poor countries to help them switch to clean energy. Well, $100 billion a year was promised to these nations. Not going to happen this year. The UN is hoping it will be met in 2023. Well, how about phasing out subsidies that lower fossil fuel prices? Well, with fuel prices as high as anyone has seen, there is zero talk of making them even higher by cutting subsidies. And the U.S. and China, we are the biggest two emitters, have vowed to cooperate. And I have crickets on that one. I haven't seen anything about that happening. And how about number five, to cut methane by 30% in 2030? Global monthly mean of methane right now is at a record level high and climbing fast. Well, and the failed progress hasn't gone unnoticed. The COP26 president recently said, we need every nation to pick up the pace. We need every leader to show that their words were not hollow and their commitments were made with integrity. The next conference of parties, COP27, will be in November in Egypt. Well, for climate solutions, we often turn to technology, or in this case, nature itself. Ethiopia's false banana plant could be a game changer in Africa. It is similar to a banana tree, but its fruit is inedible. Instead, the food comes from the starch starchy pulp inside the trunk and roots. It makes porridge and bread. The key is the plant is drought resistant and grows all year in multiple climates. 60 trees can feed a family of 5 for a year. Even better, the leaves feed animals and the twines used for roofing. Scientists want to modernize the cultivation technique and think, if done properly, the tree could feed 100 million people within the next 40 years. The false banana plant. Who knew?
False banana. Love it. Thanks, Bill.
All right, we know young kids like to play on phones.
Yeah, well, one toddler ended up ordering more than 24 cheeseburgers. We'll tell you how he did it. That's next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state house.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Tom Cruise had quite the night as he made a long-awaited return to the 75th annual Cannes Film Festival. And while he didn't arrive by helicopter like he did at the San Diego premiere of his movie Top Gun Maverick, he walked the red carpet, received a surprise Palme d'Or, the highest prize awarded at the festival, and watched 8 fighter jets fly over the European premiere of his movie. During a talk about his career at the festival, Cruise made his opinion about sending movies to streaming services clear, saying that's not going to happen ever. When asked about why he does his own stunts, Cruise responded by saying, "No one asked Gene Kelly, why do you dance?" This was Cruise's first time at Cannes in 3 decades. He does nothing subtly, Savannah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a fair comparison. Dancing, stunts, he is a dancer. Tom's an actor, you know, whatever. But cool, good for him. It's always been impressive to me.
Exactly.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, a Texas toddler gave his mom quite the surprise after pushing a few buttons while he was playing with her iPhone. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas shows us the doorbell ring that will make you laugh.
Hello. Hello. Oh, it's for you.
Texas mom Kelsey Golden was working from home with her 2-year-old son Barrett when she got a confusing message from DoorDash on her phone.
When they asked me, hey, your order is going to be a little bit longer because it's quite a big order.
Kelsey had used the app to order lunch for her 2 older kids in the past, but she didn't remember placing an order earlier that day.
I heard a door knock and I came out and it turns out they were at our house and she was like, "Sure, 31 burgers?" I was like, oh, wow, no, I didn't order these.
That DoorDash delivery?
15, 16.
A supersized order of cheeseburgers from McDonald's.
31.
Kelsey didn't have to look far to find out who placed that order.
Is that worth the... You gonna eat all 31?
Sharing this image of Barrett on Facebook with the caption, "Apparently my 2-year-old knows how to order DoorDash."
You gonna share? You gonna ask if anybody wants some? I thought I locked the phone, but apparently I didn't because then DoorDash came with 31 cheeseburgers. So.
The family says 2-year-old Barrett will not be put in timeout.
I don't even think he realizes he did it. He just does this with the phones.
Mom describing it as a happy accident, leading to one unforgettable Happy Meal.
What do you think about all this, kiddo? You gonna eat all this?
Thanks to Tom Yamas for that report and for making us hungry. The family tells our NBC station KRIS they were able to share the cheeseburgers with others in the community.
The kid's like, excellent. She thinks it was a mistake. Ha 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 ha.
Exactly.
All right.
Hey, the neighbors benefit.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, formula for success. This morning, the strongest and most direct response from the Biden administration addressing that ongoing nationwide baby formula shortage. We'll bring you the latest actions from both the White House and Congress, hoping to keep those store shelves stocked. Also this morning, strengthening ties. Diplomacy on display in Washington today. President Biden preparing to host the leaders of Finland and Sweden after the two nations submitted historic bids to join NATO. But we'll tell you why one member nation is not fully on board with the idea. Plus, Ukrainian troops gaining ground against Russia in the east. But do they have the momentum to take back losses in the south? Our Richard Engel has it covered. Plus, wave after wave, a concerning rise in COVID cases now causing some of the nation's top health officials to sound the alarm. Mask requirements being put back in place at major companies across the country. And now new recommendations from the CDC on your next summer getaway. We'll bring you the state of COVID in America on this Thursday morning. Also, history at soaring heights. Excitement is in the thin air as the first all-black team of fearless climbers summits Mount Everest. They joined our friends at Today's Show just moments ago for an exclusive first interview since their trek. We've got that for you later in the hour. Looking forward to hearing that. I've been following that story for months now, and it's always good to hear from someone who went through that experience because I never will.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. And last week we heard from somebody just graduating high school who did it. It's crazy.
Yeah,
people are just amazing. So
good for them. We're going to begin this morning, though, with the White House taking action to combat that baby formula shortage impacting millions of Americans.
Yeah, President Biden actually invoked the Defense Production Act, which is usually used in times of war, to increase the nation's supply of formula. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Walker has the latest.
Good morning to you. President Biden has been on defense over what critics say has been a slow response to the baby formula shortage. But now he's taking his strongest action to date, pushing private industry to ramp up production. Adding urgency, the head of the FDA testifying on Capitol Hill today as families nationwide desperately await relief. Under growing pressure, President Biden now taking dramatic action to address the nationwide baby formula shortage. On Tuesday, he invoked the Defense Production Act, requiring suppliers of key formula ingredients to prioritize delivery to formula manufacturers.
I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
The president also launching Operation Fly Formula, ordering the military to direct planes to transport formula to the U.S. from other countries. These drastic measures, usually reserved for wartime, coming after the crisis had been going on for months, leading to anger from voters and desperation from parents.
That is the one goal and as a parent is to make sure our child has what they need.
Even some Democrats say the administration should have acted sooner.
I give everybody an F on the entire spectrum of this. Nobody focused on this like they needed to.
The formula shortage so severe, it's now leading to new hospitalizations. 11-week-old baby Chloe is one of at least 4 new cases linked to the shortage at the Medical University of South Carolina. Chloe had gastrointestinal surgery on Monday, but with allergies to dairy and soy, she needs a special formula that has been nearly impossible for her parents to find. Chloe's mother telling our Kate Snow.
We had tried everything for her. We need to have her on the most hypoallergenic formula to see if this will indeed help her to keep us out of the hospital.
Administration officials say the order for private industry to ramp up production has gone out effective immediately, and those flights could take off within days. And overnight, the House passed 2 bills aimed at addressing the shortage, and it now heads to the Senate.
So important to see these real impacts. Kristen Welker, thank you.
Turning now to the growing inflation crisis, U.S. stocks tumbled again yesterday after major retailers reported big quarterly losses. The Dow down 3.6%, NASDAQ dropped 4.7%. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with a closer look. Tom, good morning.
Yeah, hey, Joe, and we're poised for more losses today on Wall Street. By the way, the NASDAQ down 27% year to date. So from Wall Street to Main Street, retailers report they're really struggling right now. Profits are dropping. We saw that with Target. We saw that with Walmart. Costs are soaring. Fuel costs are soaring. The supply chain issue is still a big problem, and that means Americans are now cutting back on their spending. On Wall Street, inflation alarm bells are ringing, sending stocks on Wednesday into a dramatic nosedive.
The Dow closing lower, more than 1,100 points.
The Dow suffering its biggest loss since 2020 after poor quarterly earnings from major retailers deepened concern of a looming recession. Target reporting a nearly 50% drop in profits from just a year ago. Walmart down more than 20%. Both companies blame rising costs on everything from fuel to labor.
Their cost to do business was just much higher than they had originally anticipated.
And consumers are feeling the pinch, especially at the grocery store, forcing some to ask, can I live without it? Ruth Simpson says she had to turn to a food pantry for help.
The prices have been going up so high, and I can't keep up with this.
Other saving tactics Americans are using: grocery store hopping, coupon clipping, and cutting back on expensive items like meat.
Say I buy a whole chicken instead of, I might break it down and make chicken salad or some type of barbecue.
Walmart says its shoppers are switching to its cheaper store brands, too, and opting for smaller sizes like half a gallon of milk.
This is $73.55 for a full tank of gas.
Meanwhile, little relief at the gas pump, with the national average now more than $4.50 a gallon and climbing. But experts say people are still willing to fill up, especially heading into the summer travel season.
Americans appear very resilient and eager to hit the road ahead of Memorial Day, with gasoline consumption continuing to rally.
And retailers say Americans are still spending, just prioritizing different items.
We're seeing a shift in what they shop and how they're shopping right now.
Target's CEO says shoppers are now skipping pandemic staples like TVs and bikes, and instead buying things like kids' toys, apparel, and luggage. As birthday parties, social events like weddings, and summer vacations start to make a comeback. You know, everybody is feeling this at the pump. You heard that guy talking about $73 to fill up. In fact, the average household will spend $5,000 on gas this year, up from $2,800 last year. And oh, by the way, diesel prices, they're surging. That means it costs more to ship your item from point A to point B to your store. Therefore, you pay more for that item. Joe, back to you.
So many impacts. Tom Costello. Thank you, Tom.
Now to the war in Ukraine and the situation at that Mariupol steel plant. This morning, Russia's defense ministry says more than 1,700 fighters who had been trapped inside for months have surrendered since Monday. This comes as the first Russian soldier to stand trial for killing an unarmed civilian pleaded guilty in court yesterday. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reports from eastern Ukraine.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. The fighting continues out here in eastern Ukraine. The U.S. embassy is back up and running, and the Ukrainian government says it is doing all that it can to secure the release of hundreds of Ukrainian fighters who turned themselves in to Russian forces in the city of Mariupol. But Russia is now using them for propaganda purposes to try to portray Ukraine's resistance as extremist.
Russia has been parading surrendering Ukrainian fighters through the streets of Mariupol. Russia, describing them as neo-Nazis, says it will interrogate each one for possible crimes against civilians. Moscow seems to be sending a message after Ukraine put the first Russian soldier on trial for a war crime. The 21-year-old Russian sergeant pleaded guilty to shooting a Ukrainian civilian outside Kyiv and is potentially facing life in prison. His lawyer says he was ordered to shoot by his commander, who thought the Ukrainian would give away the Russians' position. In Kyiv, The United States is now back in business officially, raising the flag over the American embassy there. Diplomats were ordered out of the country in the early days of the war, when it seemed Russia might quickly take over the entire country. Instead, Russian troops were first driven back from Kyiv and now from around the eastern city of Kharkiv, where Ukrainian forces have been blowing up bridges to stop Russian advances. But while Russian troops are struggling to hold territory, their grip on the port city of Mariupol and a naval blockade in the Black Sea are strangling Ukraine, cutting off many imports and the export of the country's most important commodity, grain. The head of the World Food Program made a direct appeal to President Putin to let Ukraine export its grain for the sake of global food security.
It is absolutely essential that we allow these ports to open, because this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the poorest of the poor around the world who are on the brink of starvation as we speak. So I ask President Putin, if you have any heart at all, to please open these ports.
President Biden meets later today with leaders from Finland and Sweden after the two nations submitted their bids to join NATO. And the Senate approved a new U.S. ambassador to this country after the last U.S. ambassador to Ukraine was forced out under the Trump administration. Joe, Savannah.
Richard, thank you so much.
Let's bring in retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. He is the former deputy commander of the United States European Command. Lieutenant General, good to have you with us. So the Russians are claiming a strategic victory in Mariupol after those fighters in the steel plant did finally surrender. But President Zelensky says Ukraine is determined to regain control of captured southern cities like Kherson and Mariupol. Ukraine has had success, but do they have the capability to reclaim lost territory in the south?
Well, what I will tell you, they certainly have the will and resolve to retake the territory in the south. But what they will need, one of the things we do not know because they're not reporting, is their combat power losses, both with equipment and people. And so we'll have to see where they are in terms of equipment and people. So that's the first thing we'll have to see. The second thing, if we want them to continue to take the south, then the West will have to continue to provide them equipment and arms. So there's two things: combat power losses, assessment there, and the other one, continued support by the West.
So later today, President Biden is going to host the leaders of Finland and Sweden after they applied to join NATO. The president appears to support their bids. That's despite opposition from NATO member Turkey. Yesterday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken met his Turkish counterpart, who brought up Turkey's objections. Let's hear what he said.
You know, we have also legitimate security concerns that they have been supporting terrorist organizations, and there are also export restrictions on defense products. So what I'm trying to say, we understand their security concerns, but Turkey's security concerns should be also met.
So two questions here. First, what do you make of Turkey's security concerns? And do you think this move by Finland and Sweden could have an impact on the war in Ukraine?
Well, I'll take the one on Turkey first. What I will tell you is what Turkey is really concerned about is both of these countries harboring PKK and Kurdish separatists in their countries. I think we'll be able to get there. Of course, there are going to be some negotiations. Within NATO, the 30 countries, all 30 countries must agree once they're invited in. So we'll see. It's going to take continued negotiations, and it may take some negotiations between the two countries, along with Turkey sitting down together to be able to resolve this. But I think eventually they'll get in. In terms of these two countries and impact on NATO, these two countries have two of the most modernized militaries and advanced economies in Europe. So they're going to make a huge impact with the security of NATO.
Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Good to be here.
Now it's time for another check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman and her hopefully now dried coffee stain are back with us.
How's it doing?
It's dry, but the stain's still here.
Okay.
It's a little damp. It's fine. It's getting much better. It doesn't look
Doesn't
better.
look good.
It does not look good. This is my last hit of the day, okay? I'm going to be changing in just a few minutes. All right, let's take a look at what's happening today because we have some really wild weather in Denver. But first, we're going to look at a really dry conditions in the Southwest once again. 16 million people impacted by a red flag warning. That is in the hot pink. So notice Denver here. We're going to look at the temperature for today because we're going to be warm. Temperatures near 90 degrees today with a high risk for fire danger. Tomorrow, 49 degrees. A cold front sweeps through. It's going to drop the temperatures by 40 degrees. Rain turning to snow, and they're going to have accumulating snow as we head throughout Friday and also Saturday. Also really gusty winds. We're looking at winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour in some spots. So high wind warnings, that's in your purple here. Wind advisories in your blue. It's from the northern plains all the way to parts of the Southwest. The winds gusting to 54 miles per hour in some spots, so a really gusty day today. Also watching the chance for severe storms. We have two spots where we could see severe weather today. One is in the upper Midwest. Notice the orange. That's the enhanced risk. That's 3 out of 5 on your scales. That's where severe weather is likely today. 29 million people at risk. Really large hail up to 2 inches. A few strong tornadoes are possible. We'll be watching that throughout the day. And winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Your second spot here is from the mid-Mississippi Valley all the way to parts of the Carolinas. A slight risk for St. Louis and also Nashville. By tomorrow, 22 million people at risk, stretching from the Great Lakes all the way to Texas. We have the same concerns with hail, gusty winds, also a few tornadoes. Rainfall forecast, notice it's a lot, and we're looking at really wet grounds already. So rounds of rain today could be bringing some flooding conditions up to 2 inches in some spots. That's a darker red. 1.5 inches is where you see that orange color. So today's forecast, we're going to see more May storms. We're looking at that heat really heating up in the south with temperatures in the 90s and 100s. And it's a really wide area, too, seeing this really high heat.
Oh my gosh. That's a lot of hot. You're going to need iced coffee.
Yeah. We might drink that year round.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, thanks, Michelle. See you in a bit. Yeah. Coming up, new developments out of upstate New York, where the man accused of killing 10 people in a Buffalo grocery store heads to court today.
New York's Attorney General now set to launch an investigation into those social media sites the suspected gunman allegedly frequented. We're live outside the courthouse next.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're back with the latest on the mass shooting in Buffalo. New York's governor is taking action, hoping to keep guns out of dangerous hands. Well, the accused killer is due back in court today. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is outside the courthouse with the latest. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. The suspected shooter is expected to appear in court in just over an hour now. He's facing a first-degree murder charge, but legal experts say that list is likely going to get longer in the coming days. This morning, the 18-year-old accused of gunning down 10 people at the Top supermarket in Buffalo, New York, set to appear in court.
A shooter, a mass shooter type.
The hearing comes as more store employees are sharing their chilling encounters with the suspect in the days leading up to the shooting.
I asked him, could he leave the store because he's making the customers feel uncomfortable. I noticed when he was leaving the store, you know, his eyes was wandering. He was wondering, you know, looking around as he was leaving.
Investigators now believe the suspect had been planning his hate-fueled rampage for months, zeroing in on a racist rant that the chat forum Discord says he made public to a small group 30 minutes before the shooting spree. Now, the New York Attorney General will investigate those social media sites authorities say the suspect frequented.
These social media platforms have to take responsibility. They must be more vigilant in monitoring the content, and they must be held accountable.
A spokesperson for the app Discord tells NBC in a statement they will cooperate with the AG's investigation and says in part, hate has no place on Discord and we are committed to combating violence and extremism. The atrocious attack hit the heart of this community, the only supermarket within walking distance for many people here. How critical Tops is in this neighborhood.
It's very critical. Like, there's nowhere else to shop at. You have to go to the other side of town.
This Tops was our food source. Our source to healthy foods, our source to foods with valuable nutrition, and now it's been taken from us.
To help fill that void, an outpouring of help.
I'm still behind y'all.
Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come down.
From donations from the Buffalo Bills to food giveaways through World Central Kitchen and the Red Cross.
You get one of each.
A glimmer of hope in the darkest of times. In addition to Discord, we've also reached out to 4chan, 8chan, and Twitch for comment in response to the Attorney General's investigation. We have not heard back yet. Separately, while the Top supermarket remains closed, there are opportunities and assistance out there for locals, including ride-sharing companies offering to transport locals to nearby grocery stores for free. It's not clear when the Top supermarket will reopen its doors, but Joe, its temporary closure is certainly another devastating blow to this community.
Huge blow, but good to see people trying to help however they can. Emily, thanks so much.
Now to international headlines. China's beginning to relax some of its COVID test rules.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with more on that and the latest headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, this new easing of restrictions means that starting from tomorrow, people traveling to China from the United States will no longer be required to take that PCR test a week before they travel. They still need to take a PCR test 24 hours or 48 hours before they board the flight, depending on which airport they use. The same rule will apply now to Canada as well, but starting from Sunday instead. And let's move to Israel, where authorities have given permission to Jewish nationalists to march through Jerusalem later this month. The annual event, which celebrates Israel's capture of East Jerusalem in 1967, usually ignites tension and violence with Palestinians who claim East Jerusalem as the capital of a future state. And let's end this short tour of the world in Germany, where the small town of Waldorf ordered cat owners to keep their pets indoors until the end of August in order to protect the crested lark, a rare bird who is in town for the breeding season. Well, if you hear yowling in the town of Waldorf in Germany, guys, I don't think it's the cats, it's the owners who are pretty upset about this.
Oh.
Cats are like, free housing, yeah.
Well, so I like how you just said they're just visiting the town like they're tourists.
Thank you, Claudio.
Thank you. Now, with just days to go before the planned end of the Title 42 COVID ban at the southern border, there's been a spike in migrants looking to cross into the U.S. As NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains, with more resources needed at the border, the system may be reaching a tipping point.
On the U.S.-Mexico border, one surge. Getting in position and preparing for another. The Rio Grande near Eagle Pass, flanked by National Guardsmen, Texas State Troopers, and across the river, Mexican State Police, all working to back up U.S. Border Patrol, stretched thin by record migrant crossings, more than 200,000 encounters in April alone. Many shedding their wet clothing immediately before facing a different journey.
Authorities say these stretches of razor wire put in just the last few weeks are supposed to direct or funnel migrants as they come across the river to where they can be safely taken into custody by Border Patrol agents or other law enforcement.
We want to protect everyone, but we want for them to come over here to the United States legally.
DPS Sergeant Juan Maldonado says the danger for migrants is constant, from human trafficking to the 25 drownings that have taken place during crossings in just the last month.
And right in front of people, you know, they think it's safe to cross, but they don't see the undercurrent, and that's very dangerous.
Has DPS or Border Patrol ever faced a potential immigration challenge like the one you're anticipating?
I don't believe we have in a long time, sir.
To the south in the Rio Grande Valley,
this is without by far the busiest zone.
The Department of Homeland Security stressing coming days could bring historic levels of migration.
Right now we've had 68 large groups of over 100.
The Department Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas toured border facilities on Tuesday. The visit just days before a federal judge is expected to rule if the Biden administration can end Title 42.
Based on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's decision that it will end on May 23rd, that does not mean that the border is open beginning on May 23rd.
The end of pandemic-era policy put in place by the Trump administration that blocked migrants from claiming asylum in the United States.
We are surging resources to the southwest border.
Meanwhile, the border's immediate future lies in Louisiana, where a federal judge is expected to rule on a lawsuit filed by more than 20 Republican-led states, fighting to keep Title 42 in place.
Thanks to Morgan Chesky for that report. Now, while we don't know what the future will hold, the federal judge did previously promise to make a decision by May 23rd, the same day that Title 42 is set to expire.
Coming up, a new COVID precaution from the CDC just as you're getting ready for that summer vacation.
Yeah, the latest testing recommendations for those of you planning a getaway as cases surge across the country. That's up next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
COVID cases are on the rise across the country, prompting top health officials to call on people to return to indoor masking.
There may be a silver lining, though, to the ongoing COVID wave. Hospitalization rates and deaths have remained low, suggesting COVID subvariants may be less severe than previous COVID strains.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now for the latest. Stephanie, good morning.
Hey, Joe and Savannah, good morning to you guys. That's correct. According to the CDC, the latest wave of COVID cases has risen nationally by around 26% over the previous week. That's a threefold increase over last month as many workers return to office settings and they get ready for those summer vacations. A new wave of COVID infections is sweeping the nation. Federal officials calling the national uptick very substantial, with a third of the country experiencing high transmission rates.
In areas where community levels are high, everyone should be using prevention measures and wearing a mask in public indoor settings.
But the number of severe illnesses and deaths is lagging behind cases, thanks to the effectiveness of vaccines and Pfizer's antiviral medication Paxlovid.
The rate of ICU hospital admissions is much lower than what one would expect with infections. And then death numbers continue to be low. Obviously, we want to continue to drive that lower.
Some workplaces are reinstating mask requirements, including the big three auto plants in Michigan.
It's to protect all of us. It really is. So I don't mind.
While some had hoped the U.S. would be close to herd immunity by now, experts say that idea has been complicated by the unfortunate reality of reinfections.
If you've just recovered from COVID-19, you can assume that you will have some short-term immunity against the strain that you got infected with, as well as the new strains. But for how long that immunity lasts, we really don't know.
And with the traditional summer travel season around the corner, the CDC is recommending all Americans test within 3 days of departure, even for fully vaccinated people traveling within the U.S.
It's tough. It can be a huge inconvenience, but it will prevent further spread. I think the safer, the better.
A new precaution to prevent a summer surge. On the vaccine front, the FDA has approved a Pfizer booster shot for children ages 5 to 11. Kids who've been vaccinated would be eligible for a third shot at least 5 months after completing their initial 2-dose vaccine. CDC advisors are scheduled to meet today and are expected to recommend that booster, but there's still no word on when a vaccine for very young children might be approved. Guys, back to you.
Stephanie Goss, thank you.
Now let's bring in Harvard Medical School physician, Dr. Aditi Narukar. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So let's start right there with what Stephanie was talking about, children and the vaccine, because here's the thing. We're talking about this booster shot. Good news for a lot of parents, of course, but we also know vaccine rates among kids are low. So really for most parents, I'm not sure they're even at the point of the booster yet. So is there anything that can be done to bring those numbers up? What would you say to that?
That's right, Savannah. You know, what's interesting is that the booster has a 36-fold increase in antibodies. But of the 28 million children in this age group, 70% are still unvaccinated. So the challenge is going to be about getting kids boosted, yes, but also vaccinated in the first place. We know that the single most important thing parents can do is talk to their pediatrician. And like Stephanie suggested, we also really need to push for vaccinating kids under 5.
Let's talk about some global headlines here and the COVID outbreak. Let's talk about some global headlines here in the global COVID outbreak in North Korea. The country there has nearly 2 million suspected COVID cases. They call them fever cases, but it's refused help from abroad, turning down offers of vaccines from the UN's COVAX program and from South Korea. What worries you about this outbreak? And without outside help, can this country really battle COVID?
The situation in North Korea is likely to be dire, but Joe, like you said, these are secondhand accounts by state-run media. We know that North Korea has refused vaccinations from the COVAX program and China. They also don't have the medical infrastructure to support large outbreaks like medical supplies and ventilators. So we really don't know the true extent of what's happening on the ground, which makes it that much more worrisome.
Doctor, I also want to ask you about something else that seems pretty worrisome. It's this new report from the World Health Organization. It shows that the world is no better prepared for a new pandemic than it was before COVID-19. A big reason for that, it says, is vaccination efforts. But what did this study find? What needs to change? Were you surprised to hear this, that us dealing with this for 2+ years now didn't help us in this regard?
You know, Savannah, unfortunately, I wasn't surprised, and I was quite appreciated their strong language. The report starts by saying that COVID has really shown us how fragile and vulnerable our world is. And the pandemic has really shown us that there are many inequalities in the world, and they have been exacerbated. Here in the U.S., we had a 1 million death toll from COVID, and that's in spite of having vaccines early. In low and middle income countries, we're not going to see vaccines there until 2023. So think about that level of inequality. In spite of our pandemic burnout, which I know is deep for all of us, we do need to think about preparing for the next pandemic.
Doctor, I want to ask you, we're starting to see graduations, which means summer is upon us, and a lot of families are going to be heading out for summer travel, which we know is going to be huge this year. But we have these COVID cases going up. I was at the airport just the other day, not a lot of mask wearing in the airport, not a lot of mask wearing on the planes. Yeah. What's the best advice you have for families that want to travel, they want to get out, but they are worried about these rising numbers?
Yeah. You know, Joe, I was on a flight just a few days ago, too, and I was shocked that people, you know, the large amount of people who weren't wearing masks. As we approach the summer months, graduations, and warmer weather, try to engage as much as you can outdoors. If you are indoors, wear a well-fitted mask, an N95, KN95, and avoid cloth and surgical masks. The key is to wear masks, and I would love for us to have more masking policies nationally to mitigate the surge that's ahead.
Dr. Aditi Narukar, as always, we so appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us this morning.
We're getting a look inside a major drug bust in Southern California. Federal agents discovered an intricate tunnel running between Mexico and a small town in San Diego County.
That's right. Now 6 people are behind bars accused of trafficking millions of dollars in drugs. NBC News Now anchor Aaron Gilchrist joins us with more. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning to you. This was a pretty bold operation. You think about it, above ground, you see a warehouse that's just a few hundred yards from a port of entry, the U.S.-Mexico border. Below ground, what you don't see is a really well-developed drug smuggling operation, meaning millions of dollars in drugs being moved between the two countries. You're looking at the end of a massive drug smuggling operation in Southern California. This hole leading to a well-developed tunnel system running nearly the length of 6 football fields. The weekend bust in Otay Mesa netting more than 1,700 pounds of cocaine, along with meth and heroin.
In the span of a few hours, agents watched 5 vehicles come and go from the stash house and this warehouse.
The U.S. Attorney for Southern California says federal agents started watching suspects Friday morning, and by day's end were able to grab $25 million in drugs.
We allege that our defendants were driving into the garage and loading or dropping off cardboard boxes full of drugs to further the movement and distribution of drugs throughout the United States. But federal agents were watching the whole time. When the time was right, cars were stopped and they were searched.
They also found a sophisticated cross-border tunnel system.
You stay on the rails, it's okay.
The passageway complete with reinforced walls, a rail system, even electricity and ventilation. That tunnel stretching more than 1,700 feet into Tijuana, Mexico. On the Mexican side, soldiers posted outside a cluster of houses believed to be the starting point of the drug operation.
I came back from a stroll, and now they aren't letting me back into my house. What happened?
A homeowner there saying he had no clue anything illegal was going on.
Nothing. That's why I find it very strange that in 12 years, I've never seen any suspicious activity. Nothing.
The feds say this warehouse was the operation's endpoint, only 300 feet from the U.S.-Mexico border fence. 6 people now in jail to face drug conspiracy charges.
The tunnel was discovered because of good old-fashioned police work, good old-fashioned detective work.
Now, the U.S. Attorney says there have been 90 of these underground passages discovered in Southern California since 1993. The last time was in March of 2020, right before the pandemic really started in this country. And, Joe, each of the 6 people arrested in this case are looking at 10 years to life in prison.
Aaron, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, an offbeat Pittsburgh museum that shows us times are definitely changing.
Yeah, the art and history of tattooing, a creative medium that goes so much more than skin deep. That's next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Some breaking news out of Wall Street. We're getting a fresh snapshot of the state of both the economy and the labor market this morning.
Yeah, Bertha Coombs joins us now to break down this week's unemployment claims and more. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. So unemployment claims coming in a little hotter than expected at 218,000, up more than 20,000. But bear in mind, that's still better than a 50-year low. And if you think about it, back in the 60s and 70s, the population was a lot lower. So we're still not seeing employers laying a lot of people off. Meantime, inflation top of mind in households and in Washington. Congress is going after alleged price gouging at the gas pump. House Democrats plan to vote on a bill today that would give the Federal Trade Commission the authority to go after price gouging by big oil companies, despite skepticism from more Industry is reaping too much in profits, but the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is warning that the bill could actually result in shortages, which could lead to gas lines, higher prices, and rationing. Melvin Capital, that was the one-time high-flying Wall Street hedge fund, says now that it plans to close its funds and return cash to investors. This caps a stunning reversal of fortune for a firm that lost big on the surge in meme stocks like GameStop and AMC back in the early days of the pandemic. Melvin Capital suffered billions in further losses this year during the market slump. Its flagship fund reportedly losing 23% since January. In a letter to investors, Melvin's founder, Gabe Plotkin, says, quote, "The past 17 months has been an incredibly trying time." That probably underestimates what he has experienced.
Yeah, no kidding.
Stunning reversal of fortune.
Thank you, Bertha. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now, New Jersey legislators are considering a bill that would permanently ban smoking cigarettes inside casinos. The state temporarily banned smoking during the pandemic, and now workers are pushing to keep that in place. CNBC's Contessa Brewer has the story.
Slots and smoking seemingly have gone hand in hand for decades.
That's the first thing that confronts me is cigarette smoke.
But COVID changed that.
COVID, they banned smoking. Customers had to go outside. It was great.
Tammy Brady has worked in casinos for 37 years.
It's horrible. It's just you have to sit there and just take it.
Currently, Tammy's on medical leave.
I have stage 2 breast cancer.
She's joined 2,500 other casino workers in Atlantic City demanding the state ban smoking in their workplace.
When you're on a smoking game, it's torture.
Research shows casino workers are at greater risk for heart and lung disease because of secondhand smoke. But the casino industry has long insisted smoking bans hurt the bottom line.
The majority of our employees do not want to see a complete smoking ban because, unfortunately, they know it's going to have a direct impact on their gratuities.
A study by Spectrum Gaming, commissioned by Atlantic City Casinos, says eliminating smoking could cost as many as 2,500 jobs. Another report estimates it could decrease gaming revenue by up to 25%. Why? Smoking sections in casinos traditionally produce higher profits. Smokers sit longer and spend more at the slots. But some casino consultants believe those ideas and the data are outdated. COVID changed a lot of expectations.
What basically happened was smoking prohibitions were implemented at no economic cost. Consumers didn't react negatively. They kept coming in because, well, they enjoy gambling.
2 hours away from Atlantic City, Parks Casino outside Philadelphia decided to...
Please be seated. Thank you. It's not only a beautiful day, this is, in my view and the view of my team, a momentous day. It's a very, very good day. Today, I'm proud to welcome and offer the strong support of the United States for the applications of two great democracies and two close, highly capable partners to join the strongest, most powerful defensive alliance in the history of the world. Two proud, independent countries exercising the sovereign rights all states possess to decide their own security. President Nisto, you are, and Prime Minister Anderson, it's a great honor to have both of you here at the White House as Finland and Sweden began the process of joining NATO. It was out of the wreckage of World War II that NATO was formed. And in 7 decades that followed, NATO has proved itself an indispensable alliance, committed to a Europe whole, free, and at peace. But in recent years, doubts began to arise. Was NATO still relevant? Was it still effective? Is it still needed in the 21st century world? Today, there is no question. NATO is relevant. It is effective, and it is more needed now than ever. The indispensable alliance of decades past is still the indispensable alliance for the world we face today. and I would argue tomorrow as well. And the decision of Sweden and Finland, the one they have made, is testament to that commitment. This is about the future. It's about a revived NATO that has the tools and resources, the clarity and conviction to defend our shared values and lead the world. Sweden and Finland are already among our closest partners on a range of issues, from strengthening peace and stability to advancing human rights, to taking on the climate crisis and addressing food insecurity, from strengthening the global health to promoting development. Finnish and Swedish troops have already served shoulder to shoulder with U.S. and NATO forces in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq. And both Finland and Sweden are already working in coordination with the United States and our other allies and partners to support the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their freedom against Russia's invasion. Sweden and Finland have strong democratic institutions, strong militaries, and strong and transparent economies, and a strong moral sense of what is right. They meet every NATO requirement, and then some. And having 2 new NATO members in the High North will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board. Today, the President, the Prime Minister, and I had a very good discussion about NATO accession, about the war in Ukraine, and strengthening transatlantic security. But our conversations began well before today. President Nisto and I spoke last December, and again in January, and the weeks leading up to Russia's unjust and unprovoked assault on Ukraine. In March, the President came to the White House to see me, to discuss this brutal conflict and the rupture it's causing in Europe. While we were in the Oval Office together, we picked up the phone and we called the Prime Minister, and the 3 of us all spoke. And we spoke again last week when I invited them to come to the White House today. We have consulted closely at every stage as Sweden and Finland made their determinations. And today I'm proud to assure them that they have the full, total, complete backing of the United States of America. Today, my administration is submitting to the United States Congress reports on NATO accession for both countries so the Senate can efficiently and quickly move on advising and consenting to the treaty. I greatly appreciate Senator Schumer and McConnell's support, as well as Senator Menendez and Risch, to move this through the Senate as quickly as possible once the perspective of all allies are addressed and NATO adopts the accession protocols. The bottom line is simple, quite straightforward. Finland and Sweden make NATO stronger, not just because of their capacity, but they're strong, strong democracies. And a strong, united NATO is the foundation of America's security. By joining NATO, allies make a sacred commitment to one another, that an attack on one is an attack against all. It's Article 5 of the Washington Treaty and the core building block of our alliance. And the only time in history Article 5 has been invoked was after 9/11, when the United States was attacked and all our allies rallied to our side. The United States will never forget that, and we will never fail in our pledge to defend every single inch of NATO territory. I welcome Sweden and Finland choosing that responsibility as well. This is going to benefit all of our people. And today, the President, Prime Minister, and I committed that we're going to work together to remain vigilant against the threats to our shared security and deter and confront any aggression, while Finland and Sweden are in this succession process. There's nothing going to be missed, as my mother would say, between the cup and the lip. We're in once it is moving forward. I really mean it. I really mean it. So let me be clear. New members joining NATO is not a threat to any nation. It never has been. NATO's purpose is to defend against aggression. That's its purpose, to defend. And let no one make a mistake. The meaning of this historic day. In the face of aggression, NATO has not grown weaker or more divided. It has grown stronger, more united. With Finland and Sweden's decision to request membership in NATO, it'll be enhanced for all time. Standing together today, we reject the bloody creed that might makes right, and we declare a more powerful creed, all for one and one for all, because what NATO makes strong isn't just our enormous military capacity, but our commitment to each other, to its values. NATO's an alliance of choice, not coercion. This is a victory for democracy in action. Finland and Sweden are seeking to join NATO because their citizens demanded it, and their elected leaders heard them. That's how it works when leaders derive their power from the consent of the government, from the consent of the governed. And that's why NATO's open door has always been so important. It allows nations to choose for themselves to ask to be part of a group of nations that value freedom, democracy, and human dignity above all else. Countries must demonstrate that they meet NATO's high standards for military interoperability, economic transparency, and democratic accountability. That's what Sweden and Finland have done. And so today, it's an affirmation of those countries in Europe that share our values, that we're willing and able to do what it takes to be part of the alliance. NATO's door remains open. In just a few minutes, I'll be leaving to spend time with two of our Indo-Pacific allies. In a half hour or so, I'll be flying to the Republic of Korea and Japan. I thank the President and the Prime Minister for traveling here on for this meeting before I take off, because it is so important. America's alliances in Europe and in Asia keep us, and I would argue the world, strong and secure. They're how we confront the challenges of our time and deliver for our people today, and harness opportunities for better tomorrow. And I look forward soon calling Sweden and Finland our friends, partners, and NATO allies. I want to thank you both for being here, and I'm going to invite each of you to say a few words, and we'll start. Mr. President, the podium is yours. Mr. President, thank you so very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, it is with great pleasure and honor to be standing here today with you, together with the Swedish Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson. We are here for a very good reason. Together we are taking a historic step by seeking to join the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Finland has made its decision after a rapid but a very thorough process. The process has once again revealed the strength of Finnish democracy. Starting from the strong public support, the decision was made with an overwhelming parliamentary majority, and it also enjoys huge, strong popular support. I want to thank you, Mr. President, for your steadfast support throughout this process. In early March, I visited White House, and you encouraged us to go further. That was of vital importance to our process. Your statement yesterday and our trilateral meeting today are a testimony of enduring commitment the United States has made to European and transatlantic security. I want to assure that Finland will become a strong NATO ally. We take our security very seriously. The Finnish armed forces are one of the strongest in Europe. We have also consistently invested in developing our capabilities. The Finns' willingness to defend their country is one of the highest in the whole world. We are ready to contribute to the security of the whole alliance, making the commitment to mutual security guarantees that being a NATO ally entails. Now that we have taken this first decisive step, it is time for NATO allies to weigh in. We hope for strong support from all allies and for a swift ratification of our membership once it's agreed. I believe that the United States can set a crucially important example to others. The Turkish leadership has recently expressed concerns about our membership application. I want to address these concerns today. Finland has always had broad and good bilateral relations to Turkey. As NATO allies, we will commit to Turkey's security just as Turkey will commit to our security. We take terrorism seriously. We condemn terrorism in all its forms, and we are actively engaged in combating it. We are open to discussing all the concerns Turkey may have concerning our membership in an open and constructive manner. These discussions have already taken place.
Leaders of Sweden and Finland, the Finnish president there speaking at this moment. They're both countries that are seeking membership in NATO now. We're going to have much more on that story for you as the news continues right now. On NBC News Now, hanging up the call, new revelations that a 911 dispatcher in Buffalo may have mishandled the shooting call. What we're now learning as that suspect appears before a judge. Stock shock. Wall Street dealing with its worst day in years after the Dow plunges more than 1,000 points. The inflation fears sending investors rushing to the exit. Emergency measures. President Biden uses wartime powers to get baby formula back on store shelves. The urgent moves the White House is making and how quickly they might work. And baby on board. A flight from Denver to Orlando lands with one additional passenger. Meet the flight crew behind a special delivery thousands of feet up. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin this hour in Buffalo, where the suspect in the supermarket shooting was back in court just moments ago. He remains in custody, but no new charges have been filed. The attack is being investigated as a hate crime at all levels of law enforcement. All 10 victims are black. The accused shooter is white. The House has taken up President Biden's call to take action. They passed a bill increasing resources to prevent domestic terrorism. It's not clear whether it will pass in the Senate, and we're also learning specific details about the 911 dispatcher who took the call and is alleged to have hung up. We're going to break down this case for you with trial attorney David Henderson in a moment here. Let's start, though, outside the courthouse in Buffalo. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is there for us again today. Maura, what do we know? What happened in court today? What didn't happen in court this morning?
Well,
Aaron, court just wrapped in the last hour. It was a lot shorter of a hearing than we were expecting. We were expecting a felony hearing where we would hear some evidence presented from either the defense and the prosecution, but that was actually adjourned because we learned that a grand jury did hand up an indictment yesterday on that one charge of first-degree murder. And now, so we're looking forward to June 9th will be the next court date, we learned. And like you said, the suspect will continue to be held without bail. Now, in the meantime, though, we do expect to see more charges brought by the grand jury because we do just have that one count of murder as it stands. We expect to see potentially more counts of that, potentially a charge of domestic terrorism here in the state court as well. But this is something that will be continuing over the next couple of weeks before that June 9th court date. There were members of the family of victims in the courtroom today. One person actually shouting at the suspect, "You're a coward." So clearly something, as we've heard from community members here in Buffalo over the past couple of days, they are really looking for accountability in this case here, Aaron.
You'd imagine a lot of raw emotion still in that community there, Maura. I do want to ask you about this emergency call we're hearing about. These claims that the first call to 911 from that store was hung up by the dispatcher. What can you tell us about that?
Right, a lot of raw emotions there, too. One of the survivors in the supermarket talked to us yesterday and said that she had called 911 and was whispering because she was right near where the shooter was. The 911 operator reportedly told her to stop whispering and that there wasn't anything to be scared of. And when the survivor, the person in the supermarket, got flustered, she apparently, the 911 call was reportedly hung up, and she had to call somebody else to then call 911 again. And so obviously that's something that could have held up emergency response. And so now Erie County is taking immediate action on that 911 operator. They say that the individual who took the call is now on administrative leave pending a disciplinary hearing. They have been employed by the county for 8 years, and at the end of May there will be that hearing, and they expect that operator to be terminated. Aaron.
I want to ask you, too, the store employees there, I know, are talking more about what the suspect did in the days before the shooting. Bring us up to speed on that.
Right, so we know now that based on social media posts, online activity, the shooter had visited Buffalo several months before to get a lay of the land, to scope out what the store looked like. And then he came the night before the shooting as well. He was approached by a security guard, but he was also approached by one of the store managers. I want you to hear a little bit about her interaction with him.
And I had met him in the meat department area and asked him could he leave the store, that he can't be soliciting in the store, asking people for change, and because he's making the customers feel uncomfortable. I noticed when he was leaving the store, you know, his eyes was wandering, he was wondering, you know, looking around as he was leaving.
So it's evidence and stories like this that we will likely see brought into the trial coming forward. We also know that there was video of the live stream as the shooter made his way through the store. That's something that we also might likely see brought up in court. But this is still something that a lot of community members have been so emotionally hit hard by. All of this still happening, of course, as funerals for the victims are set to begin tomorrow. Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett for us in Buffalo today. Maura, thank you. I want to bring in David Henderson for some analysis now. He's a civil rights attorney and a former prosecutor. So, David, are you surprised or struck at all that more charges were not brought today by prosecutors?
Aaron, I'm not surprised at all. And honestly, there are not going to be any surprises in the state court proceeding. Every state has a procedure that's essentially like this. If a person is charged with a felony, then you have to present information to demonstrate whether or not you had probable cause to sustain that charge. You can do that in front of a judge. You can do that in front of a grand jury. So what happened here is that the prosecutor rushed to the grand jury to get an indictment so he didn't have to present information in court. Between now and June 9th, you're going to see them get yet even more indictments. And the only question we're probably going to hear on June 9th is whether or not this person should be released on bail pending a trial. Part of what the courts look at is whether or not he's a danger to himself or the public. The answer to both those questions here is clearly yes. So I don't think we're going to see any surprises moving forward.
Well, yeah, I had to ask you. I mean, I think to a layperson, this really seems like an open and shut case. I mean, the videos are out there, the writings we've all seen. What's the legal task ahead for prosecutors and for the defense lawyers, for that matter?
Oh, you're right, Aaron. Very rarely will I tell you that a case is a slam dunk, but I will tell you this case is a slam dunk. to such a degree, I can tell you what the outcome is going to be in state court in New York, and I can tell you what the big question is, which is looming over all these proceedings right now. In state court, he's going to face at least 10 counts of first-degree murder. The worst thing you can do in our society is kill an innocent person. The only thing worse than that is kill several innocent people. For that, he will face life without the possibility of parole. But New York is not a death penalty state. It was declared unconstitutional in 2004. They abolished death row in 2008. However, federal authorities can pursue the death penalty for a hate crime. And the last time they did was with Dylan Roof when he killed 9 people in 2015 in a church in Charleston, South Carolina. So that's what's looming over all of these discussions and proceedings.
All right, David Henderson, we appreciate your time and helping us to understand how this is unfolding. Thank you. Fears are growing that the U.S. economy could be headed for a recession. That's after Wall Street went into a free fall on Wednesday. 2 of the major indices had their worst day since 2020. The Dow closed down more than 1,100 points. And the reason may be disappointing earnings reports from big-name retailers like Target and Walmart. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu now. Dom, I want to start with the markets as we typically do here. How are the markets looking today?
So, I mean, it's down again right now. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but at least for a key part of the market, the losses appear to be stabilizing for the moment. That key part, by the way, is technology and that sector overall. The NASDAQ composite has been moving between gains and losses today, a day after it was at or near the center of what was one of the worst stock market sell-offs in recent memory. Now, you mentioned that 1,164-point drop in the Dow yesterday. On a percentage basis, roughly 3.6%, right? The S&P 500, which is a broader measure of the U.S. stock market, was actually down around 4%, and that tech-heavier NASDAQ was off around 4.75%. Today, though, as you're seeing right now, it is the Dow that is underperforming, down roughly almost 400 points. That's about 1.25% or so. There are almost just as many conflicting narratives as there are things in the stock market right now that are moving. What the market is dealing with right now is it's grappling with inflation, what that means for the economy. Now, remember, usually when inflation is the problem, you see U.S. government bonds sell off and interest rates start to rise. You are not seeing that right now, Aaron. Treasury bonds are actually going up in value, moving interest rates lower because investors are trying to seek the safety of that U.S. government debt backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government on fears that the economy could possibly slip into a recession.
All right, so I get it. I understand how the markets are moving now, but help folks understand. Obviously, we got these earnings reports yesterday, and that kind of, it seems, shook the market. But help us understand why these sorts of earnings reports are so critical. What insight do they give us?
So, Aaron, what they do is they indicate that some of the big moves higher in inflation may actually now be taking a real toll on corporate profits. That was a big key takeaway from the key reports that you mentioned from the likes of Walmart and Target. Those 2 retail giants continue to see people spending in their stores, but warned that their future results could be impacted because of things like higher fuel costs, transportation costs, labor costs. Now, if companies make less money, make less profits, investors are not as keen to own those stocks, and that's one of those big reasons for a lot of the selling pressure. We are seeing more and more companies warn that profits in the future could take a hit. And by the way, you and I talked just yesterday, and Morgan and I, about some of the CEOs that are growing increasingly worried that the economy could slip into recession. All of that is playing out in that sentiment among CEOs as well.
All right, some stuff still to watch here. Dom Chu for us at CNBC. Thank you, Dom.
Sure.
Well, the White House is using protocols usually reserved for wartime to address the baby formula shortage sweeping the nation. Parents are getting so desperate to feed their kids, they're now attempting to make their own formula at home. Here's NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker.
Good morning to you. President Biden has been on defense over what critics say has been a slow response to the baby formula shortage. But now he's taking his strongest action to date, pushing private industry to ramp up production. Adding urgency, the head of the FDA testifying on Capitol Hill today as families nationwide desperately await relief. Under growing pressure, President Biden now taking dramatic action to address the nationwide baby formula shortage. On Tuesday, he invoked the Defense Production Act, requiring suppliers of key formula ingredients to prioritize delivery to formula manufacturers.
I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
The president also launching Operation Fly Formula, ordering the military to direct planes to transport formula to the U.S. from other countries. These drastic measures, usually reserved for wartime, coming after the crisis had been going on for months, leading to anger from voters and desperation from parents.
That is the one goal and as a parent is to make sure our child has what they need.
Even some Democrats say the administration should have acted sooner.
I give everybody an F on the entire spectrum of this. Nobody focused on this like they needed to.
The formula shortage so severe, it's now leading to new hospitalizations. 11-week-old baby Chloe is one of at least 4 new cases linked to the shortage at the Medical University of South Carolina. Chloe had gastrointestinal surgery on Monday, but with allergies to dairy and soy, she needs a special formula that has been nearly impossible for her parents to find. Chloe's mother telling our Kate Snow.
We had tried everything for her. We need to have her on the most hypoallergenic formula to see if this will indeed help her to keep us out of the hospital.
Administration officials say the order for private industry to ramp up production has gone out effective immediately, and those flights could take off within days. And overnight, the House passed 2 bills aimed at addressing the shortage, and it now heads to the Senate.
New information this hour in the war in Ukraine. It is now increasingly uncertain whether the soldiers evacuated from the Mariupol steel plant will be released from Russian custody. The Red Cross says it has registered hundreds of Ukrainian fighters there as prisoners of war since the surrender earlier this week. Washington keenly focused on the war today. The Senate expected to pass a $40 billion aid package to Ukraine today. It's already been approved in the House. And this morning, President Biden welcomed the leaders of Finland and Sweden to the White House as they seek to join NATO.
Then some. Having 2 new NATO members in the high north will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board.
Our Garrett Hake is standing by on Capitol Hill right now. Let's start, though, with NBC's Richard Engel on the ground in Ukraine.
Fighting continues out here in eastern Ukraine. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv is back up and running, and the Ukrainian government says it is doing all that it can to secure the release of hundreds of Ukrainian fighters who turned themselves in to Russian forces in the city of Mariupol. But Russia seems to be using them now for propaganda purposes to portray all Ukrainian resistance as extremist.
Russia has been parading surrendering Ukrainian fighters through the streets of Mariupol. Russian officials say nearly 1,000 Ukrainian fighters surrendered this week after they were surrounded and made a last stand at a steel factory. Russia, describing them as neo-Nazis, says it will interrogate each one for possible crimes against civilians. Moscow seems to be sending a message after Ukraine put the first Russian soldier on trial for a war crime. The 21-year-old Russian sergeant pleaded guilty to shooting a Ukrainian civilian outside Kyiv and is potentially facing life in prison. His lawyer says he was ordered to shoot by his commander, who thought the Ukrainian would give away the Russians' position. In Kyiv, the United States is now back in business officially, raising the flag over the American embassy there. Diplomats were ordered out of the country in the early days of the war, when it seemed Russia might quickly take over the entire country. Instead, Russian troops were first driven back from Kyiv and now from around the eastern city of Kharkiv, where Ukrainian forces have been blowing up bridges to stop Russian advances. But while Russian troops are struggling to hold territory, their grip on the port city of Mariupol and a naval blockade in the Black Sea are strangling Ukraine, cutting off many imports and the export of the country's most important commodity, grain. The head of the World Food Program made a direct appeal to President Putin to let Ukraine export its grain for the sake of global food security.
It is absolutely essential that we allow these ports to open, because this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the poorest of the poor around the world who are on the brink of starvation as we speak. So I asked President Putin, if you have any heart at all, to please open these ports.
President Biden meets today with leaders from Sweden and Finland after the two nations formally submitted their bids to join NATO. And the Senate approved a new American ambassador to this country after the last American ambassador to Ukraine was forced out under the Trump administration.
Now, the Senate is expected to pass a new $40 billion aid package for Ukraine today, 1 week after Republican Senator Rand Paul delayed that bill. Assuming that happens and the president signs it, the U.S. will have spent roughly $53 billion to help Ukraine since the Russian invasion started. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is joining us now from the Hill. So, Garrett, what's the timing looking like for final passage of this bill, and roughly how many senators do we expect to support it?
Aaron, we should see that bill pass within the next hour or so. It's really the last major piece of business for the Senate for this week, and I expect it'll get overwhelming bipartisan support. As we've watched other procedural votes over the course of the week, there's really only been about 11 Republican senators who have opposed this bill for various reasons. But Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader who was just in Kyiv last weekend, has been very outspoken about not only the need to pass this bill, but the need to pass it with that kind of bipartisan support to send a message to Ukraine and to Russia and to the rest of the world that the U.S. is going to stand up for its allies in this case. So I do expect by lunchtime today that $40 billion to have passed both chambers.
Yeah, and the Senate was pretty busy, too, yesterday, Garrett, confirming a new ambassador to Ukraine. What can you tell us about her, about Bridget Brink?
That's right. As Richard pointed out, this is the first U.S. ambassador to Ukraine since Marie Yovanovitch was forced out during the Trump administration. Bridget Brink is a career Foreign Service officer. She's actually currently the ambassador to Slovakia. Before that, she was a State Department official with focus on Eastern Europe. So she has pretty unimpeachable credentials in this region. She is a fluent Russian speaker, and she'll be put back to work pretty quickly. The embassy in Kyiv just reopened to U.S. diplomats in the last day. Aaron.
All right, Garrett Hake for us on the Hill today. Garrett, thank you. President Biden will head to Asia this afternoon in his first trip there since taking office. He's going to South Korea and then to Japan, meeting with leaders there to strengthen alliances in that region. The trip is happening amid rising tensions with Russia, of course, and with China and North Korea. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is following that part of the story. He joins us now. So, Josh, what specifically is President Biden hoping to accomplish on this trip to Asia?
Well, Aaron, President Biden will be traveling to Japan and South Korea, but all of the attention will be on two other countries, North Korea and China, with the White House saying that they are bracing for the possibility that North Korea could mount its 7th nuclear test, potentially during President Biden's trip to the continent. White House officials say they are prepared for the possibility that North Korea will launch that test or do something else provocative while the president is in the region. And the president will be visiting our two closest treaty allies in Asia, South Korea and Japan, two countries that have their own deep concerns about North Korea and have worked alongside the U.S. to try to choke off North Korea's access to the funding they need to continue their nuclear program. But the other big focus of this trip, of course, will be China and efforts by the U.S. to continue to provide a counterbalance to China's influence over its neighbors in the region, particularly when the president is on his second stop in Tokyo. He will have a chance to meet with a group called the Quad that involves not only Japan, but also Australia as well as India, major democracies that have worked alongside the U.S. to really provide an economic alternative to China. And of course, one other message President Biden will be delivering, particularly to the Indians during that meeting in Tokyo, will be a call for them to do more to cut off Russia's access to financing as India has continued a close economic relationship with Moscow.
You know, Josh, before the war in Ukraine, there was a lot of concern about whether China would use force to gain control of Taiwan. As President Biden heads to that region now, how is the White House sort of managing that conversation or addressing that particular concern?
Well, you won't hear the White House say it in these words, but I think a big message they want to send with this trip to China is don't you dare think about doing anything in Taiwan like what President Putin has done in Ukraine. And the entire world will be ready to pounce the way that they have on Russia economically if China were to do something similar with Taiwan. Now, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, was asked about the message to Taiwan and to China on this trip, and he had a more diplomatic way of putting it. Take a listen.
The message we're trying to send on this trip is a message of an affirmative vision of what the world can look like if the democracies and open societies of the world stand together to shape the rules of the road, to define the security architecture of the region, to reinforce strong, powerful, historic alliances. We think that message will be heard everywhere. We think it will be heard in Beijing.
China always bristles when the U.S. brings up the issue of Taiwan, and in one indication of how closely the White House is monitoring and following those tensions, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, who we just saw, he spoke with his Chinese counterpart this week in anticipation of this trip to make sure the U.S. is keeping those lines of communication with Beijing open as well.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Washington today. Josh, thank you. Another coronavirus wave washes over the U.S., but something is different this time around. What doctors have to say about the new surge after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Memorial Day just over a week away now, and COVID cases are rising yet again, just as millions of people prepare to travel. Take a look at the map here showing the change in new cases over the last 72 hours. All the states you see in red there, they're seeing a 100% increase. The numbers suggest the subvariants may be more contagious, even though they seem to be less severe. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
A new wave of COVID infections is sweeping the nation. Federal officials calling the national uptick very substantial, with a third of the country experiencing high transmission rates.
In areas where community levels are high, everyone should be using prevention measures and wearing a mask in public indoor settings.
But the number of severe illnesses and deaths is lagging behind cases, thanks to the effectiveness of vaccines and Pfizer's antiviral medication Paxlovid.
The rate of ICU hospital admissions is much lower than what one would expect with infections. And then death numbers continue to be low. Obviously, we want to continue to drive that lower.
Some workplaces are reinstating mask requirements, including the big 3 auto plants in Michigan.
It's to protect all of us. It really is. So I don't mind.
While some had hoped the U.S. would be close to herd immunity by now, experts say that idea has been complicated by the unfortunate reality of reinfections.
If you've just recovered from COVID-19, you can assume that you will have some short-term immunity against the strain that you got infected with, as well as the new strains. But for how long that immunity lasts, we really don't know.
And with the traditional summer travel season around the corner, the CDC is recommending all Americans test within 3 days of departure, even for fully vaccinated people traveling within the U.S.
It's tough. It can be a huge inconvenience, but it will prevent further spread. I think the safer, the better.
A new precaution to prevent a summer surge.
Stephanie Gosk reporting there. A razor-thin margin tightens even more in one of the closest watched U.S. Senate races this election season. The slim number of votes separating Dr. Oz from his closest competitor. Next.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. President Biden welcomed leaders from Sweden and Finland to the White House this morning. Topping the agenda, the two countries' applications to join NATO.
Today, I'm proud to welcome and offer the strong support of the United States for the applications of two great democracies and two close, highly capable partners to join the strongest, most powerful defensive alliance in the history of the world.
And today on Capitol Hill, the Senate expected to pass a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine with bipartisan support. In Kyiv, the American flag was raised at the U.S. Embassy on Wednesday, marking resumed operations there. On the same day, Senate lawmakers confirmed a new U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bridget Brink. And on the battlefield, Russian forces appear to be increasing their efforts to capture more of the Donbass region in the east. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford on the front lines.
We're entering the area now in the crosshairs of Russia's territorial ambitions, the heart of the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine. It's here that the Russians are now focusing, and where there's evidence of fresh attacks all along our route. As we travel in, we see reinforcements arriving all the time as the Ukrainians send extra troops and military hardware to fight the Russians off. This is one of the latest hits. In the past 24 hours, the Russians have hit a volley of strikes in towns like Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine, and just 30 kilometers down that road is newly captured Russian territory as they're trying to claim more and more land in the Donbass region. But the Russian bombs are finding new targets every day. The towns around here are being hit day and night. The targets in the center of heavily built-up residential areas. This was a factory providing heating for around 10,000 people in the district. There are a number killed in this attack, amongst them a soldier, and others who had a narrow escape. This soldier was in the middle of sending an audio note to his friend when the explosion happened. Oh my God. You were lucky. You were very lucky. How many? It was a few hundred meters away, he tells us. Minutes afterwards, he's filming himself with the smoke behind him to the same friend. What do you think the Russians are trying to do with these attacks? They're targeting civilians, he says. They're just trying to make civilians panic. The Ukrainian successes in fighting off the Russians from Kyiv and Kharkiv has meant the invaders have upped the tempo with increased savagery to try to wrestle control of Donbass. They haven't counted on the people here. They may capture territory, but they can't make us Ukrainians their slaves, Anatoly tells us. We'll never sing to the Russian tune. It's impossible, just impossible. The residents clear up their shattered homes with a battle-hardened weariness now. They've endured nearly 3 months of this trauma and turmoil. Why should I be afraid, she says. I just don't want the things landing in my house, and I don't want them to hit people. But people are dying, and families are suffering terribly. Every person who dies at home in their town or on the battlefield in Donbass, like Yuri, leaves behind broken-hearted relatives. Yuri was 32 years old. Among the mourners is his 13-year-old daughter, Darina, and his mother, Alina. Another family utterly devastated by this war. So many of his friends turned out for his send-off. And saying goodbye never gets any easier. I want to hug you just one more time, she's crying. Mothers aren't meant to bury their children. Fellow soldiers try to give him the respect they feel a fallen comrade deserves. They know there's a chance they'll face the same fate, but they'll leave here to continue defending Donbass anyway. And to those who loved him and will miss him, Yuri dies a hero. Is it worth it? No, Alina says. No, it's not worth his death. Because my child is gone. Just suddenly my child's gone, and I'm so sad. But he died a hero, she goes on, and I'm proud of him for that. Russia may have scaled down its military ambitions. The tactics and focus may have altered, but for those still being killed and terrorized, it doesn't feel much different. Alex Crawford, Sky News in the Donbass region, Ukraine.
And as Russia ramps up its attacks on eastern Ukraine, we're tracking the latest on the battlefield landscape. NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts is at the big board.
The Battle of Ukraine has moved into a stalemate as Russian forces haven't made significant advances. But at the same point, the last Ukrainian fighters here in Mariupol have surrendered at the Azov steel plant. There are a few more that remain there, but the Russians have largely taken control of everything in Mariupol, and that means they have a land bridge now which extends from Russia all the way to this area here, Crimea, which they have taken many years ago. Separately, the battle has shifted decisively to the east. In the east, though, Russia again is having trouble. The Ukrainians have advanced out in this area here, secured much of the territory in and around Kharkiv, preventing Russian artillery from striking in the center of the city with great accuracy. The Russians have an axis here down to Izium. This is how they control their communications and their logistics. They want to advance from Izium, and their original plan was likely to advance here from Izium and from here, Donetsk. That plan, it seems like it's a bridge too far for them. And every time they've tried to cross rivers in this area, the Ukrainian military has put up a stiff fight. The battle is really localized now to this part of the Donbass. You'll see the Russians advancing very slowly, small units, small groups, taking towns that aren't of particular significance, doing smaller envelopments, trying to contain Ukrainian forces. But the Ukrainian defenses are stiffening as Western weapons move into the area. And now it's really a battle of artillery back and forth. Russian artillery overwhelming Ukrainian positions at times, with the Ukrainian military, with the M777 artillery pieces coming in from the U.S., going to get more and more sophisticated and more sufficient in this battle. The big picture, we may have seen some signals in the last 24 hours of where Russia is trying to go. 2 months ago, I was talking about Novorossiya, which is Putin's concept that these southern territories of Ukraine bring them back under Russian control. They've not been able to do that, but there are areas like Kherson here, which they did take, that they're talking about making a breakaway or separatist republic that will become part of Russia. Look also for talk about Zaporizhia province here and Donetsk and Luhansk, this area of Donbass. These three areas, they may try and make these part of Russia, taking control of certain sections. If they do that, they may be signaling that this is the end of what they seek to advance. The one big issue is here in the Donetsk province, the western part of Donbass, here in eastern Ukraine. That's the last battlefield where we still will continue to see lots of fighting that could go on for weeks, months, or maybe even years.
I want to bring in Jamil Jaffer now. He is the founder and executive director of the National Security Institute. Jamil, let's start with leaders from Finland and Sweden at the White House today. We saw that video a little while ago. What do you make of their bids to join NATO at this point? Do you think the alliance can actually overcome Turkey's objections to potentially having those two countries join?
Well, Aaron, you've hit exactly the right question. Turkey is claiming that the Swedes and Finns have supported the PKK, a rebel group within Turkey that's caused the Turkish government problems for years. The problem, of course, is that this comes in the context of Turkey having pushed back on a number of other NATO initiatives, including having also bought S-400 surface air missiles from the Russians. And so, Turkey has not been playing nice as a NATO member for a while. It's been a problem. They also came after some of our Kurdish allies that supported our fight against ISIS in Iraq and Syria recently. And so there are challenges in the Turkey and NATO alliance relationship. That being said, I think ultimately the alliance will overcome their objections. The role of Finland and Sweden becoming part of NATO is so important to setting the stage against Russia that I think the alliance will overcome the Turkish objections.
I want to get your perspective also on this latest $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. The Senate's voting on that today. How long do you think the U.S. and other Western countries can sustain this level of support? We've been watching more and more money be infused into Ukraine from different countries around the world. How important is it, too, at this point?
It's a really important point, Aaron. We've got to maintain a long-term amount of support. A lot of this money is to backfill a lot of the weapons that we've already handed over to the Ukrainians, the Javelins and the Stinger missiles that we've already provided, as well as the howitzers that we've more recently provided. So it's important that we backfill our own supplies, but we are going to have to keep up this for a while. The problem in the conflict today is that the Russians have little incentive to give up tomorrow or to concede tomorrow. They don't have enough territory to really claim that they've succeeded. And so the question becomes, how do you find a middle ground where the Russians can stop the invasion? Ideally, we push them out as far as possible. But right now, Vladimir Putin has every incentive to continue to come after the Ukrainians aggressively, attack civilian populations, and that means it's going to cost more and more from the alliance. We need to look to our NATO partners to pick up some of this cost also.
All right, Jamil Jaffer of the National Security Institute, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. We turn to politics now, and workers are counting the ballots from Pennsylvania's Republican primary that is still too close to call days after voting. Dr. Mehmet Oz and former hedge fund executive David McCormick are separated by only 1,200 or so votes now. They're both confident, though, about winning, but a result could be weeks away. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joining us now from Delaware County, Pennsylvania. So, Dasha, bring us up to speed here. Where does the race stand right now?
The race is a dead heat right now. They are incredibly close. Oz and McCormick only separated by about 1,200 votes or so. The question is, how many more ballots in total are out there? Here's what we know right now. There are maybe somewhere between 10,000 to 15,000 absentee ballots. In those types of ballots, McCormick has been leading. There are also some day of votes left to count, both in Allegheny County, around Pittsburgh, and in Philadelphia. Those are coming mostly from memory sticks that hadn't been delivered to the election offices yet. So we're going to see where this goes. It's going to be a slow, drawn-out process. And both campaigns, as you mentioned there, they are signaling confidence. But it may be a while here, Aaron, before we have any sort of outcome. And after that, likely we're headed to a recount here.
Well, Dasha, you touched on it a little bit there, but do we have any real sense yet of when we might get some final results from this race? I know you said it could be a while.
Yeah, okay, so this is where I'm having total flashbacks to 2020 because we talked about the process here. I'm at a ballot counting facility in Delaware County, and just look at what these folks are doing behind me. This is an incredibly manual process. Probably the most high-tech piece of equipment in here is the envelope opener. They have to open the mail-in envelope. They have to open the secrecy ballot. Then they have to unfold the ballots so that they can neatly get into the scanner. For some ballots, there's an adjudication process where election workers try to make sure that they fully understand exactly what the voter was intending if there's, for example, an ink blot somewhere on the ballot. This is a tedious process that is done by hand by human beings who are being very thorough. I mean, the people here, they know how important this process is. It's very thorough, which
All right, looks like we lost Dasha's signal there, but we know that count process will continue, and they'll take as much time as they need to get it done right. Dasha, thank you. Now to new details in the federal tax probe of President Biden's son, Hunter. Data and documents reviewed by NBC News show that Hunter Biden's company earned $11 million over 5 years. And now the source of that money is raising concerns about national security. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter is joining us now. So, Tom, talk to us about what you and our team have been looking through and what you found.
Right. So I think we'll take this opportunity to briefly pull back the curtain, if you will, and how we do our work. We were able to get access to this hard drive, as we've reported from a representative for Rudy Giuliani. And then we went through the hard drive, developed a comprehensive timeline of information that we found, referenced some documents that, by the way, we have previously reported on before, namely a key email from a former Hunter Biden business partner, which detailed his personal income. On top of that, we looked at banking records that were referenced in a Senate report about Hunter Biden's finances. And over the course of this, we were able to determine that about $11 million of income, either to Biden himself personally or through his companies, was earned over a 6-year period, 2013 and 2018. Some of that coming from the Ukrainian natural gas company Burisma, which has been often talked about and came up during the course of the former President Trump's impeachment trial, something that he asked the Ukrainians to look into. We should be clear that Hunter Biden has no allegations of wrongdoing with respect to Burisma have been raised about Hunter Biden. But we did explore the tax issue, which is something that he is under currently federal criminal investigation for. And so that's one of the facets that we looked into, as well as money monies that his company received from a Chinese-funded joint venture. The leader of that Chinese company was accused of fraud and has not been seen in China in some time. So those are kind of the top lines of what we found, as well as Biden's expenditures.
All right, and so this is something obviously that's gotten a lot of attention because there are concerns about the potential for national security issues. Can you sort of help us understand what that's about and what kind of legal exposure Hunter Biden could face if these concerns actually bear out?
Right. So counterintelligence experts point to the fact that Hunter Biden's acknowledged use of drugs and some of the things that he has spent money on over the years could potentially have made him a target for foreign intelligence services, made him somebody that could have been compromised. So that's something that those experts have raised, given his personal activities, which are well documented in his book. As far as his legal exposure, that's a different story. So no decision, we should be clear, has been made as to whether or not to indict or prosecute Hunter Biden for a series of years of his income tax filings. That's something that is still being investigated. We have also confirmed that a associate of his, an attorney, Kevin Morris from Los Angeles, was able to give Hunter Biden money that he in turn was able to pay the IRS over $2 million to square his tax bill. But legal experts point out, Aaron, that that doesn't necessarily mean that he's clear from any sort of tax investigation. It's kind of like returning, according to Chuck Rosenberg, returning the stolen car back to the dealership doesn't excuse the fact that you stole the car.
Right. Very quickly, Tom, before I let you go, have we heard anything from President Biden or from Hunter Biden about this?
Right. So Hunter Biden has said on numerous occasions that he expects to be found not guilty of any sort of, or even be charged or found having done anything wrong as a result of this investigation. So he's clearly professed his innocence. We did reach out to the White House for comment. We have not heard back from them.
All right. Tom Winter with us today. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are back in court today. Depp claims that Heard defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed where she discussed being a victim of domestic abuse. Heard never mentioned Depp by name in that op-ed. She is countersuing him for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has been covering the trial for us. He's joining us now. So, Steve, what have we seen in court today?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Aaron, bit of a late start today. One of the jurors was actually late to court, so court started 45 minutes later. Since then, it has been a litany of witnesses from Heard's side testifying to Johnny Depp's character. We heard from his former business manager that would testify about his extravagant expenditures. We heard from his former agent that would testify about his former workplace practices and how he was late to every set, allegedly. And then we heard from one of his former best friends that testified about his alleged vindictiveness and jealousy. And of course, something that the Heard team has been hammering really since day one, about his drug use. Listen to this.
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but, you know, I think that, yeah, it was going on. You know, it wasn't like crazy rock and roll house.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness? No, I think that he's got a pretty good memory.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
So no court tomorrow. There is the outside chance that Johnny Depp himself could be called back to the stand by Heard's team, although we're not sure about that. And then proceedings scheduled to wrap up with closing arguments on May 27th. Aaron?
Right. We'll look into next week for more testimony and closing arguments after that. Steve, thank you.
Yep.
A flight lands with one extra passenger. The sky-high delivery one mother and people on a plane will never forget. That's after the break.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, a routine flight turned out to be a life-changing experience when this baby decided it was time for her first flight, and she sent her mom into labor mid-air. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on this special delivery.
Shakiria Martin says that her baby came a couple of weeks early, and she was actually on the second leg of a cross-country trip. The first one from California to Denver went off without a hitch. She was asleep on the second leg to Orlando when the contractions woke her up. Luckily, her now 4-month-old baby was in very good hands. Jada Lynn Sky was airborne, but not yet born, on a Frontier flight from Denver to Orlando when she surprised her mom-to-be, Shakiria Martin.
I was feeling fine and everything, and so I went to sleep, and I woke up, and my contractions was, yeah.
So your contractions woke you up in the middle of that flight?
Yes, yep.
And the first thought that runs through your mind is what?
This cannot be, there's no way I could just have this baby on the plane.
But Mother Nature had her own plans, and Shakiria paged the flight attendant.
I think I'm about to go into labor, and he was so calm. Like, he was like, okay, radioed for someone over the intercom to even see if they have like nurse training.
While none of the crew had formal childbirth training, 7 people well-versed in emergency response all pitched in. The pilot turned over flying duties to the first officer and coordinated an emergency landing in Pensacola. Several flight attendants gathered medical equipment while shielding Shakiria in the back of the plane. One of them, Diana Giraldo, a calming presence, helped with the delivery.
I'm an older sister, so to me it's like I saw this young woman, she was frightened, she was uncomfortable. There was no space inside of me for any doubt. I just had to make sure that I was there for her.
Shakiria, now a mother of 4, says it all happened quickly. You went into the bathroom pregnant, and you came out of the bathroom with the baby.
Yeah, yep.
For Giraldo, the scariest part came after that, when the baby had trouble breathing, so she wrapped her up in a blanket and held the newborn at an incline in an effort to clear away any fluid.
After a while, she started reacting, getting color back, and she started kind of like gargling a little bit and moving, which was a happy moment for all of us. It's a beautiful thing to bring life into the world.
The flight's captain called Giraldo's actions exemplary. Shakiria Martin, thankful for her baby's perfect landing.
I do want to give like a big shout out to the whole crew because they made me feel so much more comfortable.
The Sky in Jada Lynn Sky, of course, because of the circumstances of her birth. Now, if you can believe this, Shakiria might not have had the wildest childbirth experience on that plane because for her 3rd child, she was speeding on the way to the hospital, according to the sheriff's deputy who stopped her, going about 90 miles an hour. At that point, there was no more time. The sheriff's deputy had to help delivering her 3rd child on the side of the road. Thankfully, they did decide to let that ticket slide. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Embracing their heritage one page at a time. After the break, the Asian American author making sure kids see themselves in the pages of her best-selling books.
Live live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, all this month, we are sharing stories that spotlight creative people from the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. Author Joanna Ho wrote a children's book for her daughter while she was pregnant, all in hopes that she'll grow up loving the physical features tied to her heritage. Here's CNBC anchor Deirdre Bosa.
I have eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea.
Words Joanna Ho wrote while pregnant with her daughter.
My lashes curve like the swords of warriors, and through them, I see kingdoms in the clouds.
A love letter to her Asian features captured in a children's book. Eyes that kiss in the corners. The story follows a young girl who doesn't look like her peers, but learns to celebrate the shape of her eyes and her connection to her family.
My eyes crinkle into crescent moons and sparkle like the stars.
A sense of pride about her appearance, Ho says she actually did not feel as a kid.
I grew up really wishing that I looked different, that I never had movies or books that described characters that were beautiful, that looked like me. They were always blonde, blue-eyed, they had huge eyes with long lashes.
In fact, she was in her early 30s when she finally had a change of heart. An eye-opening experience on a family trip to Taiwan, flipping through a magazine.
I had this realization that everyone in this magazine was Asian, and it was all these beautiful Asian women. It was like, well, my eyes look like their eyes. Gosh, it's possible that I could be beautiful too.
Eyes That Kiss in the Corners got its fair share of rejections, but quickly catapulted to the New York Times bestseller list after debuting in early 2021. Ho says publishers are realizing readers want to see themselves on the pages, her kids included.
I hope they have books like this starting from when they're young and they just know that they're beautiful and they're powerful, and that's just like the thing that they internalize.
Ho has since written 2 more books and will release her first young adult novel in June.
Breaking news on NBC News Now. Surrounded and surrendered. Russians captures more than 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers in the key city of Mariupol. What could happen to them as the Senate is set to approve billions more in aid to Ukraine today? Expanding investigation. The suspect in the deadly Buffalo shooting makes another court appearance today, plus the disturbing allegations that may cost 911 operator their job. Solving the shortage. The president takes the strongest action yet to get more baby formula to American families. The big change is coming from the White House and Capitol Hill. And body of art. Tattooing, once taboo, now the focus of a new museum. We'll take you there to see how this art form began. Good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin with breaking news on Capitol Hill, where the Senate is set to vote on a new $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. The bill includes funding for the military, humanitarian aid, and refugee support. It's expected to pass on a bipartisan basis, but not unanimously. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says Ukrainians now in captured Russian territory will be allowed to choose where they live. It is still unclear, though, whether prisoners of war from Mariupol will actually be released. We are covering the latest this hour on the war and what's expected from Washington today. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kharkiv, Ukraine, for us again. Aaron, what is the latest on the steel plant fighters under Russian control that we've been reporting on? What can the Ukrainian government do to free them?
Hey, Aaron. Well, we have more questions than answers at this point. What we do know, according to the ICRC, they say they have registered hundreds of Ukrainian fighters evacuated from that once besieged steel plant, taken as prisoners of war onto Russian-controlled territory. We know that the injured fighters have been brought to a hospital in Donetsk. Where the remaining soldiers have gone is unclear at this point. The Ukrainians are saying that they're hopeful that they'll be able to exchange these hundreds of Ukrainian fighters for Russian prisoners of war, although Russians are saying their voices inside Moscow right now calling for the Ukrainian fighters to be put on trial. So their fate at this point is unclear. We really don't know what's going to happen next to these fighters, but they are being hailed here in Ukraine as heroes.
And Aaron, I understand that you were out with prosecutors in a bombed-out village just outside Kharkiv there. What did you see? What did you hear?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. We were there all day following Ukrainian war crimes prosecutors around this tiny little village that had been bombed in early March. Some 7 bombs had been dropped by Russian warplanes over this small, tranquil village, destroying 20 structures, killing 3 civilians, as well as a military personnel. The original target, they think, was the school where the Ukrainian border guard had been sheltering. But the Russians managed to hit everything but the school, including the home of one villager who lost her 31-year-old son. She says she has no idea what she's going to do next. Take a listen.
А куди мені йти? Мені вже 65 років. Я тут всю життя прожила, родилася, своїми руками все построїли, зробили. Куди йти? Куди йти, скажіть?
Do you think there will be justice for you and your son?
Ви сподіваєтесь на те, що настане справедливість для вас і для тих, хто
Я хочу, щоб їх наказали, ідіоти, за те, що вони з нами зробили. Ми ж до них не лізли. Хай їх Господь накаже, хай його весь світ накаже. Невже нема такої сили, щоб його остановити, скажіть?
Ala Goots told me that her son was actually working in construction and that he would have, had he survived the airstrike, helped her to rebuild her home. She doesn't know what she's going to do, especially when the winter comes. So many families here in Ukraine are in that exact same position. So many families wanting justice, and Ukrainian officials are vowing to get it for them. Some 11,000 investigations have now been opened throughout this country into alleged war crimes. Aaron.
So many heartbreaking stories when you talk to the people who are impacted by this war. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine today. Aaron, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor now on Capitol Hill today. So, Sahil, we're expecting some movement on this $40 billion aid package for Ukraine in the Senate today. Where do things stand at this hour?
That's right, Aaron. The Senate is going to be voting any minute now on that $40 billion Ukraine aid package. It is likely to pass with overwhelming bipartisan support. The last procedural hurdle on this package cleared by a vote of 88-11. The vote today, which could happen any minute, is expected to be similar, if not identical, to that. This would have passed last week, it's worth remembering, if not for the objection of Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul. It's a reminder that a single senator can drag things out in this chamber and forced a significant delay to a vote. None of the other 99 members objected to a vote, although the 11 no votes are likely to be all Republicans if the vote today mirrors the previous procedural hurdle. After that, it'll go to President Biden's desk for his signature.
So, Sahel, when you talk to lawmakers there, what are those in favor saying about the urgency to get this done and how the U.S. will pay for it?
Yeah, Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Majority Leader, recently gave a speech saying it was repugnant that Senator Rand Paul had held this up for all this time. He accused him of political motives. He accused him of, wittingly or not, helping Vladimir Putin in Russia. Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, has responded to criticism from within his own ranks. You know, people ask, why is Congress spending $40 billion on aid to Ukraine when American families are suffering, for instance, with the cost rise, the rise of gas prices as well as baby formula shortages? McConnell said it's important to consider the impacts on the United States if Ukraine loses this war, that there could be major consequences on that front as well. So this vote is likely to pass with unanimous support from Democrats and broad support, but not unanimous, from Republicans, Aaron.
All right, Sahel Kapoor for us on the Hill today. Sahel, thank you. Surprising allegations about what happened during the first 911 call in Saturday's mass shooting in Buffalo. That call came from inside the supermarket where a gunman killed 10 people. We're learning new information as the accused shooter faced a judge today for the second time. He remains in custody on a first-degree murder charge. Now, the attack is still being investigated as a hate crime on the federal and state levels. 11 of the 13 people shot are black. The suspect is white. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joining us now from Buffalo. Ron, first take us through what happened in court today.
It was very brief, Aaron, about 5 or 6 minutes. The suspect appeared handcuffed, wearing an orange jail outfit uniform. The prosecutors basically informed the judge that a grand jury had handed up that indictment yesterday against him, and the process now continues. The next hearing is June 9th, and we expect that there will be more charges than just the one charge of first-degree murder. There could be charges as serious as terrorism-related charges at the state level, at the federal level, an entirely separate process going on in that system where the ultimate charge could be a hate crime, which carries the death penalty if someone's convicted of that under certain circumstances. So that's what we're watching for, is a very short, brief procedure, which is to be expected at this point in the process. But a lot going on behind the scenes. This grand jury is being given evidence by the district attorney's office that traces every step and every detail of this individual's life over the past weeks and months as they try to build a very, very detailed case against him. Again, the indictment was handed up yesterday by the grand jury. The process continues today. It was just a very brief appearance by the suspect. Aaron?
Ron, the other thing we're hearing about today are these new questions about alleged inaction when 911 calls started coming in about the shooting at that grocery store. What more can you tell us about that?
This involves one call from a person in the grocery store. When the suspect was there opening fire, she's whispering into her phone, telling a 911 operator that there's a gunman there. And the 911 operator says, "I can't hear you. Could you speak up?" The woman says she tries to explain what's happening again. Imagine the situation she's in, just paralyzed by fear and hearing these gunshots going off. And at some point, she drops her phone, she says, and when she picks it up, the 911 operator has hung up and hasn't. And so the incident, the attack, plays out from that point. The people responsible for the call, the authorities, have said that the first thing that a 911 operator is trained to do is to understand that if somebody's whispering, there's probably a very serious situation going on. So that individual, who had 8 years of experience on the job, we understand, was placed on administrative leave immediately. There's a hearing for that person later in the month, and they're going to be terminated is the expectation, and that's what the county officials who run the center are saying. They're going to seek the immediate termination of that individual. The other thing that's happening here, Aaron, I can tell you about is tomorrow funeral services begin for the victims. 2 services are planned. That's going to, of course, move this all to an entirely another level, an emotional level, as this community still tries to heal and tries to grieve and tries to get through what happened on a day-to-day basis. Another thing that's going on here, there have been a lot of threats on social media targeting schools, targeting businesses. There was an individual arrested for being in a grocery store, accused of intimidating people at the grocery store, referencing the attack here. So there are a lot of people who are feeling a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety as we continue now into this process where families will be laying their loved ones to rest. So still a lot of emotion going on here as this community continues to grieve. Aaron?
Ron Allen for us in Buffalo, New York today. Ron, thank you. President Biden and Congress taking new action to address the national baby formula shortage. Overnight, the House passed 2 bills aimed at easing the crisis. At the same time, President Biden is invoking the Defense Production Act. Now, that law is usually reserved for wartime. It will direct suppliers to prioritize deliveries to baby formula makers. Now, parents desperate to feed their kids are making their own formula against the recommendation of doctors. The shortage now putting some children in the hospital. We're going to talk to a pediatrician about what parents can do. First, though, let's go to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, talk to us a little bit about these 2 bills that passed in the House. What was in them, and when might we see a vote in the Senate?
Well, Aaron, Congress actually acted faster than we expected. We expected these 2 votes actually to be voted on today. Instead, they were voted on late last night, the first of which passed almost unanimously. It would expand coverage for formula for people buying it under the WIC program. It would make them easier. It would make it easier to access formula. The second, though, is this $28 million funding package that would provide more funding to the FDA to basically cut government red tape, making it easier for manufacturers to boost supply of formula to get it on shelves quicker. That passed with all House Democrats voting in favor, but only about a dozen Republicans voting. Now these 2 votes go to the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he hopes both of them will be able to pass today. But as we saw with this House vote, there are several roadblocks that we're already hearing of from Republicans. Some of them are saying that this is essentially like writing a blank check for the FDA when we don't really have specifics as to where this money, this $28 million, is going. So as we've seen with so many pieces of legislation lately, you know, this could endure some obstacles on the Senate floor. There's mass consensus that something needs to be done to address this shortage. Just some disagreements over exactly what that is, Aaron.
You mentioned the FDA. I know the commissioner was on the Hill today testifying. What did he have to say about all this?
Yeah, so lawmakers came ready with loads of questions after President Biden announced yesterday that he will invoke the Defense Production Act, as well as this effort called Operation Fly Formula that would allow the government to import FDA-approved formula from overseas to help with this shortage. Lawmakers asked the FDA commissioner how exactly the agency plans to regulate that formula that will be coming in from other countries to ensure that it is safe to put on shelves here. Listen to what they asked him.
We have an ongoing investigation about the details of exactly what happened, you know, from point A to point B.
Will you commit to not exercising enforcement discretion with respect to critical statutory and regulatory safety requirements?
Yes, with an emphasis on those critical requirements. We will not let infant formula into the U.S. that is not safe.
There were several questions that the commissioner couldn't answer because of an ongoing investigation into the FDA's practices with getting more formula on shelves. But he did say that he is communicating with Abbott 2 times a day in advance of that reopening of this Michigan facility that was announced earlier this week. He also said that the majority of this new funding, if passed to the FDA, would be used for more inspectors, more scientists to better test the product of formula coming out of this manufacturing plant to ensure quality, to ensure safety standards. This isn't the last we're going to hear from this FDA commissioner. He's expected to come back next week on May 25th for another hearing with other top FDA officials, as well as officials from the top 4 formula manufacturing companies, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you. I want to bring in Dr. Mona Amin now. She is a board-certified pediatrician and a mom. Dr. Amin, we appreciate you being here today. There are a lot of desperate parents out there right now who are trying to figure this out, like so many people are. For people who don't have children, why does this matter so much?
Thank you so much for having me. This is an unprecedented time. Never in my career or as a mom would I've ever thought that we would be in a formula shortage in the United States. So many children are fed formula in the first year of life, and not having nutrition is a dire circumstance. You know, the bare essentials for children are somewhere to live, a caregiver who's loving, and nutrition. And for those who are not being breastfed, formula is life-saving. So this is not just, hey, we're just going to see what happens. This is essential. This is an essential need for so many families, and it needs to happen now.
Yeah, I appreciate you breaking that down so clearly for us. There are people out there who don't get it. And so I think that's really going to help to clarify this for all the folks who don't have kids or don't deal with kids very much. I want to ask you, too, what can a parent do if you need to feed your child, you're unable to breastfeed, you can't find formula? What options are out there?
I think it's a very difficult time. And, there's a lot of don'ts on social media. There's a lot of don'ts in the media. I really am happy that you're focusing on what we can do. So one of the big things is leaning on your community. So Facebook groups, for example, have been the #1 place I've seen a lot of parents go to have other moms, other parents take pictures of shelves in various stores and timing it as the time as to when everything has been stocked. In this way, we're able to find where there's formula located, and families are able to see if they have their certain formula in stock in certain places. Leaning on your pediatrician if they have samples in the office. If you're using WIC, using the WIC office as well. But I'm really finding that community is going to be the biggest way. Grassroots efforts to find formula from other friends, people online, in your community, so that we can feed our babies. And it shouldn't be this way, but we're going to get through this.
I do want to ask you very quickly. There's been talk about parents out there who've been trying to make their own formula. What's your view on that?
So like I was saying, we're focusing on a lot of the don'ts, and it is very important that we talk about this. Now, infant formula that's manufactured and on our shelves has gone through strict regulations to make sure all of the nutritional components are such to promote the development of a baby. And also there's checks and balances for safety. When you home make your formula, you're not in a sterile environment. It doesn't contain all the nutrients that are needed for a developing baby. So there is a safety risk there. I wish that we weren't in this situation where parents were even having to think about making formula, but I would advise using your other avenues, talking to friends, pediatricians, using your local support to find a way to feed your baby with other alternatives to the formula that your baby may be currently taking.
Dr. Mona Amin, we appreciate you being with us today and sharing some really good advice for folks out there who are worried about all this. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Wall Street looking to rebound after a dismal day of sell-offs on Wednesday. The Dow closed down more than 1,100 points for its worst day since 2020. The losses due in part to the disappointing earnings reports by major retailers like Target and Walmart. All this now adding more fuel to concerns about a potential recession. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is tracking this. He's joining us now. So, Jake, I want to start with where things stand today, if we can. How are the markets looking now?
Well, Aaron, at this point, we're looking at a drop of about 0.5% when it comes to the Dow. But, already, right, we know that the NASDAQ is in bear territory. That's when that index has fallen more than 20% from its historic highs. The Dow is, poised to perhaps join that. So we're really certainly seeing, the continued volatility. This morning, we saw Cisco report its earnings and said that it was going to miss revenue projections, and that is certainly bad news. Kohl's, another retailer, also reporting disappointing earnings. It is strangely up today. There's just a lot of volatility in the market today after this enormous sell-off we saw yesterday, Aaron.
Yeah, it seems like, the cost of doing business is really on full display as we look at these earnings reports that have been coming out. What do those numbers tell us about how companies are handling inflation and handling these supply chain issues that seem to keep popping up?
Well, retailers are such an interesting sort of benchmark of how things are going. You know, we had these disappointing revenue, these earnings calls from both Target and Walmart that were so disappointing. And, you know, the thing that they tell us, right, I mean, one thing is those companies are famous for their ability to predict consumer demand. In some cases, a company like Target knows, for instance, that, you know, you're pregnant before you do, right? The data-driven analytics that they have pioneered are extraordinary. But all of that, unfortunately, was blown apart by a combination of the pandemic, which changed consumer behavior, the supply chain issues we've seen, the increase in the price of oil. I mean, even things like the weather have been strange and disappointing for these companies, right? We saw what would have been a time when people would have been buying outdoor furniture in the spring because temperatures were colder than normal. Those companies weren't selling as much as they did. So they are having all kinds of inventory problems, things piling up that they can't sell, things that they need not being on shelves, all of this really suggesting that the system that we have relied on until now is just so much more fragile than we thought. Or maybe the other way to think of it is that the recent events have been so much more disruptive than we ever thought. So certainly a very, you know, scary moment in that case. In terms of consumers, I mean, we're in this weird moment, right, where jobless numbers, which came out this morning, are up a little bit for the third straight week, but, you know, we're still at historic lows in terms of unemployment, and yet we're also in this weird housing market. I mean, just things are very, very different. The models are very different than they've ever been before, Aaron.
Yeah, it's a big point. All these things happening at the same time, it creates all that craziness out there, volatility. Jake Ward for us today. Jake, appreciate it. Thank you. Now, while retailers are still reeling from the kickback of record inflation, so are consumers. Americans are struggling to make ends meet. We've been talking about that. You know it if you're dealing with it. We're facing steep prices on everything from food to gas and so many other things. And many folks are trying to adjust their spending. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. From Wall Street to Main Street, retailers across the country are struggling with lower profits. The reason? Prices are surging. Fuel prices are surging. There's the huge problem with the supply chain. In addition to that, labor costs are soaring. And now everyday Americans struggling with inflation are cutting back in a big way. On Wall Street, inflation alarm bells are ringing, sending stocks on Wednesday into a dramatic nosedive.
The Dow closing lower, more than 1,100 points.
The Dow suffering its biggest loss since 2020 after poor quarterly earnings from major retailers deepened concern of a looming recession. Target reporting a nearly 50% drop in profits from just a year ago. Walmart down more than 20%. Both companies blame rising costs on everything from fuel to labor.
Their cost to do business was just much higher than they had originally anticipated.
And consumers are feeling the pinch, especially at the grocery store, forcing some to ask, can I live without it? Ruth Simpson says she had to turn to a food pantry for help.
The prices have been going up so high, and I can't keep up with this.
Other saving tactics Americans are using: grocery store hopping, coupon clipping, and cutting back on expensive items like meat.
Say I buy a whole chicken instead of, I might break it down and make chicken salad or some type of barbecue.
Walmart says its shoppers are switching to its cheaper store brands too, and opting for smaller sizes like half a gallon of milk.
This is $73.55 for a full tank of gas.
Meanwhile, little relief at the gas pump, with the national average now more than $4.50 a gallon and climbing. But experts say people are still willing to fill up, especially heading into the summer travel season.
Americans appear very resilient and eager to hit the road ahead of Memorial Day, with gasoline consumption continuing to rally.
And retailers say Americans are still spending, just prioritizing different items.
We're seeing a shift in what they shop and how they're shopping right now.
Target's CEO says shoppers are now skipping pandemic staples like TVs and bikes, and instead buying things like kids' toys, apparel, and luggage. As birthday parties, social events like weddings, and summer vacations start to make a comeback. Yeah, we talk about the high cost of gasoline. The typical American household will spend $5,000 this year compared to $2,800 last year. Diesel prices also surging. That means it's going to cost even more to get your items into your store, and they'll pass the cost, of course, on to you. Back to you.
Well, doctors across the U.S. are scrambling to figure out why more and more children are getting hepatitis. The CDC now says at least 180 children are suffering from that severe liver inflammation, and they don't know why. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards has been tracking this story from the beginning. Erica, where do the cases stand now? Where are they being reported? What do experts think may be happening here?
Yeah, hey, Aaron. So that 180 number was just 109 2 weeks ago. They don't think that the cases are truly rising. Right now, what's happening is that doctors are looking back over the past 7 months to see if they can find more cases of these unexplained hepatitis. You can see there that 36 states and U.S. territories are now reporting cases of this otherwise unexplained hepatitis or liver inflammation. Right now, the current theory is that it's an adenovirus that could be behind these cases. About half of the kids here in the U.S. have tested positive for adenovirus. It's odd, though, because those kind of viruses usually just cause a bit of a stomach bug. Really rare to see this severe hepatitis in otherwise healthy children. Aaron?
So you say severe, Erica. How severe are the symptoms we're talking about in this group of kids, and are they being treated in any kind of way?
So about 10% have actually needed a liver transplant. Sadly, 5 deaths are under investigation, but it is important to note that it sounds scary, but it is incredibly rare. And most of these cases have been mild. Most of these kids have needed no specific treatment. Their livers healed on their own, and they are now recovering. Aaron?
And quickly, Erica, are the medical experts out there offering parents any advice on what they can be doing now?
Yeah, so it's really about just monitoring your children for any unusual fatigue or otherwise unexplained nausea or vomiting. The CDC just yesterday put out a statement about these cases. Reading in part, though, we encourage parents and caregivers to be aware of symptoms of hepatitis, particularly jaundice, which is a yellowing of the skin or eyes, and to contact their child's healthcare provider with any concern. Aaron, one other symptom that's been reported is unexplained loss of appetite, something to watch out for.
All right, Erica Edwards with us today. Erica, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, his laptop was a lightning rod of controversy during the 2020 presidential election. What NBC News found on Hunter Biden's hard drive and who stepped in to pay his multi-million-dollar tax bill. That's after the break.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Making news right now, a New York City EMT is recovering after being shot while caring for a man in his ambulance. Last night, he answered a drunken, disorderly call at a Staten Island lounge. Minutes after the man was placed into the ambulance, he pulled out a gun and shot the 25-year-old EMT in the shoulder. He is stable. That suspect is in jail. A Milwaukee man has been sentenced to 10 years in jail for throwing acid into another man's face. The jury found Clifton Blackwell guilty of first-degree reckless injury as a hate crime. In 2019, Blackwell got into an argument with Mahmoud Vialaz over a parking space. In court, Blackwell said he was, quote, still afraid of him. And Taylor Swift is now Dr. Swift. The pop superstar delivered this year's commencement speech at New York University, and she was given an honorary doctorate in fine arts. Swift told the grads to be themselves and said, quote, never be ashamed of trying. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. Any moment now, the Senate is expected to pass $40 billion in new military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine. It will then head to President Biden's desk. On the ground in Ukraine, the International Committee for the Red Cross saying it has registered hundreds of prisoners of war from that steel plant in Mariupol. It remains unclear what will happen to those fighters. The violence in Ukraine has left hundreds of children dead and even more wounded. And doctors from around the globe are now stepping up to help care for the injured without stepping foot in Ukraine. We begin our coverage this half hour with that part of the story. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley.
For a girl who's endured multiple surgeries, Kira is in remarkably good spirits.
You're smiling. You seem happy. Why are you've been through a whole lot.
I'm smiling and I'm in a good mood because this could happen to anybody. Now I've been here 1 month, I realize I can't postpone things. I can't wait. It's now a new phase of my life.
On April 15th, a Russian artillery shell lodged a piece of shrapnel into Kira's spine. She's one of more than 400 Ukrainian children who have been wounded since the fighting began nearly 3 months ago.
What are you going to do with this? Are you going to keep this?
I'll keep it with me, and every year on April 15th, and I'll take it out, and it'll be like a second birthday.
Because you feel like a new person now. Is that right?
Yes, I'm alive, and it's a miracle.
In a way, Kira's lucky. One of the boys she was with was killed in the same artillery attack that maimed her. Many of Kharkiv's wounded children go to see Dr. Pavlo Gubinov.
What's it like to see a child suffering like that?
Impossible to get used to it. It's terrible.
The first hospital where Dr. Gubinov worked was shelled early in the fighting. He had to bring his child patients here. Now his hospital hopes to benefit from some American expertise.
What about remote technology? Do you cooperate with doctors who are living elsewhere?
We can communicate with our American colleagues.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
So she's got a really positive prognosis here, right?
I think she's going to do quite well. I mean, particularly with this kid's spirit. You can tell she's a fighter and, fearless, it seems.
Dr. Francis Duggan has been working to establish ways for doctors from all over the world to advise Ukrainian physicians in real time. He's starting telemedicine trials here to help patients like Kira.
Right now, Kharkiv Regional is our first hospital, but we're going to be doing telemedicine, teleradiology, and telesurgery. And what this will consist of is basically an ability for physicians and surgeons in the Ukraine to be able to consult with doctors in the United States.
Kira looks set to make a full recovery. But as this war drags on, patients like her could soon get help from doctors around the world.
I didn't walk for 1 month, and I'm planning to walk from tomorrow.
I bet you will.
Of course, I believe in myself.
I believe in you too.
Oh, thank you.
An NBC News investigation is raising questions about the president's son, Hunter Biden. An analysis of his hard drive and iCloud account is bringing fresh scrutiny into how he made his money, all while a federal probe into his taxes expands. Here's NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson.
We're learning more about the president's son and the paying off of a multi-million-dollar tax bill he owed. Now, the open question for both Hunter Biden legally and President Biden politically is whether or not there will be any charges in this federal criminal investigation.
With federal prosecutors poring over Hunter Biden's finances, investigating whether he violated federal tax law, this morning a representative for the president's son tells NBC News his IRS bill totaling about $2 million has been paid off. Two people familiar with the matter say the money was arranged by one of the younger Biden's new attorneys, Hollywood lawyer Kevin Morris, best known for brokering a deal for the South Park TV show.
Does paying that tax bill wash away any liability that Hunter Biden may have now?
Paying the tax bill, if in fact that's what he did, doesn't undo the crime. It would be like returning money to a bank that you robbed. You still robbed the bank.
The president's son and his company brought in about $11 million between 2013 and 2018, working as an attorney, a board member to a Ukrainian gas company accused of bribing a prosecutor, and for a joint venture involving a Chinese businessman now accused of fraud, according to an NBC News analysis of a copy of Biden's hard drive and iCloud account obtained by NBC from a representative for Rudy Giuliani, as well as documents released by a Senate committee. During the campaign, then-candidate Biden denied his son profited off a China connection.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China?
The records show Hunter Biden's company received nearly $5 million in consulting contracts from that joint venture funded by a Chinese energy company. A snapshot of Hunter Biden's spending shows that for about 5 months in late 2017 and early 2018, he spent more than $200,000 a month on things like luxury hotel rooms, cash withdrawals, dental work, and payments on a Porsche, according to documents on the hard drive, a time period in which Hunter Biden has acknowledged struggling with drug addiction. His laptop itself, a subject of controversy after documents recovered from it were brought to light by the Biden's political opponents. And with the chain of custody in question, in 2020, some experts suggested the laptop's contents bore hallmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. Since then, several news organizations have authenticated many emails from the laptop. The president has defended his son.
Are you confident that did nothing wrong?
I'm confident.
And Hunter Biden has denied any illegal business dealings.
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
Experts point out family members of a president who hold no official job in the administration are not bound by any government ethics rules. Hunter Biden's attorney did not comment on the record, and the White House has not responded to our request for comment. Back to you.
The Secretary of State in Georgia is preparing to oversee that state's heated midterm races while facing his own re-election battle. Brad Raffensperger, one of the best-known targets of former President Donald Trump, is in a tight race now against a challenger chosen by Trump. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander sat down with Raffensperger. She joins us now from Atlanta. Hi, Blaine.
Aaron, good to see you. You're absolutely right. Brad Raffensperger is certainly in a very interesting position. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more recognizable name when it comes to local election officials, and that's due in large part to the repeated criticism from former President Trump. So even as Raffensperger is trying to move beyond 2020, he's still forced to defend the election on the campaign trail. What would you have done differently in your handling of 2020?
We can't control what other people say. So how do you push back against the narrative and people with millions and millions of Twitter followers that put out disinformation and then outright falsehoods?
He's the man in charge of Georgia's closely watched 2022 midterm election, all while running for re-election himself. Still, Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is unable to put 2020 in his rearview mirror. In a job that usually flies under the radar, Raffensperger is one of the most recognizable election officials in politics, thanks in large part to former President Trump, who first implored Raffensperger to overturn Trump's Georgia defeat.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Then, when he refused, blasted him repeatedly.
You're incompetent and strange. There's something wrong with this guy. You're Secretary of State. Raffensperger.
Are you in a place with this election where you're essentially forced to fight against former President Trump?
I'm just leaning into the truth, and I'm leaning into the goodness of my fellow Georgians. I think that'll be, what'll get me across the finish line.
But he faces a particular political challenge. According to a new online poll from UMass Amherst, more than 2/3 of Republican voters do not believe that Biden was legitimately elected, despite multiple recounts and no evidence of widespread voter fraud. This year, Raffensperger is fending off re-election challenges from the left and the right, including Trump's hand-picked candidate, Congressman Jody Hice.
Friends, the greatest issue as it relates to our voice, influence politics, is fair elections. Brad Raffensperger has taken that away from us. Now's the time we got to take it back and give the boot to Brad.
A recent poll shows the two in a statistical tie.
Well, I've been traveling all over the state. I'll talk to anyone, and I basically tell them, this is what happened in the election of 2020. And I go through every single allegation, and here's what the facts are.
Are you concerned about any lasting impact that you're having to defend a free and fair election?
My job is to follow the law and follow the Constitution. At the end of the day, that's what my job is to do.
And Aaron, in addition to all that, of course, another reason that he is unable to put 2020 in his rearview mirror is that he is a key witness in an ongoing investigation that's being run by the Fulton County District Attorney into that phone call that we mentioned, the phone call from President Trump to Brad Raffensperger. He said that, of course, he's already supplied documents and will very likely be testifying. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. A family in Maine is in mourning after an accident at a beach left one person dead and another in the hospital. 18-year-old Levi Caverly was visiting the Jersey Shore with his family when a hole that he was digging with his sister collapsed. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
I need help.
Tragedy on the Jersey Shore.
We're digging a hole at the beach and it caved in on the kid.
A young man has died, police say, after a 10-foot deep hole he and his sister were digging with frisbees on the beach collapsed on the pair.
We can see one, we have no visibility on the second one.
The 17-year-old sister was rescued and treated at the scene, according to officials, but rescuers were unable to reach her brother Levi Caverly in time.
It looked like he was still in the digging process, and that moment happened with that collapse of the sand within seconds, getting covered up very quickly.
Witnesses now describing the urgent rescue effort as aerial videos show crews using boards, buckets, and even a backhoe to dig them out.
The last thing I did see, sadly, was they brought a bodyboard into the hole. After I saw the bodyboard go into the hole, I decided to walk away.
Once that collapses in on you, it's tons of weight.
The victim's father remembering his 18-year-old son on social media, describing him as a tech nut who knew Jesus Christ and was not real concerned with what others thought. Levi and his family were visiting Toms River from Maine when the tragic accident unfolded Tuesday afternoon, police say. This type of accident not unheard of, according to locals, especially with no lifeguards on duty until Memorial Day.
We've heard some stories in the past about people tragically dying in these holes, and it's really sad.
Just this weekend, a 13-year-old boy died in Utah after a tunnel he'd been digging in a sand dune caved in on him, authorities there say.
It's tempting to assume this is what people used to call a freak accident, but the fact of the matter is that there are a number of cases every year and have been that way for at least 25 years, and this is a preventable problem.
Dr. Bradley Marin has tracked sandhole collapses for more than a decade.
What are the rules when it comes to safety and digging sandholes?
So our guidelines and recommendations has always been not to dig holes. If you do, certainly don't do it deeper than the knee depth of the smallest person in your party.
Words of caution ahead of summer vacations in the hopes of preventing another tragedy like this one.
NBC's Priscilla Thompson for us there. There's a growing push to ban smoking inside New Jersey's famous Atlantic City casinos. Some casino executives, though, say that if cigarettes go, they'll watch profits and eventually jobs go up in smoke, too. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer has more on the growing debate.
Slots and smoking seemingly have gone hand in hand for decades.
That's the first thing that confronts me is cigarette smoke.
But COVID changed that.
COVID, they banned smoking. Customers had to go outside. It was great.
Tammy Brady has worked in casinos for 37 years.
It's horrible. It's just you have to sit there and just take it.
Currently, Tammy's on medical leave.
I have stage 2 breast cancer.
She's joined 2,500 other casino workers in Atlantic City demanding the state ban smoking in their workplace.
When you're on a smoking game, it's
it's torture.
Research shows casino workers are at greater risk for heart and lung disease because of secondhand smoke. But the casino industry has long insisted smoking bans hurt the bottom line.
The majority of our employees do not want to see a complete smoking ban because, unfortunately, they know it's going to have a direct impact on their gratuities.
A study by Spectrum Gaming, commissioned by Atlantic City Casinos, says eliminating smoking could cost as many as 2,500 jobs. Another report estimates it could decrease gaming revenue by up to 25%. Why? Smoking sections in casinos traditionally produce higher profits. Smokers sit longer and spend more at the slots. But some casino consultants believe those ideas and the data are outdated. COVID changed a lot of expectations.
What basically happened was smoking prohibitions were implemented at no economic cost. Consumers didn't react negatively. They kept coming in because, well, they enjoy gambling.
2 hours away from Atlantic City, Parks Casino outside Philadelphia decided to stay smoke-free, even when the state lifted COVID smoking restrictions. Parks says it hasn't affected revenue and, in fact, is attracting more guests who prefer a smoke-free environment. But for casino workers, this is a life-or-death fight.
This is not a business issue. What's the number of jobs that you put on human lives and families?
CNBC's Contessa Brewer reporting there. A rare case of monkeypox now confirmed in the U.S. The growing concern and what you need to know when we come back.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Well, the U.S. now has its first case of monkeypox this year as Europe continues to see new cases. Since the beginning of May, that virus has also been identified in the United Kingdom, in Spain, and in Portugal. NBC News breaking health reporter Aria Bendix joining us now with the latest on this. So Aria, obviously we know chickenpox in this country. People hear a little bit about smallpox. Monkeypox seems a lot less common. What can you tell us about it? Are these things similar at all? What do we need to know?
Yeah, so they do sound similar, don't they? But they aren't the same disease, and they actually don't even come from the same virus. Chickenpox belongs to a family of herpes viruses, and then monkeypox belongs to the same family as smallpox. Where they are similar is in terms of some of their clinical presentations. So both chickenpox and monkeypox might result in blisters or rashes. And in that way, they can be sort of indistinguishable visually. One of the distinguishing features of monkeypox is actually these fluid-filled blisters called vesicles on the palms of the hand. So that's one way to tell them apart.
Yeah. What do we know about the person in Massachusetts who has monkeypox now?
Yeah, so we know it was an adult male who recently traveled to Canada, and that's noteworthy because we rarely see cases that aren't coming directly out of Western and Central Africa. And we actually have a bit more detail on that Massachusetts case from Public Health Authority. So let's take a listen.
Well, of Massachusetts who has been confirmed to have infection with monkeypox. That patient is currently hospitalized at Massachusetts General Hospital and is admitted to our special pathogens program. He is in stable condition.
The patient was admitted on the 12th. They were being evaluated for various symptoms. During the course of their admission, they were identified as a possible monkeypox suspect. And this was really unusual because the patient had no travel history, no exposure to animals that would be known to be reservoirs.
So, Aria, go ahead. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say one other thing that's important to note is that most of the cases, at least in Europe, are among men who have had sex with other men. And we don't know yet if that's a significant detail, but that is raising some questions among doctors and scientists because we don't know this to be a sexually transmitted disease.
But I guess it is contagious. We think of chickenpox as being contagious. This is also something that's contagious. And is there any advice on for folks out there about this disease?
Yeah, so it is contagious, not as contagious as smallpox or even as COVID-19. Primarily, we understand this to spread through skin-to-skin or face-to-face contact, so the exchange of respiratory droplets. That might change, where scientists are definitely looking into it right now.
All right, Aria Bendix, we appreciate you helping us learn a little bit more about monkeypox today. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Well, farmers across the Midwest are facing major problems from soil erosion. A study by the University of Massachusetts finds plowing and tilling is causing topsoil to erode an average of about 2 millimeters a year. Now that adds up to several feet, and it's costing farmers billions of dollars every year. CNBC reporter Perry Russum has that story from Iowa.
At Nick Smith's farm in northeastern Iowa, seed is going into the ground.
You can see all the moisture under here.
He shows us a soybean he planted last night. Its home is under a cow pie, next to a worm.
Usually a really good sign of soil health.
Not a single acre of his land is tilled. He switched to no-tilling years ago.
We feel like we saw benefits right away in the first year.
Smith says it saves time, money, and the land. What benefits have you seen from no-till?
We've seen, obviously reduced erosion, hands down. When I was a kid, we used to see, when we were still doing full tillage, if you'd get a hard rain at the wrong time, if you tilled it, again, 2 or 3, 4 inches deep, it would wash right down to that layer. Any erosion that you have, it's your most valuable soil because it's the topsoil.
For nearly 2,000 years of our history, we tilled the land.
Tilling is common practice in farming. Every season, dried soil is kicked up and carried by the wind. In between farms where the tilling was done more aggressively over the course of decades, you get these erosion cliffs that have formed. In some cases, the land is feet higher than it is just feet away.
Agricultural soil erosion is problematic.
Isaac Larson is a professor at UMass Amherst and studies how landscapes evolve.
People have looked through, past civilizations and linked the sort of decline of civilizations to the decline in their soils.
He says tilling in the Midwest has caused a drop in crop productivity, forcing farmers to spend more on fertilizer.
There's been about a 6% decline in productivity, and that equates to sort of averaged over the region about a $2 billion a year economic loss for farmers.
That's what we're after.
At the farm, Smith is fighting erosion with cover crops.
It just protects the soil, ultimately.
He says the soil is constantly covered, protecting against wind and runoff from rain.
We can slowly rebuild the soil.
A slow rebuild after decades of destruction.
CNBC's Perry Russum for us there. Well, it is one tourist destination that might get under your skin. After the break, we go inside the unique museum showing tattoos are more than just skin deep.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Finally this hour, as the summer travel season approaches, museums are often high on the tourist to-do list. And there is certainly no shortage of museums to visit, we know. But as NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer reports, a new museum just opened in Western Pennsylvania, and it may really get under your skin.
In a nondescript alley on the eastern side of Pittsburgh is a small museum dedicated to the history and art of tattooing. It's a topic curator Nick Ackman needled into after a dining room experiment.
At first I tattooed myself. I used a needle and some sewing thread and wrapped it around it and dipped it in drawing ink and then just made a dot.
Not a safe way to get started, but from that small, dangerous dot on his knee, Nick knew he needed to follow his new passion.
I'd been collecting antique tattoo memorabilia since 2005 or 6. A lot of different people wanted to see parts of my collection, and you wouldn't want to invite everybody over to your house.
It's more than just photos of tattoos. Artifacts dating back more than 100 years are on display.
There's lots of different items as far as old business cards, photographs from shops, different publications that they put out to sell supplies. There's the stencils that they used to do the tattoos.
You'll even find permission slips from parents letting their kids get ink. And however entertaining it might be to see, Nick is hoping you'll realize that tattooing is more than skin deep.
I think that the main goal of this place for me was to be able to educate people about tattooing and tattoo history and to show them how it connects to American history, military history, folk art.
A connection more Americans are starting to accept. A 2019 survey found about 44% of Americans have at least one tattoo, and 22% are considering it.
In the 80s, a lot of times tattoos were associated with bikers or different things like that, so people thought of them as being unfavorable. But really, mostly it was focused on military, that tattooing was a way for them to express their individuality.
And no museum visit is complete without a visit to the gift shop. On top of the usual books and stickers, Nick and his partner Jill also run a tattoo parlor, creating pieces today that just might become exhibits tomorrow.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, hanging up the call, new revelations that a 911 dispatcher in Buffalo may have mishandled the shooting call. What we're now learning as that suspect appears before a judge. Stock shock. Wall Street dealing with its worst day in years after the Dow plunges more than 1,000 points. The inflation fears sending investors rushing to the exit. Emergency measures. President Biden uses wartime powers to get baby formula back on store shelves. The urgent moves the White House is making and how quickly they might work. And baby on board. A flight from Denver to Orlando lands with one additional passenger. Meet the flight crew behind a special delivery thousands of feet up. And good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. More off today. We begin this hour in Buffalo, where the suspect in the supermarket shooting was back in court just moments ago. He remains in custody, but no new charges have been filed. The attack is being investigated as a hate crime at all levels of law enforcement. All 10 victims are black. The accused shooter is white. The House has taken up President Biden's call to take action. They passed a bill increasing resources to prevent domestic terrorism. It's not clear whether it will pass in the Senate, and we're also learning specific details about the 911 dispatcher who took the call and is alleged to have hung up. We're going to break down this case for you with trial attorney David Henderson in a moment here. Let's start, though, outside the courthouse in Buffalo. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett is there for us again today. Maura, what do we know? What happened in court today? What didn't happen in court this morning?
Well, Aaron, court just wrapped in the last hour. It was a lot shorter of a hearing than we were expecting. We were expecting a felony hearing where we would hear some evidence presented from either the defense and the prosecution, but that was actually adjourned because we learned that a grand jury did hand up an indictment yesterday on that one charge of first-degree murder. And now, so we're looking forward to June 9th will be the next court date, we learned. And like you said, the suspect will continue to be held without bail. Now, in the meantime, though, we do expect to see more charges brought by the grand jury because we do just have that one count of murder as it stands. We expect to see potentially more counts of that, potentially a charge of domestic terrorism here in the state court as well. But this is something that will be continuing over the next couple of weeks before that June 9th court date. There were members of the family of victims in the courtroom today. One person actually shouting at the suspect, "You're a coward." So clearly something, as we've heard from community members here in Buffalo over the past couple of days, they are really looking for accountability in this case here, Aaron.
You'd imagine a lot of raw emotion still in that community there, Maura. I do want to ask you about this emergency call we're hearing about. These claims that the first call to 911 from that store was hung up by the dispatcher. What can you tell us about that?
Right, a a lot of raw emotions there, too. One of the survivors in the supermarket talked to us yesterday and said that she had called 911 and was whispering because she was right near where the shooter was. The 911 operator reportedly told her to stop whispering and that there wasn't anything to be scared of. And when the survivor, the person in the supermarket, got flustered, she apparently, the 911 call was reportedly hung up, and she had to call somebody else to then call 911 again. And so obviously that's something that could have held up emergency response. And so now Erie County is taking immediate action on that 911 operator. They say that the individual who took the call is now on administrative leave pending a disciplinary hearing. They have been employed by the county for 8 years, and at the end of May there will be that hearing, and they expect that operator to be terminated. Aaron.
I want to ask you, too, the store employees there, I know, are talking more about what the suspect did in the days before the shooting. Bring us up to speed on that.
Right, so we know now that based on social media posts, online activity, the shooter had visited Buffalo several months before to get a lay of the land, to scope out what the store looked like. And then he came the night before the shooting as well. He was approached by a security guard, but he was also approached by one of the store managers. I want you to hear a little bit about her interaction with him.
And I had met him in the meat department area and asked him could he leave the store, that he can't be soliciting in the store, asking people for change, and because he's making the customers feel uncomfortable. I noticed when he was leaving the store, you know, his eyes was wandering. He was wondering, you know, looking around as he was leaving.
So it's evidence and stories like this that we will likely see brought into the trial coming forward. We also know that there was video of the live stream as the shooter made his way through the store. That's something that we also might likely see brought up in court. But this is still something that a lot of community members have been so emotionally hit hard by. All of this still happening, of course, as funerals for the victims are set to begin tomorrow. Aaron.
All right, Maura Barrett for us in Buffalo today. Maura, thank you. I want to bring in David Henderson for some analysis now. He's a civil rights attorney and a former prosecutor. So, David, are you surprised or struck at all that more charges were not brought today by prosecutors?
Aaron, I'm not surprised at all. And honestly, there are not going to be any surprises in the state court proceeding. Every state has a procedure that's essentially like this. If a person is charged with a felony, then you have to present information to demonstrate whether or not you had probable cause to sustain that charge. You can do that in front of a judge. You can do that in front of a grand jury. So what happened here is that the prosecutor rushed to the grand jury to get an indictment so he didn't have to present information in court. Between now and June 9th, you're going to see them get yet even more indictments. And the only question we're probably going to hear on June 9th is whether or not this person should be released on bail pending a trial. Part of what the courts look at is whether or not he's a danger to himself or the public. The answer to both those questions here is clearly yes. So I don't think we're going to see any surprises moving forward.
Well, yeah, I had to ask you. I mean, I think to a layperson, this really seems like an open and shut case. I mean, the videos are out there, the writings we've all seen. What's the legal task ahead for prosecutors and for the defense lawyers, for that matter?
Oh, you're right, Aaron. Very rarely will I tell you that a case is a slam dunk, but I will tell you this case is a slam dunk. To such a degree, I can tell you what the outcome is going to be in state court in New York, and I can tell you what the big question is, which is looming over all these proceedings right now. In state court, he's going to face at least 10 counts of first-degree murder. The worst thing you can do in our society is kill an innocent person. The only thing worse than that is kill several innocent people. For that, he will face life without the possibility of parole. But New York is not a death penalty state. It was declared unconstitutional in 2004. They abolished death row in 2008. However, federal authorities can pursue the death penalty for a hate crime. And the last time they did was with Dylan Roof when he killed 9 people in 2015 in a church in Charleston, South Carolina. So that's what's looming over all of these discussions and proceedings.
All right, David Henderson, we appreciate your time and helping us to understand how this is unfolding. Thank you. Fears are growing that the U.S. economy could be headed for a recession. That's after Wall Street went into a free fall on Wednesday. 2 of the major indices had their worst day since 2020. The Dow closed down more than 1,100 points. And the reason may be disappointing earnings reports from big-name retailers like Target and Walmart. Let's bring in CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu now. Dom, I want to start with the markets as we typically do here. How are the markets looking today?
So, I mean, it's down again right now. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but at least for a key part of the market, the losses appear to be stabilizing for the moment. That key part, by the way, is technology and that sector overall. The NASDAQ composite has been moving between gains and losses today, a day after it was at or near the center of what was one of the worst stock market sell-offs in recent memory. Now, you mentioned that 1,164-point drop in the Dow yesterday. On a percentage basis, roughly 3.6%, right? The S&P 500, which is a broader measure of the U.S. stock market, was actually down around 4%, and that tech-heavier NASDAQ was off around 4.75%. Today, though, as you're seeing right now, it is the Dow that is underperforming, down roughly almost 400 points. That's about 1.25% or so. There are almost just as many conflicting narratives as there are things in the stock market right now that are moving. What the market is dealing with right now is it's grappling with inflation, what that means for the economy. Now, remember, usually when inflation is the problem, you see U.S. government bonds sell off and interest rates start to rise. You are not seeing that right now, Aaron. Treasury bonds are actually going up in value, moving interest rates lower because investors are trying to seek the safety of that U.S. government debt backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government on fears that the economy could possibly slip into a recession.
All right, so I get it. I understand how the markets are moving now, but help folks understand, obviously we got these earnings reports yesterday, and that kind of, it seems, shook the market. But help us understand why these sorts of earnings reports are so critical. What insight do they give us?
So, Aaron, what they do is they indicate that some of the big moves higher in inflation may actually now be taking a real toll on corporate profits. That was a big key takeaway from the key reports that you mentioned from the likes of Walmart and Target. Those two retail giants continue to see people spending in their stores, but warn that their future results could be impacted because of things like higher fuel costs, transportation costs, labor costs. Now, if companies make less money, make less profits, investors are not as keen to own those stocks, and that's one of those big reasons for a lot of the selling pressure. We are seeing more and more companies warn that profits in the future could take a hit. And by the way, you and I talked just yesterday, and Morgan and I, about some of the CEOs that are growing increasingly worried that the economy could slip into recession. All of that is playing out in that sentiment among CEOs as well.
All right, some stuff still to watch here. Dom Chu for us at CNBC. Thank you, Dom.
Sure.
Well, the White House is using protocols usually reserved for wartime to address the baby formula shortage sweeping the nation. Parents are getting so desperate to feed their kids, they're now attempting to make their own formula at home. Here's NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker.
Good morning to you. President Biden has been on defense over what critics say has been a slow response to the baby formula shortage. But now he's taking his strongest action to date, pushing private industry to ramp up production. Adding urgency, the head of the FDA testifying on Capitol Hill today as families nationwide desperately await relief. Under growing pressure, President Biden now taking dramatic action to address the nationwide baby formula shortage. On Tuesday, he invoked the Defense Production Act, requiring suppliers of key formula ingredients to prioritize delivery to formula manufacturers.
I've directed my team to do everything possible to ensure there's enough safe baby formula and that it's quickly reaching families that need it the most.
The president also launching Operation Fly Formula, ordering the military to direct planes to transport formula to the U.S. from other countries. These drastic measures, usually reserved for wartime, coming after the crisis had been going on for months, leading to anger from voters and desperation from parents.
That is the one goal and as a parent is to make sure our child has what they need.
Even some Democrats say the administration should have acted sooner.
I give everybody an F on the entire spectrum of this. Nobody focused on this like they needed to.
The formula shortage so severe, it's now leading to new hospitalizations. 11-week-old baby Chloe is one of at least 4 new cases linked to the shortage at the Medical University of South Carolina. Chloe had gastrointestinal surgery on Monday, but with allergies to dairy and soy, she needs a special formula that has been nearly impossible for her parents to find. Chloe's mother telling our Kate Snow.
We had tried everything for her. We need to have her on the most hypoallergenic formula to see if this will indeed help her to keep us out of the hospital.
Administration officials say the order for private industry to ramp up production has gone out effective immediately, and those flights could take off within days. And overnight, the House passed 2 bills aimed at addressing the shortage, and it now heads to the Senate.
New information this hour in the war in Ukraine. It is now increasingly uncertain whether the soldiers evacuated from the Mariupol steel plant will be released from Russian custody. The Red Cross says it has registered hundreds of Ukrainian fighters there as prisoners of war since the surrender earlier this week. Washington keenly focused on the war today. The Senate expected to pass a $40 billion aid package to Ukraine today. It's already been approved in the House. And this morning, President Biden welcomed the leaders of Finland and Sweden to the White House as they seek to join NATO.
Then some. And having 2 new NATO members in the high north will enhance the security of our alliance and deepen our security cooperation across the board.
Our Garrett Hake is standing by on Capitol Hill right now. Let's start, though, with NBC's Richard Engel on the ground in Ukraine.
Fighting continues out here in eastern Ukraine. The U.S. Embassy in Kyiv is back up and running, and the Ukrainian government says it is doing all that it can to secure the release of hundreds of Ukrainian fighters who turned themselves into Russian forces in the city of Mariupol. But Russia seems to be using them now for propaganda purposes to portray all Ukrainian resistance as extremist.
Russia has been parading surrendering Ukrainian fighters through the streets of Mariupol. Russian officials say nearly 1,000 Ukrainian fighters surrendered this week after they were surrounded and made a last stand at a steel factory. Russia, describing them as neo-Nazis, says it will interrogate each one for possible crimes against civilians. Moscow seems to be sending a message after Ukraine put the first Russian soldier on trial for a war crime. The 21-year-old Russian sergeant pleaded guilty to shooting a Ukrainian civilian outside Kyiv and is potentially facing life in prison. His lawyer says he was ordered to shoot by his commander, who thought the Ukrainian would give away the Russians' position. In Kyiv, the United States is now back in business officially, raising the flag over the American embassy there. Diplomats were ordered out of the country in the early days of the war, when it seemed Russia might quickly take over the entire country. Instead, Russian troops were first driven back from Kyiv and now from around the eastern city of Kharkiv, where Ukrainian forces have been blowing up bridges to stop Russian advances. But while Russian troops are struggling to hold territory, their grip on the port city of Mariupol and a naval blockade in the Black Sea are strangling Ukraine, cutting off many imports and the export of the country's most important commodity, grain. The head of the World Food Program made a direct appeal to President Putin to let Ukraine export its grain for the sake of global food security.
It is absolutely essential that we allow these ports to open, because this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the poorest of the poor around the world who are on the brink of starvation as we speak. So I ask President Putin, if you have any heart at all, to please open these ports.
President Biden meets today with leaders from Sweden and Finland after the 2 nations formally submitted their bids to join NATO. And the Senate approved a new American ambassador to this country after the last American ambassador to Ukraine was forced out under the Trump administration.
Now, the Senate is expected to pass a new $40 billion aid package for Ukraine today, 1 week after Republican Senator Rand Paul delayed that bill. Assuming that happens and the president signs it, the U.S. will have spent roughly $53 billion to help Ukraine since the Russian invasion started. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake is joining us now from the Hill. So, Garrett, what's the timing looking like for final passage of this bill, and roughly how many senators do we expect to support it?
Aaron, we should see that bill pass within the next hour or so. It's really the last major piece of business for the Senate for this week, and I expect it'll get overwhelming bipartisan support. As we've watched watched other procedural votes over the course of the week, there's really only been about 11 Republican senators who have opposed this bill for various reasons. But Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader who was just in Kyiv last weekend, has been very outspoken about not only the need to pass this bill, but the need to pass it with that kind of bipartisan support to send a message to Ukraine and to Russia and to the rest of the world that the U.S. is going to stand up for its allies in this case. So I do expect by lunchtime today that $40 billion to have passed both chambers.
Yeah, and the Senate was pretty busy too yesterday, Garrett, confirming a new ambassador to Ukraine. What can you tell us about her, about Bridget Brink?
That's right. As Richard pointed out, this is the first U.S. ambassador to Ukraine since Marie Yovanovitch was forced out during the Trump administration. Bridget Brink is a career Foreign Service officer. She's actually currently the ambassador to Slovakia. Before that, she was a State Department official with focus on Eastern Europe. So she has pretty unimpeachable credentials in this region. She is a fluent Russian speaker, and she'll be put back to work pretty quickly. The embassy in Kyiv just reopened to U.S. diplomats in the last day. Aaron.
All right, Garrett Haake for us on the Hill today. Garrett, thank you. President Biden will head to Asia this afternoon in his first trip there since taking office. He's going to South Korea and then to Japan, meeting with leaders there to strengthen alliances in that region. The trip is happening amid rising tensions with Russia, of course, and with China and North Korea. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is following that part of the story. He joins us now. So, Josh, what specifically is President Biden hoping to accomplish on this trip to Asia?
Well, Aaron, President Biden will be traveling to Japan and South Korea, but all of the attention will be on two other countries, North Korea and China, with the White House saying that they are bracing for the possibility that North Korea could mount its 7th nuclear test, potentially during President Biden's trip to the continent. White House officials say they are prepared for the possibility that North Korea will launch that test or do something else provocative while the president is in the region. And the president will be visiting our two closest treaty allies in Asia, South Korea and Japan, two countries that have their own deep concerns about North Korea and have worked alongside the U.S. to try to choke off North Korea's access to the funding they need to continue their nuclear program. But the other big focus of this trip, of course, will be China and efforts by the U.S. to continue to provide a counterbalance to China's influence over its neighbors in the region, particularly when the president is on his second stop in Tokyo. He will have a chance to meet with a group called the Quad that involves not only Japan, but also Australia as well as India, major democracies that have worked alongside the U.S. to really provide an economic alternative to China. And of course, one other message President Biden will be delivering, particularly to the Indians during that meeting in Tokyo, will be a call for them to do more to cut off Russia's access to financing as India has continued a close economic relationship with Moscow.
You know, Josh, before the war in Ukraine, there was a lot of concern about whether China would use force to gain control of Taiwan. As President Biden heads to that region now, how is the White House sort of managing that conversation or addressing that particular concern?
Well, you won't hear the White House say it in these words, but I think a big message they want to send with this trip to China is don't you dare think about doing anything in Taiwan like what President Putin has done in Ukraine. And the entire world will be ready to pounce the way that they have on Russia economically if China were to do something similar with Taiwan. Now, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, was asked about the message to Taiwan and to China on this trip, and he had a more diplomatic way of putting it. Take a listen.
The message we're trying to send on this trip is a message of an affirmative vision of what the world can look like if the democracies and open societies of the world stand together to shape the rules of the road, to define the security architecture of the region, to reinforce strong, powerful, historic alliances. We think that message will be heard everywhere. We think it will be heard in Beijing.
China always bristles when the U.S. brings up the issue of Taiwan, and in one indication of how closely the White House is monitoring and following those tensions, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, who we just saw, he spoke with his Chinese counterpart this week in anticipation of this trip to make sure the U.S. is keeping those lines of communication with Beijing open as well.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Washington today. Josh, thank you. Another coronavirus wave washes over the U.S., but something is different this time around. Here's a new surge after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Memorial Day just over a week away now, and COVID cases are rising yet again, just as millions of people prepare to travel. Take a look at the map here showing the change in new cases over the last 72 hours. All the states you see in red there, they're seeing a 100% increase. The numbers suggest the subvariants may be more contagious, even though they seem to be less severe. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
A new wave of COVID infections is sweeping the nation. Federal officials calling the national uptick very substantial, with a third of the country experiencing high transmission rates.
In areas where community levels are high, everyone should be using prevention measures and wearing a mask in public indoor settings.
But the number of severe illnesses and deaths is lagging behind cases, thanks to the effectiveness of vaccines and Pfizer's antiviral medication Paxlovid.
The rate of ICU hospital admissions is much lower than what one would expect with infections. And then death numbers continue to be low. Obviously, we want to continue to drive that lower.
Some workplaces are reinstating mask requirements, including the big 3 auto plants in Michigan.
It's to protect all of us. It really is. So I don't mind.
While some had hoped the U.S. would be close to herd immunity by now, experts say that idea has been complicated by the unfortunate reality of reinfections.
If you've just recovered from COVID-19, you can assume that you will have some short-term immunity against the strain that you got infected with, as well as the new strains. But for how long that immunity lasts, we really don't know.
And with the traditional summer travel season around the corner, the CDC is recommending all Americans test within 3 days of departure. even for fully vaccinated people traveling within the U.S.
It's tough. It can be a huge inconvenience, but it will prevent further spread. I think the safer, the better.
A new precaution to prevent a summer surge.
Stephanie Goss reporting there. A razor-thin margin tightens even more in one of the closest watched U.S. Senate races this election season. The slim number of votes separating Dr. Oz from his closest competitor. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds. We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. President Biden welcomed leaders from Sweden and Finland to the White House this morning. Topping the agenda, the two countries' applications to join NATO.
Today I'm proud to welcome and offer the strong support of the United States for the applications of two great democracies and two close, highly capable partners to join the strongest, most powerful defensive alliance in the history of the world.
And today on Capitol Hill, the Senate expected to pass a $40 billion aid package for Ukraine with bipartisan support. In Kyiv, the American flag was raised at the U.S. Embassy on Wednesday, marking resumed operations there. On the same day, Senate lawmakers confirmed a new U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, Bridget Brink. And on the battlefield, Russian forces appear to be increasing their efforts to capture more of the Donbass region in the east. We begin our coverage this half hour with Sky News special correspondent Alex Crawford on the front lines.
We're entering the area now in the crosshairs of Russia's territorial ambitions, the heart of the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine. It's here that the Russians are now focusing, and where there's evidence of fresh attacks all along our route. As we travel in, we see reinforcements arriving all the time as the Ukrainians send extra troops and military hardware to fight the Russians off. This is one of the latest hits. In the past 24 hours, the Russians have hit a volley of strikes in towns like Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine, and just 30 kilometers down that road is newly captured Russian territory as they're trying to claim more and more land in the Donbass region. But the Russian bombs are finding new targets every day. The towns around here are being hit day and night. The targets in the center of heavily built-up residential areas. This was a factory providing heating for around 10,000 people in the district. There are a number killed in this attack, amongst them a soldier. and others who had a narrow escape.
My friend.
This soldier was in the middle of sending an audio note to his friend when the explosion happened.
Oh my gosh.
You were lucky. You were very lucky. How many? It was a few hundred meters away, he tells us. Minutes afterwards, he's filming himself with the smoke behind him to the same friend. What do you think the Russians are trying to do with these attacks? They're targeting civilians, he says. They're just trying to make civilians panic. The Ukrainian successes in fighting off the Russians from Kyiv and Kharkiv has meant the invaders have upped the tempo with increased savagery to try to wrestle control of Donbass. They haven't counted on the people here. They may capture territory, but they can't make us Ukrainians their slaves, Anatoly tells us. We'll never sing to the Russian tune. It's impossible, just impossible. The residents clear up their shattered homes with a battle-hardened weariness now. They've endured nearly 3 months of this trauma and turmoil. Why should I be afraid, she says. I just don't want the things landing in my house, and I don't want them to hit people. But people are dying, and families are suffering terribly. Every person who dies at home in their town or on the battlefield in Donbass, like Yuri, leaves behind broken-hearted relatives. Yuri was 32 years old. Among the mourners is his 13-year-old daughter, Darina, and his mother, Alina. Another family utterly devastated by this war. So many of his friends turned out for his send-off. And saying goodbye never gets any easier. I want to hug you just one more time, she's crying. Mothers aren't meant to bury their children. Fellow soldiers try to give them the respect they feel a fallen comrade deserves. They know there's a chance they'll face the same fate, but they'll leave here to continue defending Donbass anyway. And to those who loved him and will miss him, Yuri dies a hero. Is it worth it? No, Alina says. No, it's not worth his death, because my child is gone. Just suddenly my child's gone, and I'm so sad. But he died a hero, she goes on, and I'm proud of him for that. Russia may have scaled down its military ambitions. The tactics and focus may have altered, but for those still being killed and terrorized, it doesn't feel much different. Alex Crawford, Sky News in the Donbass region, Ukraine.
And as Russia ramps up its attacks on eastern Ukraine, we're tracking the latest on the battlefield landscape. NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts is at the big board.
The Battle of Ukraine has moved into a stalemate as Russian forces haven't made significant advances. But at the same point, the last Ukrainian fighters here in Mariupol have surrendered at the Azov steel plant. There are a few more that remain there, but the Russians have largely taken control of everything in Mariupol. And that means they have a land bridge now, which extends from Russia all the way to this area here, Crimea, which they have taken many years ago. Separately, the battle has shifted decisively to the east. In the east, though, Russia again is having trouble. The Ukrainians have advanced out in this area here, secured much of the territory in and around Kharkiv, preventing Russian artillery from striking in the center of the city with great accuracy. The Russians have an axis here down to Izium. This is how they control their communications and their logistics. They want to advance from Izium, and their original plan was likely to advance here from Izium and from here, Donetsk. that plan, it seems like it's a bridge too far for them. And every time they've tried to cross rivers in this area, the Ukrainian military has put up a stiff fight. The battle is really localized now to this part of the Donbass. You'll see the Russians advancing very slowly, small units, small groups, taking towns that aren't of particular significance, doing smaller envelopments, trying to contain Ukrainian forces. But the Ukrainian defenses are stiffening as Western weapons move into the area. And now it's really a battle of artillery back and forth. Russian artillery overwhelming Ukrainian positions at times, with the Ukrainian military with the M777 artillery pieces coming in from the U.S. going to get more and more sophisticated and more sufficient in this battle. The big picture, we may have seen some signals in the last 24 hours of where Russia is trying to go. 2 months ago, I was talking about Novorossiya, which is Putin's concept that these southern territories of Ukraine bring them back under Russian control. They've not been able to do that, but there are areas like Kherson here, which they did take, that they're talking about making a breakaway or separatist republic that will become part of Russia. Look also for talk about Zaporizhia province here and Donetsk and Luhansk, this area of Donbass. These three areas, they may try and make these part of Russia, taking control of certain sections. If they do that, they may be signaling that this is the end of what they seek to advance. The one big issue is here in the Donetsk province, the western part of Donbass, here in eastern Ukraine. That's the last battlefield where we still will continue to see lots of fighting that could go on for weeks, months, or maybe even years.
I want to bring in Jamil Jaffer now. He is the founder and executive director of the National Security Institute. Jamil, let's start with leaders from Finland and Sweden at the White House today. We saw that video a little while ago. What do you make of their bids to join NATO at this point? Do you think the alliance can actually overcome Turkey's objections to potentially having those two countries join?
Well, Aaron, you've hit exactly the right question. Turkey is claiming that the Swedes and Finns have supported the PKK, a rebel group within Turkey that's caused the Turkish government problems for years. The problem, of course, is that this comes in the context of Turkey having pushed back on a number of other NATO initiatives, including having also bought S-400 surface air missiles from the Russians. And so, Turkey has not been playing nice as a NATO member for a while. It's been a problem. They also came after some of our Kurdish allies that supported our fight against ISIS in Iraq and Syria recently. And so there are challenges in the Turkey and NATO alliance relationship. That being said, I think ultimately the alliance will overcome their objections. The role of Finland and Sweden becoming part of NATO is so important to setting the stage against Russia that I think the alliance will overcome the Turkish objections.
Yeah, I want to get your perspective also on this latest $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. The Senate's voting on that today. How long do you think the U.S. and other Western countries can sustain this level of support? We've been watching more and more money be infused into Ukraine from different countries around the world. How important is it, too, at this point?
It's a really important point, Aaron. We've got to maintain a long-term amount of support. A lot of this money is to backfill a lot of the weapons that we've already handed over to the Ukrainians, the Javelins and the Stinger missiles that we've already provided, as well as the howitzers that we've more recently provided. So it's important that we backfill our own supplies, but we are going to have to keep up this for a while. The problem in the conflict today is that the Russians have little incentive to give up tomorrow or to concede tomorrow. They don't have enough territory to really claim that they've succeeded. And so the question becomes, how do you find a middle ground where the Russians can stop the invasion? Ideally, we push them out as far as possible. But right now, Vladimir Putin has every incentive to continue to come after the Ukrainians aggressively, attack civilian populations. And that means it's going to cost more and more from the alliance. We need to look to our NATO partners to pick up some of this cost also.
All right, Jamil Jaffer of the National Security Institute, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. We turn to politics now, and workers are counting the ballots from Pennsylvania's Republican primary that is still too close to call days after voting. Dr. Mehmet Oz and former hedge fund executive David McCormick are separated by only 1,200 or so votes now. They're both confident, though, about winning, but a result could be weeks away. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joining us now from Delaware County, Pennsylvania. So, Dasha, bring us up to speed here. Where does the race stand right now?
The race is a dead heat right now. They are incredibly close. Oz and McCormick only separated by about 1,200 votes or so. The question is, how many more ballots in total are out there. Here's what we know right now. There are maybe somewhere between 10,000 to 15,000 absentee ballots. In those types of ballots, McCormick has been leading. There are also some day of votes left to count, both in Allegheny County, around Pittsburgh, and in Philadelphia. Those are coming mostly from memory sticks that hadn't been delivered to the election offices yet. So we're going to see where this goes. It's going to be a slow, drawn-out process, and both campaigns, as you mentioned there, they are signaling confidence, but it may be a while here, Aaron, before we have any sort of outcome, and after that, likely we're headed to a recount here.
Well, Dasha, you touched on it a little bit there, but do we have any real sense yet of when we might get some final results from this race? I know you said it could be a while.
Yeah, okay, so this is where I'm having total flashbacks to 2020 because we talked about the process here. I'm at a ballot counting facility in Delaware County, and just look at what these folks are doing behind me. This is an incredibly manual process. Probably the most high-tech piece of equipment in here is the envelope opener. They have to open the mail-in envelope. They have to open the secrecy ballot. Then they have to unfold the ballots so that they can neatly get into the scanner. For some ballots, there's an adjudication process where election workers try to make sure that they fully understand exactly what the voter was intending if there's, for example, an ink blot somewhere on the ballot. This is a tedious process that is done by hand by human beings who are being very thorough. I mean, the people here, they know how important this process is. It's very thorough, which
All right, looks like we lost Dasha's signal there, but we know that count process will continue, and they'll take as much time as they need to get it done right. Dasha, thank you. Now to new details in the federal tax probe of President Biden's son, Hunter. Data and documents reviewed by NBC News show that Hunter Biden's company earned $11 million over 5 years. And now the source of that money is raising concerns about national security. NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter is joining us now. So, Tom, talk to us about what you and our team have been looking through and what you found.
Right. So I think we'll take this opportunity to briefly pull back the curtain, if you will, and how we do our work. We were able to get access to this hard drive, as we've reported from a representative for Rudy Giuliani. And then we went through the hard drive, developed a comprehensive timeline of information that we found, referenced some documents that, by the way, we have previously reported on before, namely a key email from a former Hunter Biden business partner, which detailed his personal income. On top of that, we looked at banking records that were referenced in a Senate report about Hunter Biden's finances. And over the course of this, we were able to determine that about $11 million of income, either to Biden himself personally or through his companies, was earned over a 6-year period, 2013 and 2018. Some of that coming from a Ukrainian natural gas company, Burisma, which has been often talked about and came up during the course of the former President Trump's impeachment trial, something that he asked the Ukrainians to look into. We should be clear that Hunter Biden has no allegations of wrongdoing with respect to Burisma have been raised about Hunter Biden. But we did explore the tax issue, which is something that he is under currently federal criminal investigation for. And so that's one of the facets that we looked into, as well as monies that his company received from a Chinese-funded joint venture. The leader of that Chinese company was accused of fraud and has not been seen in China in some time. So those are kind of the top lines of what we found, as well as Biden's expenditures.
All right, and so this is something obviously that's gotten a lot of attention because there are concerns about the potential for national security issues. Can you sort of help us understand what that's about and what kind of legal exposure Hunter Biden could face if these concerns actually bear out?
Right. So counterintelligence experts point to the fact that Hunter Biden's acknowledged use of drugs and some of the things that he has spent money on over the years could potentially have made him a target for foreign intelligence services, made him somebody that could have been compromised. So that's something that those experts have raised, given his personal activities, which are well documented in his book. As far as his legal exposure, that's a different story. So no decision, we should be clear, has been made as to whether or not to indict or prosecute Hunter Biden for a series of years of his income tax filings. That's something that is still being investigated. We have also confirmed that a associate of his, an attorney, Kevin Morris from Los Angeles, was able to give Hunter Biden money that he in turn was able to pay the IRS over $2 million to square his tax bill. But legal experts point out, Aaron, that that doesn't necessarily mean that he's clear from any sort of tax investigation. It's kind of like returning, according to Chuck Rosenberg, returning the stolen car back to the dealership doesn't excuse the fact that you stole the car.
Right. Very quickly, Tom, before I let you go, have we heard anything from President Biden or from Hunter Biden about this?
Right. So Hunter Biden has said on numerous occasions that he expects to be found not guilty of any sort of, or even be charged or found having done anything wrong as a result of this investigation. So he's clearly professed his innocence. We did reach out to the White House for comment. We have not heard back from them.
All right. Tom Winter with us today. Tom, thank you.
Sure thing.
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are back in court today. Depp claims that Heard defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed where she discussed being a victim of domestic abuse. Heard never mentioned Depp by name in that op-ed. She is countersuing him for $100 million. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has been covering the trial for us. He's joining us now. So, Steve, what have we seen in court today?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Aaron, bit of a late start today. One of the jurors was actually late to court, so court started 45 minutes later. Since then, it has been a litany of witnesses from Heard's side testifying to Johnny Depp's character. We heard from his former business manager that would testify about his extravagant expenditures. We heard from his former agent that would testify about his former workplace practices and how he was late to every set, allegedly. And then we heard from one of his former best friends that testified about his alleged vindictiveness and jealousy, and of course something that the Heard team has been hammering really since day one, about his drug use. Listen to this.
Based on your personal observations from 2011 to 2016, did Mr. Depp ever abuse illicit drugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that abuse is the wrong word, but, I think that, yeah, it was going on. It wasn't like crazy rock and roll house.
Did you ever observe forgetfulness in Mr. Depp after he'd been drinking or using substances?
Forgetfulness? No, I think that he's got a pretty good memory.
Is there a time that you believe that Mr. Depp needed help with substance abuse?
As a friend, yeah.
So no court tomorrow. There is the outside chance that Johnny Depp himself could be called back to the stand by Heard's team, although we're not sure about that. And then proceedings scheduled to wrap up with closing arguments on May 27th. Aaron?
Right. We'll look into next week for more testimony and closing arguments after that. Steve, thank you.
Yep.
A flight lands with one extra passenger. The sky-high delivery one mother and people on a plane will never forget. That's after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, a routine flight turned out to be a life-changing experience when this baby decided it was time for her first flight, and she sent her mom into labor mid-air. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on this special delivery.
Shakiria Martin says that her baby came a couple of weeks early, and she was actually on the second leg of a cross-country trip. The first one from California to Denver went off without a hitch. She was asleep on the second leg to Orlando when the contractions woke her up. Luckily, her now 4-month-old baby was in very good hands.
Jada Lynn Sky was airborne, but not yet born, on a Frontier flight from Denver to Orlando when she surprised her mom-to-be, Shakiria Martin.
I was feeling fine and everything, and so I went to sleep, and I woke up, and my contractions was, yeah.
So your contractions woke you up in the middle of that flight?
Yes, yep.
And the first thought that runs through your mind is what?
This cannot be, there's no way I could just have this baby on the plane.
But Mother Nature had her own plans, and Shakiria paged the flight attendant.
I think I'm about to go into labor, and he was so calm. Like, he was like, okay, radioed for someone over the intercom to see if they have like nurse training.
While none of the crew had formal childbirth training, 7 people well-versed in emergency response all pitched in. The pilot turned over flying duties to the first officer and coordinated an emergency landing in Pensacola. Several flight attendants gathered medical equipment while shielding Shakiria in the back of the plane. One of them, Diana Giraldo, a calming presence, helped with the delivery.
I'm an older sister, so to me it's like I saw this young woman, she was frightened, she was uncomfortable. There was no space inside of me for any doubt. I just had to make sure that I was there for her.
Shakiria, now a mother of 4, says it all happened quickly. You went into the bathroom pregnant, and you came out of the bathroom with the baby.
Yeah, yep.
For Giraldo, the scariest part came after that, when the baby had trouble breathing, so she wrapped her up in a blanket and held the newborn at an incline in an effort to clear away any fluid.
After a while, she started reacting, getting color back, and she started kind of like gargling a little bit and moving, which was a happy moment for all of us. It's a beautiful thing to bring life into the world.
The flight's captain called Giraldo's actions exemplary. Shakiria Martin, thankful for her baby's perfect landing.
I do want to give like a big shout out to the whole crew because they made me feel so much more comfortable.
The Sky in Jada Lynn Sky, of course, because of the circumstances of her birth. Now, if you can believe this, Shakiria might not have had the wildest childbirth experience on that plane because for her third child, she was speeding on the way to the hospital, according to the sheriff's deputy who stopped her, going about 90 miles an hour. At that point, there was no more time. The sheriff's deputy had to help delivering her third child on the side of the road. Thankfully, they did decide to let that ticket slide. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Embracing their heritage one page at a time. After the break, the Asian American author making sure kids see themselves in the pages of her best-selling books.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
and look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Well, all this month, we are sharing stories that spotlight creative people from the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. Author Joanna Ho wrote a children's book for her daughter while she was pregnant, all in hopes that she'll grow up loving the physical features tied to her heritage. Here's CNBC anchor Deirdre Bosa.
I have eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea.
Words Joanna Ho wrote while pregnant with her daughter.
My lashes curve like the swords of warriors, and through them, I see kingdoms in the clouds.
A love letter to her Asian features captured in a children's book. Eyes that kiss in the corners. The story follows a young girl who doesn't look like her peers, but learns to celebrate the shape of her eyes and her connection to her family.
My eyes crinkle into crescent moons and sparkle like the stars.
A sense of pride about her appearance, Ho says she actually did not feel as a kid.
I grew up really wishing that I looked different, that I never had movies or books that described characters that were beautiful, that looked like me. They were always blonde, blue-eyed, they had huge eyes with long lashes.
In fact, she was in her early 30s when she finally had a change of heart. An eye-opening experience on a family trip to Taiwan, flipping through a magazine.
I had this realization that everyone in this magazine was Asian, and it was all these beautiful Asian women. It was like, well, my eyes look like their eyes. Gosh, it's possible that I could be beautiful too.
Eyes That Kiss in the Corners got its fair share of rejections, but quickly catapulted to the New York Times bestseller list after debuting in early 2021. Ho says publishers are realizing readers want to see themselves on the pages, her kids included.
I hope they have books like this starting from when they're young and they just know that they're beautiful and they're powerful, and that's just the thing that they internalize.
Ho has since written 2 more books and will release her first young adult novel in June.
Breaking news on NBC News Now. Surrounded and surrendered. Russians captures more than 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers in the key city of Mariupol. What could happen to them as the Senate is set to approve billions more in aid to Ukraine today? Expanding investigation. The suspect in the deadly Buffalo shooting makes another court appearance today, plus the disturbing allegations that may cost 911 operator their job. Solving the shortage. The president takes the strongest action yet to get more baby formula to American families. The big changes coming from the White House and Capitol Hill. And body of art. Tattooing, once taboo, now the focus of a new museum. We'll take you there to see how this art form began. Good Thursday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin with breaking news on Capitol Hill, where the Senate is set to vote on a new $40 billion aid package for Ukraine. The bill includes funding for the military, humanitarian aid, and refugee support. It's expected to pass on a bipartisan basis, but not unanimously. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says Ukrainians now in captured Russian territory will be allowed to choose where they live. It is still unclear, though, whether prisoners of war from Mariupol will actually be released. We are covering the latest this hour on the war and what's expected from Washington today. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin in Kharkiv, Ukraine, for us again. Aaron, what is the latest on the steel plant fighters under Russian control that we've been reporting on? What can the Ukrainian government do to free them?
Hey, Aaron. Well, we have more questions than answers at this point. What we do know, according to the ICRC, they say they have registered hundreds of Ukrainian fighters evacuated from that once besieged steel plant, taken as prisoners of war onto Russian-controlled territory. We know that the injured fighters have been brought to a hospital in Donetsk. Where the remaining soldiers have gone is unclear at this point. The Ukrainians are saying that they're hopeful that they'll be able to exchange these hundreds of Ukrainian fighters for Russian prisoners of war, although Russians are saying their voices inside Moscow right now calling for the Ukrainian fighters to be put on trial. So their fate at this point is unclear. We really don't know what's going to happen next to these fighters, but they are being hailed here in Ukraine as heroes.
And Aaron, I understand that you were out with prosecutors in a bombed-out village just outside Kharkiv there. What did you see? What did you hear?
Yeah, that's right, Aaron. We were there all day following Ukrainian war crimes prosecutors around this tiny little village that had been bombed in early March. Some 7 bombs had been dropped by Russian warplanes over this small, tranquil village, destroying 20 structures, killing 3 civilians, as well as a military personnel. The original target, they think, was the school where the Ukrainian border guard had been sheltering. But the Russians managed to hit everything but the school, including the home of one villager who lost her 31-year-old son. She says she has no idea what she's going to do next. Take a listen.
А куди мені йти? Мені вже 65 років. Я тут всю життя прожила, родилася, своїми руками все построїли, зробили. Куди йти? Куди йти, скажіть?
Do you think there will be justice for you and your son?
Ви сподіваєтесь на те, що настане справедливість для вас і для тих, хто
Я хочу, щоб їх наказали, ідіоти, за те, що вони з нами зробили. Ми ж до них не лізли. Хай їх Господь накаже, хай його весь світ накаже. Невже нема такої сили, щоб його остановити, скажіть?
Ala Goots told me that her son was actually working in construction and that he would have, had he survived the airstrike, helped her to rebuild her home. She doesn't know what she's going to do, especially when the winter comes. So many families here in Ukraine are in that exact same position. So many families wanting justice, and Ukrainian officials are vowing to get it for them. Some 11,000 investigations have now been opened throughout this country into alleged war crimes. Aaron.
So many heartbreaking stories when you talk to the people who are impacted by this war. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Ukraine today. Aaron, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor now on Capitol Hill today. So, Sahil, we're expecting some movement on this $40 billion aid package for Ukraine in the Senate today. Where do things stand at this hour?
That's right, Aaron. The Senate is going to be voting any minute now on that $40 billion Ukraine aid package. It is likely to pass with overwhelming bipartisan support. The last procedural hurdle on this package cleared by a vote of 88-11. The vote today, which could happen any minute, is expected to be similar, if not identical, to that. This would have passed last week, it's worth remembering, if not for the objection of Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul. It's a reminder that a single senator can drag things out in this chamber and force a significant delay to a vote. None of the other 99 members objected to a vote, although the 11 no votes are likely to be all Republicans if the vote today mirrors the previous procedural hurdle. After that, it'll go to President Biden's desk for his signature.
So, Sahel, when you talk to lawmakers there, what are those in favor saying about the urgency to get this done and how the U.S. will pay for it?
Yeah, Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Majority Leader, recently gave a speech saying it was repugnant that Senator Rand Paul had held this up for all this time. He accused him of political motives. He accused him of, wittingly or not, helping Vladimir Putin in Russia. Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader, has responded to criticism from within his own ranks. You know, people ask, why is Congress spending $40 billion on aid to Ukraine when American families are suffering, for instance, with the cost rise, the rise of gas prices as well as baby formula shortages. McConnell said it's important to consider the impacts on the United States if Ukraine loses this war, that there could be major consequences on that front as well. So this vote is likely to pass with unanimous support from Democrats and broad support, but not unanimous, from Republicans, Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us on the Hill today. Sahil, thank you. Surprising allegations about what happened during the first 911 call in Saturday's mass shooting in Buffalo. That call came from inside the supermarket where a gunman killed 10 people. We're learning new information as the accused shooter faced a judge today for the second time. He remains in custody on a first-degree murder charge. Now, the attack is still being investigated as a hate crime on the federal and state levels. 11 of the 13 people shot are black. The suspect is white. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joining us now from Buffalo. Ron, first take us through what happened in court today.
It was very brief, Aaron, about 5 or 6 minutes. The suspect appeared handcuffed, wearing an orange jail outfit uniform. The prosecutors basically informed the judge that a grand jury had handed up that indictment yesterday against him, and the process now continues. The next hearing is June 9th, and we expect that there will be more charges than just the one charge of first-degree murder. There could be charges as serious as terrorism-related charges at the state level and at the federal level, an entirely separate process going on in that system where the ultimate charge could be a hate crime, which carries the death penalty if someone's convicted of that under certain circumstances. So that's what we're watching for, is a very short, brief procedure, which is to be expected at this point in the process. But a lot going on behind the scenes. This grand jury is being given evidence by the district attorney's office that traces every step and every detail of this individual's life over the past weeks and months as they try to build a very, very detailed case against him. Again, the indictment was handed up yesterday by the grand jury. The process continues today. It was just a very brief appearance by the suspect. Aaron?
Ron, the other thing we're hearing about today are these new questions about alleged inaction when 911 calls started coming in about the shooting at that grocery store. What more can you tell us about that?
This involves one call from a person in the grocery store. When the suspect was there opening fire, she's whispering into her phone, telling a 911 operator that there's a gunman there. And the 911 operator says, "I can't hear you. Could you speak up?" The woman says she tries to explain what's happening again. Imagine the situation she's in, just paralyzed by fear and hearing these gunshots going off. And at some point, she drops her phone, she says, and when she picks it up, the 911 operator has hung up and hasn't. And so the incident, the attack, plays out from that point. The people responsible for the call, the authorities, have said that the first thing that a 911 operator is trained to do is to understand that if somebody's whispering, there's probably a very serious situation going on. So that individual, who had 8 years of experience on the job, we understand, was placed on administrative leave immediately. There's a hearing for that person later in the month, and they're going to be terminated is the expectation, and that's what the county officials who run the center are saying. They're going to seek the immediate termination of that individual. The other thing that's happening here, Aaron, I can tell you about is tomorrow funeral services begin for the victims. 2 services are planned. That's going to, of course, move this all to an entirely another level, an emotional level, as this community still tries to heal and tries to grieve and tries to get through what happened on a day-to-day basis. Another thing that's going on here, there have been a lot of threats on social media targeting schools, targeting businesses. There was an individual arrested for being in a grocery store, accused of intimidating people at the grocery store, referencing the attack here. So there are a lot of people who are feeling a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety as we continue now into this process where families will be laying their loved ones to rest. So still a lot of emotion going on here as this community continues to grieve. Aaron?
Ron Allen for us in Buffalo, New York today. Ron, thank you. President Biden and Congress taking new action to address the national baby formula shortage. Overnight, the House passed 2 bills aimed at easing the crisis. At the same time, President Biden is invoking the Defense Production Act. Now, that law is usually reserved for wartime. It will direct suppliers to prioritize deliveries to baby formula makers. Now, parents desperate to feed their kids are making their own formula against the recommendation of doctors. The shortage now putting some children in the hospital. We're going to talk to a pediatrician about what parents can do. First, though, let's go to NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Rafa. Ali, talk to us a little bit about these 2 bills that passed in the House. What was in them, and when might we see a vote in the Senate?
Well, Aaron, Congress actually acted faster than we expected. We expected these 2 votes actually to be voted on today. Instead, they were voted on late last night, the first of which passed almost unanimously. It would expand coverage for formula for people buying it under the WIC program. It would make them easier. It would make it easier to access formula. The second, though, is this $28 million funding package that would provide more funding to the FDA to basically cut government red tape, making it easier for manufacturers to boost supply of formula to get it on shelves quicker. That passed with all House Democrats voting in favor, but only about a dozen Republicans voting. Now these 2 votes go to the Senate. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he hopes both of them will be able to pass today. But as we saw with this House vote, there are several roadblocks that we're already hearing of from Republicans. Some of them are saying that this is essentially like writing a blank check for the FDA when we don't really have specifics as to where this money, this $28 million, is going. So as we've seen with so many pieces of legislation lately, you know, this could endure some obstacles on the Senate floor. There's mass consensus that something needs to be done to address this shortage. Just some disagreements over exactly what that is, Aaron.
You mentioned the FDA. I know the commissioner was on the Hill today testifying. What did he have to say about all this?
Yeah, so lawmakers came ready with loads of questions after President Biden announced yesterday that he will invoke the Defense Production Act, as well as this effort called Operation Fly Formula that would allow the government to import FDA-approved formula from overseas to help with this shortage. Lawmakers asked the FDA commissioner how exactly the agency plans to regulate that formula that will be coming in from other countries to ensure that it is safe to put on shelves here. Listen to what they asked him.
We have an ongoing investigation about the details of exactly what happened, you know, from point A to point B.
Will you commit to not exercising enforcement discretion with respect to critical statutory and regulatory safety requirements?
Yes, with an emphasis on those critical requirements. We will not let infant formula into the U.S. that is not safe.
There were several questions that the commissioner couldn't answer because of an ongoing investigation into the FDA's practices with getting more formula on shelves. But he did say that he is communicating with Abbott 2 times a day in advance of that reopening of this Michigan facility that was announced earlier this week. He also said that the majority of this new funding, if passed to the FDA, would be used for more inspectors, more scientists to better test the product of formula coming out of this manufacturing plant to ensure quality, to ensure safety standards. This isn't the last we're going to hear from this FDA commissioner. He's expected to come back next week on May 25th for another hearing with other top FDA officials, as well as officials from the top 4 formula manufacturing companies, Aaron.
All right, Ali Rafa for us on Capitol Hill today. Ali, thank you. I want to bring in Dr. Mona Amin now. She is a board-certified pediatrician and a mom. Dr. Amin, we appreciate you being here today. There are a lot of desperate parents out there right now who are trying to figure this out, like so many people are. For people who don't have children, why does this matter so much?
Thank you so much for having me. This is an unprecedented time. Never in my career or as a mom would I've ever thought that we would be in a formula shortage in the United States. So many children are fed formula in the first year of life, and not having nutrition is a dire circumstance. You know, the bare essentials for children are somewhere to live, a caregiver who's loving, and nutrition. And for those who are not being breastfed, formula is life-saving. So this is not just, hey, we're just going to see what happens. This is essential. This is an essential need for so many families, and it needs to happen now.
Yeah, I appreciate you breaking that down so clearly for us. There are people out there who don't get it. And so I think that's really going to help to clarify this for all the folks who don't have kids or don't deal with kids very much. I want to ask you, too, what can a parent do if you need to feed your child, you're unable to breastfeed, you can't find formula? What options are out there?
I think it's a very difficult time. And, there's a lot of don'ts on social media. There's a lot of don'ts in the media. I really am happy that you're focusing on what we can do. So one of the big things is leaning on your community. So Facebook groups, for example, have been the #1 place I've seen a lot of parents go to have other moms, other parents take pictures of shelves in various stores and timing it as the time as to when everything has been stocked. In this way, we're able to find where there's formula located, and families are able to see if they have their certain formula in stock in certain places. Leaning on your pediatrician if they have samples in the office. If you are using WIC, using the WIC office as well. But I'm really finding that community is going to be the biggest way, grassroots efforts to find formula from other friends, people online, in your community, so that we can feed our babies. And it shouldn't be this way, but we're going to get through this.
I do want to ask you very quickly. There's been talk about parents out there who've been trying to make their own formula. What's your view on that?
So like I was saying, we're focusing on a lot of the don'ts, and it is very important that we talk about this. Now, infant formula that's manufactured and on our shelves has gone through strict regulations to make sure all of the nutritional components are such to promote the development of a baby. And also there's checks and balances for safety. When you home make your formula, you're not in a sterile environment. It doesn't contain all the nutrients that are needed for a developing baby. So there is a safety risk there. I wish that we weren't in this situation where parents were even having to think about making formula, but I would advise using your other avenues, talking to friends, pediatricians, using your local support to find a way to feed your baby with other alternatives to the formula that your baby may be currently taking.
Dr. Mona Amin, we appreciate you being with us today and sharing some really good advice for folks out there who are worried about all this. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Wall Street looking to rebound after a dismal day of sell-offs on Wednesday. The Dow closed down more than 1,100 points for its worst day since 2020. The losses due in part to the disappointing earnings reports by major retailers like Target and Walmart. All this now adding more fuel to concerns about a potential recession. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward is tracking this. He's joining us now. So, Jake, I want to start with where things stand today, if we can. How are the markets looking now?
Well, Aaron, at this point, we're looking at a drop of about 0.5% when it comes to the Dow. But, already, right, we know that the NASDAQ is in bear territory. That's when that index has fallen more than 20% from its historic highs. The Dow is, poised to perhaps join that. So we're really certainly seeing, the continued volatility. This morning, we saw Cisco report its earnings and said that it was going to miss revenue projections, and that is certainly bad news. Kohl's, another retailer, also reporting disappointing earnings. It is strangely up today. There's just a lot of volatility in the market today after this enormous sell-off we saw yesterday, Aaron.
Yeah, it seems like, the cost of doing business is really on full display as we look at these earnings reports that have been coming out. What do those numbers tell us about how companies are handling inflation and handling these supply chain issues that seem to keep popping up?
Well, retailers are such an interesting sort of benchmark of how things are going. We had these disappointing revenue, these earnings calls from both Target and Walmart that were so disappointing. And, the thing that they tell us, right, one thing is those companies are famous for their ability to predict consumer demand. In some cases, a company like Target knows, for instance, that, you're pregnant before you do, right? The data-driven analytics that they have pioneered are extraordinary. But all of that, unfortunately, was blown apart by a combination of the pandemic, which changed consumer behavior, the supply chain issues we've seen, the increase in the price of oil. Even things like the weather have been strange and disappointing for these companies, right? We saw what would have been a time when people would have been buying outdoor furniture in the spring because temperatures were colder than normal. Those companies weren't selling as much as they did. So they are having all kinds of inventory problems, things piling up that they can't sell, things that they need not not being on shelves, all of this really suggesting that the system that we have relied on until now is just so much more fragile than we thought. Or maybe the other way to think of it is that the recent events have been so much more disruptive than we ever thought. So certainly a very, scary moment in that case. In terms of consumers, I mean, we're in this weird moment, right, where jobless numbers, which came out this morning, are up a little bit for the third straight week, but, we're still at historic lows in terms of unemployment, and yet we're also in this weird housing market. I mean, just things are very, very different. The models are very different than they've ever been before, Aaron.
Yeah, it's a big point. All these things happening at the same time, it creates all that craziness out there, volatility. Jake Ward for us today. Jake, appreciate it. Thank you. Now, while retailers are still reeling from the kickback of record inflation, so are consumers. Americans are struggling to make ends meet. We've been talking about that. You know it if you're dealing with it. We're facing steep prices on everything from food to gas and so many other things. And many folks are trying to adjust their spending. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
Yeah, good day. From Wall Street to Main Street, retailers across the country are struggling with lower profits. The reason? Prices are surging. Fuel prices are surging. There's the huge problem with the supply chain. In addition to that, labor costs are soaring. And now everyday Americans struggling with inflation are cutting back in a big way. On Wall Street, inflation alarm bells are ringing, sending stocks on Wednesday into a dramatic nosedive.
The Dow closing lower, more than 1,100 points.
The Dow suffering its biggest loss since 2020 after poor quarterly earnings from major retailers deepened concern of a looming recession. Target reporting a nearly 50% drop in profits from just a year ago. Walmart down more than 20%. Both companies blame rising costs on everything from fuel to labor.
Their cost to do business was just much higher than they had originally anticipated.
And consumers are feeling the pinch, especially at the grocery store, forcing some to ask, can I live without it? Ruth Simpson says she had to turn to a food pantry for help.
The prices have been going up so high, and I can't keep up with this.
Other saving tactics Americans are using: grocery store hopping, coupon clipping, and cutting back on expensive items like meat.
Say I buy a whole chicken instead of, I might break it down and make chicken salad or some type of barbecue.
Walmart says its shoppers are switching to its cheaper store brands too, and opting for smaller sizes like half a gallon of milk.
This is $73.55 for a full tank of gas.
Meanwhile, little relief at the gas pump, with the national average now more than $4.50 a gallon and climbing. But experts say people are still willing to fill up, especially heading into the summer travel season.
Americans appear very resilient and eager to hit the road ahead of Memorial Day, with gasoline consumption continuing to rally.
And retailers say Americans are still spending, just prioritizing different items.
We're seeing a shift in what they shop and how they're shopping right now.
Target's CEO says shoppers are now skipping pandemic staples like TVs and bikes, and instead buying things like kids' toys, apparel, and luggage. As birthday parties, social events like weddings, and summer vacations start to make a comeback. Yeah, we talk about the high cost of gasoline. The typical American household will spend $5,000 this year compared to $2,800 last year. Diesel prices also surging. That means it's going to cost even more to get your items into your store, and they'll pass the cost, of course, on to you. Back to you.
Well, doctors across the U.S. are scrambling to figure out why more and more children are getting hepatitis. The CDC now says at least 180 children are suffering from that severe liver inflammation, and they don't know why. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards has been tracking this story from the beginning. Erica, where do the cases stand now? Where are they being reported? What do experts think may be happening here?
Yeah, hey, Aaron. So that 180 number was just 109 2 weeks ago. They don't think that the cases are truly rising. Right now, what's happening is that doctors are looking back over the past 7 months to see if they can find more cases of these unexplained hepatitis. You can see there that 36 states and U.S. territories are now reporting cases of this otherwise unexplained hepatitis or liver inflammation. Right now, the current theory is that it's an adenovirus that could be behind these cases. About half of the kids here in the U.S. have tested positive for adenovirus. It's odd, though, because those kind of viruses usually just cause a bit of a stomach bug. really rare to see this severe hepatitis in otherwise healthy children. Aaron?
So you say severe, Erica. How severe are the symptoms we're talking about in this group of kids, and are they being treated in any kind of way?
So about 10% have actually needed a liver transplant. Sadly, 5 deaths are under investigation, but it is important to note that it sounds scary, but it is incredibly rare. And most of these cases have been mild. Most of these kids have needed no specific treatment. Their livers healed on their own, and they are now recovering. Aaron?
And quickly, Erica, are the medical experts out there offering parents any advice on what they can be doing now?
Yeah, so it's really about just monitoring your children for any unusual fatigue or otherwise unexplained nausea or vomiting. The CDC just yesterday put out a statement about these cases. Reading in part, though, we encourage parents and caregivers to be aware of symptoms of hepatitis, particularly jaundice, which is a yellowing of the skin or eyes, and to contact their child's healthcare provider with any concern. Aaron, one other symptom that's been reported is unexplained loss of appetite, something to watch out for.
All right, Erica Edwards with us today. Erica, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, his laptop was a lightning rod of controversy during the 2020 presidential election. What NBC News found on Hunter Biden's hard drive and who stepped in to pay his multi-million-dollar tax bill. That's after the break.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Making news right now, a New York City EMT is recovering, being shot while caring for a man in his ambulance. Last night, he answered a drunken, disorderly call at a Staten Island lounge. Minutes after the man was placed into the ambulance, he pulled out a gun and shot the 25-year-old EMT in the shoulder. He is stable. That suspect is in jail. A Milwaukee man has been sentenced to 10 years in jail for throwing acid into another man's face. The jury found Clifton Blackwell guilty of first-degree reckless injury as a hate crime. In 2019, Blackwell got into an argument with Mahmoud Vialaz over a parking space. In court, Blackwell said he was, quote, still afraid of him. And Taylor Swift is now Dr. Swift. The pop superstar delivered this year's commencement speech at New York University, and she was given an honorary doctorate in fine arts. Swift told the grads to be themselves and said, quote, never be ashamed of trying. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines in the war in Ukraine. Any moment now, the Senate is expected to pass $40 billion in new military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine. It will then head to President Biden's desk. On the ground in Ukraine, the International Committee for the Red Cross saying it has registered hundreds of prisoners of war from that steel plant in Mariupol. It remains unclear what will happen to those fighters. The violence in Ukraine has left hundreds of children dead and even more wounded. And doctors from around the globe are now stepping up to help care for the injured without stepping foot in Ukraine. We begin our coverage this half hour with that part of the story. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley.
For a girl who's endured multiple surgeries, Kira is in remarkably good spirits.
You're smiling. You seem happy. Why are you've been through a whole lot.
I'm smiling and I'm in a good mood because this could happen to anybody. Now I've been here 1 month, I realize I can't postpone things. I can't wait. It's now a new phase of my life.
On April 15th, a Russian artillery shell lodged a piece of shrapnel into Kira's spine. She's one of more than 400 Ukrainian children who have been wounded since the fighting began nearly 3 months ago.
What are you going to do with this? Are you going to keep this?
I'll keep it with me, and every year on April 15th, and I'll take it out, and it'll be like a second birthday.
Because you feel like a new person now. Is that right?
Yes, I'm alive, and it's a miracle.
In a way, Kira's lucky. One of the boys she was with was killed in the same artillery attack that maimed her. Many of Kharkiv's wounded children go to see Dr. Pavlo Gubinov.
What's it like to see a child suffering like that?
Impossible to get used to it. It's terrible.
The first hospital where Dr. Gubinov worked was shelled early in the fighting. He had to bring his child patients here. Now his hospital hopes to benefit from some American expertise.
What about remote technology? Do you cooperate with doctors who are living elsewhere?
We can communicate with our American colleagues.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine. So she's got a really positive prognosis here, right?
I think she's going to do quite well. I mean, particularly with this kid's spirit. You can tell she's a fighter and, fearless, it seems.
Dr. Francis Duggan has been working to establish ways for doctors from all over the world to advise Ukrainian physicians in real time. He's starting telemedicine trials here to help patients like Kira.
Right now, Kharkiv Regional is our first hospital, but we're going to be doing telemedicine, teleradiology, and telesurgery. And what this will consist of is basically an ability for physicians and surgeons in the Ukraine to be able to consult with doctors in the United States.
Kira looks set to make a full recovery. But as this war drags on, patients like her could soon get help from doctors around the world.
I didn't walk for 1 month, and I'm planning to walk from tomorrow.
I bet you will.
Of course, I believe in myself.
I believe in you too.
Oh, thank you.
An NBC News investigation is raising questions about the president's son, Hunter Biden. An analysis of his hard drive and iCloud account is bringing fresh scrutiny into how he made his money, all while a federal probe into his taxes expands. Here's NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson.
We're learning more about the president's son and the paying off of a multi-million-dollar tax bill he owed. Now, the open question for both Hunter Biden legally and President Biden politically is whether or not there will be any charges in this federal criminal investigation.
With federal prosecutors poring over Hunter Biden's finances, investigating whether he violated federal tax law, this morning a representative for the president's son tells NBC News his IRS bill totaling about $2 million has been paid off. Two people familiar with the matter say the money was arranged by one of the younger Biden's new attorneys, Hollywood lawyer Kevin Morris, best known for brokering a deal for the South Park TV show.
Does paying that tax bill wash away any liability that Hunter Biden may have now?
Paying the tax bill, if in fact that's what he did, doesn't undo the crime. It would be like returning money to a bank that you robbed. you still rob the bank.
The president's son and his company brought in about $11 million between 2013 and 2018, working as an attorney, a board member to a Ukrainian gas company accused of bribing a prosecutor, and for a joint venture involving a Chinese businessman now accused of fraud, according to an NBC News analysis of a copy of Biden's hard drive and iCloud account obtained by NBC from a representative for Rudy Giuliani, as well as documents released by a Senate committee. During the campaign, then-candidate Biden denied his son profited off a China connection.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China?
The records show Hunter Biden's company received nearly $5 million in consulting contracts from that joint venture funded by a Chinese energy company. A snapshot of Hunter Biden's spending shows that for about 5 months in late 2017 and early 2018, he spent more than $200,000 a month on things like luxury hotel rooms, cash withdrawals, dental work, and payments on a Porsche, according to documents on the hard drive, a time period in which Hunter Biden has acknowledged struggling with drug addiction. His laptop itself, a subject of controversy after documents recovered from it were brought to light by the Bidens' political opponents. And with the chain of custody in question, in 2020, some experts suggested the laptop's contents bore hallmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. Since then, several news organizations have authenticated many emails from the laptop. The president has defended his son.
I'm confident.
And Hunter Biden has denied any illegal business dealings.
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
Experts point out family members of a president who hold no official job in the administration are not bound by any government ethics rules. Hunter Biden's attorney did not comment on the record, and the White House has not responded to our request for comment. Back to you.
The Secretary of State in Georgia is preparing to oversee that state's heated midterm races while facing his own re-election battle. Brad Raffensperger, one of the best-known targets of former President Donald Trump, is in a tight race now against a challenger chosen by Trump. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander sat down with Raffensperger. She joins us now from Atlanta. Hi, Blaine.
Aaron, good to see you. You're absolutely right. Brad Raffensperger is certainly in a very interesting position. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more recognizable name when it comes to local election officials, and that's due in large part to the repeated criticism from former President Trump. So even as Raffensperger is trying to move beyond 2020, he's still forced to defend the election on the campaign trail. What would you have done differently in your handling of 2020?
We can't control what other people say. So how do you push back against the narrative and people with millions and millions of Twitter followers that put out disinformation and then outright falsehoods?
He's the man in charge of Georgia's closely watched 2022 midterm election, all while running for re-election himself. Still, Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is unable to put 2020 in his rearview mirror. In a job that usually flies under the radar, Raffensperger is one of the most recognizable election officials in politics, thanks in large part to former President Trump, who first implored Raffensperger to overturn Trump's Georgia defeat.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Then, when he refused, blasted him repeatedly.
You're incompetent and strange. There's something wrong with this guy. You're Secretary of State. Raffensperger.
Are you in a place with this election where you're essentially forced to fight against former President Trump?
I'm just leaning into the truth, and I'm leaning into the goodness of my fellow Georgians. I think that'll be, what'll get me across the finish line.
But he faces a particular political challenge. According to a new online poll from UMass Amherst, more than 2/3 of Republican voters do not believe that Biden was legitimately elected, despite multiple recounts and no evidence of widespread voter fraud. This year, Raffensperger is fending off re-election challenges from the left and the right, including Trump's hand-picked candidate, Congressman Jody Hice.
Friends, the greatest issue as it relates to our voice, influence politics, is fair elections. Brad Raffensperger has taken that away from us. Now's the time we got to take it back and give the boot to Brad.
A recent poll shows the two in a statistical tie.
Well, I've been traveling all over the state. I'll talk to anyone, and I basically tell them, this is what happened in the election of 2020. And I go through every single allegation, and here's what the facts are.
Are you concerned about any lasting impact that you're having to defend a free and fair election?
My job is to follow the law and follow the Constitution. At the end of the day, that's what my job is to do.
And Aaron, in addition to all that, of course, another reason that he is unable to put 2020 in his rearview mirror is that he is a key witness in an ongoing investigation that's being run by the Fulton County District Attorney into that phone call that we mentioned, the phone call from President Trump to Brad Raffensperger. He said that, of course, he's already supplied documents and will very likely be testifying. Aaron.
All right, Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. A family in Maine is in mourning after an accident at a beach left one person dead and another in the hospital. 18-year-old Levi Caverly was visiting the Jersey Shore with his family when a hole that he was digging with his sister collapsed. Here's NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson.
I need help.
Tragedy on the Jersey Shore.
We're digging a hole at the beach and it caved in on the kid.
A young man has died, police say, after a 10-foot deep hole he and his sister were digging with frisbees on the beach collapsed on the pair.
We can see one, we have no visibility on the second one.
The 17-year-old sister was rescued and treated at the scene, according to officials, but rescuers were unable to reach her brother Levi Caverly in time.
It looked like he was still in the digging process, and that moment happened with that collapse of the sand within seconds, getting covered up very quickly.
Witnesses now describing the urgent rescue effort as aerial videos show crews using boards, buckets, and even a backhoe to dig them out.
The last thing I did see, sadly, was they brought a bodyboard into the hole. After I saw the bodyboard go into the hole, I decided to walk away.
Once that collapses in on you, it's tons of weight.
The victim's father remembering his 18-year-old son on social media, describing him as a tech nut who knew Jesus Christ and was not real concerned with what others thought. Levi and his family were visiting Toms River from Maine when the tragic accident unfolded Tuesday afternoon, police say. This type of accident not unheard of, according to locals, especially with no lifeguards on duty until Memorial Day.
We've heard some stories in the past about people tragically dying in these holes, and it's really sad.
Just this weekend, a 13-year-old boy died in Utah after a tunnel he'd been digging in a sand dune caved in on him, authorities there say.
It's tempting to assume this is what people used to call a freak accident, but the fact of the matter is that there are a number of cases every year and have been that way for at least 25 years, and this is a preventable problem.
Dr. Bradley Marin has tracked sandhole collapses for more than a decade.
What are the rules when it comes to safety and digging sandholes?
So our guidelines and recommendations has always been not to dig holes. If you do, certainly don't do it deeper than the knee depth of the smallest person in your party.
Words of caution ahead of summer vacations in the hopes of preventing another tragedy like this one.
NBC's Priscilla Thompson for us there. There's a growing push to ban smoking inside New Jersey's famous Atlantic City casinos. Some casino executives, though, say that if cigarettes go, they'll watch profits and eventually jobs go up in smoke, too. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer has more on the growing debate.
Slots and smoking seemingly have gone hand in hand for decades.
That's the first thing that confronts me is cigarette smoke.
But COVID changed that.
COVID, they banned smoking. Customers had to go outside. It was great.
Tammy Brady has worked in casinos for 37 years.
It's horrible. It's just you have to sit there and just take it.
Currently, Tammy's on medical leave.
I have stage 2 breast cancer.
She's joined 2,500 other casino workers in Atlantic City demanding the state ban smoking in their workplace.
When you're on a smoking game, it's torture.
Research shows casino workers are at greater risk for heart and lung disease because of secondhand smoke. But the casino industry has long insisted smoking bans hurt the bottom line.
The majority of our employees do not want to see a complete smoking ban because, unfortunately, they know it's going to have a direct impact on their gratuities.
A study by Spectrum Gaming, commissioned by Atlantic City Casinos, says eliminating smoking could cost as many as 2,500 jobs. Another report estimates it could decrease gaming revenue by up to 25%. Why? Smoking sections in casinos traditionally produced higher profits. Smokers sit longer and spend more at the slots. But some casino consultants believe those ideas and the data are outdated. COVID changed a lot of expectations.
What basically happened was smoking prohibitions were implemented at no economic cost. Consumers didn't react negatively. They kept coming in because, well, they enjoy gambling.
2 hours away from Atlantic City, Park outside decided to stay smoke-free, even when the state lifted COVID smoking restrictions. Park says it hasn't affected revenue and, in fact, is attracting more guests who prefer a smoke-free environment. But for casino workers, this is a life-or-death fight.
This is not a business issue. What's the number of jobs that you put on human lives and families?
CNBC's Contessa Brewer reporting there. A rare case of monkeypox now confirmed in the U.S. The growing concern and what you need to know when we come back.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin with breaking news. The attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facility.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate.
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, the U.S. now has its first case of monkeypox this year as Europe continues to see new cases. Since the beginning of the virus has also been identified in the United Kingdom, in Spain, and in Portugal. NBC News breaking health reporter Aria Bendix joining us now with the latest on this. So Aria, obviously we know chickenpox in this country. People hear a little bit about smallpox. Monkeypox seems a lot less common. What can you tell us about it? Are these things similar at all? What do we need to know?
Yeah, so they do sound similar, don't they? But they aren't the same disease, and they actually don't even come from the same virus. Chickenpox belongs to a family of herpes viruses, and then monkeypox belongs to the same family as smallpox. Where they are similar is in terms of some of their clinical presentations. So both chickenpox and monkeypox might result in blisters or rashes, and in that way they can be sort of indistinguishable visually. One of the distinguishing features of monkeypox is actually these fluid-filled blisters called vesicles on the palms of the hand. So that's one way to tell them apart.
Yeah, what do we know about the person in Massachusetts who has monkeypox now?
Yeah, so we know it was an adult male who recently traveled to Canada, and that's noteworthy because we rarely see cases that aren't coming directly out of Western and Central Africa. And we actually have a bit more detail on that Massachusetts case from Public Health Authority. So let's take a listen.
Well, of Massachusetts who has been confirmed to have infection with monkeypox. That patient is currently hospitalized at Massachusetts General Hospital and is admitted to our special pathogens program. He is in stable condition.
The patient was admitted on the 12th. They were being evaluated for various symptoms. During the course of their admission, they were identified as a possible monkeypox suspect. And this was really unusual because the patient had no travel history, no exposure to animals that would be known to be reservoirs.
So, Aria, well, go ahead. You were going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say one other thing that's important to note is that most of the cases, at least in Europe, are among men who've had sex with other men. And we don't know yet if that's a significant detail, but that is raising some questions among doctors and scientists because we don't know this to be a sexually transmitted disease.
But I guess it is contagious. We think of chickenpox as being contagious. This is also something that's contagious. And is there any advice on for folks out there about this disease?
Yeah, so it is contagious, not as contagious as smallpox or even as COVID-19. Primarily, we understand this to spread through skin-to-skin or face-to-face contact, so the exchange of respiratory droplets. That might change, where scientists are definitely looking into it right now. All right, Aria Bendix, we appreciate you helping us learn a little bit more about monkeypox today. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron.
Well, farmers across the Midwest are facing major problems from soil erosion. A study by the University of Massachusetts finds plowing and tilling is causing topsoil to erode an average of about 2 millimeters a year. Now, that adds up to several feet, and it's costing farmers billions of dollars every year. CNBC reporter Perry Russum has that story from Iowa.
At Nick Smith's farm in northeastern Iowa, seed is going into the ground.
You can see all the moisture under here.
He shows us a soybean he planted last night. Its home is under a cow pie, next to a worm.
Usually a really good sign of soil health.
Not a single acre of his land is tilled. He switched to no tilling years ago.
We feel like we saw benefits right away in the first year.
Smith says it saves time, money, and the land.
What benefits have you seen from no-till?
We've seen, obviously reduced erosion, hands down. When I was a kid, we used to see when we were still doing full tillage, if you'd get a hard rain at the wrong time, if you tilled it, again, 2 or 3, 4 inches deep, it would wash right down to that layer. Any erosion that you have, it's your most valuable soil because it's the topsoil.
For nearly 2,000 years of our history, we tilled the land.
Tilling is common practice in farming. Every season, dried soil is kicked up and carried by the wind.
In between farms where the tilling was done more aggressively over the course of decades, you get these erosion cliffs that have formed. In some cases, the land is feet higher than it is just feet away.
Agricultural soil erosion is problematic.
Isaac Larson is a professor at UMass Amherst and studies how landscapes evolve.
People have looked through, past civilizations and linked the sort of decline of civilizations to the decline in their soils.
He says tilling in the Midwest has caused a drop in crop productivity, forcing farmers to spend more on fertilizer.
There's been about a 6% decline in productivity, and that equates to sort of averaged over the region about a $2 billion a year economic loss for farmers.
That's what we're after.
At the farm, Smith is fighting erosion with cover crops.
It just protects the soil, ultimately.
He says the soil is constantly covered, protecting against wind and runoff from rain.
We can slowly rebuild the soil.
A slow rebuild after decades of destruction.
CNBC's Perry Russum for us there. Well, it is one tourist destination that might get under your skin. After the break, we go inside the unique museum showing tattoos are more than just skin deep.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Finally this hour, as the summer travel season approaches, museums are often high on the tourist to-do list. And there is certainly no shortage of museums to visit, we know. But as NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer reports, a new museum just opened in Western Pennsylvania, and it may really get under your skin.
In a nondescript alley on the eastern side of Pittsburgh is a small museum dedicated to the history and art of tattooing. It's a topic curator Nick Ackman needled into after a dining room experiment.
At first I tattooed myself. I used a needle and some sewing thread and wrapped it around it and dipped it in drawing ink and then just made a dot.
Not a safe way to get started, but from that small, dangerous dot on his knee, Nick knew he needed to follow his new passion.
I'd been collecting antique tattoo memorabilia since 2005 or 6. A lot of different people wanted to see parts of my collection, and you wouldn't want to invite everybody over to your house.
It's more than just photos of tattoos. Artifacts dating back more than 100 years are on display.
There's lots of different items as far as old business cards, photographs from shops, different publications that they put out to sell supplies. There's stencils that they used to do the tattoos.
You'll even find permission slips from parents letting their kids get ink. And however entertaining it might be to see, Nick is hoping you'll realize that tattooing is more than skin deep.
I think that the main goal of this place for me was to be able to educate people about tattooing and tattoo history and to show them how it connects to American history, military history, folk art.
A connection more Americans are starting to accept. A 2019 survey found about 44% of Americans have at least one tattoo and 22% are considering it.
In the 80s, a lot of times tattoos were associated with bikers or different things like that, so people thought of them as being unfavorable. But really, mostly it was focused on military, that tattooing was a way for them to express their individuality.
And no museum visit is complete without a visit to the gift shop. On top of the usual books and stickers, Nick and his partner Jill also run a tattoo parlor, creating pieces today that just might become exhibits tomorrow.
And thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Mars. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. A national crisis. The president invoking the Defense Production Act to solve the baby formula shortage, while the House bills to help out head to the Senate. Remembering the Buffalo shooting victims, the emotional outburst from one victim's family in court today ahead of the first funerals tomorrow. And her middle name is Sky, the beautiful baby girl born in the middle of a Frontier Airlines flight to Orlando. We start today in Washington with that baby formula crisis. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman covering the White House for us. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale on the Hill. Ali, lawmakers pressing FDA Commissioner Robert Califf at a House Appropriations meeting today. They're accusing the FDA of delaying its investigation into Abbott Nutrition's contaminated formula. We've been talking about this one with you for most of the week now. What have you heard so far?
Yeah, look, this has been a hearing that we've been looking forward to all week because it comes against the backdrop of that infant baby formula shortage. And of course, this is something that House Appropriations Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro has been focused on for months because that Abbott Nutrition plant in Sturgis, Michigan closed down because of contamination concerns in February. That's something that DeLauro, as well as senators on the other side of this building, were all flagging in the early days of this crisis, concerned that it would lead to the empty shelves that we're seeing right now. We heard DeLauro be among those who took the FDA commissioner to task today during that hearing. Here's just a piece of what that conversation looked like.
The shortage was caused in large part by the lack of action by the FDA and by corporate greed and consolidation. In this case, Abbott putting profits in production over people. This should not happen in the wealthiest nation in the world.
Approximately 3.5 million infants are born annually in the United States. And yet CFSAN has funding for only 13 staff members to ensure the safety and adequate nutrition of these products. This crisis has shown us the impact of having a single manufacturer cease production for a brief period. And unless we strengthen the resilience of our supply chain, we could be one natural disaster, quality mishap, or cyber attack from being here again.
So look, what you're hearing there, Allison, from DeLauro is attacking the fact that 4 companies effectively really dominate this market of baby formula manufacturing. When one has a problem, it can disrupt the entire supply chain, which is exactly what we saw here, especially for people who use the WICS program to buy their baby formula. So that's one piece of this. And then, of course, on the other part of it, you heard Califf over there saying that the FDA just doesn't have the staff that they need to deal with this problem. That's something that the $28 million emergency funding that was just passed through the House, that's supposed to help that.
Ali, it's crazy that just 4 companies control so much formula. Let's talk about those 2 bills heading to the Senate to try and end this shortage. Do we know when the Senate's going to vote? And what else should we know about them?
Yeah, we're not sure. It could be that there's some movement on one of the pieces on this.
Okay.
The part of the legislation, because there were 2 bills last night, one of them was that $28 million in emergency funding that would go to the FDA. The other of it was kind of expanding who can sell their product through the WICS program. That bill passed with overwhelming bipartisan support from the House. And as we were talking to senators over in just the last few minutes, it sounds like they're going to try to make moves on that in just the next little while. So it's possible that we'll see movement on the WICS piece of this, but the emergency funding piece of this is going to be a little bit more of a slog in the Senate. So that's where it stands on that. It's entirely possible that they move from town and they get out of here, jet fumes in the air and all, before actually doing anything on baby formula, or they do half of it, but not that $28 million in emergency funding. We're still kind of waiting to see.
Okay. Josh, President Biden invoking the Defense Production Act to boost formula manufacturing. We've heard about the Defense Production Act before, but just explain to our viewers, how does it work in this case?
So this is all about the ingredients that go into baby formula, because believe it or not, there can be upwards of a dozen or more ingredients that go into it. And some of the people who make those base ingredients, like, for example, a soy product or a milk byproduct that then gets sold to someone who gets sold to someone, eventually gets to a baby food manufacturer, they may not be getting priority to get those ingredients over other people who might need it for less critical edible products. And so by invoking the Defense Production Act, President Biden is going to be able to order companies that make these precursors to baby formula to prioritize their deliveries to the major four manufacturers, make sure they have everything that they need to quickly ramp up production. The White House taking action as they are facing increasing pressure from the Hill, including, frankly, from members of the president's own party to take more significant steps here. Here's what House Speaker Nancy Pelosi had to say about why this is such a priority.
We'd have to have the money for the FDA to do its job. So I think that we'll have some success. And what's the objection? We don't want to spend money on babies who are crying for food? Okay, let's have that debate, okay?
Another major part of what the administration is trying to do, Allison, is getting that Michigan factory up and running after the FDA reached a legally binding agreement with Abbott this week, under which the company has to follow a series of steps, safety measures, at which point they should be able to get that factory up and running within a couple of weeks.
Josh, tell us about President Biden's airlift order to pick up baby formula overseas.
Yeah, so it's called Operation Fly Formula.
Okay.
And in the last hour or so, we're getting some information from senior administration officials about how it's going to work. First, they're going to find a manufacturer overseas who has excess product that they can basically give to the U.S. And then the U.S. is going to find a cargo plane, fly it over there to Europe or South America, find an air base that's somewhere near these factories, load it up with baby formula, and then fly it to the U.S., where they're then going to unload a portion of it and have it FDA tested on the ground here in the United States before it actually makes its way to stores and onto shelves. So you can see why there's some complicated logistics in there that could take a few weeks to sort out.
Oh my gosh, Josh, it's hard to believe we can't find a better way, but here we are.
I know.
One more for you on this. At least 2 Democratic senators are pressuring the Biden administration to designate a White House formula coordinator, someone who would work with manufacturers to fix this shortage. Is that something the White House is considering?
Yeah, that was an exclusive scoop from our Capitol Hill team, and I asked the White House about this today. They are not saying one way or another whether they are going to appoint what I'm calling the baby formula czar, but they are a little bit defensive over the need for a point person on this. They say that the White House has been taking steps for months now, really immediately after it became clear there was going to be a problem with that plant in Michigan. They feel like between the FDA, HHS, the Surgeon General, Ron Klain, the White House Chief of Staff, that they have a lot of top people working on this issue and that they have done everything within their power at this point to try to get this under control.
Well, Allie, my apologies to you and the Cap Hill team that I did not shout out that exclusive scoop. Thank you very much to you guys for that one, and I appreciate Josh for pointing out, because we never want to miss all the great work that you guys do. So thanks to the exclusive. I hope you'll entertain one more question from me in spite of that. And this is on a separate issue. The Senate, as we know, finally approved $40 billion in emergency military and humanitarian aid for Ukraine. It's now on the way to the president's desk. The total American investment in this war is about $54 billion in just over 2 months. What can you tell us about the vote today?
Yeah, the noise that you hear in the halls of Congress after that vote is finally, because it was bipartisan in nature. Almost everyone here was supportive of it, but one senator, Rand Paul, held it up and making the process just that much longer in the Senate. Of course, the House had passed its version of that $40 billion humanitarian and military aid bill, and the general theme here in Congress over the course of this entire Ukraine crisis has been that they want to be as supportive as possible to our allies in Ukraine during this war of Russian aggression. And what we're seeing now is that that bill will now go to the president's desk after clearing its final hurdle in the Senate. Legislating is never fast here in Washington, even when most people agree. This is clearly one of those moments, Allison.
All right, Allie Vitale, Josh Letterman, thank you both.
Thanks.
Let's go to Buffalo, New York, where the shooting suspect appeared in court briefly today. A grand jury indicting him on a first-degree murder charge, the judge ordering that he remain in custody without bail. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen live for us in Buffalo, New York. Ron, that suspect was heckled in court today. Someone shouted, "Peyton, you're a coward." What else happened there?
Very short hearing, Allison, 5 or 6 minutes, basically to inform the judge that a grand jury has in fact voted on an indictment, a murder indictment against this individual. So it was very procedural, and it lasted a very short time. The next hearing is in June 9th or so, as the grand jury continues its work, and we anticipate that the grand jury is going to bring forward more charges. There's a lot of activity here behind me now at the scene outside of the Tops Market. We're expecting update on the investigation from the mayor, the police commissioner, FBI, other investigators who are here. You can see there's quite a gathering here, unlike any I've seen in some time. And hopefully they'll be able to give us some sense of when there might be more charges filed, when they might be. We also got an update today from the Tops Market about when the market might reopen, a question a lot of people here have in this food desert. It's the only market for miles. And basically, they are saying that the investigation is still ongoing, and the scene has not been turned over to them yet. And they're also going to take some time to acclimate their employees to going back into that environment. And of course, there's unclear how much repair work has to be done inside based on the damage. We've not seen inside the market yet. So, again, hoping to get more details from city, state, and federal officials here in the briefing very shortly.
Ron, another question for you. The 911 dispatcher accused of hanging up on a store employee during the shooting may lose her job, I understand. She allegedly shouted at the Tops worker. Could you tell us more about that?
It sounds like he or she is definitely going to lose their job. The operator allegedly hung up on the woman who called because she was whispering, and the operator apparently couldn't hear, got frustrated and couldn't hear. Here's the woman who called telling what happened. Take a listen.
I tried to call 911, and I was whispering because I could hear them close by. And when I whispered on the phone to 911, the dispatcher would start yelling at me, saying, "Why are you whispering? You don't have to whisper." And I'm trying to tell her, like, "Ma'am, he's in the store. He's shooting as an active shooter. I'm scared for my life." And she said something crazy to me, and then she hung up in my face. And I had to call my boyfriend and tell him to call 911.
Absolutely chilling to hear that.
Horrible.
Someone has observed that one of the first things 911 operators are trained is that if somebody's whispering on the phone, they're probably in a lot of danger, trying not to reveal their position to someone who's a direct threat, which was obviously the case. So yes, that person is on administrative leave now and expected to lose their job and perhaps more.
Wow. All right, Ron Allen of Buffalo, thank you.
Pennsylvania's primary election on Tuesday was successful with minimal issues. As of this morning, we have 50,000 ballots left to be counted.
Pennsylvania's acting Secretary of State there with an update on the state's GOP Senate primary that is still too close to call. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Delaware County, PA. So, Dasha, what's the latest on the count? We're all wondering when this one might actually wrap up.
Yeah, Allison, I'm having serious 2020 deja vu here. You and I had this very same conversation, I think, from a ballot counting facility days after an election where we still did not know the outcome. And here we are again. This is an extremely tight race, just over 1,000 votes between Oz and McCormick, and the count is still going. Again, we are in this place where mail-in ballots are the bulk of the ballots remaining to be counted. Here in Delaware County, though, they actually just finished up with the mail-in ballots. Right now, they're still having to do provisional ballots, and they're still having to do this somewhat tedious process that these two fabulous election workers here are going through, which is called transcribing ballots. So ballots that have been damaged or somehow mismarked, they are transcribing those so they can be properly scanned. The ballots behind them there are the ones that they have already transcribed. Those are about to go into a scanner. We've talked before about how this is a tedious manual process, and that is why Election Day has been turning into Election Week the last couple of election cycles. But because this is so extremely tight, Allison, what we are looking at here, most likely when this count is done, they're going to have to count again. The recount is coming.
Dash, I can't help but feel like we've been here before, as you've said. Like, this is deja vu of deja vu, if there's such a thing. We have been through the recount process before, but it's been a little while. Could you just tell us a little bit more about what happens
if this? I just
did we lose Dash?
IFB here, so I did not hear your question. But what I can tell you is both of the campaigns right now are signaling optimism. The McCormick campaign just held a press briefing where they sort of made their case for why they think their candidate is going to ultimately take the lead here. Oz and his campaign has also said that they're watching the vote come in, but they are also confident that Oz will win. Oz was on Fox last night saying that he is ready to go ahead and unify the party, but it could be a while before we actually have a final outcome here, Allison.
Dasha Burns, an absolute rock star. She loses audio but keeps on going. Thank you, my friend. Keep those masks and rapid tests handy. COVID cases are up 26% nationwide from last week. The CDC calling the increase very substantial, telling people to test before they travel, vaccinated or not. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk.
A new wave of COVID infections is sweeping the nation. Federal officials calling the national uptick very substantial, with a third of the country experiencing high transmission rates.
In areas where community levels are high, everyone should be using prevention measures and wearing a mask in public indoor settings.
But the number of severe illnesses and deaths is lagging behind cases, thanks to the effectiveness of vaccines and Pfizer's antiviral medication Paxlovid.
The rate of ICU hospital admissions is much lower than what one would expect with infections. And then death numbers continue to be low. Obviously, we want to continue to drive that lower.
Some workplaces are reinstating mask requirements, including the big 3 auto plants in Michigan.
It's to protect all of us. It really is. So I don't mind.
While some had hoped the U.S. would be close to herd immunity by now, experts say that idea has been complicated by the unfortunate reality of reinfections.
If you've just recovered from COVID-19, you can assume that you will have some short-term immunity against the strain that you got infected with, as well as the new strains. But for how long that immunity lasts, we really don't know.
And with the traditional summer travel season around the corner, the CDC is recommending all Americans test within 3 days of departure, even for fully vaccinated people traveling within the U.S.
It's tough. It can be a huge inconvenience, but it will prevent further spread. I think the safer, the better.
A new precaution to prevent a summer surge.
Coming up, tracking Hunter Biden's money, the new NBC News investigation into his finances next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. We have missed you over the last couple of days, Maya. Hi.
Thanks so much, Allison. Great to see you. So we start with the head of the Department of Homeland Security's new disinformation board re-signing despite criticism from congressional Republicans. She says she's received multiple death threats since the board was announced. Former President George W. Bush speaking at an event and condemning the war in Ukraine, but with the slip of the tongue,
to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Ukraine.
The former president jokingly blamed the mistake on his age. The U.S. charging 4 Chinese officials and 1 American with spying. They're accused of collecting information on human rights leaders and pro-democracy activists living in the U.S. A mountain climber from Japan is presumed dead after reportedly falling from an ice bridge in Alaska. Rangers say the 43-year-old was unroped from his team and fell about 8,000 feet. And Taco Bell's relaunching the fan favorite Mexican pizza. The item had been removed from the fast foods menu for almost 2 years, but now it's back. Allison.
Maya, I can tell you what I'm getting for dinner tonight. Thank you so much. All right, so what have we learned from Hunter Biden's hard drive? Biden and his company made about $11 million over 5 years, and it looks like they spent it pretty quickly. This is according to new NBC News analysis of that drive and documents from Senate Republicans. You know what that means. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter is here, and here's what he's reporting. The money came from his roles as an attorney and a board member with a Ukrainian firm accused of bribery and his work with a Chinese businessman now accused of fraud, raising questions about national security, business ethics, and potential legal exposure. Tom is here with me on set. Tom, there's a lot to sort through here, including the details about the money from China. We should mention that Biden is a private citizen. He's not employed by the administration, so no government ethics issues apply here. But walk us through what you've learned going through these records.
Right, and just briefly, that goes back to when Vice President Biden was Vice President Biden. So,
Yes.
so even back then, there was no obligation of Hunter Biden to necessarily file any sort of ethics type of rules or disclosures. And of course, he's a private citizen. He's entitled to make the money that he wants to make. He's entitled to earn a living. Our analysis here, Allison, was focused on the type of work that he did, in particular for firms that have foreign ties. So we're talking about the Ukrainian oil and natural gas firm Burisma. We're talking about companies.
I haven't heard that name in a while.
No, I know. Flashbacks to impeachments, but as well as a joint venture that was funded by a Chinese oil and natural gas company linked to the Chinese government. And some of the people there have been accused of fraud. One of them has since disappeared. The Chinese embassy, when I reached out to them, said, well, you haven't even heard of this case, which was an interesting response.
Wow.
So we focused on those, and in particular what Hunter Biden did or didn't do for those firms. In speaking of that joint venture funded by the Chinese company, there were no substantial deals or really any deals that we can find that were ever closed, but it was nearly $4.8 million that Hunter Biden's company was paid for consulting work. So it's a lot of money for what appears to be little results. At the same time, and over a snapshot of time, because somebody compiled his expenses for approximately a 5-month period from late 2017 into 2018, he was spending about $200,000 a month in ATM withdrawals, checking account activity, as well as credit cards. So it was just an analysis, and it is an analysis of how much money was coming in and how much was coming out. And certainly some of that, as Biden admitted to and talked about in his book, went to drugs and other activities.
There is also an investigation into Hunter Biden's taxes. And I want to just read what we have from his rep here saying Hunter Biden paid off a $2 million tax bill to the IRS. So is that the end of this federal tax case? Is there more here? Is the IRS still looking into it? What do we know?
It's a great question. The ongoing federal criminal investigation into Hunter Biden is ongoing.
Okay.
And so in speaking with our legal expert, Chuck Rosenberg, you know, he made this analogy. Just because you return the car that you've stolen from the dealership doesn't necessarily mean that you're not responsible for the stolen car.
Right.
So the legal analysis, and it's not just Chuck's opinion, is just because he paid back the $2 million that essentially the bill he got from the IRS does not necessarily absolve him of the criminal charges here if they are to come down, because it's still an if. He hasn't been charged with anything. And of course, Hunter Biden, I should say, on a number of opportunities has said, look, I am confident when this investigation is done, it'll find that I've committed no wrongdoing. And yet, no charges so far.
But it is not done.
It is not done.
Have you heard anything from Hunter Biden's attorneys, anything from the White House, any comments in your reporting so far?
Hunter Biden's criminal attorney declined to comment on the record. The White House did not respond to requests for comments. Then again, most of our reporting was focused on Hunter Biden specifically, but we had a couple of questions for the White House. We haven't heard on the record from either at this point.
All right, Tom, it is always awesome to have you on. Thank you for being on set.
Thanks, Alice.
Desperate to leave, but no easy way out. Navy desertions more than doubling in just 2 years. There were 157 new deserters last year. That compares to 98 in 2020 and 63 in 2019. This is all according to U.S. Navy data. That increase raising concerns about suicide and a mental health crisis in the military. NBC News Digital reporter Melissa Chan joining me now. Melissa, there are nearly 345,000 active duty members in the Navy. Many of them signed contracts. I understand you talk with military law experts. What did they say about sailors trying to get out of those agreements?
Allison, they say these sailors feel trapped. These contracts are nearly unbreakable and can require up to 6 years of active duty. If things don't work out, you can't just put in your 2 weeks notice and quit. So it has left many struggling sailors feeling like they only have extreme alternatives, which is to die by suicide or flee.
There were 5 suicides on the USS George Washington alone within the last year. You spoke with one sailor on the ship who was on life support for 8 days after attempting suicide. Would you share her story with us?
Hannah is one of the many sailors who enlisted in high school, 17 years old, and when she got on the George Washington, felt there was no easy option to leave after reaching her breaking point. She had sought help from her superiors and felt dismissed. So rather than flee and face jail time and a ruined reputation, she decided to attempt suicide to try to take her life. Rather than spend another 4 years on the George Washington.
Oh, Melissa, that's just awful. So now that we've laid out some of these mental health concerns, how is the Navy addressing them? What are they doing?
So in the last month, the Navy has implemented a few changes. They've moved hundreds of sailors off the ship into military facilities. They've prioritized team building and morale boosting. They've put more resources on the ship. They've expedited mental health appointments. Whether more permanent policy changes will happen, we'll just have to wait and see. There are still 2 ongoing investigations into the suicides on the George Washington and the command climate and culture during this overall period that the ship is in. And the Navy Secretary is expected to make some recommendations as well from the visit to the ship earlier this week. Allison?
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. And just a reminder for our viewers, if you are struggling, you know someone who is, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. That number is 800-273-8255. You see it there on your screen, or you can text HOME to 741-741. Here in New York, the state says that Amazon is discriminating against pregnant and disabled workers, claiming the online giant is violating the state's human rights law by forcing pregnant and disabled employees to take unpaid leave. MSNBC legal analyst Kristen Gibbons-Fedden joins me now. She's also a former prosecutor and a civil rights attorney. Kristen, thank you so much for joining me. In one example, in this complaint, a pregnant woman was given approval to avoid lifting anything over 25 pounds. Her manager allegedly disregarded that. The worker was hurt and then put on unpaid leave. Could you just explain to us how New York's human rights law protects against things like that?
Yeah, well, the New York human rights law actually protects against any type of discrimination. And when a woman is pregnant, that is seen as a sex discrimination if reasonable accommodations are not met so that she can have an equal employment opportunity while she is pregnant. In the case that you just mentioned, because she was pregnant, she was given a reasonable accommodation. In other words, she was permitted to not have to lift anything over a certain pound, and 25 pounds was in her case. But her manager did not, it's alleged, the manager didn't abide by that reasonable accommodation, overrode it, and when she couldn't lift those, packages that were over 25 pounds, then terminated her with unpaid leave. That is the type of thing that is not permitted, and it is discriminatory based on her gender because she's being fired because she's pregnant. It's not allowed.
In a statement to CNBC, Amazon said the company works to offer the best available options to accommodate employees with disabilities and expectant mothers and offers several programs to ensure that's the case. You mentioned this term reasonable accommodation several times. Does the law specifically lay out what those accommodations are, or is this open to interpretation?
It is open to interpretation, but what the law does lay out is the framework, which is then open to interpretation. The reasonable accommodation would be any type of accommodation that would not bring a reasonable hardship onto that particular employer. Amazon's a large company. You can't tell me that they can't have her reassigned to a different division or allowed to do something else. And not all packages are over 25 pounds. Right. So it's not like she's not able to do the essential functions of her job while she is pregnant. And so I think that in this case, it is reasonable, particularly if that accommodation was already set down by HR, to allow her to, for a limited period of time, only lift boxes under 25 pounds.
So what kind of penalties, what could Amazon be hit with here if these allegations are in fact proven to be true?
They could be hit with a $50,000 fine or up to a $100,000 fine paid directly to the state of New York if they are found to have engaged in this unlawful discriminatory practice. In addition to that, there could be some injunctive relief. They could be forced to hire a consultant or do some things that would require them to stop these discriminatory patterns. So there's a couple of things that they may, and that costs money too, to hire a consultant. So there's a couple of things that they could do. They may be required to adopt non-discriminatory patterns and practices and policies as well and implement them. So there's just some of the penalties that they face.
So, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just before you go, how about the workers involved? I mean, that's great if Amazon gets a fine, but what does that do for you if you're someone who was pregnant and you got let go without pay?
Yeah, so the individual can also sue Amazon directly for compensatory damages. That would be the unpaid leave. That could be anything that maybe she was injured while she was while she was required to lift packages above the accommodation that was already let down. So yes, there is a remedy for any and all individuals who are discriminated against as well.
All right, Kristen, thank you so much for laying this one out for us, explaining it all to us today. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Coming up, more strange hepatitis cases showing up in young kids. The CDC investigating, plus some tips for parents. That's next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Why are so many kids in the U.S. getting hepatitis right now? At least 180 children are suffering from severe liver inflammation in 36 states and territories. Look at that map. This is all according to the CDC. Most of those kids are under 5 years old. Now the CDC is investigating. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards here now with the details. So, Erica, you've been covering this story for weeks. We've talked to you about it before. These cases come on pretty suddenly. They're unusual. Tell us more about them and what the CDC's found so far.
Yeah. Hey, Allison, really right now we don't have a lot more answers. They are still investigating these 180 cases, and doctors are looking back over the past 7 months to see if they can find any of these cases that they hadn't identified previously. Right now, the leading theory as to the cause is an adenovirus. About half of the kids here in this country tested positive for adenovirus. Sort of odd, though, because those viruses generally, lead to a little bit of stomach upset, but usually not severe hepatitis in otherwise healthy kids. We can tell you that about 10% of these cases, these young children have needed a liver transplant. Obviously, it's going to affect them the rest of their lives. Sadly, 5 deaths are under investigation. Allison.
Erica, could you tell us a little bit more about these symptoms and what specifically parents should be looking out for here in case their kid's not feeling well and they're worried that it might in fact be hepatitis?
Yeah, so for many of these cases, fortunately, they have been mild. Generally, they've resolved on their own without any specific treatment, but there are symptoms to watch for. For example, fatigue, unusual fever, loss of appetite, nausea. Specifically, I want to point out this jaundice. That's the yellowing of the skin or also of the eyes. Ultimately, parents, though, your kids, if something seems amiss, that's time to call the doctor. Allison.
Absolutely. Erica, thank you for all the warnings. Casino workers in Atlantic City want to ban smoking indoors, but execs are worried that could send profits and jobs up in smoke. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer dives into the debate.
Slots and smoking seemingly have gone hand in hand for decades.
That's the first thing that confronts me is cigarette smoke.
But COVID changed that.
COVID, they banned smoking. Customers had to go outside. It was great.
Tammy Brady has worked in casinos for 37 years.
It's horrible. It's just you have to sit there and just take it.
Currently, Tammy's on medical leave.
I have stage 2 breast cancer.
She's joined 2,500 other casino workers in Atlantic City demanding the state ban smoking in their workplace.
When you're on a smoking game, it's torture.
Research shows casino workers are at greater risk for heart and lung disease because of secondhand smoke. But the casino industry has long insisted smoking bans hurt the bottom line.
The majority of our employees do not want to see a complete smoking ban because unfortunately they know it's going to have a direct impact on their gratuities.
A study by Spectrum Gaming commissioned by Atlantic City Casinos says eliminating smoking could cost as many as 2,500 jobs. Another report estimates it could decrease gaming revenue by up to 25%. Why? Smoking sections in casinos traditionally produce higher profits. Smokers sit longer and spend more at the slots. But some casino consultants believe those ideas and the data are outdated. COVID changed a lot of expectations.
What basically happened was smoking prohibitions were implemented at no economic cost. Consumers didn't react negatively. They kept coming in because, well, they enjoy gambling.
2 hours away from Atlantic City, Parks Casino outside Philadelphia decided to stay smoke-free, even when the state lifted COVID smoking restrictions. Parks says it hasn't affected revenue and, in fact, is attracting more guests who prefer a smoke-free environment. But for casino workers, this is a life or death fight.
This is not a business issue. What's the number of jobs that you put on human lives and families?
In Illinois, scientists want FDA approval to test out a first-of-its-kind therapy on humans that uses skin grafts to treat addiction. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett spoke to the research team at the University of Chicago.
We'll do this in grafted mice and ungrafted mice. Okay. And what we see is that the grafted mice don't ever develop a preference for the cocaine-paired side.
So the therapy and the skin graft just cancels that out.
Exactly, yeah, it makes them like immune to developing the preference for the cocaine in the first place.
Lauren Reedy and her team are in the early stages of research on a first-of-its-kind potential treatment for addiction using skin grafts.
We're gonna put her right in here.
She's a neurobiology PhD candidate at the University of Chicago, running experiments to develop this genetically modified stem cell-based treatment.
When we're talking about cocaine use disorder specifically, there's still no FDA-approved medication or like therapy for it.
Can I peek in and see what he's doing?
Yeah. And all of the preclinical studies and experiments that we've been doing in our lab are really, really promising.
The idea for this new potential treatment came from doctors Ming Xu and Shuayoung Wu, professors and researchers at the University of Chicago, specifically hoping to use it against alcoholism and cocaine addiction, at least for now.
Have you always specialized in substance abuse treatment?
Yeah, well, for the past 25 years, yes.
Skin grafts are widely known for treating burn victims, but Dr. Xu says with this stem cell gene delivery technology, it could expand treatment options for healthcare providers.
What we do is we take a small piece of skin, tiny piece of skin, and then we can culture them in any cell culture facilities in a laboratory.
Then 1 to 3 therapeutic genes are added to the skin cells. The result is a genetically modified piece of skin that can be reattached. Now it produces therapeutic molecules which will get into the bloodstream.
So then that therapy is embedded in your skin?
Correct, yes. It's a, as I said, it's a medication box. So one skin graft can address several things at the same time.
All of the experiments have been conducted on mice, but the team says the results have been highly successful, and Dr. Xu has received a lot of feedback since their study published.
There are many people writing to me, email me, calling me, saying that, oh, when are you going to do it in humans? I want to be a volunteer in your clinical trials.
Now, they're working with the FDA in hopes of getting approval to move forward with clinical trials on people. The FDA told NBC News in part they can't confirm, deny, or comment on pending or potential products applications. More than 20 million Americans suffer from a drug or alcohol use disorder. But the most common treatment options, like behavioral counseling and medication, don't always work permanently, resulting in relapse.
If one day somebody can tell me, Ming, I took this treatment, now my life is more or less back to normal. That's all I need.
So I think bringing new therapeutics and new treatments on board and trying to kind of constantly evolve with the field will be really important for patients moving forward.
That potential serving as motivation ahead of what's expected to be a multi-year process to formal approval.
In Ukraine, the Red Cross says it's registered hundreds of fighters from the steel plant in Mariupol as prisoners of war. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Aaron, Russia's saying more than 1,700 Ukrainian troops from that plant have surrendered since Monday. NBC News hasn't independently verified that claim, but what do you know about those troops, where they're going, and how the Red Cross will keep track of them?
Hey, Allison. Well, let me first give you just a sense of where I'm standing and what's happening now where I am in Kharkiv, which is the second largest city in Ukraine. In the last 15 minutes or so, we've heard a series of booms far off in the distance. Now, Ukrainian officials say they have managed to push the Russians back out of artillery striking range. But that, of course, does not preclude potential missile strikes. We saw one in the small hours of the morning today, which is why, out of an abundance of caution, I have put on protective gear and we have dimmed the lights. Now, in terms of the situation in Mariupol, which is a port city further south, which has been absolutely devastated by the Russian attack, they are now in firm control of that city. The last Ukrainian stronghold, the steel plant, the soldiers have surrendered. Now, the Russians are saying that they have managed to take over 1,700 prisoners of war out of that plant. The Ukrainians have not confirmed that number. The only number the Ukrainian officials have given is 250, and that was in the initial days of the surrender. It's been a couple days since then. The ICRC is saying hundreds have surrendered. Now, there's big question marks over what is going to happen next. We know that these POWs are taken to Russian-controlled territory. The wounded are being treated in a hospital in Donetsk. What happens to them next is unclear. Ukrainians are saying they would like to see these soldiers exchanged for Russian prisoners of war, but Russians are not confirming that that is in fact going to happen, and some within Russia are calling for those soldiers to be prosecuted for potential war crimes, while the Ukrainian officials are adamant that they be returned because they're regarded here in Ukraine as heroes. Allison.
Erin, you visited a bombed-out village in eastern Ukraine. Tell us about that and what you heard from people there.
Yeah, that's right. We are hearing from Ukrainian officials. They are absolutely adamant that each and every war crime that is committed here in this country, that the perpetrators be brought to justice. And they have launched just a massive cross-country investigation, some 11,000 potential war crimes investigations going on right now. And that includes a city outside of Kharkiv where we were today, prosecutors moving in today, combing the village for evidence, collecting soil samples, taking photos, going house to house within this village. They say early March, the Russians flew over the village and dropped at least 7 bombs on one stretch of this tiny, tranquil village, destroying homes and livelihoods, killing 3 civilians, as well as 1 military personnel. Now, Ukrainian officials say they believe the original target was the local school where a Ukrainian border guard had been hiding, but the Russians struck pretty much everything but that school, and including the home of one woman who lost her 31-year-old son in the assault. Take a listen to what she had to say.
А куди мені йти? Мені вже 65 років. Я тут всю життя прожила, родилася, своїми руками все построїли, зробили. Куди йти? Куди йти, скажіть?
Do you think there will be justice for you and your son?
Ви сподіваєтесь на те, що настане справедливість для вас і для тих, хто
Я хочу, щоб їх наказали, ідіотів, за те, що вони з нами зробили. Ми ж до них не лізли. Хай їх Господь накаже, хай його весь світ накаже. Невже нема такої сили, щоб його остановити, скажіть?
And there are thousands more stories just like that one. Absolutely heartbreaking to see her in so much pain. I was interviewing another man in the village right across the street. A missile struck his home as well, killing his mother. And this is, as I said, a really tiny village. These people don't know what to do. They don't know how to rebuild. This woman in particular doesn't know how she's going to survive the winter. She said she thinks she'll be okay for the summer and spring months, but when it comes to winter, she really doesn't know what she's going to do next, Allison.
Oh. Erin, the first Russian soldier is on trial for alleged war crimes. He says he was pressured to shoot an unarmed civilian. That soldier pleading guilty. What else did he say in court today?
Yeah, that's right. In terms of, I just heard another boom far in the distance, Allison, there.
In Erin, are you okay there to stay with us?
Case, I should be fine. I will let you know if I'm not.
Okay.
In terms of that particular case, 21-year-old Russian soldier, a sergeant, was outside of Kyiv moving towards the city of Sumy. He was taking part in a column of tanks moving towards that city. When a Ukrainian airstrike took out the lead tank, he and 3 other Russian soldiers got in a Volkswagen, a civilian's Volkswagen. They carjacked it and drove towards this village. When they got into the village, according to his confession, as they were moving into this village, they saw a 62-year-old civilian who was on his bike, riding through the village, but also on his phone. And he says that the other soldiers were concerned that he was trying to call, that particular civilian was trying to call for backup. So he says he was ordered to shoot and kill the man who was unarmed. Take a listen to what he had to say in court today.
Please tell me, do you repent of the crime you committed?
Yes, I admit guilt. I understand that you will not be able to forgive me. I ask for forgiveness.
Now, that is the first Russian soldier to plead guilty to a war crime here in Ukraine. There were 2 other guilty pleas outside of Kharkiv, the city where I am now, earlier today. Those soldiers pleading guilty to indiscriminate shelling of civilian locations. And again, I just heard another boom there in the distance, Allison.
All right, Aaron, we're going to let you go. Thank you to you and your crew so very much. Stay safe. Many Ukrainian children scarred from months of war, both physically and emotionally. So how are they coping with that trauma? NBC News correspondent Jay Gray visited a hospital in Lviv to find out.
On her 10th birthday, Veronica is learning to use her hand again. After Russian tanks firing on her apartment in Donetsk left her with a brain injury and damage to her right side. But there are deeper wounds.
All her family died, and she only one who survived.
With an uncle and cousins from Kyiv now by her side, they celebrate not only her birthday, but survival. Veronica, just one of a growing number of civilians and soldiers showing up at this Lviv hospital. Doctors say their wounds are more severe than early in the war and fear Russian troops may now be using different, more powerful weapons.
We never had so deep wounds, so difficult fractures or amputated legs or arms.
15-year-old Igor rushed from his home in Donbass as the shelling started.
I ran, the shockwave hit me, and I fainted. When I woke up, I couldn't move.
Shrapnel from a missile lodged in his back and neck. After 2 surgeries, as he begins to heal, Igor doesn't share the carefree hopes and dreams of most his age.
At this point, I dream that the war ends.
No personal dream.
There are none.
Coming up, a heartwarmer miracle in the sky. How a flight crew jumped in to help a new mom midair. That's next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
How did a Frontier Airlines flight land with an extra passenger on board? A mom-to-be gave birth with a little help from the flight crew. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on the special delivery.
Jada Lynn Skye was airborne, but not yet born, on a Frontier flight from Denver to Orlando when she surprised her mom-to-be, Shakiria Martin.
I was feeling fine and everything, and so I went to sleep, and I woke up, and my contractions was, yeah.
So your contractions woke you up in the middle of that flight?
Yes, yep.
And the first thought that runs through your mind is what?
Just cannot be, there's no way I could just have this baby on the plane.
But Mother Nature had her own plans. Shakiria, now a mother of 4, says it all happened quickly. She was guided to the back of the plane and shortly after went into the bathroom where she gave birth.
I go into the bathroom and like 2 big pushes and the baby comes out.
You went into the bathroom pregnant and you came out of the bathroom with the baby.
Yeah, yep.
While none of the crew had formal childbirth training, a team of people well-versed in emergency response all pitched in throughout the plane. The pilot turned over flying duties to the first officer and coordinated an emergency landing in Pensacola. Several flight attendants gathered medical equipment while shielding Shakiria in the back of the plane. One of them, Diana Giraldo, a calming presence, helped with the delivery.
I'm an older sister, so to me it's like, I saw this young woman, she was frightened, she was uncomfortable. There was no space inside of me for any doubt. I just had to make sure that I was there for her.
For Giraldo, the scariest part came after delivery, when the baby had trouble breathing. So Giraldo wrapped her in a blanket and held the newborn at an incline in an effort to clear away any fluid.
After a while, she started reacting, getting color back, and she started kind of like gargling a little bit and moving, which was a happy moment for all of us. It's a beautiful thing to bring life into the world.
The flight's captain called Giraldo's actions exemplary. Shakiria Martin, thankful for her baby's perfect landing.
I do want to give like a big shout out to the whole crew because they made me feel so much more comfortable.
Coming up, would you like fries with your 31 burgers? A 2-year-old's insane order from McDonald's next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You could call him the Hamburglar, a Texas toddler swiping his mother's phone to order enough McDonald's for the entire month. NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas has the story.
Hello. Hello. Oh, it's for you.
Texas mom Kelsey Golden was working from home with her 2-year-old son Barrett when she got a confusing message from DoorDash on her phone.
When they asked me, hey, your order is going to be a little bit longer because it's quite a big order.
Kelsey had used the app to order lunch for her 2 older kids in the past, but she didn't remember placing an order earlier that day.
I heard a door knock and I came out and it turns out they were at our house and she was like, "It's your 31 burgers?" It's like, oh, wow, no, I didn't order these.
That DoorDash delivery?
15, 16.
A supersized order of cheeseburgers from McDonald's.
31.
Kelsey didn't have to look far to find out who placed that order.
Is that worth the... You gonna eat all 31?
Sharing this image of Barrett on Facebook with the caption, "Apparently my 2-year-old knows how to order DoorDash."
You gonna share? You gonna ask if anybody wants some? I thought I locked the phone, but apparently I didn't because then DoorDash came with 31 cheeseburgers. So
the family says 2-year-old Barrett will not be put in timeout.
I don't even think he realizes he did it. He just does this with the phones.
Mom describing it as a happy accident, leading to one unforgettable Happy Meal.
What do you think about all this, kiddo? You gonna eat all this?
That is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. Not really a good look. The Dow down 236. Stocks tried to rally in the last hour, but they just couldn't get it done. We're going to have Bob Pisani here coming up to tell you what happened today. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Mars. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Prisoners of war. The Red Cross registering hundreds of Ukrainian fighters from Mariupol. So where will they go now? A laughingstock. America isn't progressing. Voters in Georgia speaking up ahead of next Tuesday's primary. Plus, on top of the world, the first all-black climbing group's journey to the summit of Mount Everest. We start this hour in Ukraine, where Russia's saying more than 750 of the last fighters defending that steel plant in Mariupol have surrendered in the past day. NBC News hasn't confirmed that yet. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry is in Kyiv for us. So, Cal, Ukrainian officials won't comment on the number of soldiers still inside that plant. But what do you know about the situation there?
Well, they're being very vague about the situation. They're saying that there is some kind of operation underway this evening at the plant. We don't know if that's an evacuation, if there's more fighting. We had this extraordinary video that you were just showing of Ukrainian soldiers handing themselves over to Russian forces. And we know that they're being taken to the eastern part of the country, which is still under Russian occupation. A bit of that news that you put at the top, which I think is vitally important. In the last 24 hours, the Red Cross basically saying that they registered these soldiers before they went into Russian custody. That was a concern here that Ukrainian officials had when the fighting was still fierce between the last remaining Ukrainian forces and Russian soldiers, that Russians would come in there and just sort of snatch up these people without any kind of international oversight. There is international oversight. It remains to be seen how Russia is going to treat these prisoners of war, whether or not there will be a swap, or in sort of the last day or two, we've heard Russian officials say they could be put on trial, as Russia says, for crimes against civilians. Allison.
Cal, Russia's focusing its attacks on the eastern Donetsk region. This is according to Ukraine's general staff. What's the latest there and on the broader Russian offensive in the east?
So according to officials, in the last 24 hours, 21 people killed, another 51 wounded in attacks up and down what they call the eastern line. That is sort of the area that you're seeing there. Labeled Donbass region. Towns up in sort of the northern section and southern section of Donetsk have been under shelling now for weeks, and it is sort of the new focus of what the Russians call phase 2 of this war. They are pivoting their soldiers from Mariupol, from the north, into that eastern part of the country where, again, the shelling is pretty intense. We've seen Ukrainian military gains in the north, but it seems like, and we've heard this out of this G7 meeting, that there could be sort of what they call stagnation along the line in the eastern part of the country, that war could become entrenched, and we see sort of heavy artillery fire from both sides. Allison.
Cal, G7 finance ministers and central bankers are meeting today in Germany to talk about aid for Ukraine. Could you tell us more about those meetings?
Yeah, so bankers and finance, we're talking about loans and how to finance those loans for Ukraine and a way to try to get the Ukrainian economy back online. This is a country very obviously devastated by war. The other thing that was discussed at length is a food crisis that is now unfolding around the world. Ukraine has enough grain to feed 400 million people around the globe, and it is stuck in warehouses, in silos, unable to get out of this country because those port cities are where we're seeing the heaviest fighting. So it really was about finance, trying to get the infrastructure back up and running in this country in places where there's no fighting, and the crisis that's unfolding now around the world when it comes to food, because again, the fighting here is so fierce. Allison.
All right, Cal Perry in Ukraine. Thank you. Hundreds of kids in Ukraine have died during the war, even more injured. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley shows us how doctors around the world are treating children in Kharkiv without setting foot inside a hospital.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together? Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
In Washington, the Senate overwhelmingly passing a new $40 billion Ukraine aid bill. Meanwhile, President Biden meeting with the leaders of Finland and Sweden at the White House about their NATO applications. We've got team coverage. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Raff is on the Hill, and NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Seoul, South Korea, ahead of the president's arrival there. Ali, the Senate passed this Ukraine aid bill 86-11. Tell us what's in it and who voted against it.
Yeah, Allison, well, roughly 3 weeks after President Biden initially requested this funding, the Senate passed today this 10th aid package for Ukraine, and at $40 billion. It's much more than President Biden's initial request. This $40 billion is divided into a couple sections. I'll tell you a little bit about where this money is going to go. There will be $19 billion in defense and intelligence support. $15 billion will go to the State Department for humanitarian and refugee aid, almost $4.5 billion to disaster aid, and $5 billion will go to the oversight of this money. As you mentioned, Allison, 11 senators opposed this bill, all of them Republicans. I believe we have a graphic here to show you exactly who those senators were, and all of them had differing reasons for why they were opposed to this bill. Some of them argued it's just too much money. Some of them said Europe should be responsible for footing a little bit more of this bill. Others said that there are other crises that Americans are dealing with, such as the crises at the U.S.-Mexico border, inflation, high gas prices, that the money in this package, some of it could go towards alleviating. One senator, specifically Senator Rand Paul, who opposed this bill, single-handedly held up the passage of this bill for a week after he requested the assignment of an inspector general to oversee where exactly this funding would go. At the end of the day, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer decided against that it should not be in the language of this legislation, and they'd move forward with this bill anyway. But despite all this, there was a success in the Senate today. This bill now heads to President Biden's desk for signature, something that he, I'm sure, has been eagerly awaiting doing for several weeks now, Allison.
All right, Mike. Pardon me. Let's talk about what's going on there. Secretary of State Antony Blinken announcing $100 million new military aid for Ukraine about an hour after that Senate vote we were just talking about. What is in that new package?
Yeah, and as Ali indicates, President Biden eager to sign that new aid package into law. He'll probably do so on his way here to South Korea. But interestingly, in the statement in which the president thanked congressional leadership for getting this through so quickly, he announced the latest, it's actually the 10th, what they call drawdown of defensive equipment for the Ukrainians. This is the 10th time that they are drawing down from the DoD stockpiles for this. And you see some of the equipment there. It's howitzers, tactical vehicles to get those howitzers to the Ukrainians quickly, and also counter-artillery radar. This is equipment that the administration says can really support the kind of efforts the Ukrainians have been waging valiantly in the face of Russia's aggression. Now, this brings to about $4 billion the total amount of security assistance the Biden administration has provided since Russia began its invasion. But as Ali also indicated, the balance in this new aid package is significantly more tilted towards the security assistance side. So there's a lot more on the way.
Mike, President Biden says the U.S. backs Sweden and Finland's plans to join NATO. What else did he say about the two countries?
Yeah, Allison, this process of nations trying to join the NATO alliance is really one that can take years. But as President Biden welcomed the heads of Finland and Sweden to the White House today, it was very clear this is on the fast track. The president welcoming them, saying that they more than meet the qualifications for NATO membership. Here's a bit more of what the president had to say.
I'm proud to welcome and offer the strong support of the United States for the applications of two great democracies and two close, highly capable partners to join the strongest, most powerful defensive alliance in the history of the world. Sweden and Finland have strong democratic institutions, strong militaries, and strong and transparent economies, and a strong moral sense of what is right. They meet every NATO requirement, and then some.
Now, the president also making clear that this decision welcoming these two nations into the NATO alliance is meant not to be antagonistic towards Russia. This is a defensive alliance. He really made that part clear. Also interesting to note the process moving forward. First, in terms of the U.S. role in this, the Senate has to ratify this. It is the expectation that there is enough support in the Senate to do this. But one potential stumbling block is on the part of another NATO ally in the form of Turkey. Finland's president addressed that directly at the White House today, saying that they have a strong relationship with Turkey. They understand that they have some reservations, but they're working through, try to address them so that there won't be any further delay.
Ali, the Senate unanimously confirming Bridget Brink as U.S. ambassador to Ukraine late last night. Could you tell us about her and that vote?
Yeah, Allison, well, believe it or not, the U.S. hasn't had an official ambassador to Ukraine in around 3 years after former President Trump removed Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch from that post. So last night we saw the Senate unanimously confirm Bridget Brink for this position. She is no stranger to diplomatic roles. She's been the ambassador to Slovakia since 2019. She has very strong ties to Europe. And this vote came just hours after the State Department announced that it was going to reopen its embassy in Kyiv. We saw some video yesterday of officials outside of the embassy raising the American flag again outside of that building. So this is just another step by Congress here to support Ukraine and its effort to really just defend democracy and its continued fight against this Russian invasion. Allison.
Mike, one last question for you. We have to talk about the stunning background behind you. President Biden on his way to South Korea right now, his first Asian trip as president. What's on his agenda?
Yeah, also a very different trip than the first 3 foreign trips by this president, all to Europe, all showcasing the alliances that President Biden has worked so hard to restore after the Trump administration. Well, there's a similar motive here as he comes to Asia for the first time. His first stop here in Seoul, where he'll be hosted in a state visit by President Yoon, the new president of South Korea, just inaugurated in the last few weeks. Part of this is about, of course, countering China. This is about showcasing the strength of democracies, the democratic alliances here against the autocracy, as President Biden has so often put it, in the form of China. He'll also be showcasing an economic message here. He'll be visiting some businesses that are prepared to make new announcements about investments in American manufacturing. Now, from here, he goes on to Tokyo, where there will be a meeting of the so-called Quad. That's the leaders of the U.S., Japan, Australia, and India. An important meeting, both focused about what they call the Indo-Pacific region, issues related to China, but also North Korea. But also, the president really wants to encourage especially India to take a stronger stand as it relates back to Russia and doing more to be an ally to the West in taking more strong measures to punish Russia for its aggression. Allison.
What a trip you're on, Mike Memley. Thanks to you and also to Ali Rafa for being with us this afternoon. Hundreds of children in Ukraine have died during the war, even more of them injured. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley shows us how doctors around the world are treating children in Kharkiv without stepping foot inside a hospital.
For a girl who's endured multiple surgeries, Kira is in remarkably good spirits.
You're smiling. You seem happy. Why are you've been through a whole lot.
I'm smiling and I'm in a good mood because this could happen to anybody. Now I've been here 1 month, I realize I can't postpone things. I can't wait. It's now a new phase of my life.
On April 15th, a Russian artillery shell lodged a piece of shrapnel into Kira's spine. She's one of more than 400 Ukrainian children who have been wounded since the fighting began nearly 3 months ago.
What are you going to do with this? Are you going to keep this?
I'll keep it with me, and every year on April 15th, and I'll take it out, and it'll be like a second birthday.
Because you feel like a new person now. Is that right?
Yes, I'm alive, and it's a miracle.
In a way, Kira's lucky. One of the boys she was with was killed in the same artillery attack that maimed her. Many of Kharkiv's wounded children go to see Dr. Pavlo Gubinov.
What's it like to see a child suffering like that?
Impossible to get used to it. It's terrible.
The first hospital where Dr. Gubinov worked was shelled early in the fighting. He had to bring his child patients here. Now his hospital hopes to benefit from some American expertise.
What about remote technology? Do you cooperate with doctors who are living elsewhere?
We can communicate with our American colleagues.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
So she's got a really positive prognosis here, right?
I think she's going to do quite well. I mean, particularly with this kid's spirit. You can tell she's a fighter and, fearless, it seems.
Dr. Francis Duggan has been working to establish ways for doctors from all over the world to advise Ukrainian physicians in real time. He's starting telemedicine trials here to help patients like Kira.
Right now, Kharkiv Regional is our first hospital, but we're going to be doing telemedicine, teleradiology, and telesurgery. And what this will consist of is basically an ability for physicians and surgeons in the Ukraine to be able to consult with doctors in the United States.
Kira looks set to make a full recovery. But as this war drags on, patients like her could soon get help from doctors around the world.
I didn't walk for 1 month, and I'm planning to walk from tomorrow.
I bet you will.
Of course, I believe in myself.
I believe in you too.
Oh, thank you.
It is time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison. We start with a gay student in Florida saying his school administrators are stopping him from running for student leadership. The 17-year-old was also suspended for leading protests against Florida's Don't Say Gay bill back in March. The founder of the infamous Fire Festival, Billy McFarland, released from prison early. He initially received a 6-year sentence in 2018 for wire fraud and other crimes related to the failed music festival. The King of Jordan putting his half-brother under house arrest and calling him erratic. In a letter, the king says he approved measures to detain Prince Hasma in his palace and restrict his communications. For the first time ever, women will officiate games in the 2022 Men's World Cup. 3 female referees and 3 assistant referees were among the 129 selected. And Rihanna and rapper A$AP Rocky welcoming their first child together. Their baby boy was reportedly born on May 13th with no name released yet. Allison.
6 days and they're not giving the people the details they want. Come on, guys. Thank you, Maya. Pennsylvania's GOP Senate race still undecided, but Republicans are already shifting their attention to the South. Georgia's primaries are next Tuesday, putting Donald Trump's influence to the test again. Governor Brian Kemp up for re-election. Trump endorsed his primary challenger, former Senator David Perdue. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger also running for re-election. Trump endorsed his primary challenger, Congressman Jody Hice. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander just sat down with Raffensperger. We will have more on their conversation coming up. But first, here's NBC News political analyst Elise Jordan, who talked with Republican voters in Georgia about the state of the country and some Republicans labeled as the ultra MAGA crowd.
It's a crap show right now. I think with all the social media that we have, you can see it at a click of a button. We really are, I think, right now as a nation, a joke. And that's unfortunate because we are a powerhouse. We do help other countries, other nations around the world. And we're a laughingstock, I think, unfortunately.
Sarah, I see you nodding. I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
I cannot believe who is the head of our country is not the head of our country at all. Mm-hmm. He's not a leader. He's a puppet. I worry about his mental stability. He hasn't done what he said he was going to do. So I really want to take these Democratic voters and say, are you happy now? Are you happy now?
I really feel like COVID-19 was a big catalyst in dividing people politically, with Democrats were supporting the vaccine mandates and the mask mandates, and then Republicans were the opposite, when it really didn't necessarily have to be that way for a health issue.
A lot of it started when they started pulling down all the statues, the stuff about removing everything from history. And I think a lot of that started, in my opinion, started splitting it more and more. It was more of a race thing, who's right and who's wrong and who they want in the, to be taking care of their sides.
But I mean, does anyone really care that much about statues?
I care about the history.
Yeah, the history. Because you even got Stone Mountain here, and they're wanting to take away that whole carving and everything. And there's been a lot of stuff out there at Stone Mountain.
Ultra MAGA. Does anybody mind being called Ultra MAGA? Some of you identified as MAGA Republicans. Show of hands, who identifies as a MAGA Republican? Conservative Republican, America First Republican,
sure. Yeah.
But being called Ultra MAGA, that's not going to sway your opinion
supposed to be an insult.
To vote.
It's not an insult. It's a badge of courage.
I want to bring in Blaine Alexander. She just talked with one of Donald Trump's top targets, Georgia Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. Blaine, Raffensperger's fighting for another term in an election that he'll oversee as Georgia's Secretary of State. What should we know about that race with just days to go now?
Well, we know that right now he is virtually neck and neck with his challenger, Trump-endorsed Representative Jody Hice. We know the two are very close, and that the 2020 elections have really become a central issue in that race, in that fight, and it's because Hice has made it so. So when we spoke with Raffensperger, we talked to him not only about his political fight of his life, but also having to essentially disprove a lot of the lies that are coming out about 2020, even as he's trying to run the 2022 election. What would you have done differently in your handling of 2020?
We can't control what other people say. So how do you push back against the narrative and people with millions and millions of Twitter followers that put out disinformation and then outright falsehoods?
He's the man in charge of Georgia's closely watched 2022 midterm election, all while running for re-election himself. Still, Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is unable to put 2020 in his rearview mirror. In a job that usually flies under the radar, Raffensperger is one of the most recognizable election officials in politics, thanks in large part to former President Trump, who first implored Raffensperger to overturn Trump's Georgia defeat.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
Then, when he refused, blasted him repeatedly.
You're incompetent and strange. I had something wrong with this guy. You're Secretary of State. Raffensperger.
Are you in a place with this election where you're essentially forced to fight against former President Trump?
I'm just leaning into the truth, and I'm leaning into the goodness of my fellow Georgians. I think that'll be, what'll get me across the finish line.
But he faces a particular political challenge. According to a new online poll from UMass Amherst, more than 2/3 of Republican voters do not believe that Biden was legitimately elected, despite multiple recounts and no evidence of widespread voter fraud. This year, Raffensperger is fending off re-election challenges from the left and the right, including Trump's hand-picked candidate, Congressman Jody Hice.
Friends, the greatest issue as it relates to our voice, influence politics, is fair elections. Brad Raffensperger has taken that away from us. Now's the time we got to take it back and give the boot to Brad.
A recent poll shows the two in a statistical tie.
So I've been traveling all over the state. I'll talk to anyone, and I basically tell them, this is what happened in the election of 2020. And I go through every single allegation, and here's what the facts are.
Are you concerned about any lasting impact that you're having to defend a free and fair election?
My job is to follow the law and follow the Constitution. At the end of the day, that's what my job is to do.
Now, Allison, we should mention that we did reach out to Congressman Jody Hice and his team for comment or for an interview. We've not heard back from them. But, we talked about the challenges that the Secretary of State is facing on the right. Of course, there's also some challengers, Democratic challengers as well. And in that case, 2020 is also an issue. But on that side, they're making it more a focus on Georgia's controversial new voting law, which coming on Tuesday will be the first time that law has been in place for a statewide election. Allison.
Blaine, I want to ask you about early voting. Tomorrow's the last day in Georgia. It's been going on for almost 3 weeks now. We all remember Georgia's 2020 primary. People were waiting outside for hours to vote. What has turnout been like in the state so far, and are there concerns about long lines this time around?
Turnout has been high, Allison. In fact, according to numbers from Raffensperger's office, Secretary of State's office, we've seen record-breaking turnout every single day of this early voting period, in some cases eclipsing numbers from 2018 at the same point in 2018 by more than 200%, and also eclipsing what we saw back in 2020 at this same time. So certainly more people are early voting than they have for the past 2 elections. That's not disputed. Now, when I spoke to Raffensperger, he points to that, essentially saying that SB 202, the controversial voting bill that we saw so many boycotts and protests over, he points to those early voting numbers to say, listen, it does exactly what Republicans have been saying all along. In their words, makes it easier to vote, harder to cheat. However, voting rights advocates and people who were against that bill say that's not necessarily a fair measurement. They say that what they're really concerned about is the impact that it will have in November. They say that's the electorate they're really concerned about possibly being affected by Georgia's law, not necessarily the people who come out and vote early. Allison.
All right, Blaine Alexander in Georgia, thank you. To the border. If Title 42 ends in a matter of days, will our already strained resources there be pushed over the edge? NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky checks out how the Department of Homeland Security is preparing.
On the U.S.-Mexico border, one surge. Getting in position and preparing for another. The Rio Grande near Eagle Pass, flanked by National Guardsmen, Texas State Troopers, and across the river, Mexican State Police, all working to back up U.S. Border Patrol, stretched thin by record migrant crossings, more than 200,000 encounters in April alone. Many shedding their wet clothing immediately before facing a different journey.
Authorities say these stretches of razor wire put in just the last few weeks are supposed to direct or funnel migrants as they come across the river to where they can be safely taken into custody by Border Patrol agents or other law enforcement.
We want to protect everyone, but we want for them to come over here to the United States legally.
DPS Sergeant Juan Maldonado says the danger for migrants is constant, from human trafficking to the 25 drownings that have taken place during crossings in just the last month.
And right in front of people, you know, they think it's safe to cross, but they don't see the undercurrent, and that's very dangerous.
Has DPS or Border Patrol ever faced a potential immigration challenge like the one you're anticipating?
I don't believe we have in a long time, sir.
To the south in the Rio Grande Valley,
this is without by far the busiest zone.
The Department of Homeland Security stressing coming days could bring historic levels of migration.
Right now we've had 68 large groups of over 100.
The Department Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas toured border facilities on Tuesday. The visit just days before a federal judge is expected to rule if the Biden administration can end Title 42.
Based on the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's decision that it will end on May 23rd, that does not mean that the border is open beginning on May 23rd.
The end of pandemic-era policy put in place by the Trump administration that blocked migrants from claiming asylum in the United States.
We are surging resources to the southwest border.
Meanwhile, the border's immediate future lies in Louisiana, where a federal judge is expected to rule on a lawsuit filed by more than 20 Republican-led states, fighting to keep Title 42 in place.
In Washington, new concerns about Hunter Biden's finances. An NBC News analysis of his hard drive and iCloud account found Biden and his firm made $11 million over 5 years. So where did it all come from? NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson is following the money.
With federal prosecutors poring over Hunter Biden's finances, investigating whether he violated federal tax law, the representative for the president's son tells NBC News his IRS bill totaling about $2 million has been paid off. Two people familiar with the matter say the money was arranged by one of the younger Biden's new attorneys, Hollywood lawyer Kevin Morris, best known for brokering a deal for the South Park TV show.
Does paying that tax bill wash away any liability that Hunter Biden may have now?
Paying the tax bill, if in fact that's what he did, doesn't undo the crime. It would be like returning money to a bank that you robbed. You still robbed the bank.
The president's son and his company brought in about $11 million between 2013 and 2018, working as an attorney, a board member to a Ukrainian gas company accused of bribing a prosecutor, and for a joint venture involving a Chinese businessman now accused of fraud, according to an NBC News analysis of a copy of Biden's hard drive and iCloud account obtained by NBC from a representative for Rudy Giuliani, as well as documents released by a Senate committee. During the campaign, then candidate Biden denied his son profited off a China connection.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China?
The records show Hunter Biden's company received nearly $5 million in consulting contracts from that joint venture funded by a Chinese energy company. A snapshot of Hunter Biden's spending shows that for about 5 months in late 2017 and early 2018, he spent more than $200,000 a month on things like luxury hotel rooms, cash withdrawals, dental work, and payments on a Porsche, according to documents on the hard drive, a time period in which Hunter Biden has acknowledged struggling with drug addiction. His laptop itself, a subject of controversy after documents recovered from it were brought to light by the Biden's political opponents. And with the chain of custody in question, in 2020, some experts suggested the laptop's contents bore hallmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. Since then, several news organizations have authenticated many emails from the laptop. The president has defended his son.
I'm confident.
and Hunter Biden has denied any illegal business dealings.
I'm cooperating completely, and I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
Coming up, another volatile day for stocks. We're talking Wall Street trading with the one and only CNBC senior markets correspondent Bob Pisani next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. The market's struggling to get it together today, inching so close to the green in the last hour of trade, but they just couldn't stay there. Here's a look at the closing numbers on the Dow, down 236 points today. CNBC senior markets correspondent Bob Pisani here. So, I mean, look, Bob, compared to yesterday's 1,100-point sell-off, this ain't so bad. Yesterday it was all about the big retailers. It's just a drop in the bucket. Yesterday, we talked about the big retailers and inflation. I know that inflation theme continues, but what was the headline for stocks today?
Well, it's really the same thing.
Yeah.
There's real serious fallout from Walmart and Target. So remember what they said yesterday. They came out and said, these costs that we're encountering, the cost to ship things, the cost for goods, raw materials, the cost for labor, much higher than we thought. And because of that, it's impacting our profits. They're not able to even raise prices fast enough. So everybody thought, geez, this is Walmart. Like, these are boring companies. This is a good place to hide because everybody's got to buy things, right? Everyday goods. You go to Walmart, you go to Target. It turns out that's not true. It's true that everybody still goes and buys things there, but maybe they'll shift their spending patterns if the costs are too high, or buy a little less, or at any rate, it's going to affect their overall profit. When the cost of goods are so high, they still can't raise the prices enough. That's a problem. So all this boring stuff, Clorox, Kimberly-Clark, Kroger, these are boring companies.
They're sexy
safe,
now.
They have decent earnings, regular. Well, all of a sudden, they're down 6, 7, 8%. Procter & Gamble moved 6% yesterday. That never happens. Procter & Gamble is one of the most boring companies in the world. That's why people love them. They produce a nice dividend. The price doesn't move much. And all of a sudden, it's just gyrating all over the place because people are saying, hey, you know, maybe people will go out and they won't buy as many Procter & Good products. They'll buy Procter & Gamble products. Maybe they'll buy, alternative, lower-priced generic products, for example. So things are all of a sudden a little screwy out on Wall Street.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's easy for the average person to understand, right? I'm a Target shopper. I walk in there. Everybody can relate to this. You go in for one thing that should cost $15. You walk out with a basket full of $150 worth of stuff because the prices are good and they have cool things there. But if the prices aren't so good anymore, or I don't have that much money at home, I'm not going to go to Target and load up. I'm just going to grab that $15 thing that's probably $20 now and walk out the door. You're starting to really understand how inflation affects companies. It really affects us every single day.
Yeah, so look at what happened with Walmart and Target. Walmart basically implied, and Walmart attracts generally lower-end shoppers, lower end of the economic scale. So people go to Walmart for value. That's what Walmart is known for, very good value. So people go out, and what Walmart came out and said is those consumers out there are spending a little bit less on some of the old, they're still buying food, but they're a little more price sensitive. And that means that because the food inflation has been higher, some of those people might be shifting buying patterns around. This is what Target said, too. Target said, okay, people are still buying food, and they're still buying beverages. But, for example, TV sales weren't as great. So maybe the fact that food prices were much higher shifted people's patterns away from, like, buying the TV, for example. I'll tell you something interesting about Target. They came out and said one of their best products that they've been having is anything travel-related. So luggage sales were up 50% at Target. Does this sound a little crazy? Luggage sales were up 50%. You think, like, why is that? Well, because everybody wants to go out and travel. So it's peak travel right now. The consumer's got money, but things are shifting around because of this crazy inflation. People are making decisions. Maybe I'll spend money on a luggage, but I won't go out and buy a TV. Maybe you see what this does to people's heads. It shifts their patterns around. It makes it hard to figure out what's going on.
Bob, I know there was a lot of red on the markets today. Any bright spots, anything that you said, well, here's something to get excited about, even if just, to find something to smile about today?
Yeah, so there's a few stuff that's gotten beaten up badly. Netflix is down 60% this year. You know what happened to Netflix? They basically came out and said, hey, we're having trouble getting new subscribers in. And everybody said, well, this is it. It's peak streaming. How many more streaming services can everybody have? And so Netflix just fell apart. And a lot of the other streaming services are under pressure right now. But that's bouncing a little bit today. Metals stocks bounce, like aluminum stocks, like Alcoa. And the reason that happened is China's looking a little bit better. You remember, they locked down Shanghai. This is one of the biggest cities in the world because of zero COVID policy. Locked it down. You got to wear masks going out. Nobody goes out for weeks. They're the biggest consumer of commodities in the world. And that's had a big effect on the commodity market. Now they're trying to reopen Shanghai, and that's a good sign. Heaven knows if it'll work long term. But they're reopening, and that's lifting a lot of the metal stocks out there because, we're dealing with 1.3 billion Chinese, not all in Shanghai, of course, but they're the biggest consumers of commodities in the world.
Bob, before you go, a term that was being thrown around a lot today, bear market, the S&P coming dangerously close. The NASDAQ is already there. You're the expert here. Just for our viewers, would you remind them what that means and what we're talking about when they hear bear market thrown around?
Yeah, I don't like these words a lot. These are conventions that were adopted 40 or 50 years ago by people who are trying to use a shorthand term to say the market's great, like it's a bull market, or the market's lousy, like a bear market. The traditional way to use it is if it's if the S&P 500 is more than 20% off of its recent highs, that's considered a bear market. Down 10% is considered a correction. So the problem is the S&P is down 19% right now. We're close to a bear market. Here's the problem I have with all this, Allison. Nobody voted on this. The Congress of the United States did not vote to say if it's down 20%, it's a bear market. It's just a conventional term. In my mind, the market's essentially in a bear market, and I'll tell you why. The S&P 500 is the most important index we have. It's the top 500 companies in the United States. It's the index that matters. 50% of the S&P 500, more than 250 stocks, are down more than 25%, 25% or more from their 52-week highs. That's crummy. That's lousy. That's bear market enough for me, and I don't care if it's 19% down on the S&P or 20.1%. Don't get too hung up on that. The market's having a rough time of it right now. The key message here is understand what your risk tolerance is, how much you can stand on this. And if you're a young person, don't worry about it. You want to stay invested and stay long. This year, if you're going to be investing for the next 10, 20, 30 years, isn't going to matter in the long run, even if it's a down year. Trust me.
We do trust you, and I agree, Bob. That is bear market enough for me. Those numbers you just said there, more than half the S&P 500. That's a crappy market, that's for sure. Bob Pisani, great to see you again today. Thanks for hanging out.
Allison, that's a great technical term, crappy market. Thank you. I'm going to quote you on that.
Coming up, you are not alone. That message from political strategist Michael Starr Hopkins in a powerful op-ed about his own struggle with depression. Michael's going to join us next to talk about dropping the stigma around mental illness, particularly for Black men.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Some breaking news on COVID boosters. The CDC Advisory Committee just gave the green light to Pfizer boosters for kids 5 to 11. The head of the CDC expected to sign off shortly. Kids could start getting those shots as early as tomorrow. Black men suffer depression, too. In an op-ed in the Daily Beast, Democratic political strategist Michael Starr Hopkins hoping to end the stigma around depression in the Black community by talking about his own battle with the illness. Michael joins me now along with Dr. George James. He's a couples and family therapist and chief innovation officer at the Council for Relationships. Thank you both for being here. Michael, you have worked on campaigns for Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. You run a PR company. You're on TV. People look at you and think he has got his life so together. How can he possibly be suffering from depression? But you say you knew something wasn't right at a really early age. I'm going to quote you here. Like many children struggling with an undiagnosed mental illness, I didn't know how to explain what I was feeling or that I couldn't control it. First of all, Michael, thank you for being so brave and sharing your story. Would you tell us more about your experience and how your grandfather was the tipping point for getting help?
Yeah, as a kid, I had really bad panic attacks, and it went on and went on, and teachers labeled me a problematic kid. I was kind of a troublemaker. But really, the issue was I didn't know how to cope with these panic attacks. And so what I did was I tucked it all away, and I stopped talking about it and compartmentalized it. And over the years, I just continued to act like everything was okay when really it wasn't. And so when my grandfather died, it was such a devastating experience because it was going on during COVID, and I wasn't able to see him. So I would go to the glass at his house and have to look through because I didn't want to get him sick. And those were a lot of the last memories that I had with him. And after his funeral, I wanted to be strong for my family. So, you know, I held it together and really just continued to compartmentalize. But privately, you know, I couldn't leave my house. I was crying every day. And it finally led me to realize I needed to ask for help because it wasn't something I could continue doing.
Michael, in your piece, you write, as a culture, Black people need to do better communicating about mental health. I want to continue here. Yeah. You say that means empathizing with and not shaming other Black people who admit they are struggling and they need support. You talk about quitting therapy at one point because of the reaction you got when you told people that you were going. How'd you get past that? And what's your message for other Black men who may be suffering in silence, feeling like they can't talk about this out loud?
You know, I couldn't let their small minds affect the way that I needed to heal. And that was something that was really hard for me to first come to grips with. Because as a Black man, we're taught we need to be strong, that we need to be stoic. And that's not always the healthiest way to deal with things because sometimes we do need to ask for help. Sometimes we do need to let it all out and cry. And so I had to really just dismiss that and realize what I needed, what was good for me. And I think that that's really a message that I want to push out to other African-American men, African-American women, but people just in general. It is okay to ask for help. We don't have to be our worst critics. We can't do this alone.
So, Dr. James, let's talk about this stigma. You're not only a therapist, you're also a Black man. What would you say to someone who says therapy makes you sensitive or weak? It's not for me.
You know, first, Michael, thank you so much for what you shared. And I think your ability to be so courageous is the same act that I would encourage so many others to take when we talk about therapy. Yes. It is not necessarily what we all have learned or might have been the first thing maybe that you had at the dinner table, but it's actually something that can make you better. It's not about being weak. It's actually courageous. It makes you strong. That's how I define strong, is by thinking about vulnerability, thinking about really knowing yourself and being able to ask for the things you want and need in the spaces that you need to do it. And sometimes also to put up the boundaries that you need to have. That is what I think therapy can provide.
Dr. James, it can be really hard for people who have never experienced depression themselves to know what to say or to do to help someone they love who's going through it. What's your advice for people who may have a family member or a friend, someone is struggling and they just don't know what to do for them?
No, I'll answer that by also connecting back to what you mentioned before. As a Black man who's a therapist, it has been important for me to be able to be there for so many other people who are looking for someone that looks like them, as Michael mentioned in his piece, as a personal preference. And so if you have family members who are struggling or friends, it's okay to reach out to them, and especially to tell them, hey, I'm seeing a therapist or I'm talking to someone. Maybe you might want to think about doing that. It's okay. What I love in the 19 years I've been doing this work is I've seen more people of color be willing to talk about their journey in therapy. So reach out to your friends or your family members, let them know it's okay, and that therapy is here to make you better, not to make you weaker or take something away from you.
Michael, one of the things you talked about, you mentioned you still have good days and you have bad days. How has therapy helped, and what have you learned that gets you through those bad days?
Yeah, I mean, therapy's really given me the coping mechanisms that I need. You know, every day is a work in progress. And so, you know, on my bad days, I have to take a step back and really, you know, set those boundaries and know who I can talk to and who I can't talk to, what kind of energy I can put forth and what I can't. but really learn to not be so critical of myself. One of the biggest things and biggest mistakes I was making was that on my bad days, I would really beat myself up. Oh, Mike, you can't make it out of the house. Why are you being such a loser? Why are you so, whiny? And really, I was suffering. I was going through something. And realizing the difference between those two has saved my life.
Dr. James, I would love for your thoughts on what Michael just mentioned, some of the things that he learned, but also you mentioned boundaries. And I think that is something that's so important that so many of us struggle with, setting boundaries for ourselves. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, once again, Michael, I really appreciate what you're saying, because it's about being vulnerable to say that we know that sometimes we do need to have boundaries. And then lots of times in our families, in our culture, in our world, we feel like we need to just give, and give some more. And it takes so much out of us. And so boundaries sometimes allows us to say, no, not now, or to even be able to say, I need to prioritize myself, to take that time to give yourself permission to be about you. And sometimes we don't do that enough.
Dr. James, Michael, you are two people who I first met here on this air through work doing this show, and you are two people who I would consider friends now. Thank you both so much for coming on today. And Michael, and a special thanks to you. You have my undying respect and admiration. You are an awesome person. You are so unbelievably brave. Thank you for doing this. And even if just one person benefits from what you said today, what a wonderful thing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Allison.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Bye.
Coming up, celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islanders heritage, the New York Times bestselling author helping young kids embrace their individuality. Next.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding. Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state. What does President Biden need to do tonight? He needs to speak to heads and hearts. A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Talk about reaching new heights. The first all-black team to summit Mount Everest is celebrating, nearly doubling the number of black climbers to ever reach its peak. Today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie has more on their accomplishment and their desire to inspire others.
It was a groundbreaking moment on top of the world's highest peak. 7 members of the Full Circle Everest expedition celebrating their successful summit, all while making history as the first all-black climbing group to reach the top of Mount Everest.
When I came into it, there weren't folks like myself that I had to look to.
This is a huge accomplishment just for each of us on our team. Now we're able to take this experience and take it back to our communities and tell the stories, share what we've learned of this beautiful place and culture.
After ascending Mount Rainier in Washington last year, the team set its sights to greater heights. And for months, they worked toward their Everest goal, documenting their journey along the way. The team left base camp on May 2nd to start the climb. And after a week, they shared their progress, posting on Instagram. After countless hours of training, preparing, and dedication, the team is getting ready to make a push for the summit. 3 days later, their perseverance paid off, and in one expedition, they nearly doubled the number of Black climbers who have reached the peak. But for the team, scaling Mount Everest was always more than just an experience. Their intent was to inspire the next generation of outdoor enthusiasts in Black communities. Climber Fred Campbell sharing the team's mission statement on Today.
I hope that they see our experience and how much we love being out on the mountain and kind of enjoying the adventure, and they're inspired to find an adventure of their own.
Now, one team's path to success, a symbol of how to make dreams a reality.
We're celebrating Asian American Pacific Islander Month with an author who's helping kids embrace their heritage, passing on a sense of pride about their appearance. Here's CNBC correspondent Deirdre Bosa.
I have eyes that kiss in the corners and glow like warm tea.
Words Joanna Ho wrote while pregnant with her daughter.
My lashes curve like the swords of warriors, and through them, I see kingdoms in the clouds.
A love letter to her Asian features captured in a children's book. Eyes That Kiss in the Corners. The story follows a young girl who doesn't look like her peers, but learns to celebrate the shape of her eyes and her connection to her family.
My eyes crinkle into crescent moons and sparkle like the stars.
A sense of pride about her appearance, Ho says she actually did not feel as a kid.
I grew up really wishing that I looked different, that I never had movies or books that described characters that were beautiful, that looked like me. They were always blonde, blue-eyed, they had huge eyes with long lashes.
In fact, she was in her early 30s when she finally had a change of heart. An eye-opening experience on a family trip to Taiwan, flipping through a magazine.
I had this realization that everyone in this magazine was Asian, and it was all these beautiful Asian women. It was like, well, my eyes look like their eyes. Gosh, it's possible that I could be beautiful too.
Eyes That Kiss in the Corners got its fair share of rejections, but quickly catapulted to the New York Times bestseller list after debuting in early 2021. Ho says publishers are realizing readers want to see themselves on the pages, her kids included.
I hope they have books like this starting from when they're young, and they just know that they're beautiful and they're powerful, and that's just like the thing that they internalize.
Ho has since written 2 more books and will release her first young adult novel in June.
That does it for us this Friday Eve. Hallie Jackson starts right now. Have a great night.
We're coming on the air with a big promise from the head of the FDA that this baby formula crisis could start to get better in the next couple days, maybe get back to normal in the next couple weeks. But some parents are saying, hey, that's not fast enough. Coming up, my conversation with one senator who says the FDA is to blame big time. Plus, what's up with Wall Street? Experts worried the markets could lose a fifth of their record value. We'll tell you what the White House's top economic advisor is telling me coming up. And the CDC is looking into a rare case of the monkeypox here in the U.S. And while the idea of any virus spreading might freak you out right now, we've got the gut check on why you shouldn't. Plus, when is an elephant also a human? I mean, I get how that sounds, but that's what a New York judge is getting asked right now. Why Happy the elephant is getting her day in court. And Boeing's now getting in on the private sector's space race. Why some say today might be make or break for the company. We're getting into that later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and right now, at least one way to try to get a handle on this baby formula crisis is heading to President Biden's desk as we're learning more about how this shortage is affecting more kids and their desperate parents. Just today, we're hearing from a hospital down in Atlanta that a few patients got admitted because they didn't have enough of a specialty formula that these kids need. This is such a complex thing, right? Because even older kids can rely on formula. And as the parent of one 11-year-old who needs it explains, what the government is doing, she says, is just not enough.
They're speaking about, oh, you could use cow's milk or you can do this temporarily, but we're talking about an 11-year-old. And are you going to get this going within the next week?
The FDA commissioner, who just today got peppered with questions from a House subcommittee, is saying within the next week might not be totally realistic.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
It will gradually get better. Within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
Ali Rafa is joining me now live from Capitol Hill. So, Ali, I just had a conversation with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who's got her own bill on baby formula that she's backing. I asked her if she put that out because she thinks the White House isn't doing enough. And she pointed her finger very squarely at the FDA. Watch. Are you introducing this legislation, Senator, because you don't think the White House's actions go far enough?
Well, I think the FDA has failed from the beginning. First of all, this started with a whistleblower in October, and it took the FDA till February to shut down Abbott Nutrition for the kind of safety violations that have resulted in the death of infants and the illness of infants.
Ali, that's pretty much in line what we heard in today's hearing, right? When the FDA commissioner was, in a hot seat is very cliche to say. But let's be real, that seat was hot.
Yeah, and those words from Senator Kirsten Gillibrand are coming after last week she told NPR actually that she's received dozens of letters from her constituents just explaining how dire the shortage is, telling her their personal stories about their search of some of them going hundreds of miles in search of this baby formula. And we saw the same from several lawmakers on this committee in this virtual hearing with the FDA commissioner today. House Appropriations Chairwoman Rosa DeLauro actually specifically had some very passionate words demanding answers for really why it took so long for the alarm to be raised about this issue and what sorts of infrastructure could be put in place so that this crisis never gets this bad again. You've even had House Speaker Nancy Pelosi this week suggest that there could be several indictments for how bad this issue is, that just the fact that there were several infant deaths alone, she says, is reason enough to call for several indictments, Hallie.
You also look at what Congress is doing to try to make things better right now, right? Not just the White House, which is putting in place this Operation Fly formula to try to get more formula on the shelves, but what Congress is doing. The Senate has passed one of the bills the House did to help low-income families get more access to formula, but it doesn't look like they're going to approve this $28 million to help fund the FDA. Why not?
Yeah, so this bill was much more divided in the House. You had all House Republicans last night voting in favor of this, but very few Republicans voting in favor of this. And that's because Republicans are saying that they really don't know where this money is going to go. They're saying that there are this $28 million could go to several other crises that the American people are facing. And so there's still disagreements over exactly where this money can go, but there is a general consensus here on Capitol Hill that more needs to be done. We've seen several House committees launch investigations into what is going on, how this crisis got so bad. We've seen senators send letters to the Infant Nutrition Council, even demanding answers. Several hearings are also scheduled as a follow-up next week to get more answers to this. So even though there was a Republican pushback last night, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is saying he hopes this will pass, but as we've seen with so much legislation in this 50-50 Senate, there could be Republican roadblocks along the way.
This is just so emotional, I think, for so many parents. We saw some of it right at the top of the show, right? A mom who's like, what am I supposed to do here? We've seen that again and again. Some parents near tears because they're trying to get their babies the formula that they need. What is the long-term fix, right? Because the FDA commissioner is coming out today and saying, okay, matter of weeks, it's going to get better. That doesn't change the underlying structural issues, right? The fact that there are only really 4 formula manufacturers who supply most of the formula in this country. It doesn't change the structural system that puts this industry at risk in the first place of having a crisis like this.
That's right, and that's one of the things that was brought up to the FDA commissioner today. What sorts of things can be put in place long term? And he said that if this funding is approved, some improvements that could be made on the FDA's part is that they will hire more inspectors, more scientists to be able to test more product at a given time, especially as this Michigan plant prepares to reopen in an estimated time frame, 2 weeks, depending on whether they check all of these standards protocols by the FDA. FDA. That's that agreement that was agreed to earlier this week. But this isn't the last we're going to see of the FDA commissioner. There's actually an Energy and Commerce hearing scheduled for May 25th, where he will appear again, as well as heads of the 4 major top manufacturing companies for baby formula to answer more of these questions, Hallie.
Ali, Rafa, thank you so much. Good to see you. Let's go to Wall Street now, where some folks are worried we're getting closer to a bear market, which is when stock prices drop 20% off their record high. And look at the big board. You've got all 3 markets ending up in the red today. The Dow's down something like 235 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ now down just a tick. Listen, here's the thing. To be fair, in the macro, in the big picture, historically, the markets are doing way better than they've ever done before. But if you look at just this year, any gains from 2022 are totally wiped out. Look at this. All 3 markets down by double digits for the year. Jake Ward is joining us now. And Jake, there has been increasingly, I think, this drumbeat over the last week or so of experts coming out predicting the risk of recession. These are smart people who work in the industry, who work in the markets, whose job it is to do this. The White House top economic advisor Brian Deese told me about 2 hours ago, not even, he thinks the economy is resilient. He thinks you're seeing resiliency in the market. So where's the reality, right? What should we be anticipating down the road?
Well, I think what you're saying here is so smart about the big picture, right? We are in these record highs when it comes to levels of employment, when it comes to the amount of money being made on the stock market. All of that is unprecedented. Stagflation, which we've heard both former Fed chairs Janet Yellen and Ben Bernanke talk about in the last little while. That's historically times when inflation is accompanied by high unemployment. We don't have that right now. Employment is not really our problem, but inflation is definitely a thing. And so there's really this sort of unprecedented combination of factors we're seeing right now that's leading big retailers like Target, Walmart, Kohl's to report these really disappointing earnings. And, part of it is just that they couldn't get out in front of the market. So the combination of all these different factors, right, of the pandemic, the supply chain crisis, the oil crisis, all of these things coming together as I think putting us in totally uncharted territory here, Hallie.
It seems like a lot of the things that we use, you're making a point here, Jake, about how some of the tools that we use to try to predict demand or economic health, et cetera, have been totally thrown into flux by a global pandemic, a war, in Russia, in Ukraine, propagated by Russia. Like, are we flying blind?
I think for me, the thing that I'm realizing as I watch all of this happening is just how fragile the system is and how fragile the systems are that we have used to make these kinds of forecasts in the past. Target, for instance, is a company that's famous for being able to tell that someone is pregnant by their buying patterns almost before they know that they are pregnant, right? The predictive systems that we have used in this country have been incredible up until now. But then you just have a little change, like a slightly colder spring season, right? Which is something that we just had. And suddenly all the wicker furniture that Walmart and Target expected to sell just sits there, right? That kind of thing can just blow everything up in an instant. And the fact that we are, as you say, at these record places when it comes to employment, when it comes to the stock market, means we're in uncharted territory. Yeah. So the idea that we can use economic models to predict the future because they predicted because they've worked in the past, I don't know that that's entirely true here. So we're just trying to figure it out.
Jake Ward, thank you for that breakdown. Appreciate it. As we've been on the air, just in the studio in the last 10 minutes, we've gotten a new response, brand new just into us, to this interesting and newsy new ask from the January 6th Select Committee, wanting to know more about a tour that they say happened in the Capitol the day before January 6th, given by a Republican lawmaker. And they now want that congressman to come in front of them. They want him to answer some questions about it. We're talking about Barry Loudermilk of Georgia. And in a letter, the Select Committee said, according to public reporting and witness accounts, there were what they say individuals and groups engaged in efforts to get info on the layout of the U.S. Capitol, of the House and Senate office buildings before the attack. They say there's evidence now that contradicts what Republicans, including Congressman Loudermilk, initially said, that there were no tours, no loud groups, et cetera, in the Capitol before the insurrection. As we've been on the air, we've heard now from two Republican lawmakers, including Congressman Loudermilk. I want to bring in NBC's Garrett Haake, who's joining me now to talk about this. And it sounds like they are saying they want Capitol Police to release tapes from January 5th. I assume, Garrett, and listen, I've skimmed this because we've literally been on the air when this came out, but I assume it's because they believe those tapes will show that Loudermilk did no such tour, gave no such tour.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. This is Rodney Davis and Barry Loudermilk. Rodney Davis is the ranking member on the administration committee, so would have some oversight responsibility here on this issue, essentially calling the January 6th committee's bluff. They say in this statement that there were no nefarious tours going on. They talk about, showing around constituent families with small children. The statement says that Loudermilk didn't bring anyone into the Capitol itself. And the two Republicans here push back. They remind readers that they've filed an ethics complaint against Democrats who have suggested the possibility that the tours that might have been happening in the lead up to the 6th were somehow nefarious. And they, as you say, call on Capitol Police to release any tapes they might have from the Capitol in the days leading up to the 6th that would show these tours. So, how we got here, obviously the committee says they've got evidence that these kinds of tours took place. That could be tapes. There is plenty of surveillance all around this complex. It could also be from witnesses, of which they've interviewed more than 1,000. And really in the last 30 minutes, I've already seen one tweet from a staffer responding to this request for Loudermilk to come and talk, saying that he was one of the people who saw Loudermilk give this tour. So there's a lot going on out here about what these tours were or were not. And I think what this is ultimately going to come down to is, what do the tapes show? January 6th committee likely has them. The Capitol Police certainly do. And how and in what format are they released? Because these Republicans say, don't wait for some hearing to drop this on us. If you've got the goods, let's see it.
This letter seems to suggest that whatever Loudermilk did may have involved, according to this letter, a constituent family with young children meeting with their member in the House office buildings. They're trying to, I think, downplay it to that degree, right, given that the Select Committee has made this request. And it's important to note here, Garrett, this isn't a subpoena. There's no legal muscle behind this, the way we saw last week when 5 Republican lawmakers were subpoenaed, including Kevin McCarthy, the top Republican in the House. But it is still a request for basically one of their own, right, from these members of Congress to one of their own to come in and talk.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things happening here. I mean, we are inside of a month now until the January 6th committee's hearings are expected to start, when they're going to start laying out their evidence. So what I think part of what you're seeing here is them clearing the decks here a little bit. Everything that they've got, every answer that they still want, they're going to ask for. And when I read between the lines a little bit here on their ask, what it says to me, if I were to translate this into plain English, it's, we've got the goods. We have video of you giving a tour to somebody here. Do you want to come talk to us about it now, or do you want to see it on national TV during the hearings? That's sort of what I feel like is going on here. And I think with the pushback here from the Republicans is like, all right, fine, then let's see the tapes now. Let's not go through this whole kabuki theater between now and when these hearings start. Do I expect Loudermilk to come talk to the committee? Absolutely not. I think the Republicans have presented a united front in not participating here. But I think part of that response from the 2 Republicans in this letter is to try to take some of the wind out of the sails of whatever the committee might be setting up by even asking for this testimony that they know they're not going to get.
Our chief Congress speak to plain English translator, Garrett Haake, thank you. It's great to have that breakdown, man. Appreciate you being with us. So not too long ago, actually in just the last couple hours, we heard from officials in Buffalo who say they've wrapped up the investigation at the scene of that racist attack at a supermarket there that ended in the deaths of 10 people. It comes as the suspect in those deaths was shouted down during his court appearance today. Watch.
Hey, you're a coward.
That outburst coming at the end of a really short hearing. It was only like 4 minutes long, in which the judge ordered the accused shooter to be held without bail after he was indicted by a grand jury. You see him, he was handcuffed, surrounded by about a half dozen sheriff's deputies. He previously pleaded not guilty to a charge of first-degree murder, and more charges are expected. Ron Allen joins us now. It's been a pretty active scene there in Buffalo. It feels like it has been covered there, that top supermarket, with law enforcement over the past 5 days. But now that piece of the investigation is wrapping up. This is a different phase and stage of the investigation, Ron.
Law enforcement is gone. The evidence collecting phase of it is over. You can see there's a fence that's been put up around it by some contractors, and the property was handed back to Tops Markets. The president of the company was here. They are now going to try to repair whatever damage there is in there. And I asked the FBI to explain it and to describe it, and they really won't. And there's no estimate in terms of months, weeks, how long it will take to get this place back open and deal with the aftermath and the emotional aftermath as well. Will people want to go back to shop there? Will employees want to go back to work there? Tops is saying that they're going to do everything they can to make that happen because this is such a vital part of this community. It's the only food store, full-service food store with fresh meats and produce and vegetables for miles. It's a food desert that we're still in here. Yes, the hearing today was brief, and there's still just that one charge, that one murder charge. And when you ask why, it's because, on the one hand, while we think we know what happened, we saw what happened in this awful incident, the federal and state prosecutors are putting together a very detailed case based on a lot of evidence. There's a lot of video. There's hundreds of pages of postings and messages on social media from the suspect. There are witness statements that have to be taken. There are forensic investigations and analysis that has to be done. So they're putting together a very, very careful hour by hour, minute by minute, second by second even, analysis of the story of what happened here, as the FBI put it, before there will be more charges, which we expect in the coming days and weeks. It may take a while, but those charges that could be domestic terrorism on the state level and could be hate crimes with a death penalty on the federal level, those charges seem inevitable.
We're also hearing this disturbing story from a store employee who said she called 911, she says, only to have the dispatcher yell at her and hang up. What's going on there? What's happening with this dispatcher? What are police saying?
It's really just really very chilling. This is a woman who was in the store hiding when the gunman came in, heard the gunman, called 911, and was whispering to try and keep her voice down for obvious reasons. The dispatcher says that she couldn't hear her. The dispatcher seems to get frustrated. Here's the woman's version of what happened when she was talking to the operator. Take a listen.
She proceeded in the very nasty tone and says, I can't hear you. Why are you whispering? You don't have to whisper. They can't hear you. So I continued to whisper, and I said, ma'am, he's still in the store. He's still shooting. I'm scared for my life. Please send help. Out of nervousness, my phone fell out my hand. She said something I couldn't make out, and then the phone hung up.
That dispatcher is now on administrative leave, and the supervisors there at the county level, which runs this call center, essentially said that they have every expectation that she will be terminated after a hearing happens and due process happens by the end of the month. Fortunately, or however you want to look at this, the police arrived relatively quickly. We know that the security guard here acted heroically, firing at the gunman, couldn't take him down, was killed himself because of the body armor that the suspect had on. Could this have been much worse? Obviously. There were many, many people in the store. But again, this is just one chilling aspect of what happened to all the horror stories that are emerging from that day.
Ron Allen, live for us outside that Tops supermarket in Buffalo. Ron, thank you for being there. You know, there seem to be multiple warning signs from this suspect in the Buffalo supermarket shooting. So how can officers recognize the potential for an attack before it happens? We're going to take a closer look at how some people think attacks like what happened in Buffalo can be prevented later on in the show with our original. To Ukraine now, overseas, where new aid money is coming from the U.S. on a couple of fronts. First, you've got the Pentagon just announcing a new round of military equipment valued at $100 million. That is headed overseas. And that came right after the Senate finally passed that $40 billion package for Ukraine we've been talking about for days now. This bill will mean more money, not just economically, but also more humanitarian help for refugees. It comes as President Biden today was with leaders from Sweden and Finland endorsing their push to join NATO, saying they meet every requirement and then some. The head of NATO today says he expects to resolve Turkey's concerns about them joining. This is a big deal, right? Because this is exactly what Russia did not want to see. Two countries that had previously maintained a level of neutrality when it came to Russia, now siding with NATO. What about what's happening on the ground? Russia is saying another 700 Ukrainian fighters have surrendered at that steel plant in Mariupol. They are now in Russian-controlled territory, where we're seeing what you're seeing now, new video of them getting paraded through the streets. The war in Ukraine is also prompting some changes on Twitter. Starting today, it's not going to automatically recommend or emphasize posts that make false claims about Russia's invasion. The company's hoping to really clamp down on posts that mischaracterize what's happening in war zones. Tweets that violate this policy will have a warning, but they're not going to be removed right away. The policy will also add warning labels to debunked claims about other humanitarian crises as well. For the president, It is absolutely an issue of trying to walk and chew gum at the same time on the international stage, right? Because as he's dealing with Ukraine, he's also now on his way to meet with South Korea and Japanese leaders on his first trip to Asia as president. So, you know, trade, investment, supply chain stuff, that's going to be on the table, along with tensions in the region. You've got North Korea, with U.S. officials saying there's a real possibility that country will conduct a ballistic or nuclear test while the president is overseas. Then there's China. Last month, they held military drills around Taiwan. Japan has said they've sent military vessels into its territorial waters. And in March, U.S. intelligence found China was willing to give Russia military and financial help to try to soften the blow of those sanctions from the West after the invasion of Ukraine. Mike Memoli is with me now. There's always a lot on any president's plate, Mike, but this is a particularly interesting moment for President Biden because he is focusing, right? China, North Korea, South Korea, Japan, but also Russia and Ukraine. What are you hearing from the folks you're talking to behind the scenes about how the president is going to have one eye on this trip and the other eye on Vladimir Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky?
Well, Hallie, it's so interesting because when you do talk to White House officials, they really say there's a common thread here, right? And that's Biden's view that all of foreign policy comes down to this test of the 21st century between autocracies like China and like Russia and democracies like the United States. And so you start where the president did today in Washington, welcoming Sweden and Finland into that NATO alliance. Right. And then you look at his agenda here. He's trying to strengthen what's called the Quad alliance. That's the U.S., Japan, India, Australia, the democracies in the Indo-Pacific region, all with an eye towards countering China's growing influence in the region. The president's agenda here, obviously, as you mentioned, focused on North Korea, some of the other regional security issues. Jake Sullivan just on the plane with reporters with the president coming over here saying, yes, it is possible that North Korea could do some provocation here, launch a missile test. But he said that would really only prove the president's point that we need to be more engaged in this region, not less.
What do you see as potentially the biggest moment for President Biden while he is overseas on this multi-day Asia trip?
Well, it's so interesting because a lot of this is going to be about, right, foreign policy, diplomacy. Yeah. But one of the president's first stops here I find interesting is about domestic politics, the economy back home. The president's been pushing this legislation to try to jumpstart the advanced manufacturing industry. And his first stop here is going to be at a business that has plans to expand its operations in the U.S. should that happen. But a lot of these trips, there's the planned and then there's the unplanned. Sure. I think North Korea, should there be a test, the biggest one, but also that meeting he's going to have as part of the Quad with India's Prime Minister Modi. That's important as it ties back to the issue of Ukraine because they've been, in the U.S.'s view, too friendly towards Russia at a time they're trying to get democracies to confront Russia.
Mike Memoli, live for us there in Seoul, South Korea, where it is just breakfast time. Mike, thank you for staying up all night for us. Appreciate it. Glad to see you. I'm sure we'll talk tomorrow. New developments in the federal criminal investigation of President Biden's son, Hunter, into his finances and his work overseas. We're learning now he's paid off a multi-million-dollar tax bill he owed. With now questions about what this investigation might mean for Hunter Biden legally and politically for President Biden. It comes as an NBC News analysis of Hunter Biden's hard drive and iCloud accounts adds to the scrutiny over how the president's son made his money. With federal prosecutors poring over Hunter Biden's finances, investigating whether he violated federal tax law, this morning a representative for the president's son tells NBC News his IRS bill totaling about $2 million has been paid off. Two people familiar with the matter say the money was arranged by one of the younger Biden's new attorneys, Hollywood lawyer Kevin Morris, best known for brokering a deal for the South Park TV show.
Does paying that tax bill wash away any liability that Hunter Biden may have now?
Paying the tax bill, if in fact that's what he did, doesn't undo the crime. It would be like returning money to a bank that you robbed. You still robbed the bank.
The president's son and his company brought in about $11 million between 2013 and 2018, working as an attorney, a board member to a Ukrainian gas company accused of bribing a prosecutor, and for a joint venture involving a Chinese businessman now accused of fraud, according to an NBC News analysis of a copy of Biden's hard drive and iCloud account obtained by NBC from a representative for Rudy Giuliani, as well as documents released by a Senate committee. During the campaign, then-candidate Biden denied his son profited off a China connection.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China?
The records show Hunter Biden's company received nearly $5 million in consulting contracts from that joint venture funded by a Chinese energy company. A snapshot of Hunter Biden's spending shows that for about 5 months in late 2017 and early 2018, he spent more than $200,000 a month on things like luxury hotel rooms, cash withdrawals, dental work, and payments on a Porsche, according to documents on the hard drive, a time period in which Hunter Biden has acknowledged struggling with drug addiction. His laptop itself, a subject of controversy after documents recovered from it were brought to light by the Biden's political opponents. And with the chain of custody in question, in 2020, some experts suggested the laptop's contents bore hallmarks of a Russian disinformation campaign. Since then, several news organizations have authenticated many emails from the laptop. The president has defended his son.
Are you confident that you did nothing wrong? I'm confident.
And Hunter Biden has denied any illegal business dealings.
I'm cooperating completely. And I am absolutely certain, 100% certain, that at the end of the investigation, that I will be cleared of any wrongdoing.
Hunter Biden's attorney did not comment on the record, and the White House has not responded to our request for comment. Experts point out that family members of a president who hold no official job in the administration are not bound by any government ethics rules. I want to bring in Tom Winter, who led the reporting team on this, basically did the heavy lifting. Tom, I'm glad to be with you here. What did experts tell you about the significance of this investigation and a potential timeline here?
Right, a couple of different things, Hallie. First off, no decisions have been made yet whether or not to charge Hunter Biden in connection with this ongoing federal criminal investigation. That the tax component of it is a significant part of it. We've been told, I think, a couple things to keep in mind here. Number one, we're covering this in part because the income and where it comes from is such an important thing here. And so while, as you pointed out, Hunter Biden is free to make money, he's a private citizen, he's free to work for who he wants to work for. I think an important thing here are some of the companies that he was tied up with, including a joint venture funded by a Chinese national oil and natural gas company. The person who was in charge of that company has disappeared after Chinese authorities accused him of fraud. He hasn't been seen in public since. We contacted the Chinese embassy. They said, we don't even know what you're talking about. So that's an interesting development in really analyzing the income here as far as how much he was paid versus how much he was able to do. And I think that's an important part of this. We just were not able to find an awful lot of output. In other words, deals that were closed, things that were progressed on behalf of the folks that were funding him and funding his company. So that's one of the other things that we examined.
Tom, I think you know the ethos of this show in many ways is just to be, I think, really transparent and we don't exist in a vacuum, and we know that. And there has been some response to this story, and I want to ask you about that because some of the response has been a little bit, hey, well, you know, and I'm paraphrasing here, you're looking at President Biden's adult child. Why didn't you look at former President Trump's adult children when they actually did, some of them, serve in office and have formal roles in the administration?
Right. It's a fair point to note that Hunter Biden is not part of the Biden administration and that Trump's children are. And so that does have a distinction. But that also misses a key fact, which is the significant amount of investigative reporting that this news organization did as it pertains to Trump children, as it pertains to Jared Kushner. First to report that Jared Kushner was under investigation by the special counsel, Robert Mueller. We did a significant, and I was part of it, significant deep dive into Ivanka Trump and the business she was doing in China and the fact that many items in her clothing line were manufactured there. For instance, I could go on, and we have covered on numerous occasions the legal fights that have occurred and the investigations that have occurred that have not only been involved with former President Donald Trump, but also his children. You and I have talked about it on this program many times before. So one of the things that we do need to do is whoever is in office to pay attention to whoever is in office. And given Hunter Biden's foreign business ties, Ukraine, obviously incredibly topical in the news right now, as well as business interests with China, we have to pay attention to those issues, and that's why we are spending some time on it.
Tom Winter, it's great to see you. Great reporting. Sure. Thank you for being with us. Coming up, a rare case of monkeypox in the U.S. has some people worried. So should you be? Experts say not so much. We're going to explain why. Plus, the Oklahoma legislature just passed the country's strictest abortion bill yet. We've got more on that coming up in the 5 Things.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Would it be easier for the airlines to manage a vaccine mandate than a mask mandate? Is there a case to be made that it's time to give Ukraine offensive weapons so they can win this war? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The CDC, just in the last hour, is now approving a third dose of the Pfizer vaccine for kids ages 5 to 11, a booster, basically. That advisory panel vote follows the FDA's recommendation from a couple days ago, remember earlier this week. The decision also means that immunocompromised kids who have already received a third dose would be eligible to get a fourth shot. Parents might be able to start getting their kids' booster doses as early as this weekend. We're going to watch that. We're also watching the CDC investigating a rare case of monkeypox in the U.S. We first told you about it here on the show last night, and since then, interest on the topic has exploded online. Here's what we know. A case was discovered in a man in Massachusetts who had recently been to Canada. Doctors there say the symptoms are usually kind of vague, like maybe a fever, maybe some muscle aches. But in this case, the symptoms had gotten worse. And then the monkeypox was diagnosed when they noticed lesions on the patient.
This patient, fortunately, is doing quite well now, although did have had symptoms that required the hospitalization.
I would emphasize that historically this has been a very rare disease with very rare transmission around the world. The current patient is of no public health risk right now.
The CDC is also tracking a handful of cases in Britain, in Portugal, in Spain, places that don't typically report monkeypox. Erica Edwards is joining us now to give us the facts. And frankly, Erica, a bit of a gut check here, right? Because this, I think, people hear monkeypox, it's like, oh my gosh, really, right? But the freak out level doesn't need to be cranked to a 10 here. Is that fair?
I would say that's fair. I mean, but let's break down these issues one at a time and really kind of get the facts out there. First of all, this is not like, dare we say, COVID, in that it's not a new virus, not a new disease. Scientists have been studying this for decades. They know a lot about it. It does not spread easily from person to person. You have to be in really, really close contact with a person to become infected yourself. However, it's quite rare. Generally, we don't see this outside of parts of Central and West Africa. On the map there, you can actually now add Canada to the list of countries now with suspected cases. And doctors are concerned that perhaps this virus has been spreading undetected or perhaps being misdiagnosed in doctor's office because it is so rare. Now, we do anticipate additional cases will be seen here in the U.S. In fact, I saw an email that doctors at NYU Langone got earlier today from their infectious disease expert saying, yeah, listen, be on the lookout. It's probably will see cases, at least in New York City, in the coming days. I can also tell you that it's rarely deadly, but for the most part, these cases have resolved on their own within about a month. And doctors tell me that there is no widespread threat to the general public.
How transmissible is it, Erica?
It's not very transmissible at all.
So it's not like you said, it's not COVID. It's not like you breathe on, that type of thing where if you're close to somebody for 15 minutes, you could be at risk.
This is spread through bodily fluids, and you have to be very, very close, especially to those lesions that we were talking about. Now, I Google interesting medical things here for a living, and I can tell you that if you've seen this pox, these lesions, if you've seen pictures of them, if you see them then on your body, you're not going to miss it. Generally, they start on your face, go to your palms, potentially other parts of your body. Now, there are a few red flags. I know you mentioned earlier that flu-like symptoms, but there are some red flags. That unexplained rash that we were talking about, people who have been outside of the country traveling in areas where the suspected cases have been. I'll also I know we saw it on the graphic earlier, a lot of these cases have been reported among men who have sex with men. However, it is extremely critical that we do not stigmatize any one group. Monkeypox is not known to be a sexually transmitted disease. In all likelihood, those cases occurred because, as we were talking about, that very, very close contact with someone else, especially those lesions. That's why doctors really need to be looking for these cases among anybody. And, right now there's really no treatment. But like I said, they generally resolve on their own. If there were to be an outbreak, in the past, doctors have used, in fact, the smallpox vaccine to control those outbreaks. Hallie?
Erica Edwards, a great breakdown of the facts, what we need to know, and how we should think about this. Thank you so much. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, bad floods have forced more than half a million people out of their homes in one of India's northeastern states. You can see it here. Torrential rain has hammered more than 1,500 villages. Officials say thousands of people are trapped. They worry that conditions could get even worse this week. Number 2, lawmakers in Oklahoma just passed a bill that would ban abortion at conception. It's now headed to the governor's desk, and if he signs it into law, this would become the most restrictive abortion ban in the country. It would take effect immediately. Number 3, Illinois is now the first state in the Midwest to ban ghost guns. The governor there signed that bill yesterday. We've told you about ghost guns before, how they're made from parts that could be untraceable. Governor Pritzker says the goal is to try to crack down on gun violence. Number 4, Ford is recalling 39,000 of its large SUVs over risks of engine fire. It's also asking people with certain models to park outside after reports of some under-the-hood fires while the cars were off. The company is also recalling more than 300,000 trucks because the driver's airbag may not inflate in a crash. We've got more info. If you have a Ford truck or SUV, more info on our website. Number 5, Rihanna has a new title under her belt, Mom. Riri had a baby, the singer, welcoming her first kiddo, a baby boy, with partner A$AP Rocky. He was born last week in LA. We don't know the name yet. Are you excited to find out? We sure are. A big congratulations to them both. What a gift. Still to come. Georgia's Secretary of State is feeling the pressure ahead of Tuesday's primary. We'll tell you what he's focusing on ahead of the election when we go live to Atlanta. Plus, we know mass shootings are on the rise, but some say there may be a way, maybe, to try to stop them from happening. That's tonight's original.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We begin this hour with the military invasion that's currently unfolding.
Right now, the attacks from Russia are coming in from every angle.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
Live from Ukraine, where a fierce battle is raging on.
We've heard a number of explosions.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities one after another.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items that'll ruin tires, ruin the bottom of the car.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
The battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
What does President Biden need to do tonight?
He needs to speak to heads and hearts.
A lot to break down, Chuck, so let's dive right in.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson now elevated to the Supreme Court.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We have some stunning new findings about COVID-19.
This new variant is more contagious. Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Georgia on the mind of the political world as voters get ready to head to the polls next Tuesday. This is where the oxygen in the political world is right now. This and PA, I guess. Check out this new Fox poll. This is big news if you follow politics because it shows the guy at the top, the current governor, Brian Kemp.
way up over his next closest competitor, former Senator David Perdue. 32 points, and Perdue's been endorsed by former President Donald Trump, right? So this is one of these Trump tests that we've been talking about in these races across the country. Georgia, man, this is an interesting state. It's been a target for these lies about voter fraud since 2020. And the guy in charge of it all, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, who is also running for re-election this year, is running, obviously, the election system. His opponent is backed by former President Trump, who was upset that Raffensperger would not, quote, find the votes to overturn the election when he called him after Election Day in 2020 and refused to overturn the legitimate election results in his state. That race with Raffensperger, look at this, statistical tie, basically, according to a recent poll, which raises the question, have Georgians gotten over 2020, or how is that still playing out?
Are you in a place with this election where you're essentially forced to fight against former President Trump?
I'm just leaning into the truth, and I'm leaning into the goodness of my fellow Georgians. I think that'll be, what'll get me across the finish line.
Joining me now is Blaine Alexander. And Blaine, let me give some context here as to why this particular race is so interesting, right, and so important on a national Democratic small d scale. 2 out of 3 Republican voters, according to polling, do not think President Biden was legitimately elected, right? They are believers of the big lie. When you look at Brad Raffensperger, he was one of a few folks in Georgia who in some ways held the line against this pressure now from former President Trump to try to overturn those legitimate results. That's got to be playing into this race. We know it is.
It absolutely is. Now, when you talk to Brad Raffensperger himself, he says that it's not. In fact, twice during our interview, he said that people have moved on. People are tired of talking about that. But when you look at everything that you just showed, that polling that shows that 2 out of 3 Republican voters believe the way they do, the polling that shows that he's in a statistical tie with his Trump-endorsed candidate, and even just the fact that 2020, really, like it or not, is the central issue in his race. It's something that Jody Heiss brings up repeatedly. It's something that Brad Raffensperger himself told me when he goes out on campaign events. He goes out, he speaks to people in all corners of the state of Georgia, and he gets questions from the audience, essentially parroting the things that have come from Trump and his allies. So he has to spend part of his campaign stops knocking down false claim after false claim before he can even get into his own platform. I asked him about that during our interview. Take a look. What would you have done differently in your handling of 2020?
We can't control what other people say. So how do you push back against the narrative and people with millions and millions of Twitter followers that put out disinformation and then outright falsehoods?
So, Hallie, he just keeps leaning in and saying that he's going to lean in on doing what's right, doing his job, leaning in on the truth, as he told me several times, and he believes that's what's going to take him ultimately across the finish line. But 2020 is the central issue in his race, Hallie.
Well, and in another one, I think is fair to say, which is the governor's race in Georgia. There's a lot going on in your state, Blaine, because it looks like if, again, the current governor, Brian Kemp, leading former Senator David Perdue, who has been backed by Donald Trump. If Brian Kemp wins, looks like he's going up against Stacey Abrams, potentially, rematch of 2018.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Now, oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off, but I was going to say, I think that all of this really, it says more about Brian Kemp and his standing among Republicans and less about Donald Trump as the kingmaker. Because when you talk to people who support Brian Kemp, they are all in for him. And when you go to Brian Kemp's different events around the state, he focuses on his record, and that's it. He doesn't talk about David Perdue. He really doesn't talk about Donald Trump or 2020. He focuses on his record, and that is what people who support him really stand on. He's done a lot of things during his term that are very popular among conservatives. He's passed so-called constitutional carry, making it easier to get guns here in the state of Georgia. Georgia was the first state to reopen during COVID lockdowns. You remember that? That was very popular among Republicans. And of course, championing the controversial voting bill here in Georgia as well. So that's something that he repeatedly talks about. And I've got to say, one thing that was interesting when I talked to Kemp supporters, they're also Trump supporters. They say they support the former president. However, that doesn't knock their support of Brian Kemp. In fact, one woman said that Trump's attacks on Kemp only makes her want to support him more because she says it's unfair that he would be asked to do something that's illegal in terms of overturning the election. Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us in Atlanta. Blaine, it's great to see you. And it'll be even better to see Blaine next week when we take this show on the road to Georgia next Tuesday, talking all things primary day, our first road show right here on NBC News Now. We want to bring you now tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on, the shooting at the the Buffalo supermarket last week, the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. this year, but just one of about 200 in 2022 alone, according to the Gun Violence Archive. And experts say these attacks are often planned with some warning signs behaviorally. NBC's Ken Delaney takes a look at how a combination of mental health counseling and police work may help before it's too late.
Another mass shooting and another missed opportunity to stop one. Law enforcement officials say the alleged Buffalo shooter was planning violence for months, but the police failed to discover it, even when they detained him over an alleged threat to kill.
So you had an at-risk individual who was raising serious concern to the point where he was taken into custody reportedly and had a mental health evaluation. But then that was kind of the end of it, as far as we know.
In chat logs reviewed by NBC News, the suspect wrote that his mental health evaluation consisted of a 15-minute conversation in an emergency room where he lied and said his threat was a joke.
Once the individual gets in front of somebody who's a professional, they say, I didn't mean it. I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Then it just becomes words, and there's not really anything else that law enforcement can do to hold him.
Mark Fullman wrote a book about efforts to stop mass shootings. He says he's seen how they can be prevented, but there are huge gaps in the system.
Many of these are planned acts of violence, and they're preceded by behavioral warning signs that are often detectable to people around the perpetrators. And so there's more that we can do to step in and try to intervene and get in the way of this problem.
Fullman embedded with mass shooting experts and saw how mental health counseling could steer troubled people off the path to violence. That didn't happen in the case of 18-year-old shooting suspect Peyton Gendron, the latest in a string of accused killers to appear on law enforcement's radar before allegedly carrying out a mass shooting. Just last week, NBC News reported on the FBI's 2016 encounter with a young New Mexico man who posted a threat online. He convinced the agents he didn't mean it, and the FBI closed the case. Months later, he carried out a school shooting.
The law enforcement mentality on cases such as this is to, particularly at the patrol level, is to evaluate as to whether a crime has been committed or is about to be committed. So it's an evaluation of imminent risk. With that kind of mentality, you're taking just a very, very thin lateral slice of behavior.
Forensic psychologist Reed Malloy consults for the FBI. He's an expert in the field of threat assessment and behavioral intervention.
We're looking at how the person's changing in terms of his thinking, his feelings, and his activities, and then engaging with that person from a social services perspective, from a mental health perspective.
Sometimes, Malloy says, just having a police officer visit a troubled, isolated person can make a difference. Experts say someone planning a mass shooting will almost always talk about it with a friend or relative or write about it on social media. But when a threat intervention team moves in, it's more likely to be discovered.
The act that unfolded in Buffalo, New York, was an act of targeted predatory violence. These acts can be prevented.
Ken Delaney, NBC News, Washington.
Still ahead, California officials find a car that looks like it's something out of a James Bond movie. We're going to show you. Look at that. Coming up in the local, more details ahead. And is an elephant a person? That's not a riddle. That's an actual case playing out in court. We're going to break that down for you after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty
pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, the Mesquite heat fire in Taylor County, Texas, has burned more than 7,000 acres, destroyed nearly 60 homes. Firefighters are working as fast as they can, but only 10% of this thing is contained right now. They put an evacuation order in effect for most of the area. From our West Coast Bureau, check out this car linked to a burglary investigation in Irvine, California. So it looks like a normal Benz, right? A typical Mercedes-Benz, but it has a license plate flipper and a gas siphoning device that transfers fuel directly into the tank. You can actually, can we play that again? You can flip your license plate. You can go do something, flip your license plate and be gone. Police arrested the owners of the car and called it something out of a 007 movie. And from our Northeast Bureau, there's apparently more Airbnb listings than available apartments for rent in New York City. That's right, more than 13,000 Airbnbs in the 5 boroughs right now, but only about 7,000 apartments. Not great news for people who are already feeling the pinch of a very hot and very expensive housing market there. Right now, speaking of New York, judges there are deciding a fascinating question: whether an elephant can legally be considered a person. Yeah, it's part of this really closely watched case to figure out, can basic human rights be extended to animals? The Non-Human Rights Project argues in court that Happy, look at Happy, 51-year-old elephant, that she's self-aware, that she's autonomous, that she's entitled to the same rights as a human. They say if she's considered a person, being kept at the Bronx Zoo would be illegal imprisonment. They want her at a sanctuary. But the Bronx Zoo is saying, no, hang on, Happy is definitely just an elephant. And they say, by the way, she's also being treated really well at the zoo. Danny Savalos joins me now to explain. So, Danny, the court is now deciding as we speak. We don't know the timeline, but they're deciding now, is an elephant entitled to the same human rights as a person? This Human Rights Project says Happy should get to be able to go to court over what they see as her illegal imprisonment. Talk about the evidence here.
Human Rights Project is arguing for personhood for Happy, but even they admit that personhood is not the same thing as a human being. Personhood has had kind of a hazy definition in American law over the last several centuries, and that includes going back to English common law. A corporation can be a person, but sometimes a fetus is not a person. So personhood and human being are not always the same thing, and even Human Rights Project, they're not even arguing that. But on the other hand, they do argue that because we have extended personhood in many different ways to things like corporations, well, Happy has autonomy, and therefore he has some right to liberty. Now, the respondents, the Bronx Zoo, they're arguing essentially, number one, essentially, who are you to say where Happy would be happier? You say that, you know what, there's no discussion of what's best for Happy. Instead, there's an argument that Happy must be a person. But assuming we can figure that out, and assuming Happy does have this autonomy, well, then now what? How do we figure out what exactly it is that he wants? And they also point out that no court has ever granted personhood to an animal for purposes of what's called habeas corpus. And that's what's being used here. It's a vehicle to challenge someone's detention, usually in prison or detention by the police or something like that.
We've been showing pictures in court of the arguments that went down about 24 hours ago. Let me play what one of the members of the court had to say.
So does that mean that I couldn't keep a dog? I mean, dogs can memorize words. Why isn't then what you're arguing for endangering these kinds of human-animal relationships?
So what was the response? Because the question seems to be, hey, if we grant personhood to Happy the elephant, what stops us from granting personhood to, you know, Rex my dog, or, you know, Stinky the rat or whatever?
It is the slipperiest of slippery slopes. I mean, if you grant personhood to Happy, then what's to prevent us from never eating a steak or a hamburger again? Because those come from animals that arguably have feelings or autonomy or arguably personhood. So you're exactly right that the justice in that case sees on an important issue. And the other thing, too, is that even if the petitioners are right and Happy does have a right to liberty, well, First, how do you find out where Happy wants to be? Maybe Happy likes where he is more than this sanctuary that they want to send him to. I mean, when you take most children, for example, want to stay where they are rather than go to some new unfamiliar place. Happy might be the same way. And then what if Happy's right to liberty? What if we determine what Happy wants and Happy wants to just wander through the streets of New York? We can't really have that either. So this is a very slippery slope, and the judges appear to be aware of that.
The Non-Human Rights Project has more than 1.5 million people, I think 1.4 million people who have signed on to this change.org petition who backs this, right? And let's be honest, elephants, there is this sort of cultural feeling towards elephants because they are incredibly intelligent animals and they do have a sense of community, and there's this really interesting research that's been done there. But if you look from a legal perspective in lower courts, a couple of them have sided with the Bronx Zoo before. So give me your Danny Savalos lawyer hat reality check on this one, because it's a fascinating case, but where does this go? How do you think it's going to go and when?
I can see the judge concluding or siding with the respondents in this case, with the Bronx Zoo, essentially saying that, look, even if animals are persons, we've never recognized that animals can challenge their detention, because arguably virtually every animal in the city of New York is detained on some level other than the rats and the pigeons. But for the most part, we detain our animals. And by the way, I can find plenty of dog owners, especially in this city, who probably think their dog, their sweet Snookums or Fluffy, is even smarter than Happy the elephant. And so it is, again, what are we going to start here? And I wouldn't be surprised if the New York court doesn't want to open up that can of worms, which non-intelligent or intelligent worms, either way.
Danny Savalos, thank you for that. What a show we have here, gang, right? I mean, we talk about anything on this program. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Let's talk about what's happening with Boeing, because they're hoping that the third time will be the charm tonight, trying again to launch an unmanned flight to the International Space Station. And yes, I said Boeing, not SpaceX. Okay, Elon Musk's company, SpaceX, they've had a lot of success in the last few years launching both manned and unmanned flights into space. But Boeing, they've had a tougher time. They've tried this twice already. Both times it didn't work. So tonight, it kind of feels like they want to prove to everybody they can get to space, too. Joining me now is Carrie Sanders. Carrie, is the pressure on for Boeing? Why now, and what's the plan here?
Well, absolutely, the pressure is on. I mean, what you have is this capsule, the Starliner capsule, which sits atop the Atlas V rocket. The Atlas V rocket, proven. It does really well. This will be the 150th launch of an Atlas rocket. It's the actual Starliner capsule that's going up, and the pressure is not only to get it into orbit, to then get it unmanned now to the International Space Station, to dock, and then to undock and make its way back to Earth. And that's where the real pressure is. And so it looks like, according to the weather, that everything is good to go for launch. The real question is getting this up into orbit and then having that capsule make its way about 24 hours after launch, which will happen around after 7 o'clock tonight, if everything goes as planned, and actually connecting to the space station.
Talk about how meaningful this is to Boeing, which has kind of gone through it over the last few years. You had those 737 MAX crashes. You had, COVID, which affected the entire aviation industry. The two times they tried to do the launch before and it didn't work. Then you have other companies like SpaceX that have had success. What's on the line for Boeing?
Yeah, exactly. And so the pressure, well, it's not only pressure on Boeing, but it's actually pressure for NASA, because they would like to have more than one system to rely on. The idea is to have SpaceX and Boeing so that they can have continuous, kind of like Uber and Lyft. You want to have two different ways to get to the International Space Station. And so there's really pressure to deliver. But remember, this all has to be done safely. That's why it's unmanned. But you do need to know on board there is Rosie the Rocketeer. And she's in the command position. She's autonomous, but she will be taking in with her 15 sensors all of the different data during this mission and feeding back. So when they get to the point of putting humans on board, they will actually know what Rosie the Rocketeer hopefully will provide about what that flight inside that capsule is like.
So unmanned, but perhaps not unwomaned. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Good to see you. Appreciate it. That's a wrap for this hour. We're going to have more for you here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Glad you're with us. Coverage picks up right now. We're coming on the air with a big promise from the head of the FDA that this baby formula crisis could start to get better in the next couple days, maybe get back to normal in the next couple weeks. But some parents are saying, hey, that's not fast enough. Coming up, my conversation with one senator who says the FDA is